Chapter 1. Under the azure sky, the pirate ship sailed gracefully over the waves, leaving a distinct trail in its wake, surpassing the Kadeapu. A man adorned in an opulent captain's cloak leaned moodily against the ship's railing. "What has Captain Buggy been up to lately? He always seems so downcast," one pirate remarked. "Perhaps it's because he hasn't seen any villages or pirate ships. The lack of treasure has sapped Captain Buggy's motivation," another suggested. "This isn't merely a lack of motivation. It feels as if Captain Buggy has lost his very soul." Two pirates stood on the deck nearby, engaged in animated discussion. Buggy's eyelids twitched, and his hands and torso swiftly detached, leaving a phantom trace in the air. His gloved palms clamped down on the necks of the two conversing pirates, lifting them high into the air before he coldly turned to face them. Hey, who are you saying has a big, red nose?" Buggy's eyes rolled slightly in their sockets. "Is it you, or perhaps you? Speak up." The two pirates, drenched in cold sweat, trembled like leaves in the wind. "Captain Buggy, we weren't saying anything." Buggy's hands reconnected at the wrists, his expression shifting like the weather. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. "Is it just a red nose? Ha ha ha. Am I to fear being called big-nosed?" The two pirates landed back on the deck, gasping for breath, terrified that the capricious Captain Buggy might toss them overboard to feed the fish. They quickly forced out nervous laughter. "Ha, not even a little bit." Buggy's voice abruptly cut off. "That wasn't funny at all." The two pirates' faces stiffened in fear as they swallowed hard. "Go stand guard," Buggy commanded, dismissing them. He sighed, rubbing his forehead in frustration. Ever since his arrival in this world, he had been plagued by auditory hallucinations. Ba, originally a university student who ventured into the new energy sector with determination and insight, had found himself transported here after dozing off while reading a One-Piece manga. Upon awakening, he discovered he had become the infamous Clown Buggy, a man reputed for having the luck of the conqueror's hockey. This incident had occurred a fortnight ago. Ba retrieved a mirror he had carried with him, touching his bright red nose, repeatedly confirming that the reflection was indeed his own. A wave of inexplicable dissatisfaction washed over him. How cruel was reality? He was a youthful lad, yet he had awakened as a man in his 30s, as if a decade of his life had been abruptly severed. If only he had transformed into someone charismatic like Shanks or Rayleigh, it would have been bearable. Instead, he was stuck in Buggy's unremarkable form. He forced a smile, attempting to project an innocent demeanor, but what emerged instead was a cunning and treacherous visage. With a heavy sigh, he lamented that this must have been a natural trait. How could he complain about it? Yet, these concerns were not the crux of the matter. The most significant issue was that Ba had usurped the original owner's body and, in doing so, absorbed fragments of Buggy's memories and personality. Consequently, he sometimes found it difficult to control his temper, as evidenced by the earlier incident where he felt compelled to lash out, convinced that others were discussing bizarre topics, igniting an internal flame of ire. This residual effect had plagued him for a fortnight initially. Even the gentle sea breeze would trigger headaches, but as time passed, the symptoms had improved considerably. However, the fusion of souls had bestowed upon him a wealth of information. It was now the 20th year following Gold Roger's execution, in the year 1518 of the Sea Circle calendar. Only 2 years remained until Monkey D. Luffy set sail for his adventures. This indicated that the events of the original storyline had yet to be set in motion by the Straw Hat crew, which, in essence, represented Ba's greatest advantage. Regrettably, he possessed no memories related to One Piece. The reason was that the final destination of the Grand Line, Raftel, was not a place for novice pirates to tread. Even though Buggy had sailed to its endpoint alongside Roger, he had been left aboard the ship to guard it due to insufficient qualifications. However, with the memories of Buggy now intertwined with his own, Ba could sense this character's lingering obsession with the fabled treasure, a burden that weighed heavily upon him. Regardless of whether this inclination was influenced by Buggy's temperament, Ba resolved to set his sights on Raftel, determined to seek out the elusive treasure that all pirates yearn for, as well as the truths of the world. In stark contrast to the blind arrogance of the East Blue pirates depicted in the original narrative, Ba remained composed. Over the past fortnight, he had begun to strategize his future endeavors. coming to terms with the new reality he faced. Firstly, there was the matter of crew composition. Using the Kuro pirates as a reference, despite having 5,000 subordinates and 50 ships, they had been utterly decimated by Mihawk within just 7 days upon entering the Grand Line, resulting in a hasty retreat from its waters. This demonstrated that the quantity of pirates could not compensate for a lack of quality. At least in the East Blue, finding a crew of formidable fighters was no easy feat. Ji-Ba favored a lean, elite crew over a horde of ordinary pirates who would merely serve as fodder for the enemy. Currently, the ship, surpassing the Kadeapu, boasted over 40 pirates. The daily consumption of food and drink, coupled with the rewards of gold coins, was accumulating into a considerable sum. Acquiring wealth and provisions typically involved plundering villages and raiding enemy vessels. However, if he continued to recruit pirates, the various burdensome expenses would only escalate. In the original narrative, Buggy sought to expand his crew by pillaging the wealth of towns across the East Blue and hunting for treasure. Yet, as a young man of the 21st century, Ji-Ba held little interest in raiding villages and oppressing the weak, even feeling a degree of aversion toward such actions. Thus, addressing the issue of supplies became paramount. Captain Buggy, it appears we are approaching Galley Island. A lookout pirate atop the mast shouted, peering through his telescope. Buggy's upper body detached and floated in the air for a better view. In the distance, the island was densely populated with houses, indicating the presence of several sizable villages. He could faintly see a few merchant ships docked to the harbor, but the wharf appeared desolate, as if it were the off-season for trading, with hardly any laborers in sight. He issued a command, prepared to lower the mainsail and find a docking point to anchor. The skull and crossbones on the mainsail was far too conspicuous, hindering his forthcoming actions. Understood. The pirates on board promptly complied. Captain Buggy. The door to the cabin swung open, revealing a cold-faced man. We believe we should boldly raid the villages on the island. Such actions are in line with the Buggy pirate style. The newcomer wore a blue and white checkered scarf, a long cloak, and his hair obscured one eye. He crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. Kabaji, the ship's tamer, Machi, performed a graceful somersault, landing deftly on the deck. Are you questioning Captain Buggy's authority? Before he could finish, the enormous lion Ricky let out a roar and leapt down, landing squarely on Machi, who now looked bewildered and disoriented. Get off me, you fool! Machi exclaimed, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Ricky glanced down, sweat beading on his feline brow, and cautiously stepped aside. Hood, hood, hood. Ricky, feeling wronged, clutched the large bump on his forehead, prompting Machi to retract his heated fist and turn to Kabaji. Captain Buggy undoubtedly has a brilliant plan. How dare you, with your single eye, question his words? Kabaji's mouth twitched. White-haired freak, who are you referring to? I'm talking about you, the pretentious one in the cloak. And what do you mean by the guy with the round-eared hat? What do you think I mean? Are you looking for a fight, you scoundrel? As their conversation escalated into a heated exchange, Buggy observed with a serious demeanor, nodding in approval. The atmosphere is even better than I anticipated. The gathered pirates shouted in unison, what atmosphere? Machi, the ship's tamer, served as the first mate of the Buggy pirates. Kabaji, the strategist, held the position of the crew's advisor. These two characters, initially relegated to the background in the original narrative, were, in truth, the strongest forces aboard the ship aside from Ji-Ba himself. Compared to their appearances 2 years later in the original story, they seemed somewhat immature, yet possessed significant potential for development. Buggy had already resolved to complete the current mission, amass sufficient funds, and promptly take his crew to an island for further training, enhancing both his own abilities and those of the crew to face future challenges. His aspirations extended beyond the confines of the East Blue. With 300 meters remaining to the town's entrance, the mainsail was furled. Relying on the smaller sails, it would take approximately 4 to 5 minutes to reach the shore. Buggy turned to Kabaji and Machi, asking, "What are your dreams?" The two individuals ceased their bickering and turned their gazes toward Buggy. Machi's nose ran with a stream of mucus as he inquired, "What is a dream, Captain Buggy? Why do you ask?" Kabaji leaned against the wall, For even a sword-wielding acrobat possesses a touch of romanticism. He flicked his hair and declared, to seek the untamed freedom. In his previous life as a shrewd and purposeful entrepreneur, Buggy's talent for cunning persuasion was unparalleled. His eyes sparkled as he spoke in a low, emotive tone. The dreams of humanity do not fade with the passage of time, rather, they deepen and mature like the rich aroma of aging wine. Ultimately, they liberate the heart and body in that dazzling dawn. A person without dreams is akin to a mere shell of existence, alive, yet devoid of the luster of life. Do you wish to know what my dream is? The two shook their heads in unison. You rascals, play along. With a renewed sense of composure, Buggy proclaimed, my dream is to become the pirate king and uncover the legendary treasure. And you shall be the beast tamers and swordsmen under the future pirate king. Thus you must strive to be the foremost beast tamer and swordsman in this world. As they listened to Buggy's sudden vision of a glorious future and boundless aspirations, Machi and Kabaji could not help but feel a stir of yearning, murmuring, the world's greatest beast tamer swordsman. Buggy revealed a smile that appeared rather sinister regardless of the outcome. He intended to plant a seed of hope within their hearts, allowing it to blossom and serve as motivation for their continuous training, thereby laying a foundation for their future endeavors along the Grand Line. Furthermore, with their attention diverted, they would likely not dwell on why they had altered their previous conduct. Nearby pirates remarked, hey, what does this have to do with mooring and docking? It shouldn't have any bearing. Buggy fumed. Who dares mock my red nose? A few minutes later, the Bikadop sailed into harbor. In contrast to the ostentatious display of a pirate flag, this understated docking appeared far more amicable. A handful of fishermen on the shallows merely glanced over before returning to their tasks of mending nets and fishing. One team shall head into town to procure sufficient provisions and fresh water, while another shall acquire weapons and equipment. Machi will remain on the ship to keep watch, and Kabaji, you and your companions will accompany me. Having issued his orders, Buggy disembarked from the pirate ship alongside Kabaji and a gaggle of minions. Captain Buggy, Kabaji said coldly, I understand you intend to conceal our forces within this town to allay their concerns, and when night falls, seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Indeed, how clever of you, Buggy retorted, delivering a light thump to his head. Do not flatter yourself. In truth, while pillaging could swiftly amass wealth, Buggy harbored no desire for such a path, driven instead by disdain and an inherent sense of superiority and defiance. Just like any ordinary island in the East Sea, Jilly Island is home to 4 villages. Ever since a port was established on the eastern coast a century ago, the indigenous people began to focus on developing trade. Since then, merchant ships have frequented the area, leading to increasingly frequent exchanges between the island's inhabitants and the outside world. This group of natives amassed wealth and labor by selling the island's rare aquatic specialty, jellyfish, greatly improving their standard of living. Moreover, they acquired a cache of quality weapons, which the village guard rotated for safekeeping. These weapons proved invaluable in repelling pirates who attempted to invade a few years prior. This is one reason why Buggy and his crew's arrival did not raise alarm. The afternoon sun bore down with intensity, casting its rays upon every rooftop, street, and the broad-brimmed hats of passers-by. The air was thick with a sense of restlessness and humidity. Several laborers wiped the sweat from their brows as they hurried past, while the market vendors called out their wares with little enthusiasm. In days gone by, sailors lounging at the Kadia Tavern, itinerant merchants, and nearby villagers would have clutched chilled mugs of beer, laughing heartily as they shared amusing tales from recent days. Yet today, the tavern was eerily quiet, commandeered by a group of unwelcome guests, while the villagers stood by in anger, fists clenched. In the center of the tavern sat an individual with hair tied back, his chest exposed, a distinctive long sword sheathed at his waist. His wooden clogs rested upon the head of an unconscious young villager, as he directed a mocking gaze toward the old man behind the bar, saying, Village Chief Chris, considering our past collaborations, I shall allow your village to remit 10% less than the others for your monthly dues. Old Chief Chris adjusted his spectacles, attempting to reason with him. Lord Tada, we have previously worked together to repel pirates. I believe we can engage in dialogue without resorting to such threats. Tada sneered. The only reason I collaborated with you before was that those pirates invaded my territory, not for any other reason, old man. Do not overestimate your importance. Ryu surveyed the surroundings, observing the new recruits, all of whom appeared to be between 10 and 15 years of age. He murmured to himself, "Time flies like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, 6 months have slipped away unnoticed." During this period, Ryu finally acquired knowledge of the legendary 6 styles of the Navy, yet the outcome left him greatly disillusioned. It was no wonder that so few could master the 6 styles. The difficulty of their practice was exceedingly high, despite half a year of diligent training. Ryu had failed to perfect even a single technique. Although he understood the principles and maneuvers of the 6 styles, his physical capabilities, even bolstered by the power of reincarnation, remained inadequate. By his own estimation, without extraordinary fortuity, mastering the 6 styles would require no less than a decade. A decade's time. And this was under the condition that he possessed the reincarnation power to enhance his physique. It was no surprise that those who had mastered the 6 styles rarely excelled in other techniques. The endeavor was simply too time-consuming. Even the likes of Luffy had managed to grasp only one technique among them. Nevertheless, he consoled himself with the knowledge of the principles. The remaining task was to engage in relentless practice. The reincarnation fruit was of paramount importance, should he fully awaken its potential. He might achieve mastery of the 6 styles in a surprisingly short span of time. Ryu muttered to himself, "Assemble!" Standing upon the playground, Lei Yu let out a thunderous roar. In a swift moment, a team of 7 gathered before him. Indeed, this was his 7th squad. After 6 months of rigorous training, Lei Yu had molded these 7 individuals into a cohesive unit. "You 7, he addressed them sternly. "How's your practice of the Navy 6 styles progressing?" Reporting to the captain, "I have grasped the fundamentals," the vice captain replied first, his face alight with joy. It is worth mentioning that martial arts are categorized into stages: initial insight, entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, perfection, and the ultimate stage of transformation. Although Lei Yu himself had only reached the initial stage with the aid of his reincarnation power, he recognized the immense talent of his squad members, who, despite their singular focus on this technique, showed great promise. "Captain, we are all merely at the threshold of understanding," the other 6 admitted somewhat sheepishly. "Well, that is commendable. Several of you are on the brink of breakthrough. With the right opportunity, you shall advance. Truly, you are worthy of being my chosen soldiers," Lei Yu said with evident pride. These recruits were the very ones Lei Yu had handpicked half a year ago, having recently attained the rank of sergeant, which granted him the privilege of selecting new recruits. "Thank you for your guidance, Captain." The 7 before him expressed their heartfelt gratitude. They understood that without Lei Yu, they would not have had the opportunity to engage with such advanced techniques available only to those of sergeant rank or higher. Their comprehension of the Navy's 6 styles would have been unattainable without his assistance. If it weren't for Lei Yu, even if they had obtained this secret technique, it would have been of little use to them. After all, amidst the vast Navy, there were not many who truly mastered the Navy's 6 styles. "All right, you have been with me for a year now. Merely practicing without engaging in real combat will not suffice. Therefore, I have decided to pursue a notorious pirate with a bounty of 10 million berries. Do you possess the courage to accompany me? Bear in mind, this journey may very well be one of no return, so consider wisely," Lei Yu declared, amplifying his voice with his reincarnation power. "Wherever the captain goes, we shall follow," came the resounding response. "Excellent. Truly, you are soldiers worthy of my command. Let us embark on this quest together. If we succeed, a bright future awaits us." With a grand gesture, Lei Yu led his 7 subordinates forth, setting out with determination and fervor. Ryu's target in this pursuit is a notorious individual known as the Sword of Death, who possesses the powers of the sword fruit and carries a bounty of 13 million berries. Reports indicate that this infamous figure attacked a naval port and stole a devil fruit, inciting the ire of the Navy headquarters, which promptly issued multiple arrest warrants. Ryu has compelling reasons to pursue this individual. Firstly, should he succeed in eliminating this foe, his military achievements would elevate him to the rank of a warrant officer, or even possibly a 2nd lieutenant, presenting a tantalizing opportunity for Ryu to leapfrog past the rank of sergeant and ascend directly to the officer level. Secondly, there lies the allure of the devil fruit itself. Through extensive exploration of its capabilities, Ryu has recently discovered another extraordinary power, devouring. This ability allows one to consume other devil fruits to harness their powers or transform them into reincarnation energy. However, if one chooses not to convert the energy, they may only wield a single power from the consumed fruit. Ryu dismisses the latter option, recognizing the unparalleled strength of the reincarnation fruit. Had he not encountered the legendary devil fruit, he would not have contemplated absorbing its powers. What he truly lacks is reincarnation energy. With sufficient reincarnation energy, not only would his proficiency with the reincarnation fruit improve, but mastering the Navy's 6 forms would also become attainable. With the refinement provided by ample reincarnation energy, Ryu's physical capabilities would enhance to the level required to practice the Navy's 6 forms, even without rigorous training. Furthermore, the vast reservoir of reincarnation energy would enable him to unleash the formidable abilities inherent in the reincarnation fruit, which essentially serves as a safeguard for one's very life. Thus, Rei Yu's need for reincarnation energy is boundless. While he can extract reincarnation energy from himself, he senses a mere 1,000 units within his body, leaving him fatigued. Without reincarnation energy, he cannot utilize the abilities of the Reincarnation Fruit. This energy is akin to the fuel in an engine. Absent it, nothing can function. This explains why Rei Yu endured a 6-month wait to refine more reincarnation energy. Currently, he can extract around 10 to 20 units daily, which is insufficient for his needs, compelling him to set his sights on the devil fruit. After months of vigilance, Rei Yu finally identifies the individual possessing the devil fruit. Having awaited this opportunity for so long, he is resolute in seizing it. What is a bounty of 10 million? If he cannot win, he can always retreat. As for those who follow him, he feels no obligation to be their savior. He has thoroughly trained them in the Navy's 6 forms, and without his guidance, they might have perished in the recent skirmish. They are aware of this, yet they persist, for following Rei Yu offers them hope. And thus they are all gambling on this chance. A day later, Rei Yu's team navigates the vast ocean aboard a naval patrol ship. The weather is clear, with not a cloud in sight, and the horizon beautifully merges sea and sky. Captain, we have searched extensively and still have not located our target. Could the intel be erroneous? The vice captain inquires, looking at Rei Yu, who is seated comfortably in a captain's chair. Do not fret. If we cannot find him here, we shall proceed to this location, Rei Yu replies, pointing to a spot on the nautical chart. Understood, the vice captain responds, not daring to question further. Just then, Captain, we have spotted a pirate ship ahead, exclaims Xiaoqi, excitedly lowering his binoculars to inform Rei Yu. At last, we have found them, Rei Yu says as he takes the binoculars to peer into the distance. Sure enough, a large vessel, several hundred tons in size, adorned with a striking pirate flag, is visible on the horizon. Bring us alongside, Rei Yu commands, and the 10-ton patrol boat swiftly approaches the considerably larger pirate ship. It is worth noting that had Rei Yu and his crew not been exceptionally skilled and audacious, few would dare navigate a patrol boat at sea. A single wave could spell disaster. Strangely, however, there are no waves or even minor disturbances surrounding their boat. Stop the ship ahead for inspection, Xiaoqi shouts into a loudspeaker, directing his voice toward the pirate vessel. Captain, trouble is brewing. The Navy is upon us. The pirate captain bellows in alarm, the distance causing a misunderstanding about their identity. The Navy? They arrive promptly, but what do I have to fear? They are merely the Navy. And as long as no admiral appears, I have nothing to worry about. I have only stolen a devil fruit, which has inflated my bounty. Those admirals would not deign to intervene, the pirate leader declares confidently. Yes, yes. The captain is magnificent. His crew cheers in agreement. However, as they finally discern the approaching vessel, laughter erupts among them. They see a small boat, about 10 tons, occupied by 8 youthful figures. The eldest no more than 13 years of age. How could they not laugh at such an absurd sight? A group of foolish children has come to meet their demise. It seems my luck remains as favorable as ever. The pirate captain guffaws, relieved and amused. Captain, it appears they utterly underestimate us, Xiaoqi remarks, a hint of sarcasm lacing his tone. He knows well of their captain's prowess. Despite being the top tier in their rookie ranks, even with their combined efforts, they could not hope to match Rei Yu's strength, which is one reason they are so eager to follow him. Isn't that even better? If they feared us, they might refuse to let us approach, which would be troublesome, Rei Yu muses, gazing at the imposing pirate ship. Lower the gangway and allow us to board for inspection. Xiaoqi commands the pirates, his youthful face displaying determination. After all, this is his first genuine encounter with pirates, particularly those with a bounty in the millions. And apprehension would be natural. Very well, lower the gangway for these children, the pirate captain orders, waving his hand with a grotesque grin. With a swish, a long gangway descends, allowing Rei Yu and his crew to ascend from the patrol boat. To avoid revealing their intentions, Rei Yu cooperatively climbs aboard. Raise your hands. We suspect you possess illegal goods, and we must conduct a search, Xiaoqi proclaims, firearm in hand, as they all step onto the pirate ship. Huh? You wish to conduct a search? The pirate captain taunts, a smirk spreading across his face. Indeed, Xiaoqi asserts, unwavering. Do you even know who we are? The pirate leader's smile broadens. Pirates, Xiaoqi replies nonchalantly, maintaining his composure. Hiss. Hearing such calm words from this child, even the dullest pirate would realize that these youngsters are well prepared. Yet, he soon dismisses his concerns. After all, how much could these children truly accomplish? He could crush them with a mere gesture. Children, seize them. These insolent wretches. The pirate captain bellows, gesturing to his crew. Yes, charge. In an instant, the surrounding pirates swarm forward. Clang. Xiaoqi cast aside the firearm in her hand, unperturbed as she surveyed the approaching pirates. Raging wind. With a swift motion, a violent gust erupted from her right leg, sending the assailing pirates hurtling through the air. Concurrently, Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, and others joined the fray, transforming the scene into a chaotic battleground. What a disappointment. How could such an unremarkable pirate crew possibly attract a bounty in the millions? Lei Yu, observing the lackluster pirates surrounding him, shook his head in dismay. With deliberate steps, he approached the pirate captain. Are you the one they call the Sword of Death? he inquired, glancing at the corpulent middle-aged man before him. Impressive. Where did this band of youngsters come from? The pirate captain's demeanor shifted, his expression growing serious as he regarded Xiaoqi and her companions. I underestimated you, but you were still overly arrogant. If you had waited a few more years, perhaps even I would have had to look up to you. However, now you are merely courting death. The captain's eyes glinted with malice as he fixed his gaze on Lei Yu, realizing the formidable strength of such a young boy. What would happen when they matured? Oh, you wish to kill me? Lei Yu responded to the pirate before him, his countenance utterly composed. In the days that followed, Lei Yu returned to the navy, presenting the head of the Sword of Death pirate to his superiors. Not only did he receive a bounty of 13 million berries, but he also attained the rank of second lieutenant. Initially, the higher-ups considered bestowing upon him the rank of ensign, but in a bid to motivate the new recruits, they granted him the title of second lieutenant, equivalent to a squad leader, commanding a contingent of 30 to 50 personnel. With this newfound authority, Lei Yu was now qualified to operate patrol vessels weighing several hundred tons. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The true significance lay in the fact that Lei Yu had finally endured the trials of a rookie. Now, as a second lieutenant, he had transcended the status of a mere novice and had become one of the youngest leaders within the Navy, no longer a pawn to be easily manipulated, but rather a figure of considerable influence and respect. Dressed in his lieutenant's naval uniform, Lei Yu gazed at the insignia on his shoulder, a single stripe and a star, his heart awash with myriad emotions. He reflected on the significance of being a person of such rank. The cape draped over his lieutenant's uniform, emblazoned with the word justice, exuded an air of grandeur. Having long admired naval commanders adorned in similar capes, Lei Yu finally fulfilled his aspiration by donning this very garment. Brother, you are now the youngest lieutenant in the Navy, remarked his companion, who had just been promoted to sergeant, benefiting from Lei Yu's ascent. To Lei Yu, the title of lieutenant merely signified the initial step in his journey toward success. Xiaoqi, please gather our people. We are setting sail. Lei Yu instructed one of his subordinates. Yes, elder brother, Xiaoqi nodded before departing. The group had taken to calling Lei Yu elder brother, a title he had assigned to facilitate communication among them. As for why Lei Yu refrained from personally selecting crew members this time, it was clear he had little desire to continue nurturing naval talent. The abundance of geniuses was a myth. He had invested considerable resources in training these 7 individuals before him, and he was no philanthropist with endless time to spare. At present, he required mere cannon fodder and labor. With the presence of his companions, including the second and third brothers, his combat capability was sufficiently bolstered. Over an hour later, Lei Yu stood aboard a several hundred-ton patrol boat, finding it acceptable yet lacking in spaciousness and entertainment facilities, conditions that left much to be desired. Although it was several hundred tons, it failed to satiate his ambitions. It became apparent that he needed to earn substantial wealth in order to construct a grand vessel of his own in the water city. Lei Yu mused, contemplating the daunting investment required to build a luxurious oil tanker, an endeavor that would necessitate at least hundreds of millions. Once again, he realized that his finances were woefully inadequate. Standing at the bow of the ship, Lei Yu gazed at the surrounding waters, gently extending his hands to greedily inhale the fresh air. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the justice cloak behind him to flutter gracefully in the sea wind. Time slipped away unnoticed, and as Lei Yu pondered, Xiaoqi's voice echoed in his ears. Elder brother, we have arrived. Oh. Lei Yu softly opened his eyes and indeed beheld land ahead, where numerous people frolicked by the shore. Dock the ship, Lei Yu commanded with a sweeping gesture. Yes, dock the ship, Xiaoqi shouted to the helmsman. All hands, assemble. The second in command, with a commanding voice, bellowed. In a swift moment, a small squadron of over 30 individuals, clad in naval uniforms and wielding muskets, stood in impeccable formation. Forward. Lei Yu gently waved his hand and began to advance. The surrounding crowd, astonished by the sight of such a youthful officer, could hardly contain their surprise. After all, Lei Yu appeared to be no more than a mere teenager, yet he already held the rank of second lieutenant, a rarity indeed. Typically, one so young would still be considered a rookie, perhaps even a private. However, the presence of the young officers behind Lei Yu, all of whom were seasoned sergeants, lent credibility to the scene. What has transpired? Why has the Navy suddenly appeared here? A middle-aged man, just arriving to observe, inquired in bewilderment. I do not know, came the response with a shake of the head. Moments later, Lei Yu and his party arrived at a martial arts hall and came to a halt. We have arrived. Go, knock on the door, Lei Yu instructed Xiaoqi softly. Yes, elder brother, Xiaoqi replied, striding towards the entrance. Knock, knock, knock. The door swung open, revealing a young boy with green hair. Whom do you seek? The boy stammered, startled and somewhat fearful at the sight of Lei Yu and his entourage. The presence of soldiers naturally instilled a sense of dread among the common folk, particularly given Lei Yu's imposing demeanor. We are here for conscription, lad. Go fetch your master, Lei Yu stated coolly. Conscription? The boy was momentarily taken aback. Do not dawdle. Xiaoqi glared at him, sending the boy scurrying away in fright. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man appeared before Lei Yu, accompanied by a young girl with long black hair, dressed in plain clothes, who appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old. "Sir, you must be mistaken. There are no eligible recruits under 16 here. How can you come to recruit in this place?" the man asked, struggling to contain his anger. "Do I need your guidance on how to conduct my affairs?" Lei Yu retorted, showing no courtesy to the middle-aged man. Upon noticing the young girl beside him, a weight lifted from Lei Yu's heart. "Take her away," he commanded, pointing at the girl. "Yes, elder brother," Xiao Qi said without hesitation, moving to comply. "Stop. How dare you seize a civilian in broad daylight? Do you not respect the law?" The middle-aged man shouted defiantly. "You are abusing your authority at such a young age. I advise you to withdraw at once, or I shall act in the name of justice. Yangshiro, spare me your bravado. Take him away. Those who resist will face immediate judgment." Lei Yu ordered mercilessly. "Very well. Today, I shall witness how you enforce your judgment." A mere second lieutenant daring to act so arrogantly. Yang Shiro gritted his teeth, infuriated by the humiliation of being challenged after living in seclusion. However, just as Yang Shiro finished speaking, he suddenly knelt on one knee, shock etched across his face as he looked at Lei Yu. A devil fruit user. His expression turned grave. Truly, heroes emerge from youth, and the new generation surpasses the old. No wonder you have attained the rank of second lieutenant at such a tender age. It appears the Navy is growing ever stronger. Yang Shiro slowly rose, speaking each word deliberately. What is happening? The adversary is unexpectedly formidable. Lei Yu thought, his expression shifting slightly. This is bad. Their strength far exceeds my own, and I can no longer suppress them. Lei Yu was momentarily taken aback by the opponent's overwhelming aura, swiftly retreating a step. "Big brother, are you all right?" he exclaimed. "Old man, are you seeking death?" Xiao Qi, witnessing Lei Yu's demeanor, was instantly filled with rage and prepared to advance. "Hold on." Lei Yu halted Xiao Qi. "Big brother," Xiao Qi protested, unwilling to relent. "What I mean is, let us all charge together," Lei Yu clarified. Xiao Qi and the others, Gung Sailang. Lei Yu reiterated. "Let us all charge together." Upon hearing Lei Yu's command, Gung Sailang nearly spat blood, having encountered shamelessness in various forms but never such brazen audacity. With the conclusion of Lei Yu's words, 30 muskets ominously aimed at Gung Sailang. "Fools, are you truly aiming at that little girl? Do you think you can strike Gung Sailang?" Lei Yu chastised his subordinates for their foolish actions. Xiao Qi and the others evidently gravely underestimated someone's audacity. "You seek death." Gung Sailang fumed, incensed that anyone would dare threaten the life of his child. If you act arrogantly, believe me, I will ensure your lineage ends here." Lei Yu brandished a firearm, casting a disdainful glance at the man before him. "Why don't you make a move?" he taunted. Gung Sailang, his face awash with murderous intent, replied word by word, "Damn, how audacious." Observing Gung Sailang's fierce demeanor, Lei Yu felt a twinge of apprehension. The atmosphere became palpably tense. The onlookers, sensing the gravity of the situation, dared not utter a sound, for the ominous muzzle of the gun was beyond their capacity to bear. "What do you intend to do?" inquired a nearby young girl, her voice piercing the silence. Guena, unwilling to witness her family suffer unjustly because of her, lamented the age-old adage that the common folk should not contend with the authorities. "Oh, and that brat over there, continue your bravado, and I shall eliminate him." Lei Yu shamelessly pointed at the green-haired boy. The boy tightened his grip on the wooden sword, ready to charge, had he not been restrained by Gung Sailang. What does this fellow truly aspire to? Gung Sailang pondered gravely. He refrained from taking action, fearing the strength of his adversary. Even if he could subdue Lei Yu, what of the others? The officers present were not mere amateurs, and with over 30 firearms at their disposal, Gung Sailang dared not gamble. My objective is quite simple. I want you to become my subordinate. I could use someone like you, Lei Yu declared with a self-satisfied grin, addressing the young girl, his supposed righteousness appearing utterly ridiculous in that moment. "You are attempting an outright robbery," Guena exclaimed, her anger flaring. "How bold! To be chosen by the young lieutenant is a privilege. At merely 10 years old, he has already attained the rank of lieutenant. His future is boundless. Following him will not bring you disgrace. He is destined to become a figure of general rank." Xiao Qi pressured Guena, attempting to entice her. Though Xiao Qi's reasoning held merit, who would be willing to follow Lei Yu under such dire circumstances? "I am indeed robbing you. Consider this carefully. Should you refuse to accompany me, I shall raze this place to the ground. I may not have the power to confront your father, but..." Lei Yu cast a menacing glance at the others. This is bad. We must flee." The surrounding citizens, sensing Lei Yu's murderous aura, were struck with terror. He was more fearsome than a bandit. How could such a person be part of the Navy? Where had the Navy's justice gone? Thinking of escaping? Lei Yu was naturally oblivious to the ambiguous intentions of the other party. How brazen, desiring her so soon. Could this fellow possibly be a lowly enthusiast? Yet, does he possess the capability for such pursuits? The mature Guena mused darkly within herself. How embarrassing. What am I thinking? Guena's cheeks flushed as she turned her face away, no longer gazing at Lei Yu. Half an hour later, Lei Yu strolled down the street with Guena, the word justice trailing behind him like a banner in the wind, prompting the surrounding commoners to instinctively part ways. The joys of holding an official position. Lei Yu reflected to himself as he observed the fearful expressions of the townsfolk. Behind Lei Yu, Guyana silently trailed like a small attendant. "Ah, we've arrived," Lei Yu remarked as he halted before the opulent weapon shop. Guyana pondered to herself, "Is he truly here to procure weapons? Sir, what can I assist you with?" The shopkeeper, astute and perceptive, instantly beamed upon noticing Lei Yu's distinguished lieutenant uniform. "Bring me your finest sword," Lei Yu replied with an air of nonchalance. "Certainly, sir. Please hold on for a moment." The shopkeeper, recognizing the young man's potential as a significant patron, understood that the navy was not to be trifled with. Given Lei Yu's youthful appearance as a lieutenant, he mused that perhaps he was the scion of a prominent family. Before long, a plethora of weapons materialized before Lei Yu, each varying in craftsmanship, from exquisitely delicate to robust and formidable, showcasing an impressive array. Lei Yu wielded the power of reincarnation and, with a sweeping motion, quickly discerned the scant traces of reincarnation energy that could be absorbed. "Is this the best you can offer to deceive me?" he exclaimed coldly, fixing an icy glare upon the shopkeeper before him. "Sir, I would never dare to offend you. The finest treasures are indeed here," the shopkeeper responded, a glint of shrewdness illuminating his eyes. "However, our establishment boasts two major sections. One contains 100 weapons for 1,000,000, from which you may select only one at a time. The other section holds 10 weapons for 10,000,000, also limited to a single choice. Lead me to see them," Ray commanded with a nod. Upon entering the million section, Rhea was pleased to discover a wealth of precious items, abundant reincarnation energy amounting to no less than 1,000 units, which certainly proved profitable for him. Yet, upon entering the 10 million section, his pupils constricted in astonishment. 10,000 units of reincarnation energy? Incredible! Rhea's heart surged with exhilaration. Without a moment's hesitation, Lei Yu grasped the rust-laden katana firmly in his hand. "Here is 10 million. Take it," he declared, tossing the sum directly to the other party without a second thought. Subsequently, he absorbed the entirety of the reincarnation power from the remaining blades, departing with a sense of satisfaction. What a fool to have taken a mere rusted sword, a prodigal with no regard for the fruits of his labor. The shopkeeper, gazing at the 10 million in his hand, was overjoyed, blissfully unaware that the swords worth hundreds of millions in his store had their spiritual essence siphoned away by a certain individual. One can only wonder what his thoughts would be upon realizing such a loss. After leaving the weapon shop, Lei Yu presented the rusty knife in his hand to Guyana. "This is for you," he said to her. "What do you mean by this? Are you serious? Spending 10 million to buy me a rusty knife?" Guyana replied, her teeth clenched in disbelief. Although she felt a surge of emotion at the thought that he had bought the knife for her at such a hefty price, money she could never repay in a lifetime, she was equally disheartened that it was merely a rusty blade. Even if it were slightly better, she would have accepted it without complaint. However, at that moment, a brilliant light erupted from the rusty knife in Guyana's hand, dazzling to behold. Luckily, Lei Yu and Guyana had retreated to a less crowded area. Otherwise, chaos would surely have ensued. Moments later, a blade that appeared to be crafted from crystal materialized in Guyana's grasp. "White ice," Guyana murmured as she gazed at the inscription on the sword. "Indeed. This blade has chosen you. Your fortune is remarkable. Its true value will not fall below 1,000,000,000 berries. Perhaps you are the only one in the world to possess such a weapon," Lei Yu gently remarked, observing Guyana's astonished expression. "What? 10 billion?" Guyana nearly dropped the blade in shock at his words. "What did you think?" Lei Yu replied nonchalantly. "You knew all along. How did you figure it out? This sword is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Guyana protested, as if struck by a thought, reluctantly attempting to return the sword to Lei Yu. Why was she so hesitant? It was simple. For a swordsman, their sword is akin to a second life. Hadn't she heard the saying, "As long as the sword exists, the person lives. If the sword is destroyed, the person perishes"? This illustrates the significance of a weapon to a swordsman. "I cannot take back what I have given. I have presented it to you, and you must accept it. Remember, this is not a mere gift. It signifies that you are now mine," Lei Yu stated, turning away without further elaboration. "What kind of person are you, spending 10 million for me? Is that the only reason?" Guyana contemplated, looking at the sword in her hand, seemingly resolving to herself. At this point, Lei Yu had successfully secured half of Guyana's heart. At the very least, there would be no risk of defection. As for the other half, that would require time to cultivate. There was no need to rush. Days later, Lei Yu accompanied Guyana in the training grounds, where they practiced together. Over the past few days, Lei Yu had frequently taken advantage of Guyana, embracing her for an hour daily and playfully exploring her form. Guyana, having completely accepted her allegiance to Lei Yu, offered no resistance, allowing him to act as he pleased. Little did she know that during these few days, Lei Yu had expended tens of thousands of reincarnation units to help her transform her body. Even with his 7 subordinates, Lei Yu had not squandered more than 1,000 reincarnation units in total. This reveals the substantial investment Lei Yu had made. Of course, Guyana's progress was astonishing. In just a few days, her swordsmanship had advanced to a mastery level. If others were to learn of this, they would surely be driven to madness. Originally, Guyana's small mastery of swordsmanship had already led many to regard her as a genius. Now, having broken through to a greater mastery, she was nothing short of a prodigy. It is noteworthy that although the difference between small and great mastery is merely a word, even the most gifted individuals typically require at least 5 years to achieve such a leap. Yet, Guina had accomplished this in less than 5 days. Rei Yu gazed at the remaining few thousand units of reincarnation power, feeling not a trace of regret. He would not allow the women around him to be mere ornaments. Guina was his true subordinate, one who would never betray him, and the cost, no matter how great, was worth it. It was perplexing. Despite the sense that it would take another 4 to 5 years to master his swordsmanship, he had suddenly achieved a breakthrough. Guina pondered this quietly. But soon her focus shifted to Rei Yu, who had been practicing alongside her. Guina was no fool. Upon reflection, she understood why every time he held her. Her body experienced an indescribable mix of pain and pleasure. There must be something peculiar at play. Unbeknownst to her, if not for Rei Yu, she would have long since met an untimely demise and would never have reached this stage of mastery in her lifetime. Elder brother, it's bad news. In the midst of Rei Yu's exhausting practice of the moon step, his younger brother, in a state of panic, appeared before him. What is it? I am perfectly fine. Rei Yu replied irritably. No, brother, it's the Demon Slayer order. The 2 matters you asked me to monitor first. I have received word that the Demon Slayer order has been initiated, and it appears you have also been dispatched for this mission, his younger brother explained. Urgency evident in his voice. Oh, and what about the second matter? Any news? Rei Yu inquired, nodding slightly. I have dispatched all my subordinates and spent several million acquiring intelligence, yet I still have not uncovered any useful information, his younger brother admitted. A hint of guilt in his tone. Do not lose heart. When I return, I will ensure you receive additional funds to continue your search. This time, I will take Guina with me. You need not accompany us, Rei Yu instructed gently. Yes, brother. I will not disappoint you. His younger brother replied respectfully. Rei Yu nodded, allowing his brother to withdraw. I did not expect the Demon Slayer order to commence so soon, he thought, as he gazed into the distance, recalling that incredibly stubborn yet endearing young woman. On a radiant day, with the sun shining brightly and clear skies stretching endlessly above, Lieutenant Rei Yu, present. At the command platform, the booming voice of Admiral John echoed as Rei Yu saluted in response. Good, everyone is gathered. Let us depart. Admiral John signaled to the surrounding admirals with a wave of his hand. Rei Yu was merely one among the multitude of personnel involved in this demon-slaying decree. His insignificance as a mere second lieutenant rendered him rather inconspicuous in this grand scheme. The reason he was singled out was due to his recent outstanding performance, which served as a test for him. Truth be told, Rei Yu was not truly qualified to partake in this mission. The Navy evidently regarded him as a promising talent, nurturing his potential. Half an hour later, Rei Yu and Guina found themselves aboard the Navy's most formidable warship. This demon-slaying decree had dispatched 10 of these incredibly powerful vessels from the Water City, accompanied by 5 vice admirals, 10 potential rear admirals, and an army of over 10,000 elite sailors, presenting an unprecedentedly formidable force. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Rei Yu, who gazed into the distance at a man in a red uniform, feeling an immense pressure. Truly, he was aptly named. He was indeed the most loyal hound of the Navy. Witnessing this legendary figure firsthand only intensified Rei Yu's anxiety. Regrettably, he had been assigned under the command of a Kainu, the infamous red-haired dog. Originally intent on saving lives, Rei Yu now felt utterly constrained. There was a real possibility that he might be killed by this individual. This was no jest. One need not doubt Akainu's notorious reputation. For him, taking a life was as effortless as slaughtering a chicken. And he had extinguished the likes of Ace without so much as a blink. Even in combat against Whitebeard, he showed no fear, enduring a devastating defeat but still managing to leave scars on Whitebeard, a testament to his undeniable strength. Rei Yu pondered his next move, deciding to take it one step at a time. If all else failed, he could always flee, knowing the Navy would eventually depart. He could not bear to witness the demise of such a charming and lovely elder sister, nor could he stand idly by while a sweet young girl endured such suffering. After several days of sailing, Rei Yu's large contingent finally arrived at their destination, an island gradually emerging into view. All forces, advance, with Akainu's command. The ship's cannons roared to life, unleashing a relentless barrage toward the island as Rei Yu and his comrades began to disembark. Guina, keep watch on the Navy's movements. If anyone approaches my direction, report back immediately. Rei Yu instructed as he handed her a transponder snail before propelling himself into the air. Thud, thud, thud. As Rei Yu bounded through the air, his figure swiftly vanished from sight. He had complete faith in Guina, who had perfected her swordsmanship to the point where she was on par with a major, ensuring her own safety in this situation. Is that the talented young Navy lieutenant? The sailors aboard the ship were astonished by Rei Yu's agility, recognizing that he had mastered the legendary 6 forms of the Navy at such a young age. Moreover, he seemed to possess the powers of a devil fruit, heralding a prodigious talent. Akainu cast a curious glance at the vanishing Rei Yu, intrigued. Minutes later, Rei Yu realized he was indeed the first to reach the island, providing him with a moment of solace. However, his expression soon darkened as he spotted a man gliding effortlessly over the ocean, approaching him with an air of nonchalance. The man merely glanced at Rei Yu before continuing on his way. Damn it, another vice admiral. Rei Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him as the man seemed indifferent to his presence. At that moment, Rei Yu's desire to grow stronger and his yearning for the devil fruit intensified. Time was of the essence. He had to move. Uncertain whether the man had intentionally let him pass or not, Rei Yu pressed onward, sprinting toward his destination with all his might. Before long, he arrived at the base of a colossal tree. That guy should be looking for the giant now. I hope the giant can buy me some time. Rei Yu mused as he gazed up at the towering tree, then quickly dashed inside. How did the Navy find this place? The inhabitants of the tree gasped in shock upon seeing Rei Yu's entrance. However, Rei Yu had no time to engage in conversation. He swiftly scanned his surroundings. Where is she? This is illogical. I distinctly recall that girl was supposed to be here studying. Rei Yu thought anxiously. Ah, there. After a brief search, he finally spotted a young girl sitting quietly in a corner. Come with me, he urged as he seized her by the arm. Hey, what are you doing? Let me go. I haven't finished yet. The girl protested loudly as Rei Yu pulled her up. Release him, you vile Navy. The nearby scholars and youths erupted in outrage at Rei Yu's actions. Silence. If you don't flee now, prepare to meet your demise. The Navy has enacted the demon-slaying decree here, Rei Yu declared, disregarding their protests as he charged deeper into the tree. Simultaneously, the gravitational field within the tree dissipated. The demon-slaying decree? How can this be? An elder murmured, unable to believe Rei Yu's words. Boom. Just as the elder finished speaking, a resounding explosion shook the ground, causing the great tree to sway precariously, sending the occupants into a panic. It's the cannon fire, a terrified scholar exclaimed. We're doomed. Those ruthless Navy. The soulless Navy. The inhabitants of the tree began to scatter in a frenzy, their shouts filled with curses. Yet, without Rei Yu's assistance, they were doomed to merely buy him a little more time. If they managed to escape, the demon-slaying decree would not instill fear in the hearts of the people, for it was truly a merciless and indiscriminate slaughter. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sarone, long time no see. The hat-wearing Akiji greeted the giant before him with a gentle inquiry, has the Navy found this place? Seeing the visitor, the giant's eyes reflected a hint of resignation as he softly replied, this place is finished. Akiji did not respond, merely stating, I have long been aware of that. My life is inconsequential, but for the sake of our past friendship, I implore you to spare the life of a little girl. If you do so, we shall owe each other nothing. The giant implored Akiji. Why go through this? Akiji sighed deeply, knowing he had never owed anyone a favor. Once he owed one, he would repay it. This was well known. Akiji and Akainu represented two extremes. As for Kazuru, he seemed to remain aloof, as if indifferent to everything. You promised, Sarone. The giant reminded softly. I cannot say for certain, Akiji replied ambiguously, but he recalled the young boy he had encountered earlier. I hope you will not disappoint me, he murmured, unaware that his contemplations had already been noticed by others. What did you say? Sarah gazed at Qingji, perplexed, and inquired. It's nothing. You must be on your way, Qingji replied before departing. As he left, the surrounding earth transformed into icy mountains. He had personally slain his former companions. And at that moment, Qingji's spirits were exceedingly low. He could not fathom why the other party chose not to flee, willingly embracing death. He was oblivious to the fact that Sarah sought to exchange her life for that of a little girl. If Lei Yu were to discover this, he would surely be incensed. The situation would have been manageable without Lei Yu's presence. However, with him around, Sarah's demise would be in vain, leaving no time to even delay the inevitable. Upon learning this, Lei Yu would undoubtedly be infuriated. In the fifth update, a surge of 15,000 words erupted. Brothers and sisters, Xiao Mao has delivered. How about you? Hey, you villain, put me down. Where are you taking me? The little girl in Lei Yu's arms, observing the surrounding carnage, grew increasingly anxious, realizing she needed to warn everyone to escape. Oh, what a kind-hearted child. I will take you away from here, Lei Yu gently assured her. No, I do not wish to leave. Upon hearing Lei Yu's words, the little girl struggled even more fiercely. Why? Do you not understand that if you do not leave, you will soon face death, and no one will be able to save you? Do you know about the demon-slaying order? If you study history, you should be aware of it, Lei Yu explained to the girl in his arms. The demon-slaying order? What is that legendary decree? The little girl's eyes widened in shock. Now that you understand, the Navy has already issued the demon-slaying order here. If we do not flee now, we will find it impossible to escape later, Lei Yu said. His expression grave. Why do you want to save me? The little girl gazed at Lei Yu, questioning. I have taken a liking to you, Lei Yu said, looking deeply into the girl's eyes. Nicole Robin, is this our first meeting? Nicole Robin retorted, casting a glance at Lei Yu. I fell in love with you at first sight, Lei Yu declared, unperturbed and unabashed. Nicole Robin was momentarily speechless, unable to respond for quite some time. Then I cannot leave, Nicole Robin asserted resolutely. Why? This time, it was Lei Yu's turn to be puzzled. Because I must wait for my mother. If I leave, she will not be able to find me, Nicole Robin replied earnestly. Rei Yu contemplated silently. What use is it for you to wait when your mother is soon to depart for the afterlife? Despite his thoughts, he found himself powerless in the situation. Originally, Rei Yu intended to rescue Nico Robin and flee, but misfortune had placed him within Admiral Akainu's ranks. given his unfortunate disposition. He envisioned a scenario where he would inevitably encounter both Nico Robin and the Admiral. Alas, would that not spell my demise? He mused inwardly. Are you truly not going to leave? Lei Yu glared at the young woman before him, his resolve hardening. If you attempt to take me by force, I shall end my own life immediately. You may think you can possess me for a fleeting moment, but you will never claim me entirely. In that case, you shall forever be deprived of me, Nico Robin declared with an air of defiance. Lei Yu thought disdainfully, how absurd. I have not sunk to such depths as to prey upon such young girls. I merely nurture them. He found himself at a loss for words regarding the young girls of this world. Hancock was one such example, and Guena was not far behind. Now, yet another one had emerged, audaciously threatening Lei Yu. Had Guena possessed such acumen, Lei Yu would undoubtedly have found her formidable. Of course, were it not for this peculiar situation, Lei Yu's intelligence might not suffice to handle the young girl before him. Truly, as a student of history, he possessed an extensive understanding of both ancient and modern times, showcasing unparalleled wisdom. With a resigned sigh, Lei Yu understood that he had no choice but to press forward. Hancock, adorable and unique, was a rarity among women. Guena was pure and charming, yet the one before him was as frigid as ice and cunningly shrewd. Each of the young girls possessed their own distinct charm, and it was fortunate that it was Lei Yu, for an ordinary person would surely struggle to manage them. As for Luffy, the invincible protagonist, one might say. Moreover, the opposing party was a mere blockhead, devoid of emotional intelligence, a waste of resources. Let me make myself clear. I can arrange for you to see your mother, and I can save her, but from this moment on, you must accompany me. Lei Yu conceded, fully aware that he was risking his life to gain the trust of the young girl before him. Let's discuss that after I meet my mother. The girl in Lei Yu's arms replied with a sly smile, clearly enjoying her intellectual superiority over him. Little did Lei Yu know that if he were aware of her thoughts, he would certainly erupt in outrage, cursing vehemently. Very well, Lei Yu sighed in agreement. Thinking to himself, once I have your mother under my control, you'll have no choice but to follow me. If the girl in his arms were to learn of his devious plans, she would surely scorn his shamelessness. Incredulous that he could conceive such underhanded tactics against a mere child. Thus, Lei Yu and the icy beauty, Nico Robin, both with ulterior motives, returned. However, upon their return, disaster awaited Lei Yu. The once towering tree was engulfed in flames, and beside it knelt a white-haired woman, battered and bruised, surrounded by a throng of Navy soldiers. Fortunately, Akainu was not present. Only a handful of elite Navy members and a formidable boss remained. Why have you returned? Akiji exclaimed, his anger palpable upon seeing the peculiar Lei Yu. Initially, he could have easily granted Lei Yu's last wish, but now, witnessing him again ignited his fury. Do you truly believe you can take anyone from here at your whim? If it weren't for my control over this area, those brutes would have already slaughtered everyone here. Realizing Akiji was fully aware of the situation, Lei Yu felt a pang of regret. However, it was too late. He was already committed to action. Mama! Nico Robin cried out, struggling in Lei Yu's embrace upon seeing the weakened woman on the ground. Time had hardly left a mark on Robin's mother. She remained stunningly beautiful. Robin! The kneeling woman raised her head at the sound of her daughter's voice, her expression lighting up with joy. Mama! Upon confirming her mother's identity, Nico Robin could no longer contain herself, calling out fervently. Had it not been for Lei Yu's tight grip, she would have dashed forward. Lieutenant Lei Yu, you have done well to capture an escapee. This achievement will not go unnoticed. A rear admiral praised Lei Yu as he approached him. I caught your sister. Lei Yu muttered to himself, though he maintained a polite smile. What to do now? A direct approach was out of the question. He was certainly no match for Akiji. The moment he moved, he would become an ice sculpture. Fighting was futile. Luffy was a testament to that. A blatant attempt would fail, leaving only the option for something more covert. Yet, it seemed there were no skilled fighters on this island to exploit. Caught in a web of indecision, Lei Yu stood frozen. Suddenly, amidst his turmoil, an idea sparked to life. In an instant, Lei Yu appeared beside Nico Robin's mother without uttering a word. You fiend, perish. With a powerful strike of his right hand, he forcefully struck her heart. In that moment, Nico Robin's mother's heart was obliterated, and she succumbed almost immediately. Nico Robin witnessed the shocking demise of her mother and was consumed by a frenzy, her eyes ablaze with fury, as if she were a beast ready to devour. You little demon, what name do you bear? Meet your end. Bang. Using the same method, Lei Yu swiftly eliminated Nico Robin once more. Damn it. Stop right now. Upon witnessing Lei Yu's decisive actions, Admiral Akiji momentarily froze. However, by the time he regained his composure, both he and Nico Robin had fallen victim to Lei Yu's prowess. Oh, Admiral Akiji, why halt? Do you wish to save them? Lei Yu innocently inquired. You. Akiji nearly choked on his own frustration at Lei Yu's question. Lieutenant Lei Yu, your contribution is commendable. I shall report it truthfully. We in the Navy need talents like you. The Admiral expressed his admiration, having been thoroughly displeased with Akiji's hesitation. Seeing Lei Yu's impressive display only delighted him further. All thanks to the government's nurturing, Lei Yu feigned humility. Though inwardly he was desperate for these fools to depart, now that everyone has left. Before Akiji could finish, Lei Yu interjected, interrupting him from collecting the bodies. Admiral Akiji, while they may be devils, this desolate place tarnishes our Navy's image. Allow me to incinerate them, Lei Yu suggested gently. Very well, it is yours to handle. Burning them is indeed wise. The Admiral happily acquiesced, holding Akiji's pretentious morals in contempt and granting Lei Yu this favor. Akiji sighed in resignation, recognizing that persisting further would be futile, and departed with his men. Once everyone had vacated the area, Lei Yu's expression darkened as he gazed upon the two women lying on the ground, looking utterly wretched. How long do you intend to keep up this charade? Lei Yu barked. Oh, everyone is gone. Nico Robin rose, glancing around with a mischievous grin while wiping the blood from her chest. What happened? Wasn't I dead? The temporarily unconscious Nico Alvia murmured in confusion as she regained her senses. As long as I am here, how could you possibly die? Don't think your feigned deaths would deceive me. Even if you truly perished, I possess the means to resurrect you, Lei Yu scoffed dismissively. Indeed. None had anticipated that this seemingly youthful individual had outwitted them all. The earlier scene had merely been a ruse. Possessing the power of reincarnation, Lei Yu skillfully manipulated it to create a small incision at the heart's location, allowing blood to flow outward and crafting the illusion of a shattered heart. Such a feat was uniquely within Lei Yu's capabilities. Others would not have been able to execute it. As for Nico Robin, the moment she realized her mother was alive, she instantly grasped Lei Yu's intentions and cooperated by letting out a dramatic scream before collapsing, causing Lei Yu to second-guess whether he had truly harmed them. This place is no longer safe. Let's move. From now on, you shall accompany me. Change into these naval uniforms, Lei Yu instructed, gesturing towards the distant corpses of two Navy personnel. All right. Nico Alvia finally comprehended that it was this seemingly diminutive youth who had rescued them. Thus she complied with Lei Yu willingly. She understood that they had both once faced death, and following Lei Yu was their best outcome. Otherwise, their fate would still lead to demise. Half an hour later, Lei Yu returned to his resting quarters, flanked by the two young women in their naval attire. Fortunately, I had prepared an extra set of clothing, he thought with relief as he observed Nico Robin clad in the miniature naval uniform. Sir, who are these two? Kuina inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Lei Yu's companions. These two will henceforth be your sisters, Lei Yu replied nonchalantly. Oh, Kuina nodded in confusion. Although a portion of the Navy has seen you, you will need to remain hidden for a while. Once I conclude my affairs and depart from the Navy, I will take you with me, Lei Yu addressed the two women before him. You are willing to leave the Navy for us? Nico Alvia asked incredulously, her gaze fixed upon Lei Yu. What? Do you doubt my sincerity? I risked my life for you. Had it not been for that foolish rear admiral, Akiji would have certainly uncovered the truth. Even if I temporarily sealed your hearts to induce cardiac failure, Akiji would have detected the anomaly upon approaching. Lei Yu lamented as if genuinely disheartened. And no, you have done so much for us. How can we ever repay you? We would never be able to repay this debt in our lifetimes. You should not concern yourself with us. You are now a lieutenant, and your future in the Navy is boundless. Nico Alvia advised kindly. It's not for your sake. Even without you, I would eventually leave this place. Lei Yu muttered to himself. I do not seek your gratitude. I only ask that you remain by my side, he said with a meaningful gaze. Shameless. Nico Robin murmured quietly. What are you saying? Nico Alvia, clearly touched by Lei Yu's words, shot a reproachful glance at Nico Robin. We will not abandon you. We shall forever repay your grace for saving us from extinction, Nico Alvia solemnly declared, fully aware of Lei Yu's intentions. However, she bore no ill will towards him, understanding that no good fortune comes without cost. I believe this fellow has not truly faced any danger. That admiral clearly wished to spare us but could not find an excuse. Even if he had discovered the truth, he would have chosen to overlook it. This guy is merely relying on that, Nico Robin coldly deduced, murmuring her insights. Upon hearing Nico Robin's remarks, Lei Yu's expression faltered. Was this an outright display of intellectual superiority? Unwilling to accept this, he reflected on how quickly his scheme had been unraveled. All thanks to this extraordinary girl who had seen through him from the start. Robin is still young. Please do not take offense, Nico Alvia awkwardly explained to Lei Yu. It's quite all right. I am not offended. Why would I take issue with a child? Lei Yu waved dismissively. Are you not just a few years older than me? Nico Robin retorted, muttering under her breath. Rei Yu. Beside him, Guyana was taken aback to find that the two naval officers before them were women. However, upon observing their disheveled appearance, the perceptive Guyana quickly grasped the situation. Today, Rei Yu felt a sense of relief, having finally set aside a significant burden. The day had been fraught with peril. Although Nico Robin had spoken lightly of it, Rei Yu was indeed taking a gamble. Achieving one's objectives was not solely reliant on brute force. At times, one must employ intellect. Relying solely on raw strength is the hallmark of a mere brawler. Had Rei Yu unleashed his full power today, even at the expense of his own well-being, he might have wrested Nico Robin and the others from Akiji's grasp. However, such an approach bore excessive costs and peril, potentially attracting the attention of others, leaving Rei Yu with no means of escape. Furthermore, possessing the power of reincarnation, it would be foolish not to utilize it. Only a fool would resort to brute force. As long as the enemy refrained from attacking Nico Robin and her companions, Rei Yu would not resort to violence, only doing so when absolutely necessary. After all, Rei Yu was still quite inexperienced, despite wielding the formidable Reincarnation Fruit. He was not invincible. Given that a more prudent solution existed, he naturally opted against reckless actions. This method would benefit everyone. Nico Robin and her companions would merely endure a bit of suffering, which posed no substantive harm. Would it be wise to engage in a brutal struggle with Akiji? Risking confrontation with Akainu? Even Tenrei Yes could not evade the might of a rear admiral. Thus, Rei Yu felt quite satisfied with today's outcome. Having achieved his goal without bloodshed, indeed, the clever use of intellect proved invaluable, he mused narcissistically. That young man thought he could deceive me? That woman is clearly still breathing. Despite the bloodshed, her injuries are negligible. Akiji strolled across the ocean's surface, murmuring to himself. Old friend, I have fulfilled your request. You may now rest in peace. Akiji gazed into the distance, lost in thought, unaware that Rei Yu was oblivious to all of this. Otherwise, Rei Yu's perception of the rear admiral's strength would have soared to new heights. Time passed swiftly, and a few days later. Brother, the devil fruit is far too expensive, we cannot afford it. The second brother looked at Rei Yu with a troubled expression. Damn, I knew it wouldn't be easy. Hearing his brother's report, Rei Yu's expression darkened. Brother, we have secured them in a safe location. They are not in danger for the time being, the seventh brother added. Well, that is a relief. Now, there are some matters I need to discuss with you all, Rei Yu nodded, turning his gaze toward the 7 individuals before him. After a while, I will depart from the Navy. At that time, you 7 will remain as undercover agents within the Navy. What do you think? Rei Yu spoke gently to the 7 before him. Brother, please don't abandon us. Are you planning to go there? The astute 7th brother suddenly grasped the situation and inquired of Rei Yu. Do you think your current strength is sufficient to accompany me to certain death? Rei Yu erupted in anger. Brother, the 7th brother and the others fell silent. Rest assured, I won't perish. As long as you all integrate well within the Navy and don't bring shame upon me, that's all that matters. Before that, I will create some distance between us. So you must not disappoint me. In several years, I hope you will be able to assist me then, Rei Yu stated solemnly, looking at the 7 individuals. Brother, don't worry, we will not let you down. The 7 before Rei Yu vowed earnestly, knowing that their current strength would only hinder him. Just then, the telephone bug beside Rei Yu rang. Hello, this is Navy Lieutenant Rei Yu, he answered the call. Lieutenant Rei Yu, please report to the Navy Hall immediately. A voice on the other end instructed. Understood. Rei Yu nodded and hung up. Now, you may leave. From this moment on, do not follow me. But protect Nico Robin and the others. Wait for me to come and retrieve them, Rei Yu instructed the 7 individuals before him. Yes, brother. The second brother and the others nodded gravely, understanding that Rei Yu's actions were for their benefit, as he was about to undertake a perilous endeavor, further highlighting their own inadequacies. Minutes later, Rei Yu arrived at the Navy Hall. You've arrived. Based on your performance and after intense discussions, we have decided to award you the greatest honor ever, promoting you to Rear Admiral, John stated appreciatively upon seeing Rei Yu. However, John quickly shifted the tone of his words. Due to your youth, most do not agree, believing your strength does not warrant the rank of Rear Admiral. Therefore, we have decided to offer you a chance. If you can withstand 10 strikes from a Rear Admiral without defeat, we will promote you to Rear Admiral. John continued. Do not underestimate these 10 strikes. Most Rear Admirals cannot endure even 10 blows from an Admiral. The difference in strength between Rear Admirals and Admirals is astronomical. Much like that between Admirals and Fleet Admirals. Of course, this excludes honorary generals, who achieve their rank through connections or past achievements. What is your decision? You may choose to decline, as swords are unforgiving, and you are still young. If you decline, we will still promote you to Major, John elaborated. I accept. Rei Yu responded without a moment's hesitation. This was a promotion to Rear Admiral, a height that many may never attain in their lifetime. How could Rei Yu possibly refuse? The word give up did not exist in Rei Yu's vocabulary, and he saw this as an opportunity to gauge his own strength. Admiral Akainu, I appreciate your cooperation this time, John said, looking at the man dressed in red, draped in a naval cloak. Damn it, this is a trap. Upon seeing Akainu, Rei Yu inwardly cursed vehemently. Rei Yu was most unwilling to confront the future's 3 formidable generals, yet by some twist of fate, he found himself facing the most challenging one. He felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Is something troubling you? John inquired, having noticed Rei Yu's expression. No, no problem. Rei Yu hastily shook his head. Very well, let the challenge commence. John stepped back and announced. You might as well concede. Otherwise, you will regret it later, Akainu said dismissively, his gaze not even acknowledging Rei Yu's presence. How arrogant. Rei Yu thought to himself, glaring at the imposing figure before him. Are you feeling defiant? Very well. I shall remind you of your place, considering you once served under me. It would be prudent to accept your position. The rank of Major should suffice for someone like you, Akainu continued, imparting his wisdom with an air of superiority. With but a single move, I can handle you. However, should you manage to withstand 3 of my moves, I will concede that you deserve to stand before me, Akainu stated, extending a single finger. This guy is far too serious, a vice admiral murmured. Noting that Rei Yu was merely in his early teens, yet was already one of the most talented prodigies in naval history. I will give it my all. For the legendary Momo, for the empress of my heart. This time, I shall risk everything, Lei Yu resolved fiercely. Having already secured the affections of Kuina and Nico Robin, only the elusive Momo remained. As for Nami, she was still pursuing further education, and Lei Yu remained unperturbed, knowing that her exceptional skills were a result of her diligent studies in her youth. Lei Yu must not interfere with the opponent. Should he inadvertently cause harm to the great navigator, or could he possibly lament his actions? Thus, he could only apologize to Nami. Nevertheless, he has discreetly dispatched Xiaoqi and the others to assist her from the shadows. Lei Yu is confident that, even without his direct aid, she will undoubtedly remain unharmed and unscathed. A mere 1,000 or so ferocious dragons are no challenge for Xiaoqi and his companions, especially since Lei Yu has subtly enhanced their abilities through the ancient practice of I Ching cleansing. Though not as extraordinary as Guina, achieving a moderate level of proficiency was certainly within reach. Gravity field. Lei Yu's pupils constricted as a formidable gravitational force enveloped the surroundings. Currently, he could manipulate gravity at levels ranging from 10 to 50 times its normal strength. Yet, one should not underestimate this increment. Consider this. An individual weighing approximately 100 pounds would, in an instant, experience a tenfold increase in weight, transforming from 100 to 1,000 pounds. For an ordinary person, this would render them helplessly kneeling. However, as Lei Yu marveled at this phenomenon, Akainu, standing before him, merely exhibited a slight change in expression before swiftly regaining his composure. Is this your devil fruit ability? Quite intriguing. Alas, it is still insufficient. You lack the requisite mastery. Akainu remarked with a hint of disappointment. The tenfold gravity field had no discernible effect on this individual. Of course, as a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, he possessed inherent defenses against both gravitational and repulsive forces. Observing Akainu, Lei Yu's expression shifted, and he extended his hands. Instantly, the gravitational force around him escalated once more, causing fissures to appear in the earth beneath. This was becoming interesting. The 20-fold gravity field evidently impacted Akainu, approaching the limits of his capabilities. Lei Yu recognized that exceeding this threshold would hinder his agility, as he would need to expend his reincarnation energy, resulting in sluggish movements. After all, despite the extraordinary nature of the reincarnation fruit, its effectiveness depends on the wielder. Merely possessing the fruit does not confer instant invincibility. The fruit's powers evolve alongside the user's growth, and Lei Yu could currently only access a few of its rare abilities. With the formidable 6 paths of reincarnation beyond his reach at present, kid, I shall now unleash my attack. I hope you can withstand it, should you perish. Do not blame me, Akainu stated with a smile. Whoosh. As his words fell, Akainu's figure swiftly vanished, transforming into a streak of crimson. Incredible. A 20-fold gravity field. And he still moves with such speed. Logia fruits truly possess an advantage over me. Lei Yu thought, his expression shifting as he faced the incoming Akainu. Hellhound. Sizzle. Akainu's fist instantaneously morphed into molten magma, crashing down upon Lei Yu with tremendous force. Absolute repulsion. With a swift motion, Lei Yu extended his hands forward, and a layer of white protective shield rapidly manifested around him. Boom. With a resounding impact, Akainu's fist mercilessly struck against Lei Yu's barrier. Repulsion, is it? Intriguing. To control 2 opposing forces is indeed a rarity. However, it is regrettable that these 2 powers seem to have little effect on me. I am magma. And no matter how heavy, in a fluid state akin to molten rock, I can still move, even if I cannot directly touch you. Yet, the temperature of the magma can still burn you. Therefore, your techniques are of no use against me, Akainu remarked, gazing at Lei Yu with an air of confidence. Is that so? Lei Yu responded, observing the seemingly self-assured Akainu with a cold snort. Chafe. In an instant, Lei Yu vanished from his position and reappeared behind Akainu. In my domain, you dare to be so arrogant? By heaven, if I don't show you the consequences, you might truly believe I am easily trifled with. Lanjiao. A resounding impact echoed as a white blade of wind struck Akainu fiercely, tearing a substantial gash in his attire and revealing the molten magma beneath. Cursed magma, huh? Without the armor of Haki, I cannot inflict harm on this fellow. Nevertheless, as long as I can endure for 10 exchanges within this gravity field, I do not believe he can seize me, Lei Yu pondered to himself. Marine 6 forms? Akainu grimaced, touching the ragged fabric of his clothes, murmuring softly. Akaren. Suddenly, a crimson lotus of magma surged toward Lei Yu, brimming with formidable power. You scoundrel, Akainu, do you intend to kill him? John shouted from a distance, indignantly rebuking Akainu. Chafe. Yet, at the critical moment, Lei Yu's form vanished once more. Boom. Simultaneously, the earth erupted in a violent explosion, and a mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. When the smoke dissipated, a vast crater marred the landscape. What sheer destructive force! However, with such sluggish attacks. You shall never hit me, Lei Yu mused calmly. Is this yet another of the Marine 6 forms? Paper drawing? Utilizing the airflow generated by the opponent's attack. And at the last moment, allowing one's body to drift like paper in the wind to evade the assault? It seems I have truly underestimated you, Akainu acknowledged, his expression growing solemn. Lei Yu is adept at shaving, and while Akainu can accept that, He is taken aback to discover that his opponent has also mastered the intricate skill of paper drawing. Is this individual truly a prodigy? This revelation weighs heavily on those who have toiled tirelessly. How can they bear such a disparity? The very genius that he despises most is someone like Lei Yu. And upon encountering such talent, he can only respond with harsh suppression. Akainu's mood is grim as he casts a dark glance at Lei Yu. After 2 exchanges, he declares, "Prepare for my 3rd move. If you can withstand it, you will have succeeded in this challenge." Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Akainu addresses Lei Yu with a chilling calmness. "Akainu, remember your station and know when to hold back." John cautions, sensing an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. "Fear not. I shall not take his life. I have not yet descended to such a lowly state," Akainu replies nonchalantly as he slowly extends his hands, from which a multitude of magma bubbles begins to emerge. What on earth does this man intend to do? Lei Yu watches the still Akainu, a foreboding feeling creeping over him. "Are you not skilled at evasion? This time, I shall oblige you." Meteoric fire rain. With a thunderous boom, as Akainu's words resonate, torrents of magma erupt from his hands, shooting skyward and quickly enveloping the heavens in a shroud of ominous clouds. Damn it, this madman is actually using that technique. Lei Yu exclaims mentally, cursing as he gazes up at the dense black clouds. "This is your doing. I had no intention of resorting to underhanded tactics. But since you were so shameless, do not blame me for what follows." Pirate version of Shinra Tensei. With a heart full of anguish, Lei Yu gazed at the fleeting 100 units of reincarnation power. He bellowed in fury. Suddenly, a colossal white halo erupted around him, while the meteor shower overhead descended with unrelenting force, striking the protective shield enveloping Lei Yu, coupled with the gravitational field surrounding him. The meteors now possessed 20 times their former destructive potential. As for why Lei Yu did not dispel the gravitational field, the reason was clear. It was a means of retaliation against Akainu. "Red Dog, perish at my hands. How dare you conspire against me?" Shinra Tensei. As Lei Yu gazed at the sky, finally free from the meteor shower, he roared triumphantly. In an almost instantaneous manner, the meteors that had been attacking him were all deflected back under his control by the power of Shinra Tensei. What? How is this possible? Akainu, momentarily reveling in his arrogance, was suddenly struck with panic at the sight of the incoming celestial barrage, with a series of explosive sounds. The smoke gradually dissipated from the onlooker's view, revealing the nearly exposed figure of the Red Dog, who now appeared utterly disheveled. A trickle of blood stained the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating that Lei Yu's assault had inflicted damage. Fortunately for him, he possessed the ability to transform into magma. Otherwise, he would certainly have met his demise. Had he not been immune to most of Lei Yu's attacks, the final, lightning-fast Shinra Tensei could have been fatal. Instead, he was merely injured by the rebound effect of the Shinra Tensei. "Well done, Lieutenant Lei Yu. No, now you are the youngest rear admiral in naval history," John thought, relishing the sight of Akainu's disarray. He had long harbored disdain for the arrogant Akainu, who had disregarded him despite being an elder. Lei Yu had provided him with a sense of vindication, filling him with joy. However, Lei Yu himself felt far from elated. Despite Akainu's apparent distress, he understood that his opponent had not sustained any life-threatening injuries, merely minor wounds. It's often said that those embroiled in a situation lack clarity, while observers possess a clearer perspective. Lei Yu was indeed formidable. At his young age, he had managed to injure a rear admiral. One must remember that even years later, Luffy was subjected to defeat at the hands of rear admirals. It was only in the New World that he would rise to challenge them successfully. In the earlier days against Whitebeard, Luffy was frequently overpowered by rear admirals, and as for admirals themselves, well, that was another matter entirely. Thanks to the Navy for their nurturing, Lei Yu humbly remarked as he donned the rear admiral's uniform and withdrew, paying no heed to the grim-faced Akainu beside him. "Damn it, I have long wished to best you, and today that wish has been fulfilled," Lei Yu thought, feeling a surge of satisfaction at Akainu's plight. Now that Lei Yu had attained the rank of rear admiral, Akainu could no longer seek retaliation. Those of admiral rank were considered core figures within the Navy and its backbone, and as the youngest and most promising rear admiral in naval history, Akainu could not afford to act recklessly. Time passed swiftly, and in a matter of days, Lei Yu had efficiently managed his affairs, promoting his subordinates to the ranks of major and lieutenant colonel. Utilizing his privileges as a rear admiral, he discreetly commandeered a warship and departed from the Navy. As a rear admiral, his authority far exceeded that of a division officer. Otherwise, during his time as a lieutenant, he would never have been able to wear the Justice Code, a privilege reserved for those of major rank and above. Ray looked at the map in his hands, his expression grave as he gazed ahead. "Sir, we are still a day's journey from the naval headquarters," a brigadier general reported to Ray. The major general of Lei Yu's headquarters holds greater authority than the respective lieutenant generals. Thus it is not particularly surprising to have a mere brigadier general under his command. Understood. Lei Yu nodded. Rei Yu, possessing the rank of rear admiral, effortlessly navigated through numerous obstacles, making his way towards the Navy headquarters, situated at the heart of the Red Line, Mariehua. However, Rei Yu's ultimate objective was not Mariehua, but rather the Red Line itself. According to recent intelligence, Human traffickers had sold Hancock and others to the Celestial Dragons just yesterday, and today, the Celestial Dragons were returning to the Red Line. Rei Yu was in hot pursuit. Although he had received news about the traffickers long ago, he had only recently managed to capture the mastermind, which prompted his relentless chase. It was no laughing matter. A moment's delay could result in Hancock, with her endearing charm, bearing a scar that would never fade, a fate Rei Yu wished to prevent. The mark of the Celestial Dragons was no trifling matter. Come here, I have some instructions for you. Rei Yu summoned a nearby Brigadier General to his side. Yes, Rear Admiral, how may I assist you? The Brigadier General responded with utmost respect. Your task is to position the warship near the Red Line and await my return. I shall enter alone, Rei Yu instructed. Understood, Rear Admiral, the Brigadier General replied, saluting respectfully. Very well. Upon my return, I shall impart some insights into the 6 styles of the Navy, Rei Yu added with a slight smile. Thank you for your guidance, Rear Admiral. The Brigadier General, having heard tales of Rei Yu's prodigious talents, was visibly excited. It was said that he could stand undefeated even against vice admirals. And such brilliance could not be judged by age alone. I have high hopes for you, Rei Yu acknowledged with a satisfied nod. With a sudden leap, Rei Yu soared into the air, swiftly approaching the Red Line. How impressive! If only I possessed half of his prowess, I would be content, the Brigadier General murmured, admiring Rei Yu's graceful figure. Minutes later, Rei Yu, examining the map in his hand, gently descended onto the surface of the Red Line. Thank goodness for my rank as Rear Admiral. Otherwise, reaching this place would have been quite a challenge, he reflected. Recalling the layers of guards he had encountered along the way, he couldn't help but admire the audacity of the one who had scaled the Red Line unaided. Greetings, Rear Admiral. 2 guards, upon recognizing Rei Yu's insignia, immediately offered their respectful salutations. Rei Yu nodded in acknowledgement as he entered the Red Line. Upon stepping inside, he was once again awed by the grandeur of the architecture surrounding him. Goodness, what opulence! These accursed celestial dragons, he thought to himself, surveying the lavish buildings around him. The streets bustled with a diverse array of beings, with the proud celestial dragons parading their slaves, treating them as mere commodities. However, Rei Yu noticed the absence of mermaids, which made sense, as they were under the protection of Whitebeard and thus not easily obtained, not to mention the exorbitant sum of 500 million that the celestial dragons had once paid for a mermaid. Rei Yu is by no means a savior. These slaves might as well await the arrival of their liberator. Rei Yu possesses a modicum of self-awareness, for he cannot even ascertain whether he will survive after slaying the celestial dragon. After all, even Tiger did not escape unscathed. This is indeed the fabled domain of the 5 elders, the true puppeteers behind the scenes, an entity not to be trifled with. As Lei Yu traversed the street, he scrutinized the marked map in his hand and swiftly located the prison where the celestial dragons held their slaves. Halt! Just as Lei Yu was about to enter, 2 guards obstructed his path. Do you lack vision? Lei Yu glared at the guards, his anger palpable. Sir Major, please do not trouble us. Though you hold the rank of Major, this is the territory of the celestial dragons. We kindly ask you to leave, the guards implored. Frustrated, Lei Yu thought. It's indeed a challenge, but having come this far, retreat is not an option. The answer is evidently no. You seek death. In an instant, Lei Yu vanished from his position, manipulating the gravitational field surrounding him, leaving the 2 guards no opportunity to react as he swiftly seized them by the neck. A sharp crack echoed through the air, and with that, the 2 guards slowly crumpled to the ground, their faces etched with disbelief as they gazed at Lei Yu. They could scarcely fathom why a Rear Admiral from the Navy headquarters would resort to killing them, especially in the territory of the celestial dragons. After eliminating the 2 individuals, Lei Yu no longer hesitated and swiftly charged into the prison. Any guard who attempted to obstruct him was mercilessly dispatched without hesitation. However, after several minutes, Lei Yu found himself increasingly frustrated by his tangled luck. Despite the vast expanse of the prison, he had circled it 3 times without making any significant discoveries. Come here to me. Whoosh. Rei stretched out his right hand, drawing a slave from within the confines of the prison towards him. Tell me, do you know where the newcomers from yesterday or today are? Rei questioned the terrified slave in his grasp. My lord, please spare me. They're in the basement. As the new slaves require the imprint of servitude, the slave replied, trembling with fear. Damn it. Take me there. Rei cursed under his breath, commanding the frightened slave. Yes. Yes. The slave, quaking with trepidation, led Rei onward. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an elderly man fumed. Damn it. That audacious Major General is brazenly causing havoc in the Red Earth continent. He seeks death. As he listened to his subordinate's report, his fury escalated. Ironically, Rei's ill-fated luck seemed almost supernatural, for today, a high-ranking official from the naval headquarters felt particularly bored and sought amusement within the slave prison. Upon discovering a scene strewn with corpses and reviewing the footage, Rei's figure was inevitably revealed. The probability of encountering such misfortune was even lower than winning a lottery, yet Rei had stumbled into it, stirring the upper echelons of power. Unlike others who did not attract such attention, Rei had directly caught the notice of the naval headquarters, ensuring his notoriety. Previously, Tiger had succeeded by sheer surprise. And by the time the naval headquarters learned of his actions, he had already freed the slaves. In stark contrast, Rei gazed sorrowfully at the enslaved souls suffering around him. His heart ached as he began to comprehend why Tiger was willing to risk life itself to rescue these tormented beings. Regrettably, Rei realized he could not liberate them. Releasing them would only usher them toward a path of death. He had neither the strength nor the means to save them all, a truth he reluctantly accepted. "Kill us," pleaded the women beside him, their bodies ravaged and broken. Among them were beast women, humans, and even young girls, all beseeching him from the ground. "Beasts! Beasts!" Reiyu's eyes reddened as he cursed inwardly. In the realm of all beings, through the cycles of reincarnation, like a spinning fire wheel returning to the cycle, liberation awaits. The 6 paths of reincarnation. In the depths of his despair, Rei finally awakened the ability of his body to traverse the 6 paths of reincarnation. A colossal figure. An infernal king enveloped in flames materialized beside him. This fiery king gently opened its abyss-like maw, drawing the souls of the women from the ground within. Before vanishing behind Rei, "Is this person a deity?" A slave behind Rei murmured in terror, gazing at the horrifying king he had summoned. With a heavy sigh, Lei Yu surveyed the surrounding slave cages, and soon his gaze fell upon 3 young maidens. "Open up," he commanded, his right hand forming a fist that instantly transformed into a solid mass, as unyielding as iron. He struck the iron bars with tremendous force. Bang! As Lei Yu delivered a powerful blow, the prison before him contorted dramatically. With a resounding crash, he tore the prison door open with both hands. "Follow me." Without uttering a word, Lei Yu decisively seized the 3 Hancock sisters and began to make his way outside. "Are you aware of any secret passages here?" he inquired of the slave beside him. "There is a sewer that leads directly to the sea, but it can only accommodate 1 person at a time. However, it is a dead end, for even if one were to emerge, the sea would only lead to demise. The exit is situated at the location of the Gate of Justice, and without an order, no one can unlock it," the slave lamented dishearteningly. "Oh, I see. You may return. I wouldn't want to implicate you in my troubles," Lei Yu replied, waving him off as he hastened toward the sewer the slave had mentioned. What a joke. The Gate of Justice was precisely the path he had taken to arrive here. Once he reached it, he would be safe. Rei was unaware that a spontaneous decision had spared him from one of life's greatest crises, for the naval headquarters had encircled the area, rendering escape nearly impossible. A day later, within the confines of the naval headquarters, a report was delivered to an elderly man by a lieutenant general. "Sir, the adversary has escaped. Yet according to our projections, they should now be at the Gate of Justice. There exists a drainage system that leads directly from the prison to the gate. Although this route is fraught with difficulty, they are unlikely to evade capture. To the Gate of Justice, then. I shall personally ensure that this wretch is dealt with. How dare he slay a celestial dragon? Such a crime deserves nothing less than death." The old man's countenance was darkened with fury. Rei, emerging from the mire, grimaced at his soiled appearance, resembling a figure of the darkest hue. Were it not for his reincarnation powers, he would have surely suffocated within that wretched place. No wonder no one dares to traverse this route, he thought bitterly. "Let us change our attire and depart from this place," Rei instructed a petite companion, equally besmirched, with a blush adorning her cheeks. The charming Hancock turned to Rei and replied, "Please turn around while I change into the naval uniform." Rei turned away and began to cleanse himself with water, subsequently donning a fresh outfit that he had prepared in advance. Just as he turned to offer Hancock a wash, she suddenly exclaimed loudly, "What are you shouting for? With that physique, you hold no allure for me." Ignoring her protests, Rei meticulously cleaned her, repeating the process several times until he was finally satisfied. He disregarded Hancock's flushed cheeks, unable to discern whether they were a result of anger or embarrassment, and shifted his gaze towards the other 2 women. Nia and Mary were surprisingly cooperative, graciously allowing Rei to wash them. Without having consumed any animal-type devil fruits, they appeared as charming young ladies, not unpleasing to the eye. Suddenly, a thought struck Rei. He had forgotten about the devil fruits. Had he known, he would have refrained from traversing the sewer and instead sought to acquire more devil fruits. After finishing with Hancock, a realization dawned upon him, prompting a wave of regret. "Is this what you referred to as a devil fruit?" At that moment, Hancock retrieved a beautiful pink fruit from the dirty laundry and inquired, "How do you have that?" Rei was taken aback, astonished by her question. "They gave it to us, but we dared not consume it. They threatened us, saying if we didn't eat, they would kill us. We were just about to eat it when we encountered you." Mary and Nia also produced 2 devil fruits. "Goodness, these celestial dragons are incredibly wealthy. It's downright enviable. I must return to patronize them next time," Rei resolved in his heart. "You can eat this fruit, but these 2 should not be consumed." He placed the pink fruit into Hancock's mouth, while he absorbed the devil fruits held by Nia and Mary. To his surprise, he discovered that they were 2 grade C devil fruits. What a lavish indulgence, he thought, cursing internally upon realizing their value. However, Rei felt he had unjustly maligned the celestial dragons. Hancock and her companions had simply encountered affluence, hence receiving devil fruits. After all, possessing a devil fruit granted far greater capabilities than an ordinary person, yet most slaves were not even entitled to consume them. As for the extravagance of the wealthy, well, it was a realm beyond the comprehension of the average individual. Moments later, Lei Yu stood before the grand entrance of the gates of justice. As Lei Yu gazed upon the towering gate of justice, akin to a colossal pillar reaching for the heavens, it stood majestically above the ocean, exuding an extraordinary presence that instilled a profound sense of awe and trepidation. Open the gate. Lei Yu commanded the naval guards stationed at the gate of justice. With a swish, the guards, upon confirming Lei Yu's rank as a major general, slowly parted the immense gate just enough to create a narrow opening. Halt. No one is permitted to open the gate of justice today. At that moment, a roar reminiscent of an ancient behemoth reverberated through the heavens and the earth, causing Lei Yu's pupils to constrict. Let us proceed. Lei Yu swiftly embraced the Hancock sisters, his feet gliding like a moonlit dance, propelling them towards the narrow fissure of the justice gate. An act of folly. The approaching formidable adversary, witnessing Lei Yu's apparent indifference, instantly darkened in countenance. Grasping the elongated blade in his hand, he unleashed a powerful downward slash in Lei Yu's direction. With a resounding clash, a blade of darkness, reminiscent of an apocalyptic phenomenon, surged towards Lei Yu with alarming speed. Divine punishment. Lei Yu swiftly suspended the three sisters Hancock in midair using repulsive force, extending his hands forward as he shouted with fury. A layer of white protective shield enveloped his entire being in an instant. Boom. With a resounding crash, the incoming blade light collided heavily before Lei Yu. Crack. A shattering sound startled Lei Yu profoundly. How formidable. Is this the legendary power of a boss-level entity? The divine retribution that can withstand a 20-fold meteor shower falters against a mere swipe of their blade. Thunderous. As an explosion akin to thunder erupted, the protective shield before Lei Yu shattered instantaneously, sending him hurtling backward. Yet, in this critical moment, he adeptly harnessed the immense rebound force to embrace the airborne Hancock sisters. Vanishing from sight. Boom. Simultaneously, the Justice Gate, which had just opened a narrow passage, abruptly closed, darkening the countenance of the pursuing adversary. You scoundrel! I shall not let you escape. Inform everyone, Rear Admiral Lei Yu has breached the Holy Land, slain the celestial dragons, and committed prison break and unforgivable crime. A bounty of 300 million berries, nationwide wanted. The furious figure roared at his subordinates. 300 million berries? Upon hearing this, the man's expression darkened. How outrageous to place a bounty of 300 million on a mere child. This is the bounty of a notorious pirate. Though he felt disgruntled, he dared not voice his dissatisfaction. The elders were the true rulers of this world, far beyond his capacity to offend. Meanwhile, Lei Yu, entirely unaware of his newfound notoriety, hastened to the Navy warship. Sir, you have returned. The Commodore joyfully greeted him. Set sail. Lei Yu commanded, leading the Hancock sisters into the ship's cabin. Since the ship's transponder snail had been dismantled by Lei Yu, it was impossible for them to receive any messages. Just as Lei Yu entered the room, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion instantly waning as he sank into a chair. Big brother, are you all right? Hancock asked with genuine concern, observing Lei Yu's pallid state. I'm fine. I won't die just yet, Lei Yu replied softly, wishing to alleviate Hancock's worries. He had never anticipated being discovered, fortunately. He had not taken the original path. Sitting down, Lei Yu quickly grasped the situation and felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had underestimated the Navy. This time, he had suffered a significant setback. After all, the Navy had the power to dominate the world, and Lei Yu had been somewhat naive. Coupled with his previous life as a recluse, he had harbored a degree of arrogance. However, this experience served as a stark reminder that this was no game, but a tangible reality. Previously, Lei Yu had watched from the comfort of his home, dismissing it as inconsequential. Yet now, having experienced it firsthand, he understood the gravity of the situation. What he had viewed was merely superficial. For now, we should be safe, but we cannot return to the Navy. Once I retrieve a few friends, we shall have to embrace the pirate life. Lei Yu spoke gently to the three young girls before him. We fear not becoming pirates. But big brother, why did you save us? Hancock finally voiced her lingering question. Why? Lei Yu gazed at the three young girls with a faint smile. The moment I laid eyes upon you, I was enamored, and thus I rescued you. He expressed with heartfelt sincerity, betraying no hint of insincerity. In truth, he had come specifically to save them. Who would believe you? Hancock retorted, her adorable lips pouting slightly, instantly amplifying her charm. What do you plan to do with us now, big brother? Hancock felt a sense of having escaped from a tiger's den only to find herself in a wolf's lair. Lei Yu was momentarily rendered speechless by Hancock's candid words. What do you plan to do in the future? Lei Yu queried after a brief pause. To return home. If you can take us back, I will repay you, Hancock replied, glancing at her two younger sisters as if making a decision. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Even a young Hancock understands that. Intrigued, Lei Yu asked, how do you intend to repay me? Hancock, her cheeks slightly flushed, responded, I will be yours from now on. Since you have seen me completely, it seems I can no longer marry. She looked at Lei Yu, who was only slightly older than herself, with a hint of embarrassment. Lei Yu was merely slightly older than them, yet he possessed remarkable prowess. The young girl harbored no visions of her own gallant prince, and Lei Yu, looking quite commendable, especially in that dashing coat of justice, certainly endeared himself to Hancock with little effort. I certainly did not impose upon you, Lei Yu shamelessly remarked, nodding in agreement and offering Hancock a subtle smile. In truth, I had initially intended to return you all, yet I did not anticipate your gratitude. Commendable indeed, Lei Yu mused with a brazen undertone. Hancock's expression darkened instantly. No. Spare my sister, let me come instead. At that very moment, Nia and Mary, the two little girls, boldly interjected, causing Lei Yu to feel somewhat awkward. Sister, we will not leave you. Wherever you go, we shall follow, Nia and Mary earnestly proclaimed to Hancock. If you spare our sister, we shall serve you both. They added with youthful exuberance. If that is not feasible, then the three of us shall attend to you together. After all, we three sisters shall never be parted. The final words of Nia and Mary were barely audible, like the buzzing of a mosquito, and without Lei Yu's keen hearing, they would have gone unnoticed. Rei Yu gazed at the sky, murmuring to himself, am I merely lagging behind, or has the world become utterly insane? Hancock's face twitched with fury upon hearing Nia and Mary's words, but when she witnessed the profound sisterly bond between them, her hardened heart softened, and she let out a deep sigh. I wonder if being rescued by him is a blessing or a curse, Hancock pondered as she glanced at Rei Yu. Oh well. It is futile to dwell on these thoughts. If it weren't for him, we would undoubtedly be enduring a fate worse than death. Shaking her head, Hancock chose to dismiss such matters, for they had finally escaped from that merciless hell. Since I am now your fiancé, you shall henceforth address me as your excellency. The Empress, for I am destined to be the future sovereign of the Daughter's Island, Hancock declared playfully to Rei Yu. As Lei Yu gazed upon the adorable girl before him, her commanding words struck him with such force that he found himself kneeling instantly. Goodness, what a blatant provocation. Rei Yu gazed at the provocative girl before him, and without a moment's hesitation, he swept her into his arms. This was utterly intolerable. With a swift motion, he playfully smacked Hancock's derriere twice. Instantly, the girl, taken aback by the playful spank, began to cry. Rei Yu gazed at the weeping maiden, feeling an unexpected sense of awkwardness. Why are you crying? He inquired with a touch of annoyance. I am destined to be the future Empress. How dare you spank me? You are a villain, Hancock replied, her tears flowing as she faced Rei Yu with a mix of shyness and indignation. What Empress? In my eyes, you shall forever remain my little wife, Rei Yu declared after a moment of contemplation. Absolutely not. The Empress firmly rejected. Why not? This time, it was Rei Yu who was puzzled. I aspire to be the grand wife, not a little wife. I am the future Empress, Hancock proclaimed with great confidence. Lei Yu, go away. We have not yet escaped from danger. If nothing goes awry, the world is currently hunting us down. Lei Yu, wishing to divert the conversation, remarked. By the way, you must be weary. Why not have something to eat? He gestured towards the kitchen. Indeed, I am quite famished, the Hancock sisters replied, placing their hands on their bellies in agreement. Ray glanced at the vanishing Hancock sisters, gently shaking his head as he held two C-class devil fruits in his arms. Absorb. With a pull of his power, the two devil fruits swiftly vanished from his grasp. Time flew by, and before he realized it, 3 days had passed. The sky was a brilliant blue, unblemished by clouds, where the sea and sky melded into one. On the deck, Lei Yu stood, basking in the gentle caress of the sea breeze, his eyes softly closed as he embraced the essence of nature. After absorbing the two devil fruits, Lei Yu's mastery of the Navy's 6 forms ascended to a remarkable level, his physical prowess significantly enhanced by the power of reincarnation. At that moment, he felt strength coursing through him, magnitudes greater than before. Suddenly, a white paper bird appeared above him, and in an instant, a newspaper materialized in his hands. Huh? What is this? Lei Yu gazed at the newspaper with a hint of confusion. But upon noticing the bold headline declaring Navy trader Lei Yu alongside a staggering bounty of 300 million, he was utterly taken aback. Who possesses such audacity to set a bounty exceeding 300 million on a first offense? Incredible, and at such a tender age, truly unfathomable. As he pondered over the newspaper, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Upon seeing the wanted poster within, he froze in disbelief. Lei Yu? Wait, is that me? Shocked, he realized that he had become a wanted man, his bounty an astonishing 300 million. This was no small feat. To put it into perspective, at that time, Luffy had only achieved a 300 million bounty after defeating 2 warlords of the sea, while Lei Yu had reached such a figure on his very first bounty. What's wrong, big brother? Hancock inquired, observing Lei Yu's dazed expression with curiosity. Ah, big brother, you've become famous, the cute girl exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement upon seeing the newspaper in Lei Yu's grasp. Keep your voice down, Lei Yu quickly replied, placing a finger gently over Hancock's lips. Rei Yu never anticipated that the other party would issue a bounty on him so swiftly. Now it seemed the entire world was aware of his existence. With a staggering reward of 300 million, especially considering he was still just a child, he would undoubtedly be seen as an easy target wherever he went. Although Rei Yu was unafraid, he knew he would encounter myriad troubles in the future. It's all because of you. Now my big brother is wanted. You'd better repay me in kind later. Otherwise, I would have suffered a great loss, Rei Yu muttered as he gazed at Hancock in front of him. In the New World, the Navy had become increasingly absurd, placing a bounty on a mere teenager and offering a reward of 300 million berries. Has the Navy lost its senses? A man laughed. Foolishness. This kid may be young, but he dared to venture into the Red Line alone and returned unscathed. Moreover, he was a former Rear Admiral of the Navy. Do you truly believe the Navy has lost its mind? Whitebeard bellowed in anger. What Navy Rear Admiral? The man was taken aback and glanced at the newspaper again. No way. This kid is extraordinary, at such a young age. He is actually a Rear Admiral of the Navy. The man, who had previously dismissed Lei Yu, was suddenly struck with astonishment upon closer inspection of the article. Meanwhile, across the globe, people were hearing the name Lei Yu for the first time, aware of the miraculous young boy with a bounty of 300 million. A week later, Lei Yu gathered Kuna and the others and set off towards Hancock's hometown, Amazon Lily. With the Navy now on his tail, Lei Yu had no safe haven. Additionally, the pirate crew he was establishing in Water 7 would take 2 years to complete, thus he chose to hide on Amazon Lily for a while to avoid the spotlight. At the Navy headquarters, a table was smashed to pieces in an instant. You bunch of useless fools. After all this time, you Haven T gathered a single piece of information? What are you all doing? And that Sengoku, how could he allow such a scoundrel to become a Rear Admiral? The Navy chief roared, resembling a ferocious tiger. The notion that someone had embarrassed him and managed to escape filled him with immense rage. However, upon reviewing Lei Yu's resume, the chief's expression darkened once more. What a prodigious individual. No wonder he could withstand my sword strike and even injure a Rear Admiral. He must be eliminated, otherwise, he will undoubtedly become a formidable enemy of the Navy in the future. Increase the efforts and ensure this traitor is found. The Navy chief bellowed. Yes, sir. The trembling Rear Admiral replied as he retreated. My lord, are we staying here indefinitely? Kuina, holding her white sword, gently inquired while standing beside Lei Yu. Is that a problem? This place is a paradise for men, Lei Yu chuckled, lounging on a sun chair, wearing sunglasses and admiring the lovely young women frolicking by the seaside. Time flew by like an arrow, and before long, several days had passed. This year, Lei Yu turned 15, although he appeared to be 17 or 18 years old. Particularly, the striking words King of Hell on his white cloak accentuated his formidable presence. The sky turned overcast, and a light drizzle began to fall, marking the day as one destined for sorrow. Big brother, are you really leaving? Hancock, now transformed into a charming young lady, asked with a hint of shyness. Her cuteness was accentuated by the alluring aura emanating from her, a result of consuming the sweet fruit. I have been here for quite some time. It's time to venture out. By the way, doesn't the Navy have the 7 warlords of the sea? Your current strength would be more than sufficient to take on that role, Lei Yu suggested to Hancock. Do you wish for me to go? Hancock asked, her face flushed with embarrassment. Lei Yu, there's no need to ask about this anymore. I suppose you should go. Considering that with the identity of a warlord, it will make things easier in the future, and the Amazon Lily will no longer pose any danger. Lei Yu looked at the adorable Hancock before him and resignedly surrendered to the situation. I will listen to my big brother, Hancock replied, lacking any semblance of an empress's demeanor, resembling more a shy girl next door. Lei Yu contemplated the obedient Hancock before him, softly murmuring a word of regret. Captain, it's time for us to set sail, spoke Kuina, clad in a grayish-white samurai outfit, exuding an air of elegance as she addressed Lei Yu. Lei Yu waved goodbye to Hancock and boarded the ship he had painstakingly constructed over 2 years at great expense, the King of Hell. As a side note, in the past few years, to gather funds for the King of Hell, Lei Yu had plundered a significant amount of treasures from pirates and the Navy alike, resulting in his bounty skyrocketing to 400 million berries, earning him the title of King of Hell. As for Kuina, her bounty now stood at 110 million berries, known as the Reaper. Nico Robin had a bounty of 70 million berries, referred to as the Child of the Devil. Nico Alvia, the cook, had a modest bounty of 500,000 berries. The reason Nico Robin was dubbed the Child of the Devil was due to the revelation that they had faked their deaths, a fact the Navy had thoroughly investigated. The massive King of Hell, weighing over 10,000 tons, felt somewhat sparse with only Lei Yu and his crew aboard. Thus, Lei Yu's voyage was primarily to recruit more crew members, and he already had a tentative plan in mind. The Grand King of Hell glided smoothly over the ocean, with Lei Yu reclining in a high-backed chair atop the ship, sipping juice and gazing at the vast sea around him, feeling an indescribable sense of contentment. Suddenly, a newspaper materialized in Lei Yu's hand. Has the story begun? He murmured to himself, examining the paper. Sister Alvia, how much longer until we reach the East Blue? Lei Yu inquired through the transponder snail in his hand. Soon, in about half an hour, came the melodious reply from the transponder snail. The King of Hell sped forward, slicing through the waves at remarkable speed, with the white clouds in the sky flashing past. Its velocity reached an astonishing 350 knots. In today's world, such a feat would be deemed impossible, as the legendary sea monster could only reach 300 knots at best when not fully submerged. Yet, the King of Hell, a colossal vessel, could achieve nearly 400 knots, a notion that seemed utterly fantastical. The King of Hell was a formidable creation, meticulously modeled after ancient weapon blueprints. Although it did not match the true might of ancient weaponry, it was nonetheless a fearsome vessel. Lei Yu had expended considerable effort just to acquire the blueprint, investing over 100 billion berries into its construction, nearly driving himself to bankruptcy through rampant piracy, which explained the soaring bounty of 400 million berries. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Lei Yu and his crew approached the East Blue. "What a massive ship!" exclaimed the pirates of the East Blue, small fry who had never witnessed such grandeur. Upon seeing the King of Hell, they instinctively retreated, intimidated by its opulent exterior and the fearsome black dragon flag that sent shivers down their spines. "Captain, we are just a few dozen minutes away from Kokoyashi village. Should we proceed?" Alvia asked Lei Yu. "Not for now. Let's stop at a nearby town to replenish our supplies," Lei Yu replied, a hint of fatigue evident in his gaze as he observed Robin, who was diligently practicing her swordsmanship and reading historical texts in the distance. "I'll step out for a bit. You all can take a break at the town," Lei Yu declared, then executed the moonwalk technique, vanishing into thin air. Although the moonwalk was typically difficult to maintain for extended periods, Lei Yu had mastered it, using repulsion to float in the air without it, albeit with some inconvenience in movement. I can't keep letting Sister Alvia handle the ship. It's such a waste of resources. Besides, she still needs to cook. Though her cooking isn't exactly stellar, it's a bit of a dilemma. We need not only a helmsman but also someone to prepare meals. Sister would do well to serve tea, Lei Yu mused, recalling the voluptuous figure of Nico Alvia, causing a stir in his heart. Kuina and Robin were still in the early stages of development, unable to compare with the mature Nico Alvia, who showed no signs of aging, instead radiating maternal charm, mature elegance, and alluring curves. If Nico Alvia were to don a maid outfit, she would undoubtedly outshine everything in existence. Of course, for now, it remained a mere fantasy for Lei Yu, as winning over this mature woman posed a significant challenge. Before long, Lei Yu found himself wandering through the nearby town, meandering along the streets in search of something. Suddenly, a collision startled him, and he felt something soft topple over. "Are you all right?" Lei Yu asked apologetically upon seeing the girl he had bumped into. However, as he took in the sight of the girl before him, he was momentarily taken aback. "I'm fine," she stammered, and in a fit of shyness, she scrambled to her feet and fled, leaving Lei Yu speechless. "What's the rush? You only stole my belongings," he thought, realizing his coin pouch had been pilfered, though he paid it little mind. A few million berries were insignificant to him. "Thief! Stop, don't run." Just then, a figure wearing a straw hat appeared in Lei Yu's line of sight. Yet another familiar face. Lei Yu smiled as he recognized the newcomer. As the individual dashed past him, Lei Yu lightly extended his right leg. Thud. The person stumbled to the ground beside him. And just as Lei Yu was about to offer an apology, I'm sorry. Are you all right?" the person exclaimed, unharmed as they picked themselves up, brushing off the dirt while apologizing to Lei Yu. "Lei Yu, I'm fine." Lei Yu shook his head awkwardly, a peculiar sense of guilt gnawing at his heart. As for why the other party remained unscathed, it was due to the rubber fruit. Not only would a fall not harm him, but even a gunshot would have no effect. "I shall pursue that individual now. He has stolen my money," he declared, pointing at the fleeing figure ahead. "I apologize, but that person is my dear friend. You desire a nautical map, do you not? Here, take this, and I shall also give you a little money. Please, do not chase him," Lei Yu implored the straw hat wearer, presenting a highly valuable nautical chart worth millions. "Thank you," the straw hat replied, taking the gift without any comprehension of its true worth, which was leagues beyond the few thousand he had lost. Fortunately for him, he had the elasticity of rubber. Otherwise, he might have hesitated to accept it. As for Lei Yu's unexpected mercy, it was evident that he felt a twinge of remorse for having inadvertently robbed the navigator. As Lei Yu gazed at the departing straw hat, an impulsive urge to protect it surged within him. No wonder that Ace held such deep affection for this individual. There is a saying that rings true. Indeed, fools are often blessed with someone as genuine and unpretentious as Luffy. The thought of causing him harm stirs a pang of guilt within one's heart. Such notions must be dismissed. It seemed that Lei Yu was struck by a revelation, and a shiver ran down his spine as he resolutely chose a direction to pursue. Before long, Lei Yu stumbled upon the little thief kid he had inadvertently collided with. However, the current circumstances did not favor the small rogue. He was being pursued by a strikingly beautiful woman adorned with a hat. Yet, despite her alluring appearance, her choice of weapon left Lei Yu somewhat bemused. She wielded a massive spiked club, evoking an unmistakable image of a fierce, muscular warrior. Wait, something seemed amiss. As Lei Yu observed the woman chasing the little thief cat, a realization dawned upon him. Could it be no? It couldn't be. Was that really Arlita? His eyes widened in disbelief as he whispered uncertainly. It was unmistakable. It had to be her, Arlita, the one who had consumed the slippery fruit. Finally, Lei Yu remembered her significance. Just what he needed, a capable helmswoman. Despite her previous lack of beauty, she had transformed into a veritable enchantress. He mused that it would be a shame to let such potential go to waste. She would make an excellent addition to his crew. After all, if she could wield a spiked club, her strength would undoubtedly be formidable. Lei Yu's heart swelled with delight at the prospect, shamelessly contemplating the idea of utilizing a stunning beauty as his helmswoman. Earlier, he had lamented the waste of resources. Yet his current thoughts only served to highlight the absurdity of his situation. How could he overlook such a striking woman? However, one mustn't fault Lei Yu. Among the women he knew, there were none who possessed such strength. Thus, he had no choice but to consider her as a substitute, after all. He couldn't very well navigate the ship himself, could he? With a swift motion, Lei Yu appeared before Yalita. "Get lost, you little brat," Yalita exclaimed, her eyes narrowing as she prepared to pursue her target. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of Lei Yu, she couldn't help but unleash a torrent of invective. TSK. What a fiery little pepper, Lei Yu mused, unfazed by her harsh words. To be scolded by a beautiful woman was, in his shameless opinion, a stroke of fortune. And he wore a playful expression that invited further provocation. "I am in need of a helmsman on my ship, and I believe you would be an excellent choice. Why don't you join me?" Lei Yu remarked with a smile, his gaze fixed on the striking woman before him. "Are you out of your mind? Do you expect Captain Yalita to serve as your mere helmsman?" She retorted fiercely, her bravado unyielding. Rei looked at the other party, smiling without uttering a word, refraining from rebuttal. Meanwhile, the petite beauty Nami, with her short orange hair, caught sight of Rei, the wealthy newcomer, and instantly slipped away. Rei watched her retreat without a chase. After all, could she escape the monk and the temple? "Damn it, don't run." Yalita, witnessing Nami's attempt to flee, was filled with fury, swiftly maneuvering around Rei to pursue Nami. As Rei attempted to intercept her, he found his hand slipping upon contact with her skin, and Nami's body wriggled away like an eel. Such delicate, elastic skin, what a marvel the slippery fruit was. The sensation lingered in Rei's mind, igniting a sense of curiosity within him. Stand still. Just as Yalita felt triumphant, Rei's body flickered, reappearing before her, and he seized her firmly in his grasp. "Let go of me." Yarlita's face flushed crimson as she shouted, unsure whether her anger or embarrassment prevailed. The slippery fruit had altered not only her skin but her temperament as well, rendering her more alluring while still retaining her fierce demeanor. Intriguing. What a formidable ability this slippery fruit possesses, Rei mused, noticing the complete transformation of her skin. Even though he suppressed her devil fruit powers, her skin remained exquisite and luminous, akin to that of an infant, perhaps even surpassing the strength of his own reincarnation abilities. "What have you done to me? Why does my devil fruit power have no effect on you?" Yarlita inquired, astonishment evident in her expression. "My name is Rei, and from now on, I shall be your captain," he declared, choosing not to respond to her question. Discovering her remarkable qualities, he had no intention of relinquishing his hold. "Hey, you can't be so domineering. I haven't agreed to anything yet." Yarlita protested loudly beside him. "Oh, I forgot to mention, I have another title, the King of the Underworld," Rei stated, ignoring her further objections, releasing her and gradually advancing forward, leaving Yarlita momentarily stunned. "The King of the Underworld? Why does that sound so familiar?" Yarlita pondered. Retrieving an old newspaper she seemed to have treasured for quite some time. Upon seeing the figure depicted, she gasped in astonishment. "The King of the Underworld, my heavens. Isn't that my idol? Wait for me. Don't go, my Prince Charming." Yarlita called out to Rei, her voice echoing with excitement. Lei Yu, for reasons unknown, found himself reminiscing about the figure of the other party, causing his body to involuntarily shudder. Perhaps it would be best for the other to take on the role of a captain. The thought was quite unnerving. Lei Yu shamelessly mused once more. Time passed swiftly, and after escorting Yalita back to the Hades, Lei Yu strolled alone along the streets. "Why have you been tailing me?" Lei Yu inquired with a hint of curiosity, glancing back at the little thief cat behind him. "Because you were quite the affluent one." Nami, who followed behind, replied earnestly. "Lei Yu, I am a wealthy dog owner." "What relevance does that have to your following me?" Lei Yu was momentarily taken aback by Nami's remark, feeling somewhat vexed. "When did I become a wealthy dog owner? I require money, thus I intend to accompany you and pilfer your riches. Although I am aware that this is an implausible endeavor, you are a wealthy dog owner, and you would permit me to steal." Nami elaborated once more. Rei was once again taken aback. "How did you know I would allow you to steal?" he exclaimed. "Do you believe I will simply let you be? I could take you away." He feigned anger as he spoke. "That would be even better," Nami retorted fearlessly. "If you were to capture me, then you could settle the debts I owe." Lei Yu pondered anxiously. What is going on? Is there something amiss with this woman's mind? He gazed at Nami before him, lost in thought. Your objective is undoubtedly me. The moment I laid eyes upon you, I knew you were the one foretold to be my captor," Nami declared, producing an image and gazing intently at Lei Yu. Lei Yu cursed under his breath. "That damned Shao Qi, utterly inept, has even given her my portrait." Upon gazing at Nami before him, he instantly recognized the mischief maker behind this calamity, and a wave of exasperation surged within him. "Did he truly divulge everything to you?" Lei Yu inquired, not yet resigned to despair. "Indeed," Nami replied with a sense of pride. Lei Yu found himself in a rather comical predicament, having unknowingly misjudged the situation. The other party was already aware of his identity while he pondered on how to win them over. However, the blame could not be placed solely on Lei Yu, but rather on his ineffectual subordinates, who failed to tame even a mere girl. If his subordinates were to discover this, they would surely feel utterly humiliated. After all, one was destined to be their future sister-in-law, and the other, their elder brother. It seemed unwise to offend either, though Lei Yu had instructed them to ensure Nami diligently studied navigation and not to hinder her. They soon realized that their future sister-in-law required no such encouragement. She was, quite evidently, a natural navigator, displaying an unwavering dedication to her craft. They found themselves scouring for maps and related materials to present to her. As for the villainous dragon, it had met its demise well before it could approach Cocoa Village. Though Lei Yu maintained a facade of nonchalance, his subordinates, having followed him for an extended period, were more than aware of his true character. It was clear that the person Lei Yu aimed to protect was none other than their future sister-in-law. How absurd for a mere dragon to think it could threaten her. If they allowed such a creature to prevail, it would indeed be a grave oversight. Moreover, should Nami ultimately suffer, it was likely they who would bear the consequences. How much do you intend to steal from me? Lei Yu asked Nami, feeling a sense of helplessness. He had not anticipated that she would turn out to be quite the money lover, an unsettling realization that stirred a foreboding feeling within him. How much do you have on you? Nami inquired, a glint of mischief in her eyes. I have no money, Lei Yu quickly asserted, attempting to convey his utter lack of funds. Is that so? Very well, Nami nodded in acknowledgement. What was happening? What had that earlier sensation been? There was a hint of relief, perhaps. At the age of 15, Lei Yu suddenly felt the weight of a formidable threat. He had never feared anything before. Yet now a flicker of concern crept into his heart. From now on, all the money will be under my control. I shall be the chief financial officer. Nami declared with an air of authority. Damn it. Upon hearing Nami's words, Lei Yu felt as if he had been struck down. Their essay saying that money may not be everything, but lacking it is certainly a dire predicament. Money is akin to a man's mistress. Without her, how is a man to survive? No way. You will be my navigator, and your sole duty is to guide me. Remember, you are merely a guide. Lei Yu firmly rejected her proposition. What nonsense. If you become the treasurer, will there be anything left for me? You scoundrel. You're bullying me, Nami retorted, her defiance rising as tears welled in her eyes, threatening to spill forth. Lei Yu felt a sense of exasperation, appealing to the heavens, not again. Is this really the tactic you choose? He perceived the woman's three strategies, weeping, sulking, and despairing. To him, these methods seemed almost tailored for subduing men. How could one merely stand by while a delicate beauty wept? How could one ignore the sweet coaxing that followed? And certainly, one could not bear to witness her in despair. These three options, impossible to overlook, rendered men's plight inevitable, unless one possessed a heart of stone or was truly faced with unreasonable antics, which was evidently not the case at present. Here is 100 million, he declared, producing a substantial banknote and placing it in Nami's hands. You are now the treasurer of this fortune. Wow, 100 million. So much money. Thank you, Captain. I adore you, Nami exclaimed, completely disregarding Lei Yu's earlier statement, her spirits lifted at the title of treasurer. As she gleefully handled the cash. Fortunately, she was a novice, otherwise, it would have been quite difficult to deceive her. Observing Nami's joyful demeanor, Lei Yu felt a sense of relief. 100 million was but a fraction of his true wealth. He himself was worth 400 million, and the ship, the Ming Wang, boasted a value of 1 billion. That 100 million was merely 1% of his total assets. If Nami were to discover this, it would be intriguing to see her reaction, particularly since she had accurately described him as a wealthy individual. Days later, after enjoying their time in the village, Nami, Lei Yu, and their companions set forth again, heading toward Rogue Town, from which they would enter the Grand Line. Guena, I am now the steward of our finances. All funds aboard the Mingwang are under my purview, Nami joyfully boasted to Guena, having grown familiar with her. Oh, and how much does your lordship have? Guena inquired, her tone neutral. 100 million. Is that not a lot? Haha, I have never seen such a sum in my life, Nami replied, brimming with excitement. Oh, I apologize, but I possess 500 million. It seems I too am a steward of finances, Guena remarked, her expression unchanging. Well, you must have at least 1 billion berries on you, right? Nami continued, seemingly oblivious to Guena's demeanor. Captain, I am going to kill you. Nami roared like a lion. Lei Yu, who had been relishing the ocean breeze, suddenly felt a chill run through him. Could it be? Even he could feel the cold? This won't do. My devil fruit powers are insufficient. I must continue to strengthen my body, he pondered. Ah, if only there were a maid aboard the ship. As he gazed out at the vast ocean, he lamented the absence of a cook, which had thwarted his plans for Alvia's maid. His aspirations for a chef were directed toward a certain beautiful and charming giantess in the New World. Though it was clear that bringing her aboard was not feasible just yet, he would have to wait until he entered the New World. Though a chef was temporarily elusive, a doctor was within reach. As for Chopper, he would have to remain with Luffy, and Usopp, well, he could only express his regrets. Nami, how long until we reach West Blue Village? Lei Yu inquired, pouring himself a drink. 100 million berries. Nami replied, her expression darkening. Lei Yu nearly choked at her response. What? Asking for the time costs 100 million? Are you robbing me? He fumed internally. What is it? Too expensive? Nami asked, observing his reaction with mild indifference. Your asking price is simply too high. I cannot afford it, Lei Yu replied, sensing her irritation but deciding it unwise to provoke further. My lord, we will arrive in just a few minutes, Guena, practicing her swordsmanship nearby, informed him. Thank you. Lei Yu signaled his gratitude to Guena. How infuriating. Nami scowled at Guena, who seemed to be winning Lei Yu's favor. What's 500 million to me, humph? Nico Robin, how much do you have? Nami asked, approaching the cool and quiet Robin, who was engrossed in her book. 1 billion. Take it if you wish, Robin replied, tossing a pouch of money to Nami as though it were refuse, leaving both Lei Yu and Guena momentarily stunned. Thank you, Robin. Truly, you are a wonderful friend. Nami beamed, proudly displaying her newfound wealth. It's no matter. I intended to discard it anyway, as it was merely a nuisance, Robin remarked, her eyes never leaving her book. Lei Yu and Nico Alvia, indeed, the thoughts of the ice block are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. And Lei Yu has grown weary of lamenting. Hey, you little spendthrift, that money belongs to your mother. At that moment, Nico Alvia was infuriated by Nico Robin. Nico Robin's mother? Upon hearing the words of the newcomer, Nami was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the woman in her 20s, who exuded the elegance of a mature woman. Nami had always assumed she was Nico Robin's elder sister. Nami felt a pang of envy towards Nico Alvia, whose striking white hair was the envy of all. And her voluptuous figure made Nami reluctant to compare herself any further, fearing it would only lead to embarrassment. Nami considered herself a beauty. Yet when juxtaposed with the mature and alluring Nico Alvia, she felt utterly inferior. What troubled Nami even more was the realization that the woman before her was indeed a girl. One who radiated such a mature and enticing aura that even the worldly wise Nami could not suppress her jealousy. The only solace Nami found was that she still regarded herself as a flower, with ample room for growth, believing that she would not fall short in the future. Robin has already given this to me. After a moment of shock, Nami quickly reacted, tucking the pouch of money into her bosom, embodying the very essence of a miser. Nami, you appear quite the miser, Nico Alvia kindly pointed out. I am indeed a miser, Nami admitted candidly. Nico Alvia was taken aback, not expecting such a direct admission, leaving her somewhat speechless. Well, since I have no money, I suppose I shall forego cooking, Nico Alvia threatened lightly. All right, you win. Here is 100 million. It should suffice for you. Nami reluctantly handed over her sum. Just then, the grand and opulent ship, the Thriller bark, gracefully approached a village. However, Lei Yu's vessel could advance no further due to the shallow waters ahead, a significant drawback of the Thriller bark, which could not navigate into such depths, unless Lei Yu employed extraordinary measures, which he deemed unnecessary. Guena, you all stay on the ship. I shall return shortly. Thud, thud. After Lei Yu spoke, his body flickered and surged into the sky, advancing towards the presence ahead. Guena, accustomed to such occurrences, continued to hone her swordsmanship, while Nami counted her riches. Robin immersed herself in her book, and Nico Alvia busied herself with preparing the meal. However, upon Lei Yu's arrival at the location, he was taken aback to find that the Straw Hat Boy had already made his way there. Straw Hat, we meet again, Lei Yu greeted as he approached the figure. You? Have we met? The Straw Hat asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. ZZ. Lei Yu's cheek twitched slightly. No, we haven't. Farewell. He replied before vanishing from Luffy's side. That individual possesses an extraordinary aura. It's as if I've encountered him before, Zoro remarked, his expression gravely serious as he gazed at the spot where Lei Yu had disappeared. Strangely, upon seeing Lei Yu, Zoro felt a profound hatred welling up within him, leaving him perplexed. The appearance of Lei Yu has undergone a transformation, becoming even more handsome, the only constant being his attire of white clothing. However, the righteousness behind him has been replaced by an aura of the underworld, rendering him more formidable than ever, which is why Zoro momentarily failed to recognize him. Oh, I feel as though I've seen him before. Where did he go? The ever-pondering Luffy, displaying a hint of his characteristic sluggishness, inquired of Zoro regarding the vanishing Lei Yu. He's long gone, Zoro sighed softly. Oh, is that so? Never mind then, let us continue onward, Luffy said, promptly dismissing the matter with his usual carefree demeanor, his foolishness shining through. Zoro looked heavenward and sighed inwardly, pondering how he ended up with such a captain, before following Luffy deeper into the village. As they traversed the village path, Lei Yu quickly spotted his intended destination. A conspicuous building came into view. Who goes there? Halt. As Lei Yu stepped into the courtyard, a middle-aged man appeared before him. Oh, you must be the steward? Lei Yu remarked with a playful glint in his eyes. You know of me? The steward, taken aback by Lei Yu's words, instinctively questioned. Not exactly, for you are not worthy of my knowledge, Lei Yu replied coolly, regarding the man with indifference. Are you here to cause trouble? The steward, surprisingly, did not react with anger to Lei Yu's insolence. Step aside. I'm not here for you. I believe you seek the riches of this place. Perhaps if I am in a generous mood, I might allow you to claim them. Lei Yu said with a slight smile. You fool, save your tricks for that rubber-brained captain behind you. Lei Yu dismissed the steward with a wave of his hand. What else do you know? The steward's brow furrowed deeper at Lei Yu's taunts. At that moment, a soft voice interrupted, seemingly lacking in strength yet evoking a desire to protect. Steward, has anyone arrived? Miss, there is an unfamiliar individual attempting to intrude, the steward replied truthfully. Let him in. The delicate voice commanded. Although barely audible, It was filled with a fragility that compelled one to offer protection. With a gentle push, the door to the room swung open, and Lei Yu and his companion stepped inside. Before them lay a beautiful princess bed, adorned with a sheer canopy that elevated the occupant to a status of regal beauty. To the left, a grand windowsill framed a magnificent tree, through which scattered sunlight filtered, casting a sprinkle of golden light across the room, creating a scene of enchanting allure. Upon the bed reclined a girl, fragile and exquisite like a character from ancient tales, reminiscent of Lei Yu, holding a medical tome. From a distance, the scene resembled a captivating painting. That fellow must have seen this place from that tree, Lei Yu mused quietly to himself. Beautiful lady, may I inquire if you aspire to become a physician? Lei Yu approached the bed and offered a noble bow to the enchanting maiden. Yes, I have been ill since childhood. I wish for others not to suffer as I have. And I long to learn the art of healing to save those who are unwell, the girl replied. Her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as she gazed at the sunlit figure of Lei Yu, resembling a prince. I see. Your intentions are noble. Yet the path you seek is fraught with challenges. However, today, I have come to aid you, Lei Yu said, his tone shifting to one of seduction as he addressed the young woman. Are you a heavenly envoy sent to assist me? The girl, captivated by Lei Yu's striking appearance, instinctively asked. Lei Yu sighed softly within, recognizing that girls are indeed born dreamers, sparing him the need to fabricate tales. Indeed, I am the one sent by the heavens to assist you, he proclaimed, believing he wore the most benevolent smile. Is that true? How wonderful. Thank you. The girl before Lei Yu, clearly naive and innocent like a blank canvas, tragically deceived by someone. How could she possibly believe this? Unbelievable. The butler, witnessing his young lady's genuine belief, stood frozen in disbelief, mouth agape, as Lei Yu gazed upon the young girl before him. An inexplicable sense of guilt surged within his heart. No wonder Usopp, that peculiar fellow, could capture the affections of such a girl. She was indeed extraordinary. A rare gem in this world, pure and unblemished, akin to a pristine sheet of paper, though even that paper deserved more respect. Very well, then. Come along with your older brother. I shall take you to a place where you can learn the art of healing and become the most formidable doctor in the world. Lei Yu proclaimed, suppressing his sense of wrongdoing as he spoke to the girl. Can I truly leave with you? Is my body capable of recovery? The girl inquired, a hint of uncertainty evident in her voice. Rest assured, leave it to me. Your body will undoubtedly heal, for we have the most exceptional doctor in the world. And you will learn from him as well, Lei Yu asserted confidently, weaving his words without hesitation. Over the years, his audacity had unconsciously reached an impenetrable level. It was indeed alarming. Not even those with formidable strength could experience such rapid growth. Can I really accompany him? The girl asked, glancing at the butler. Of course. Of course you can. He possesses the finest medical equipment in the world. By following him, you shall certainly evolve into the most skilled doctor, the butler replied hastily. His initial intent to refute quelled by the sight of the resplendent cloak of the underworld king draped across Lei Yu's shoulders, causing his pupils to constrict in trepidation. What is happening? This feels strangely familiar. How did this living demon king appear here? The butler's heart trembled as he finally recalled the source of his unease. This was none other than the notorious underworld king, who had made a name for himself as a fearsome pirate in recent years. His reputation for slaying was such that he was often referred to as the living embodiment of death. As the saying goes, when the king of hell beckons you at midnight, you shall not see the dawn. One could only imagine the terror associated with the living demon king. It was no wonder he felt fear. How fortunate this girl is. She is but a frail thing, yet she finds herself in such exceptional circumstances. Ah, indeed. The world of pirates is beyond the comprehension of mere minnows like us, the butler mused, a tinge of envy creeping into his thoughts. Is it true? How wonderful. I can finally escape. The girl exclaimed joyfully, her face lighting up with happiness. But I cannot leave with you just yet, she added softly moments later, her expression turning sorrowful. Why not? Lei Yu inquired, perplexed by her sudden change in demeanor. Because I do not wish to go to the heavens just yet. Mother told me that once one ascends to the heavens, they die, and I do not wish to die at this moment, the girl whispered, her face reflecting profound sadness. After half an hour of considerable effort, Lei Yu finally managed to persuade Kuya temporarily, guiding her out of her luxurious mansion. Usopp, thank you for your assistance these past few days. Kuya expressed her gratitude to Usopp as she was led away by Lei Yu. Where are you going? Usopp inquired, his heart heavy as he observed Kuya walking alongside a remarkably handsome individual. I am going to study medicine. I aspire to become a true healer, Kuya declared with rare determination. Congratulations, Usopp replied softly, a hint of sadness in his voice. Thank you, Kuya acknowledged with a slight nod of apology. Straw Hat. That ship over there, our little princess has gifted it to you, along with her family's wealth. However, if you lack the means to claim it, I cannot assist you. Lei Yu gestured towards the grand vessel in the distance. Really? You truly wish to give it to me? Luffy asked excitedly, seemingly oblivious to the latter part of Lei Yu's statement. Indeed, Lei Yu nodded, leading Kuya away. Zoro, let us go and see our new ship. The Straw Hat exclaimed, entirely unaware of the menacing figure with claws lurking in the distance, casting a lethal glare in their direction. What a joke. You, a mere child, dare to compete for treasures? You seek your own demise. The Pirate King is one thing, but the butler Kuro is not to be trifled with. As for Luffy, apologies. But he is beneath notice. Kuro thought disdainfully, recognizing that his opponent was merely a distraction. However, these matters were of no concern to Lei Yu, who soon arrived at the seaside with Kuya. How do we ascend to the heavens? Kuya inquired, gazing perplexedly at the vast ocean before them. I told you. We are not going to the heavens, Lei Yu replied, his expression darkening as he reiterated his point. Oh, so we are going into the sea? But that would lead to drowning, Kuya suggested, voicing her apprehensions once more. Lei Yu sighed softly within, pondering, why have I yet to encounter a single rational individual? Come with me, he said. Ignoring the protest of Koya, Lei Yu embraced her tightly, then leaped towards the surface of the sea. Ah, we're going to die, Koya exclaimed, filled with dread in Lei Yu's arms. Nonsense, we are not plunging into the ocean. We are heading to the ship upon it, Lei Yu retorted, swiftly propelling himself through the air. As Koya listened to the sound of the air rushing around them, she couldn't help but open her innocent eyes in bewilderment. Ah, we are actually flying, she gasped, her excitement evident as she gazed at the scenery around them and the ocean beneath. Almost, Lei Yu nodded in response. Oh, you truly intend to take me to the heavens? Woe is me, I do not wish to perish. Koya whimpered softly in Lei Yu's embrace. As Lei Yu stumbled, he nearly plummeted from the heights. Hey, could you refrain from being so startled? I assure you, it is not what you think. We shall arrive shortly. So stop your weeping. Lei Yu gazed at the sobbing Koya in his arms, feeling somewhat exasperated. If you continue to cry, I shall drop you right now. Anger surged within him, and with a display of dominance, Koya immediately ceased her tears. What are you staring at me for? Lei Yu questioned, feeling a twinge of unease as he looked into Koya's misty eyes, almost believing he had committed some unspeakable offense. You are a bad person, Koya managed to utter after a prolonged silence. As Lei Yu arrived aboard the Pluto, he marveled at the breathtaking beauty surrounding him. Wow, what a stunning place. Is this heaven? The first words spoken by Koya upon her arrival nearly caused Lei Yu to lose his balance and tumble onto the deck. Are you all angels? Koya inquired with an expression brimming with excitement as she gazed at Nami and the others. Nami, however, wore a displeased expression as she confronted Lei Yu. How did you manage to deceive that young girl again? She questioned sternly. Why again? Lei Yu asked, perplexed by her accusation. Because you have already tricked me once, Nami replied emphatically. After several hours, through the efforts of the girls, Kaya finally comprehended the situation. It turned out that she had become a female pirate. Oh dear. My mother always said that pirates are wicked rogues, and now I too have turned into one, Kaya lamented, her sorrow evident as she began to sob quietly. A few hours later, Nami and the others continued their endeavors. Oh, so pirates are not necessarily villains, they embody freedom. Kaya nodded in a somewhat confused manner, her tears having ceased. Just as Kaya regained her composure, one by one, Nami and the others collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. From a distance, Lei Yu instinctively wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead, feeling a sense of relief that his decision had been wise. Otherwise, he would surely have been the one to succumb. Having encountered Shiro before, he had never seen one quite so delicate. It was as if he could find no words to adequately describe her formidable presence. After days of sailing, Lei Yu gradually entered the Grand Line, making a stop in the land of Alabasta to resupply. Over the past few days, the three newly arrived beauties had gradually integrated into their newfound family. Particularly, Nami and Kuina seemed to engage in daily rivalry, while Nico Robin acted as a mediator amidst their quarrels, which, paradoxically, seemed to strengthen the bonds among the women. Kaya, still somewhat unfamiliar with her surroundings, had been taken under the wing of Nico Alvia, who was helping her learn the art of healing. Nico Alvia, like an elder sister, tended to the youngest among them, Kaya. Captain, I've recently learned a method for detoxification. Could you assist me in testing it? Kaya inquired, holding a dark substance in her hands. Now, Kaya understood that Lei Yu's earlier words had been mere fabrications. He was not a celestial being sent to guide her. Under the gentle guidance and persuasion of the other women, she had begun to grasp some truths, thus addressing Lei Yu as captain. Lei Yu, feeling a twinge of unease, nodded in response. Although he longed to escape, he found it impossible to resist the allure of her innocent gaze, compelling him to face the situation head-on. Hey, Kaya. Where are you going? He exclaimed, noticing that his arm had transformed into something resembling a dark iron egg. To his bewilderment, Kaya had walked away. Captain, I just remembered something. I made a mistake, Kaya said, her face flushed with embarrassment as she playfully stuck out her little tongue before dashing off. Rei Yu was momentarily rendered speechless, frozen in place with his lips twitching uncontrollably. Goodness, what a predicament. Just a few fleeting days had passed since he departed from the Underworld's flagship, embarking alone towards the Alabasta Empire. Meanwhile, Guena accompanied the other women to the marketplace to gather supplies, as the absence of Rei Yu rendered the ship's combat strength insufficient, with only Guena and Nico Robin capable of standing firm on their own. Although Rei Yu had dedicated these past days to enhancing and training Yalada, such transformations do not occur overnight. Yalada had indeed become more alluring, her skin smooth and radiant. inciting feelings of envy and admiration among Nami and the others to such an extent that Lei Yu hesitated to continue her modifications. While Nami had received training since childhood, she found it manageable to contend with ordinary foes. However, against those of greater prowess, she faced considerable challenges. As for Koya, one could only chuckle. Facing an enemy might render her devoid of combat capability at the slightest fright. Nevertheless, under the guidance of a certain individual, Koya's medical skills had notably improved over the past few days. Lei Yu traverses the desert, the soft crunch of sand beneath his feet echoing in the stillness. Lei Yu has begun to comprehend the reason behind the oppressive heat, prompting him to don a hat and a coat. The temperature fluctuation here is extreme. It is chilly in the morning and sweltering by noon. Fortunately, Lei Yu's physique has been fortified to an extraordinary degree. Otherwise, traversing the desert would be quite challenging for him. At midday, the sun blazes fiercely overhead, causing the earth to emit a wisp of white vapor. Thirst gnaws at him as he walks for some time without encountering a single soul, leading to a sense of vexation. After half an hour, Lei Yu finally spots a marketplace and eagerly rushes toward it. Had he known the desert was so vast, he would have chosen to travel with Guena and the others, at least for the company of beautiful women. Bang! Inside a lively entertainment hall, the patrons were joyously singing and dancing when suddenly, the main door was kicked open. Wine. Upon seeing the bottles on the table, a newcomer's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he dashed over. Gulp, gulp. Before long, Lei Yu had consumed an entire barrel of red wine, wiping his mouth with a sense of satisfaction. Oh, you all continue your revelry. I shall not disturb you. Soon, Lei Yu noticed that the once boisterous entertainment hall had fallen eerily silent, as if the surrounding patrons regarded him as the sovereign of this domain. Hey, where are you from? Do you even know where you are? A man appeared before Lei Yu, bellowing at him. I care not. Before Lei Yu stood a man whose right hand swiftly transformed into a formidable sword, striking down towards him with great force. Oh, so you are a wielder of a devil fruit power, Lei Yu remarked with amusement, gazing at the bald figure before him. Regrettably, had this been a few years ago, I might have found your B-ranked devil fruit intriguing. Alas, such fruits now hold little significance for me. Whoosh. In a fleeting moment, Lei Yu vanished from his original position, reappearing upon another chair. Bang. Concurrently, the chair he had just vacated shattered into fragments. Alas, fortune has not favored you. I have recently recruited a few crew members, yet their abilities are lamentably insufficient. I was just pondering my lack of devil fruits. Spear of Destiny. Rei's fingers slowly glided over the body of his opponent, under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed through the air, and the individual before Rei was violently propelled against the distant wall, blood splattering everywhere. The entire entertainment hall was instantly engulfed in terror. The mightiest figure within its confines, one who had a bounty exceeding several million, had been dispatched in an instant. Did this assailant not comprehend that he was trespassing on someone else's territory? Was he truly unafraid of the wrath of the formidable warlord of the seas, capable of annihilating his entire family? The onlookers, filled with dread, regarded Rei with fearful eyes, retreating as though he were a demon incarnate. Bored, Rei surveyed the scene with a glance and noted that there was only this one B-rank devil fruit user among them. The other users of devil fruit abilities failed to pique his interest, and since they had committed no wrongdoing, Rei resolved to spare them. Lei Yu approached the man lying in the corner, saying, Your name is Daz, is it not? Today, on behalf of reincarnation, I shall confiscate your Superman-type devil fruit. After Lei Yu spoke, he placed his right hand upon the nearly lifeless Daz, and an immense force swiftly drained from Daz's body, flowing into Lei Yu. Ah! Daz let out a wretched cry, his agony akin to that of cramping and flaying. What a pity, you have simply chosen the wrong person, Lei Yu remarked softly, observing the man convulsing on the ground. To his surprise, such fortune could be encountered simply by wandering into an unfamiliar place. Lei Yu felt a substantial increase of at least 50,000 cycles of reincarnation energy, and a wave of joy surged within him. Before encountering Nami and others, Lei Yu was indifferent to the 50,000 reincarnation points, as he could extract nearly 1,000 reincarnation powers each day. However, after meeting Nami, Lei Yu once again realized that the reincarnation power was becoming insufficient. Although Lei Yu had taken away the opponent's devil fruit, he chose not to end the man's life. Instead, he left him with a sum of money, hoping that he would one day abandon the identity of a pirate and lead a normal life. As a pirate, even if Lei Yu spared him, he would eventually meet his demise at the hands of other pirates or the Navy. For now, preserving his life was a stroke of luck. Kurizumi, I wonder whether your fruit is ranked S or A. I find myself rather intrigued. As Lei Yu extended his hand in anticipation, a stunning woman clad in a blue gown suddenly appeared before him. Do you require my assistance? Lei Yu asked, his gaze lingering playfully upon her ample bosom and the deep cleavage that stirred a mix of emotions within her. It was evident that men were rarely virtuous. Yet for the sake of her kingdom and her father, she had resolved to take a risk. She recognized this as a potential opportunity, perhaps even her last. Especially since Lei Yu had effortlessly defeated a pirate she deemed formidable. Moreover, his mysterious origins gave her hope that he was not intimidated by the warlords of the sea, further compelling her to take a chance. I would like to ask for your help, she said firmly, enduring Lei Yu's unabashed gaze. Oh? What sort of help do you seek? Lei Yu inquired, a hint of amusement dancing in his voice. I need you to confront one of the warlords of the sea, Crocodile, and save my kingdom, the people of Alabasta, and my father. I am Princess Nefertari Vivi of Alabasta, she articulated clearly. What? She is the Princess of Alabasta? How did this scoundrel manage to infiltrate here? The people behind Lei Yu gasped in astonishment upon hearing her words. Yet, despite their shock, they refrained from acting, having witnessed the formidable opponent already lying defeated on the ground. How intriguing. What makes you think I would help you? Besides, I am no philanthropist. What can you offer me? Lei Yu replied nonchalantly, realizing that he was increasingly embodying the qualities of a shrewd merchant. I can fulfill any of your wishes, as long as they are within my capacity, even those of a more personal nature, she asserted, casting a glance at the onlookers. She understood that this was her only chance, her last hope. Even if it was merely a straw to cling to, she would grasp it tightly. Fulfill my every wish. You say? Lei Yu mused, his mind conjuring various enticing scenarios, a sinister smile creeping across his face. What are you thinking? If you can assist me, I will be yours, she said, her heart fluttering at Lei Yu's brazen demeanor. If she failed in her mission, not only would her father perish, but the people of her kingdom would also suffer grievously, and she could not bear to witness such a fate. Very well, we have a deal. I will help you eliminate that man and save your kingdom, and afterward, you will accompany me, Lei Yu declared, seizing the opportunity presented by the beautiful princess before him. I believe in you, Princess Vivi said, her heart finally at ease upon hearing Lei Yu's words. Lead the way then. I am unfamiliar with your empire's capital. Lei Yu gestured invitingly toward her. With a nod of anticipation, Princess Vivi felt a surge of hope. She had finally found the means to save her kingdom. Although the price was her own freedom, she deemed it worthwhile, sacrificing herself for the greater good of Alabasta. After Lei Yu and Princess Vivi departed, the entertainment hall remained silent for half an hour before anyone dared to act. They swiftly contacted Crocodile to report the developments. How dare you disrupt my plans? Crocodile seethed, smashing a delicate teacup to the ground in frustration. I care not who you are. I will ensure your demise, he vowed, his expression dark as he gazed toward the distant capital. Unbeknownst to him, Lei Yu was traversing the desert alongside Princess Vivi. Not a bad duck you have here, Lei Yu said brazenly, sitting on a Karu duck meant for one, pulling Princess Vivi into his embrace. Initially, she vehemently opposed this. For despite her early maturity and exposure to society, she was still a young woman who had never been held by a man. However, upon contemplating her kingdom, she relented, albeit reluctantly, and nestled against him. As she felt the intense masculinity radiating from Lei Yu, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Yet, as they approached a sand dune, Lei Yu suddenly halted. What is it? Princess Vivi inquired, puzzled by his abrupt stop. I need to scout ahead. Stay hidden here and do not venture out, Lei Yu instructed, inhaling her fragrant scent and momentarily losing himself in the moment. Oh, she replied, her face reddening again at his intimate gesture, but she nodded in understanding. Lei Yu gazed at the bashful Princess Weiwei in his arms and smiled gently before vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. There is a saying that even the proudest of women can develop feelings once a certain relationship is established. Another saying goes, love grows over time. Both of which hold profound truth. Of course, Weiwei remained oblivious to a certain someone's shameless thoughts. Otherwise, she would have berated him for his audacity. At that moment, she was filled with self-reproach, questioning how she had strayed from her true self. Despite being coerced by the other party, she felt an unexpected stir of emotions, causing a slight tremor in her steadfast heart. As for harboring feelings for someone, I apologize. Not everyone desires to be as naive as Chia. As a princess who had ventured out into the world from a young age, Weiwei possessed a remarkably elevated perspective and unwavering resolve, making her not easily swayed by emotions, unless faced with true adversity. Who goes there? A man, bare-chested and wearing a hat, shouted towards a low point among the sand dunes. What keen observation! Lei Yu, who had just concealed himself, felt a jolt of surprise at the man's words. It seemed the rumors had been somewhat inaccurate. The world had underestimated him. Indeed, he was a man with a bounty exceeding 500 million. Daring to pursue that traitor alone, he truly possessed some ability. Lei Yu gradually stepped out from the shadows, murmuring to himself. Now he began to understand why Ace's seemingly reckless behavior struck him as foolish. The truth was, Ace was not foolish at all. Rather, he was imbued with confidence. Had he not encountered that devil fruit which countered his powers, Teach would have stood no chance against Ace. Yet, it was somewhat tragic that Ace's confidence and his eagerness to bring honor to Whitebeard led to this calamity. Whitebeard had underestimated Teach, and Ace had done the same. Even if not overtly. Regardless, they had certainly underestimated Teach's capabilities. Whitebeard believed that even if Ace could not defeat Teach, he would never be captured, which was why he allowed Ace to pursue him. Whitebeard had not anticipated the depth of Teach's cunning, thus paving the way for this tragedy. However, all this was merely Lei Yu's conjecture, one man's opinion. He himself had no standing to judge others. Had he not possessed a golden opportunity, he might not have fared better than the rest. If not for Lei Yu's immersion in 5,000 years of cultural history, understanding that pretense is more perilous than being struck by lightning, He could have easily fallen to that concealed boss at any moment. For instance, had he not been clever and swift in his escape on the Red Soul continent, he might have met his end there. Fleeing when one cannot win is no disgrace. Unlike Ace, who clung to his pride at the cost of suffering, Lei Yu refrained from judgment. Everyone has their own perspective, and Ace was no exception. After spending a lengthy period under Whitebeard's command, Ace's brilliance had likely been dulled. In other words, he had become a mere pawn in Whitebeard's game. Though harsh, it was the truth. Ace aimed to see Whitebeard become the Pirate King, just as Luffy aspired to the same. There is a saying, the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves behind, while the former waves perish on the beach. This holds true. Even without the incident with Blackbeard, Whitebeard was destined never to become the Pirate King. His demise was a certainty, as it was the choice of the times. In every world, it is often the times that select individuals, rather than individuals selecting their era. The old era has passed. The new era will inevitably cast aside the remnants of the past. I never expected to see you here. Upon recognizing Lei Yu's face, the other party expressed surprise. A flicker of flame ignited atop Ace's fist, thickening the atmosphere with palpable tension. I too wish to encounter you, Lei Yu murmured, contemplating the man before him. Many believe Ace's strength to be comparable to that of Smoke Man, citing their inconclusive battle as evidence. This is a mere misunderstanding. Their clash was but a fleeting exchange. Smoke Man's devil fruit merely granted him a temporary advantage. If we consider the Marineford War, Ace and Aokiji unleashed their ultimate moves against each other without a decisive victor. Would this imply that Smoke Man's power rivals that of Aokiji? Such a notion is simply implausible. Furthermore, Ace's bounty stands at a concrete 550 million. Not merely 200 million. The nature of his flame fruit is akin to Analu's Rumble fruit, wielding dominion over thunder and lightning with formidable destructive force. To speak candidly, had Ace lived a few more years and mastered the 3 forms of Haki, his strength would have been on par with Akainu's. An evolved Ace would have been a challenge for Akainu to handle. It is regrettable that the powerful flame fruit never reached its full potential. Both the flame fruit and the Rumble fruit are classified as S-rank devil fruits, among the few powerful natural type fruits in the world, even surpassing magma. The reason magma counters the flame fruit is not difficult to comprehend. Magma contains moisture and is not merely fire. When struck by magma, the moisture can extinguish certain flames. Thus, being hit by magma while combining it with Haki would almost inevitably lead to dire consequences. Had Ace not been weakened at that time, perhaps Akainu's punch would not have been fatal. However, Ace had just been freed from the confines of Seastone, and after confronting Aokiji and others, his condition had further deteriorated. When Akainu struck him, Ace's flames were already scant, rendering him unable to evaporate the incoming magma. Even if he transformed into flames, Akainu's magma would still extinguish him, landing a direct hit. Of course, had Ace been in his prime, he could have instantly evaporated the incoming magma and retaliated with a powerful attack. At that moment, it would not have been Akainu overpowering Ace, but rather the reverse. Alas, Ace lacked that capability at the time. As for the flame fruit, Lei Yu currently held little interest in it. What he truly desired was the Rumble fruit, which similarly belongs to the growth type. Acquiring the flame fruit only to pursue the Rumble fruit would be a clear waste of resources. Lei Yu is not a true genius. He possesses a modicum of self-awareness. The mere concept of the reincarnation fruit overwhelms him, and his desire to consume the thunder fruit stems solely from a yearning to experience the life of a thunder god. Each time he recalls Enel's impressive demeanor, an involuntary surge of excitement courses through him. As for the flame fruit, it can only be described as a tremendous drain on one's energy. Take Ace, for instance, though he wields the Conqueror's Haki. It is likely that he has a grasp of other forms of Haki as well, albeit without mastery. Most of his energy is expended on the flame fruit, which indicates the fruit's inherent difficulty. Despite its formidable nature, the growth potential of the flame fruit is evident, as it has become significantly easier to harness. Moreover, it draws upon the forces of nature, and there are few elements that can counter the thunder fruit. Of course, one must not discount Luffy, who is an anomaly. Truthfully, if Ace is deemed unfortunate, Enel's situation is hardly any better. These two individuals could be described as brothers in adversity, both thwarted by their respective nemesis. Enel, despite his immense capabilities, finds himself bested by the unassuming Luffy, who is impervious to electricity. The immensely potent Ace ultimately meets a tragic end at the hands of the Red Dog during a time of weakness. Alas, these two renowned Logia-type devil fruits have not been favored by fortune. However, had they managed to endure until the later stages, their prowess would have undoubtedly soared. For with the advent of armament Haki, the interfered dynamics of countering would have significantly diminished. Even against the electrically resistant Luffy, they could have triumphed using armament Haki, at which point the contest would have hinged on stamina and genuine strength, with luck becoming a negligible factor. Lei Yu pondered deeply, ultimately letting out a wistful sigh. Fortunately, he had traversed into this world, privy to the future's trajectory, and resolved to pursue a path of comprehensive development, for stamina is the true path to supremacy. And the devil fruits are not omnipotent. Otherwise, encountering formidable foes like Carp or Blackbeard, who completely negate the powers of devil fruits, would spell disaster. Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to spar with you before your demise, to witness the legendary might of the flame fruit, Rei Yu said gently, gazing at Ace before him. Before my demise? Do you intend to kill me? Ace momentarily froze, uncertain as he inquired of Rei Yu. To be candid, I doubt I possess such capability. Rei Yu confessed candidly. Then how could I perish? Ace asked, his curiosity piqued. Although I lack the ability, the Navy does not. Blackbeard possesses such power as well. Pursuing him now would be akin to courting death, Rei Yu explained nonchalantly. I may concede that Blackbeard has the strength to challenge the Yonko, but to slay me? He is not yet adequate. Ace declared with fierce pride. That was in the past. Rei Yu sighed softly, aware that his counterpart would not readily accept his words. Ace's confidence had swelled, likely due to the protection offered by Whitebeard, where he found few worthy adversaries. Over time, that security fostered a sense of arrogance. Additionally, Ace's lineage, tied to the legacy of Conqueror's Haki, had led him to neglect its cultivation, relying instead on the efficacy of his flame fruit until he encountered his nemesis. Individuals with immense power, who have never faced adversity, tend to disregard the counsel of others. They bear a resemblance to the famed Xiang Yu of yore. Such characters inevitably elicit a sense of regret. Very well, since my words hold no weight with you, let us engage in battle. Allow me to witness the true strength of the legendary Ace. How much of your former vigor and spirit remains under Whitebeard's command? Do not tell me that you are now merely a vessel of pride, Rei Yu stated, extending his right hand slowly toward Ace. You are not my match, concede. Perhaps you are correct. I no longer possess the youthful fervor I once had. Nevertheless, I harbor no regrets. I willingly sacrifice for the sake of Whitebeard's reign. Ace replied with a soft sigh, his gaze fixed on Rei Yu, as if seeing a reflection of his younger self. I am not you. I shall never submit to anyone. Even if I endure 100 or 1,000 failures, I will rise again. No matter how many times I fall, I will stand up once more. Ace, come at me, Rei Yu declared resolutely, sensing Ace's unwavering gaze. In the past, Ace had succumbed to Whitebeard after countless defeats. Recognizing the overwhelming might of his captain, a mountain he could never surmount. Thus, Ace faltered, his path toward becoming Pirate King severed. Though he lived on. He was not the Ace of old. The present Ace is a shadow of his former self. Very well, let me demonstrate the true strength of a great pirate. Anyone can boast, but reality is often harsh. Ace resolved. His determination ignited as he prepared to face Rei Yu, understanding that Rei Yu, much like his former self, had yet to encounter a true giant and would not cease his advance without such an experience. Having never faced a genuine powerhouse, Rei Yu believed himself invincible. Prompting Ace to grant him this lesson, he would unveil the brutal truths of the world, where all splendid fantasies crumble in the face of reality. Fire fist, Ace shouted. Watching Rei Yu charge forward, he swiftly clenched his right fist and unleashed a rapid strike. With a whoosh, Ace's hand ignited with roaring flames, a fierce blaze that threatened to consume all in its path. Gravity field, with a swift extension of his right hand. The crimson sands surrounding Lei Yu collapsed as if they were being sucked into a void, causing Ace's movements to noticeably falter. Hurricane kick, whoosh. Simultaneously, Lei Yu bent his right leg and unleashed a rapid gust of wind. Bang. As Ace's body shifted slightly, the sand sphere beside him erupted violently. Boom. Concurrently, Ace's fiery fist struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a vast crater as countless grains of sand swirled into the air, blotting out the sun. Ace, your martial arts have significantly regressed over the years. You have placed too much emphasis on your devil fruit abilities. If you were to encounter someone who counters your powers, your combat skills would be utterly inadequate, Lei Yu remarked, deliberately chiding Ace. The devil fruit is sufficient, Ace replied dismissively to Lei Yu's words, sighing softly at Ace's stubbornness. Lei Yu thought to himself, what a waste of Conqueror's Haki. However, he mused selfishly, but this is fine. Since you don't want it, I shall take it for myself. Yet, it was evident that Lei Yu was currently unable to do so. His own devil fruit was ineffective against Ace's powers, and he felt suppressed. Even without the suppression, he doubted he could stand a chance against Ace. After all, his strengths lay in gravity and repulsion. If he possessed the thunder fruit at this moment, he would have already sent this arrogant figure flying. Your devil fruit seems to hold little utility against me. Are you still intent on continuing this battle? Ace proclaimed. His entire form engulfed in flames, radiating an air of superiority towards Lei Yu. With his body enveloped in flames, Ace was essentially immune to Lei Yu's attacks. My devil fruit serves merely as an auxiliary tool. My true expertise extends far beyond that, encompassing martial arts as well, Lei Yu said coolly, gazing at the fiery figure before him. Swoosh, whoosh. In an instant, Lei Yu's form vanished from sight, transforming into a brilliant arc as he surged towards Ace. Ah. The Marine 6 styles, indeed impressive. It makes sense, given that you were once a Marine Rear Admiral. Mastering such techniques is quite natural. Ace observed the suddenly disappearing Lei Yu without a trace of panic. Bang. As anticipated, Lei Yu's fist struck Ace with tremendous force, yet Ace remained unscathed. Infinite gravitational field. Just as a sense of pride swelled within Ace, he felt his body suddenly become heavier, his feet sinking rapidly into the earth. While Ace's flames granted him some immunity to gravity, they could not offer complete protection. Armament Haki. Cycle of Iron Fists. Whoosh. Rei's right hand swiftly formed a fist, subsequently infusing it with the power of reincarnation, solidifying it into a hardened form, and finally enveloping it with the formidable Armament Haki. Thus, the ebony-hued reincarnation fist was propelled towards Ace. Fire Fist. Observing the approaching black reincarnation iron fist, Ace instinctively countered with his own strike, resulting in a thunderous collision. Boom. As the reverberation echoed, Rei's iron fist collided with the raging flames. However, in the next instant, his fist pierced through the fire, directly impacting Ace's own hand. Bang. Ace's body was forcefully propelled backward, crashing heavily against a distant sand dune. How could I sustain an injury? It's been ages since I felt this way, Ace murmured, surprisingly devoid of rage, instead expressing a hint of delight. Armament Haki. I didn't expect you to wield it. It appears that, as you claim, your prowess extends beyond just your devil fruit abilities. Having traversed the new world, Ace, well-versed in the art of combat, understood the significance of Armament Haki, a skill specifically designed to counter those with devil fruit powers. I have stated before, a singular ability is insufficient for dominance. If you diligently cultivate the three forms of Haki, you need not remain forever beneath Whitebeard's shadow, Rei Yu remarked gently. Humph. You have no comprehension of Whitebeard's true might, which is why you dare to utter such ignorant words. Ace's anger flared at the perceived disrespect towards Whitebeard, who, in his eyes, was akin to a deity, invincible and omnipotent. How tragic. Are you aware that your brother, Luffy, dreams of becoming the Pirate King? If you wish for Whitebeard to reign, do you intend to eliminate Luffy in the end? Rei Yu observed Ace's stubbornness with a sense of resignation. That is of no concern to you. Let us battle. I wish to witness the true extent of your prowess, the second most renowned individual to wield the title of Dark King. Ace clearly wished to evade the topic, instinctively sidestepping the discussion. Very well then, I shall unleash my full power, Ace. Raider declared, slowly extending his hands before him. Sizzle. With a swift extension of his hands, the earth around Lei Yu suddenly collapsed once more, countless grains of sand being forcefully pressed into the ground. At this moment, his mastery of Armament Haki was not yet under his seamless control. It could only be wielded at the critical juncture. Lei Yu resolutely vowed within himself, today, let me witness which is superior, your flame fruit or my reincarnation fruit. Whoosh. The body of Lei Yu swiftly vanished from his position, charging towards Ace. This is precisely what I desired. Ace, witnessing the oncoming Lei Yu, let out a thunderous roar as flames engulfed his entire being once more. Surrender to me. Flame Fist. With a resounding whoosh, Ace unleashed his full power, a singular strike of his flame fist that was nothing short of cataclysmic, creating a tempest that swept all in its path into oblivion. The inferno surged, scorching the land for miles, elevating the temperature to a horrifying degree. How formidable. Is this Ace's signature technique, the very move that earned him his renown? A single punch capable of annihilating 4 or 5 warships in an instant. Lei Yu, observing the torrent of flames approaching, truly recognized the might of the Logia-type devil fruit. It seems that were it not for the restraint posed by Ace's flame fruit, there would be few in this world capable of standing against him. He indeed possesses the strength of a vice-admiral. Alas, it is unfortunate that his development has been somewhat extreme. With diligent training in the 3 types of Haki, he could undoubtedly become an emperor in the future. One could argue that Whitebeard both facilitated and ultimately hindered his potential. Shinra Tensei, as Lei Yu gazed upon the incoming fiery fist, he understood that its expanse was far too vast. Even the Marine 6-style shave might not suffice to evade it. However, Lei Yu had no intention of retreating, for he was curious to ascertain the true extent of his reincarnation fruit and to what degree he would be suppressed by his adversary. With a resounding crash, Ace's fiery punch struck fiercely against Lei Yu's protective shield. The moment they made contact, the shield swiftly developed cracks. Damn it! Lei Yu exclaimed in anger, his body instinctively recoiling. Yet, in an instant, he was engulfed by the towering flames, vanishing into the vast inferno. Observing Lei Yu consumed by the fire, Ace felt a twinge of guilt. Despite his arrogance, Ace was not a bad person, which was one of the reasons the masses held him in such high regard. The blazing inferno continued to roar, seemingly intent on devouring everything in its path. However, just as Ace began to grow anxious, the flames surrounding them rapidly diminished, and before long, they vanished entirely, revealing Lei Yu unscathed. Delightful. Thank you for the hospitality, he remarked with a satisfied grin. Riddle let out a hearty belch, patting his belly with an air of satisfaction. Ace, what sort of devil fruit ability do you possess? To think you can devour my flames and also manipulate gravity and repulsion, could this be a defiance against the heavens? Ace gazed at Rei Yu, astonished as he witnessed the latter swallow his flames whole, his heart racing like a stampede of 1,000 wild horses. Truly, one who dares to call himself the second king of the underworld possesses remarkable prowess. At that moment, Ace's expression shifted to one of grave concern as he fixed his gaze upon Rei Yu, speaking softly yet earnestly. Although Rei Yu appeared at ease, the reality was far from it. Damn it, this is a significant setback. Even though I absorbed his flames and integrated them into my being, The unfortunate twist is that Rhea has also siphoned off some of my devil fruit abilities. Now, his blood and cells are ablaze with fierce fire, as if he were being roasted alive. Fuse with me. With gritted teeth, Lei Yu summoned 100,000 cycles of power, momentarily suppressing the fiery essence of the flame fruit within him. However, the true battle was only just beginning. If you can withstand this attack, I shall concede that you are indeed worthy of aspiring to the title of Pirate King, Ace declared, extending his arms gracefully as his body soared onto a nearby dune. Wait, let's postpone this for today. We shall have our fierce battle another day. Lei Yu hastily interjected. Frustration coursed through him as he realized he had inadvertently absorbed a trace of his opponent's devil fruit power. Clearly, Lei Yu was eager to eliminate this potential threat as swiftly as possible. Fortunately, it was merely a fragment. Had he truly absorbed the entirety of the flame fruit, the thunder fruit would have become incompatible with him. It is no wonder that a single individual can only wield one devil fruit. Mastering such power is exceedingly difficult and mentally taxing. Even if two devil fruits do not clash, the mastery of both would demand immense willpower and mental fortitude. Moreover, even if one were to possess two fruits, they could only utilize one at a time. Rei Yu aspired to become a deity of thunder, yet he wished to exert minimal effort on the flame fruit. Thus, he employed the power of reincarnation to suppress it within his cells, deeming it a form of reserve. However, despite his noble intentions, reality proved to be rather harsh. Even a mere fragment of the flame fruit's abilities was not easily subdued. Consequently, Rei Yu was reluctant to continue his confrontation with Ace, instead seeking a way to contain the powers of the flame fruit within himself. Did you not say I was on the verge of death? If that is the case, I must fulfill your wish, lest you be left with regrets, Ace declared generously, leaving Rei Yu no room for explanation. Great Flame Ring. Flame Emperor. With Ace's words, fiery circles rapidly ascended from his body, converging in the sky as the temperature soared, turning the surrounding sand into vapor. The flames gathered around Ace gradually exceeded the temperature of lava, forming an immense fireball that resembled a second sun in the heavens. Goodness, he is truly serious, Rei Yu muttered, gazing at the colossal fireball that mirrored a second sun. This technique, the Flame Emperor, undoubtedly reached an S-rank level, possessing the power to obliterate the world. Rei Yu thought to himself, watching the ever-expanding sun with a sense of dread. Please, let nothing happen. Do not let him die, the distant princess murmured, her heart filled with silent prayers as she beheld the growing sun in the sky. Rei Yu was the sole lifeline in her heart. Without him, she would be devoid of even that fragile hope. Her father, her kingdom, everything would be obliterated. Thus, she had come to regard Rei Yu as more precious than her own existence. Even if she were to perish, her utmost desire was for Rei Yu to remain unharmed. Otherwise, her last glimmer of hope would vanish, and the very foundation of her will to live would crumble. Embrace the challenge. I hope you will not disappoint me. Moments later, the second sun in the sky finally coalesced. Ace raised his hands to the heavens, standing resolute atop the sand dune, the immense sun above his head strikingly prominent. As Ace gazed upon Rei Yu before him, he murmured inwardly. He had faith in Rei Yu, for in him, he saw a reflection of his younger self. While he did not wish for Rei Yu to encounter misfortune, he yearned to forge him through adversity, enabling him to learn valuable lessons and avoid the pitfalls he himself had faced. With a gentle sigh, Ace acknowledged that he harbored no regrets. For Whitebeard, he deemed every sacrifice worthwhile. Once an unwanted child, he had been relentlessly pursued by the Navy, living in the shadow of the Pirate King, devoid of familial affection until he encountered Whitebeard. Whitebeard bestowed upon him the familial love he had longed for, a sentiment more precious than anything else. To Ace, Whitebeard was akin to a father. For him, he would endure anything, indifferent to others' judgments. Had Rei Yu been privy to Ace's thoughts, he too would have sighed, recognizing Whitebeard's fortune in encountering someone like Ace. However, individuals like Whitebeard are destined not to become the Pirate King. His compassion makes it inevitable for him to encounter those like Ace and, conversely, those like Blackbeard. It seemed that Rei Yu could not evade the confrontation. As he observed Ace, who stood atop the dune like a god of fire, admiration welled within him, yet his gaze swiftly transformed into one of unwavering determination. This volcano shall be conquered by me, Rei Yu. Prepare to face the great flame ring of the Flame Emperor. With a fierce cry, Ace unleashed the colossal fireball, resembling a second sun, from his grasp, sending it plummeting toward Rei Yu, casting shadows across the land. What he had intended to conserve now erupted forth. It appeared he had underestimated this world. Infinite gravitational giant rebirth iron fist. Rei Yu roared, extending his arm forward. In an instant, a tempest arose, the earth trembled, and countless sands and stones swiftly converged before him. Within moments, Rei Yu's right arm had transformed into a colossal appendage, stretching several meters. Crack, crack, crack. The ground began to fracture incessantly as countless grains of sand coalesced into Rei Yu's arm, while the stones beneath the surface formed his fist. What was once a stretch of sandy terrain had morphed into a vast chasm. Boom. A deafening collision resonated across the land as the sun collided violently with Rei Yu's towering rock fist. The two forces stood in stark opposition, creating a dichotomy between realms, one of fire, the other of stone. Drip, drip, drip. As the rocks melted into lava, they began to drip slowly from the heights above. Shatter for me. With a mighty swing, Lei Yu wielded the colossal arm of a giant, delivering a powerful blow with a fist as massive as the earth itself. Aimed squarely at the diminutive sun in the sky. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, as the earth-like rocky fist shattered into a myriad of fragments, transforming into molten lava that cascaded down to the ground like a mesmerizing meteor shower. However, in that moment, neither Lei Yu nor Ace possessed the slightest inclination to revel in the breathtaking spectacle of cascading meteorites. Boom. Mere seconds later, Ace suddenly found himself half kneeling on the ground, his complexion betraying a hint of exhaustion. As for Lei Yu, he had been utterly drained of strength, collapsing into the immense pit, while the celestial meteor shower hurtled towards him at an alarming speed. Damn it, is this what they call self-inflicted torment? Lei Yu pondered gloomily as he gazed at the meteors racing toward him. Just as he was about to summon the rebirth power of the suppressed flame fruit, a figure swiftly appeared by his side, lifting him up and taking refuge in a nearby spot. You fool, what were you thinking coming to a place like this? Lei Yu chastised, glaring at the figure who cradled him. I won't let anything happen to you. You still have a mission to complete. And I refuse to allow you to perish, the figure replied resolutely. Good grief, are you out of your mind? If I die, you would be freed. And you could find someone far more suitable, Lei Yu retorted vehemently. I want only you. The figure insisted with unwavering determination. Rei Yu, in the distance, observed Ace as he was rescued, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. It was not that he lacked the desire to assist, rather, he found himself utterly depleted. The recent confrontation with the Flame Emperor had drained him of all his strength, rendering him immobile and incapable of offering aid. Minutes later, Rei Yu and Ace stood atop two sand dunes, gazing at each other from afar. You should refrain from pursuing this, Rei Yu urged. Though your power is formidable, you truly cannot contend with him. Depart from Whitebeard and focus on honing your own abilities. Once you master the 3 types of hockey, few will stand against you. After their earlier bout, Rei Yu expressed regret at the thought of Ace meeting an untimely end and continued to implore him. I must go, Ace insisted. I cannot tarnish Father S' reputation. Otherwise, his position as the foremost among the 4 emperors will be jeopardized. Moreover, with Father S' health deteriorating by the day, Ace sighed gently, his expression revealing a hint of helplessness as he regarded Rei Yu. A new era is upon us, Ace. Surrender this notion, or you may truly face death. Whitebeard's time has come to an end, Rei Yu reiterated, his voice firm. I will not stand idly by his father falls. I wish to see him crowned as king. This is my lifelong aspiration, even if it costs me my life. I harbor no regrets. You need not persuade me further. A new era? Father initiated this era, and now it is my turn to guide him. Last time, I did not accompany Father. This time, I will not leave anything to chance. With those words, Ace gradually faded into the sunset, disappearing from Rei Yu's sight. Have you already anticipated this? Rei Yu murmured softly, staring at the vanishing figure of Ace. Rei glanced at the determined Ace, feeling a sense of helplessness. Indeed, the dawn of a new era is no simple feat. Without sacrifice, it is utterly unattainable. The new era could not possibly commence without the demise of Whitebeard. Rei's thoughts were somewhat naive. Let us go, he remarked, aware that Ace was now on his way to find Luffy, and chose not to pursue further. He turned to Miwei and said, given that Ace entrusted his life card to Luffy, he must have anticipated something, yet he still proceeded. Who is that individual? Remarkable strength, Miwei exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the crater before them, as if a meteor had struck. She was equally thrilled, having encountered a formidable opponent. She relished the fact that they had engaged in a battle that ended without a clear victor. Even if they could not best a warlord of the sea, they certainly would not meet their demise. Thus, Miwei felt a sense of elation, knowing that their venture was not a mere march to death. That is Ace, the Fire Fist, a subordinate of the Emperor. Rei said, his expression grave. The Emperor? You mean the legendary Whitebeard? Miwei gasped, taken aback by Rei's statement. You actually know of Whitebeard? Rei inquired, surprised by Miwei's knowledge. Don't underestimate me. I'm also aware of the Pirate King, Miwei replied, her tone brimming with pride. Lei Yu, are you familiar with the King of the Underworld? That particular King of the Underworld? Lei Yu paused momentarily and inquired of Wei Wei. You do realize that in this world, there exist 2 kings of the underworld, one from the Roger era and the other from the present day. Certainly, it is the most dreaded youthful king of the underworld, known to many as the Living Yama. It is said that this king can bring about death by the 3rd watch of the night, leaving others unable to survive until the 5th watch. Wei Wei spoke in a hushed tone, tinged with a hint of fear as she addressed Lei Yu. Lei Yu, I did not perceive that someone like you could also be an admirer of the underworld king, and here you are adorned in such a regal cloak of his. The underworld king has indeed become a captivating subject of discussion over the past few years, with many on the streets donning imitation cloaks. Wei Wei seemingly realized the significance of the cloak Lei Yu wore, her expression one of astonishment as she spoke. Over an hour later, Lei Yu embraced Wei Wei, perched atop a Karu duck, gently swaying as they arrived at the majestic capital of Alabasta. Rei Yu gazed upon the majestic and imposing city walls, a faint smile gracing his lips. Your capital is quite impressive, he remarked to Wei Wei, nestled in his embrace, as they gradually made their way into the imperial city. Put me down, Wei Wei protested. Her cheeks flushed as she looked up at Rei Yu. What is it? He inquired, puzzled by her words. This is so embarrassing. Everyone is watching. Princess Wei Wei exclaimed, mortified at being cradled in the arms of someone, especially given her status. The thought of being observed by onlookers only intensified her shyness. Let them look. It is only natural for a husband to carry his wife, Rei Yu replied unabashedly. Husband? Wei Wei was momentarily taken aback by his words. Indeed. Did you truly believe I would regard you as a mere slave? Or do you wish to be my maid? He teased, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Go to hell. Who would want to be your maid? Wei Wei retorted. An unexpected joy bubbling within her as she responded with a hint of pride. It dawned on her that, having prepared for the worst, she had not anticipated that he sought to marry her rather than view her as a servant. This revelation elevated her spirits from the depths of despair to the heights of elation. Stop. This is the royal palace's forbidden area. No unauthorized personnel may enter. Just as Rei Yu and the others approached the palace gates, 2 soldiers barred their way. Keep going, Rei Yu instructed the Karu duck beneath him. His tone calm and unwavering. Beneath Lei Yu, the Kara duck seemed almost enchanted, hesitating momentarily before continuing its advance. As for Wei Wei, nestled in Lei Yu's arms, she felt the urge to speak but restrained herself, knowing that any utterance would likely be ignored. They had long desired to capture her, and her arrival would undoubtedly delight them. Thus, she chose silence, finding solace in Lei Yu's embrace. Since witnessing Lei Yu's formidable prowess, an inexplicable trust had blossomed within her heart. Fools! Are you deaf? Did you not hear that? Boom. Just as the 2 soldiers, seething with rage, prepared to charge forward, an immense gravitational force suddenly forced them to their knees, rendering them immobile. With an air of nonchalance, Lei Yu strode confidently into the palace. What the hell is going on? I've never seen anything like this. The bewildered guards cursed under their breath. Minutes later, seated atop the Kara duck, Lei Yu finally arrived at the palace. You have arrived, king of the underworld. I have awaited your presence. As Lei Yu reached the square, a man materialized before him. Sir Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Lei Yu remarked, his tone indifferent as he regarded the man before him. What an honor that you recognize me. The man replied, his expression devoid of warmth, his gaze icy. What do you mean by king of the underworld? Wei Wei, in Lei Yu's arms, looked at him in disbelief. Her face a mask of shock. Surely I must have misheard, she thought, shaking her head. Ah, but is this not Princess Wei Wei? I wondered how you dared to come here. It seems you have found a protector. Sir Crocodile smirked at the sight of Wei Wei in Lei Yu's arms. However, you vastly underestimate me and the 7 warlords. Underestimate? I harbor no such delusions, Lei Yu retorted, fully aware that Luffy's victory over Crocodile was largely a stroke of luck. Initially, Luffy had barely survived a single exchange against this foe. Were it not for Luffy's protagonist aura, Crocodile could have dispatched him effortlessly. The 7 warlords were no simple adversaries. Evaluating their worth solely by their bounties would prove to be a grave miscalculation. Did one not recall that during the Great War, this man dared to challenge Whitebeard? Few in this world would be so audacious. Crocodile, is it truly amusing to intimidate a young girl? As one of the 7 warlords, why resort to such tactics? Instead of embracing your status, you seek to carve out your own kingdom? You are akin to an old man consuming arsenic, seeking your own demise. Lei Yu spoke softly. Humph. You are merely a newcomer who has risen in recent years. You dare to speak so boldly. Crocodile scoffed, seemingly unfazed by Lei Yu's 400 million bounty. Indeed, this was his domain, where he felt invincible. Are you truly the king of the underworld? At that moment, Wei Wei gazed at Lei Yu, her eyes sparkling with admiration, completely ignoring Crocodile. What is the situation? Lei Yu observed the sudden infatuation of Wei Wei with a hint of confusion. However, recalling her earlier reverence for the king of the underworld, he soon realized he had encountered a devoted admirer. Cough, perhaps you should step aside for a moment. The upcoming battle may be perilous, Lei Yu gently advised Wei Wei. Yes, king of the underworld, you are invincible. I know you will triumph. Wei Wei nodded vigorously, offering her encouragement to Lei Yu. Rei Yu found himself momentarily unable to accept the situation. Suddenly, he experienced the kind of star-like glory reminiscent of a past life, feeling a touch of embarrassment. This was his first encounter with a fan in the world of One Piece, and he was unaware that he had garnered a modest reputation there. With a swish, he cast aside these jumbled thoughts and swiftly positioned himself at the center of the square, confronting Sand Crocodile. It's impressive that you've mastered the Marine 6 styles, Sand Crocodile remarked, a hint of envy in his voice, for he had yet to learn them. The Marine 6 styles were a closely guarded secret, an unparalleled skill that few could acquire. However, he scoffed, do you really think you can defeat me? He was taken aback that someone would dare oppose him without having wronged them. He felt deeply insulted. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, his pride was wounded. How would you know unless you try? Rei Yu calmly replied, stretching out his hands. You're seeking death. I'll grant you that. Sand Crocodile, incensed by Rei Yu's disdainful demeanor, struck first. Sandstorm, he shouted as he conjured a small whirlwind of sand and hurled it towards Rei Yu. With a whoosh, the sandstorm expanded upon hitting the ground, wreaking havoc and gaining strength as grains of sand spiraled together. Rei Yu sighed softly, observing Sand Crocodile's impatience. Despite most of his reincarnation power being used to suppress the Flame Fruit's abilities, he still possessed strength beyond Ace's. If he hadn't absorbed the Flame Fruit's powers, the outcome would have been uncertain. However, there were advantages and disadvantages. If the Flame Fruit could ultimately merge with Rei Yu's body, he would be able to wield a modicum of fiery power, creating flames with his punches. Though not as formidable as Ace, he could still produce sparks and display some flair. The greatest benefit was that this power would enhance alongside Rei Yu's physical growth, becoming an intrinsic part of him rather than merely a devil fruit ability. Yet, merging the powers of the Flame Fruit with his cells was no trivial task. It would demand an immense amount of reincarnation energy. Initially, Rei Yu aimed to strike at the esteemed warlord before him, but he reconsidered. Engaging with such a high-profile figure could attract the attention of powerful adversaries, leading to dire consequences. The ability to absorb devil fruit energy was a remarkable power, who wouldn't he want it? As Rei Yu pondered, he focused on the gravitational field. With a gentle placement of his right foot, the ground around him stilled, halting the swirling debris and slowing the sandstorm to a stop before him. Sand Crocodile gasped at this display. A gravitational field? This guy's ability seems to counter mine, he thought, having heard of Rei Yu's signature skills involving gravity and repulsion. Weighty sandstorm, Sand Crocodile declared, extending his hands to create an even larger sandstorm. Go, he commanded, launching the massive storm towards Rei Yu. The wind howled and surged, consuming an endless amount of sand, transforming into a formidable sandstorm that charged relentlessly towards Rei Yu. Yet, as it approached, the magnificent storm began to slow down once more. Be careful, King of Hell. Mikey, who was watching from a distance, muttered anxiously, her small hands trembling with worry. What is happening? What is going on here? The commotion in the palace square alerted the guards, drawing numerous soldiers to the scene. Look, it's the warlord, one soldier exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the battling Sand Crocodile. Who is that? How can he challenge a warlord? He is strong enough to withstand the warlord's attacks. Another soldier remarked, astonished by Rei Yu's resilience. Should we assist? A soldier inquired. Assist? Don't you know that when gods fight, mortals suffer? Just look at that scene. You wouldn't even reach them before being obliterated by the pressure. A commanding officer replied, gesturing toward the overwhelming sandstorm. What should we do then? A soldier asked, wiping sweat from his brow, fear evident in his voice. All we can do is watch. This is beyond our control, the officer murmured despondently. Breakthrough, Sand Crocodile roared, unleashing the colossal sandstorm once more, engulfing Rei Yu entirely. However, upon witnessing the scene within the storm, Sand Crocodile nearly choked on his own blood. Rei Yu strolled leisurely, encased in a shimmering white barrier that rendered the tempest impotent. Damn it, I'll make you pay for your arrogance, Sand Crocodile shouted. Desert Sunflower. He summoned the sand from the ground, directing it with a sweeping motion toward Rei Yu, who was now encased in a massive sand ball, resembling a coffin, sealing him completely inside. No. In the distance, the faint figure gazed sorrowfully at the burial site of Rei Yu, bursting into tears. Indeed, the fruit is worthy of the esteemed warlord. The surrounding soldiers echoed in agreement, their eyes fixed on the grave of Rei Yu. Yet, just as everyone believed the ordeal was concluded, a languid voice emerged, gradually resonating through the air. Hey, I must say you fall far short of Ace. While Ace was also extreme in developing his devil fruit abilities, at least his martial arts were commendable. You, on the other hand, are merely a fellow relying on your formidable Logia fruit. No wonder that fellow could dominate you, Rei Yu remarked with disappointment, directing his gaze toward Crocodile. Initially, the Straw Hat couldn't inflict any harm on the Sand Crocodile. However, upon realizing that his blood could solidify and strike against his opponent, the Straw Hat boldly closed the distance and engaged Crocodile in a fierce battle, ultimately reaching a stalemate. When the Straw Hat unleashed his latent potential, Crocodile anticipated the moment when the Straw Hat would succumb to poison, aiming to evade in the meantime. Ultimately, the tides turned. Crocodile did not witness the Straw Hat's toxins take effect before he himself was vanquished. The Straw Hat embodies rubber, which inherently possesses a degree of immunity to toxins. It was evident that Crocodile's strategy of waiting for the Straw Hat's collapse was futile. Had Crocodile not consistently evaded and instead confronted the Straw Hat directly, leveraging his extensive experience, the outcome might have remained uncertain. One can only imagine how weak his martial arts must have been. Even the nascent Straw Hat surpassed him. Once the Straw Hat discovered a weakness and closed in, Crocodile instantaneously lost the upper hand. His dependence on his devil fruit surpassed even that of Ace. This could be attributed to the indulgence afforded by his powerful sand fruit, leading him to neglect his physical abilities over time. Moreover, it seemed he possessed no mastery of Haki, which could be deemed peculiar. At least, he had never been seen utilizing it, suggesting his skills were merely superficial. Presently, Haki remained uncommon, but within 2 years, it would become ubiquitous, with many more practitioners emerging. Ace, that Fire Fist Ace. Upon hearing Rei Yu's words, Crocodile's pupils contracted. He was well aware of Ace's formidable reputation. After all, he had been expelled from the New World by Whitebeard. Crocodile held no affection for Whitebeard. Yet he could not deny the latter's strength. A mere braggart? Do you think that evading my attacks renders you untouchable? Crocodile sneered coldly at the distant Lei Yu. Desert sword. With the utterance of Crocodile's words, a golden blade, solid as diamond, swiftly formed from the sand and soared toward Lei Yu. As Lei Yu beheld the oncoming desert scimitar, he remained immobile, and in the crucial moment, his body seemed as ephemeral as a scrap of paper. Swept aside by the gentle breeze generated by his opponent, narrowly evading the attack. The paper drawing, one of the 6 styles of the Navy. While not as formidable as the observation hockey that grants the ability to perceive the heart's network, is nonetheless a rare and potent defensive technique that is difficult for adversaries to breach. With a resounding crash, just as Lei Yu deftly dodged the assault, a nearby concrete pillar was cleaved in two, collapsing to the ground and sending a cloud of dust into the air. Indeed, the offensive power of the Logia-type attacks is not to be underestimated. Each Logia fruit possesses immense destructive capability. Observing the crocodile's assault, Lei Yu felt an intensifying anticipation for the fruit that resided within his heart. Though Lei Yu had already unlocked 3 abilities of the Reincarnation Fruit, his attack power still fell short, as he had yet to fully master it. The formidable power required to unleash the Reincarnation Fruit's capabilities demands an immense reservoir of reincarnation energy, which he would not dare to tap into unless faced with the precipice of life and death. Much like the previous battle against Ace, such a caliber of strength necessitates a tremendous amount of reincarnation energy. Expending even a single technique could deplete his reserves. While he had devoted most of his reincarnation energy to suppressing the Blaze Fruit's powers, he still retained a considerable amount, given his current ability to refine reincarnation energy. Invoking the same level of power he used against Ace is already at the limit. To access an even greater reservoir of reincarnation energy, he would have to draw from his reserves, a course of action he would avoid unless absolutely necessary, as those reserves were meant for his survival. Should fortune turn against him, and he were to encounter Blackbeard or Whitebeard without his reserves intact, the specter of death would loom large. An outcome Lei Yu fervently wished to avoid. Thus, he resolved to seek the abilities of a devil fruit to augment his own power. However, given his limited capacity for energy, he estimated that he could master at most 3 devil fruit abilities. Exceeding this would lead to wastage, and he risked failing to grasp any of them adequately. Consequently, his selection of a devil fruit was made with meticulous consideration. Once Lei Yu acquired another devil fruit, he could expedite the refinement of his physical form without depleting his reincarnation energy, reserving it solely for his bodily enhancement. Furthermore, with several women in his vicinity, the weight of expectation bore heavily upon him. Hence, the acquisition of a new devil fruit became an imperative. Damn it, is this yet another of the Navy's 6 styles? How many techniques does this fellow possess? With Lei Yu evading his attack once more, the crocodile's expression darkened ominously. It is time to put an end to this. You are no match for me now, and certainly not in 2 years' time. Swish. As Lei Yu spoke, the furious sand crocodile suddenly appeared before him. Armed enhancement. Cycle iron fist. With a resounding thud, Lei Yu swiftly clenched his right fist and delivered a powerful blow to the crocodile's snout, sending it flying while blood gushed forth. Damn it, how is this possible? I am made of sand. The sand crocodile roared, its eyes wide with disbelief. However, when it beheld Lei Yu's fist, now shrouded in an inky black hue, the crocodile's expression shifted once more. Armed color hockey. It ground out through clenched teeth. Oh, so you are aware? Lei Yu remarked, retracting the hockey enveloping his fist, somewhat surprised. At that moment, Lei Yu could only muster a fist-sized amount of armed color hockey, having merely scratched the surface of its mastery, a mere initiation. In 2 years, a mid-ranking officer could saturate their entire body with this power, and thus, Lei Yu still had a considerable distance to cover. Although the density of his armed color hockey was significantly stronger than that of his opponent, the quantity was woefully insufficient, far from the levels exhibited by someone of Karp's caliber. Fortunately, Lei Yu had embarked on his training ahead of others, revealing a substantial potential. Humph. You underestimate me too much. As a devil fruit user, how could I be ignorant of this hockey, specifically designed to counteract devil fruit powers? Lei Yu scoffed disdainfully. Oh, then why don't you utilize it? Lei Yu inquired, puzzled. Humph. Such a tool for commoners, I, old Shah, would never condescend to use. The sand crocodile boasted arrogantly. Lei Yu, how could you consistently find yourself at the bottom? It is indeed a pity that you have come this far relying solely on the power of the devil fruit. Lei Yu gazed at the sand crocodile with a hint of compassion, yet he knew that in 2 years, without mastery of hockey, one would be outclassed. Hockey has become an essential skill for any adept, even the lesser skilled possess it. Now, reduced to mere insignificance in the eyes of the opponent, this powerful devil fruit has proven to be a double-edged sword, inflating his ego to the point of disdain for abilities beyond his fruit. Alas, what a tragic tableau. Moreover, when Lei Yu previously spoke of surpassing others, he referred to figures like Luffy and those oblivious to the significance of the 3 types of hockey. It may have caused some misunderstandings. Furthermore, the Conqueror's hockey has long been present. There was never a phase devoid of hockey. What did you say? Do you dare to look down upon me? The sand crocodile, unable to discern the sarcasm in Lei Yu's words, was instantly enraged. However, seizing the moment of Lei Yu's distraction, the sand crocodile swiftly transformed into a whirlwind of sand, vanishing from sight. Has he fled? At least he possesses some self-awareness. Lei Yu remarked softly. But just then, a thunderous voice erupted. Die? Erosion cycle. Boom. With the sand crocodile's roar, the entire plaza began to collapse. Resembling a swamp as everything started to sink. Countless fissures tore through the ground, and whirlpools of sand swiftly engulfed all in the plaza. What terrifying destructive power! The surrounding guards, witnessing the plaza being consumed, were filled with dread and trepidation towards the strength of the 7 warlords. They watched in horror as the plaza was on the verge of being devoured, desperately searching for Lei Yu's figure, which had vanished from sight. This time, it must be the end, right? The guards murmured to themselves. Unrepentant, Lei Yu remained motionless, observing the structures around him being swallowed. He gently shook his head. Against ordinary individuals, such an attack would indeed be invincible, but when faced with Lei Yu, it would turn into a tragedy. Boom. Rei's right foot gently kicked the ground. An infinite gravitational field. The hissing sound of something being torn apart echoed around him, as the sands that seemed ready to engulf Rei appeared to be bound, struggling incessantly until they could no longer move. Gradually, everything around began to restore itself, the flowing sands slowly solidifying into a path. At this moment, the sand crocodile felt as heavy as a mountain, his expression dark and foreboding. A wise man avoids immediate losses. Time to flee. The sand crocodile exerted every ounce of strength to escape into the distance, entirely oblivious to the fact that a portion of the power from his devil fruit had been silently siphoned away and absorbed into Rei's being. This devil fruit power is somewhat wasted on you, Rei thought, as a trace of sandstorm energy began to manifest on his fingertip. Ah, having just suppressed the powers of the flame fruit, now I must contain a new force. Indeed, enhancing physical strength is no simple task. I truly wonder how that fellow Carp is trained. Rei recalled Carp's iron fists and let out a deep sigh. However, Rei had not considered that Carp had trained for many years, while he had only begun his journey. Moreover, even if Carp's physical prowess was formidable, it could not conjure flames or the power of sand. Rei Yu observed the fleeing sand crocodile without pursuing it, a slight smile gracing his lips. Initially, he had intended to let the creature go, but who could have anticipated such treachery? As it departed, it had the audacity to strike at him. Unavenged, Rei Yu felt a sense of injustice, thus he shamelessly appropriated some of the creature's devil fruit abilities, unnoticed and undetected. Had the sand crocodile not been consumed by fear and desperation, perhaps Rei Yu's petty theft would have been discovered. Alas, the creature was solely focused on its escape, oblivious to everything else around it. Are you all right? After a moment, Princess Wei Wei approached Rei Yu with a hint of concern, inquiring about his well-being. I'm fine. But this place is indeed troublesome. Rei Yu gestured around the square, apologetically acknowledging the situation. Do not worry, I am immensely grateful to you. Without your intervention, a civil war in the Alabasta Kingdom would have resulted in countless casualties. Princess Wei Wei replied cheerfully, her gratitude evident. Enough of that. I did this for you. So do not thank me. Go meet your father. We shall depart in a few days, Rei Yu retorted, aware that gratitude held little value. Humph. I know that well enough. I shall not be indebted to you. You, however, seem quite mercantile in your dealings, Princess Wei Wei responded, visibly irritated. A few days later, Nico Robin and her companions arrived, spending time exploring, particularly captivated by the ancient relics. Nico Robin immersed herself in research for several days, neglecting food and drink. Lost in her studies, only emerging when Rei Yu announced their departure. On the day of their planned exit, Rei Yu and his companions enjoyed one final bath in the royal palace. Due to his gender, Rei Yu was relegated to a separate bathing area, excluded even from the company of the Karu duck, who at least had the privilege of being among them, albeit a female duck, as certified by a certain individual. Robin, have you made any discoveries? Nico Alvia inquired of Nico Robin, who was still in deep contemplation within the bath. Yes, somewhat. Nico Robin nodded in acknowledgement. What sort of discovery? Nami asked, her curiosity piqued. One of the 3 ancient weapons, the Sea King Poseidon. Comprehensive records exist in the Sky Islands. But here the information is merely a mention, Nico Robin concluded, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Sky Islands? Do they truly exist? Princess Wei Wei questioned, her face reflecting disbelief. They should exist. Our next destination is indeed the Sky Island, and you shall witness it soon, Nami proclaimed confidently. Fully aware that Princess Wei Wei would soon join their ranks as a sisterhood aboard the Merman. Mother, when will I grow to be like you? At that moment, Nico Robin looked up at Nico Alvia, her gaze fixed intently upon her mother's bosom. Nico Robin's innocent query drew the attention of all the beautiful women present, including Alrita, who had consumed the slippery fruit. Well, you all are still developing, so there is no need to rush. In time, you will all surpass me, Nico Alvia explained, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, fully aware of how her current figure inspired envy among the young girls, particularly after Rei Yu's enhancements had rendered her even more stunning. Oh, Nico Robin observed her own sea figure and nodded, her expression revealing a sense of anticipation. As the women, in an instant, Lei Yu's figure vanished from the spot. With a series of rapid steps, he traversed the air, gracefully making his way to the adversaries' warship. Before long, he found himself face to face with a captivating beauty. Before Lei Yu stood a captivating beauty, her allure unexpectedly rivaling that of Nicole Olivia. She exuded an air of sophistication, yet possessed a sensuality that surpassed Nicole's more reserved demeanor. Although Lei Yu had departed from the Navy, his legendary reputation remained undiminished. He was the youngest rear admiral in the history of the Navy, renowned for his formidable strength. Having once held his own against a vice admiral, even inflicting injury upon him, his exploits had become the stuff of legend. Particularly as that former vice admiral had since ascended to the rank of admiral, further amplifying Lei Yu's notoriety. This saga had become a source of humiliation for Red Dog, who vowed to capture Lei Yu personally as retribution for his betrayal. Driven by jealousy over Lei Yu's prodigious talent and extraordinary fortune, coupled with the potential to become the youngest admiral in history, Red Dog had been deeply unsettled. Fortunately for him, Lei Yu's defection alleviated some of that pressure. As there were only 3 admirals at any given time. "Mother, I am no longer a rear admiral. I am now a pirate," Lei Yu remarked with a satisfied smile, surveying the apprehensive Navy around him. In truth, not all Navy personnel are malevolent, just as not all pirates possess noble intentions. In a world illuminated by sunlight, shadows inevitably linger, such is the nature of existence. True harmony is unattainable unless humanity ceases to exist, for wherever people dwell, conflict will arise. "You know the truth, Your Majesty. You are under arrest," the alluring woman before Lei Yu stated coldly. "My goodness, sister, be cautious. He is a bounty of 400 million. He is not someone we can contend with. Moreover, he was a rear admiral just a few years ago, while you are merely a colonel now." The surrounding Navy members gasped, nearly losing their footing in fear, dreading that one displeased glance from Lei Yu would spell their doom. "And you?" Lei Yu inquired, amusement flickering in his eyes as he gazed at the elegant woman. "What do you think?" She retorted, "Black prison," with a resonating hum. A pitch-black iron cage swiftly encased Lei Yu, trapping him within its confines. The Navy instinctively took a step back, uncertain. "What are you doing?" "Hurry and bind him. He has already subdued me," Tina bellowed in fury, her formidable presence causing the surrounding Navy to falter, her ample figure visibly trembling in indignation. Such size, such substance. As Lei Yu gazed at the shimmering peaks before him, a surge of excitement coursed through his heart. "You scoundrel! Where do you think you're looking?" Tina roared, her expression akin to a predator ready to pounce. In this world, no one had ever dared to gaze at her so boldly. Although the men around her were all exceedingly lascivious, none had the audacity to look at her so openly and without pretense as Lei Yu did. This infuriated her, yet simultaneously evoked a flicker of admiration for him, such as the curious nature of women. "My dear lady, I have matters to attend to, so I shan't be able to play with you today. However, I have certainly noted your presence and look forward to our next encounter," Lei Yu remarked with a gentle smile directed at the furious yet intriguing beauty before him, emphasizing the words "play with you." With a swift motion, he propelled himself into the sky, and as he moved, the iron cage surrounding him disintegrated into countless fragments. "You coward! Don't you dare run. We haven't finished our game," Tina shouted, her anger boiling over as she watched him brazenly escape, audaciously teasing her in the process. "I may not be cowardly, but I can certainly make you feel that way." Lei Yu's voice echoed from the distant sky, leaving Tina's cheeks flushed with a deep crimson. A sight both captivating and perplexing, whether from anger or embarrassment remained ambiguous, though the former seemed more prevalent. Time swiftly passed, and before one knew it, a day had elapsed. On this particular day, the sun shone brightly, with fluffy white clouds drifting across the azure sky and a gentle breeze caressing the surface of the sea. The soft sunlight bathed the ocean, adorning the ship, Hades, in a golden glow. "Captain, ahead lies the passage to the Sky Island," Lei Yu announced from the pavilion aboard Hades, admiring the vast ocean as his transponder snail rang. "Ah, then let us prepare to enter," he replied softly, observing the rising sea level ahead. On the deck of Hades, Yalida looked at Nami with concern. "Are we really going to go through with this?" "Absolutely," Nami exclaimed with palpable excitement. "Are you certain we won't capsize?" Yalida asked again, clearly apprehensive as she gazed at the rising sea level, her heart quaking. It was understandable. After all, they were about to surge upward through the elevated sea, a feat not for the faint-hearted. "We won't," Nami reassured her once more, her conviction evident as she relished the moment to showcase her prowess. With a magnificent flourish, under the weight of everyone's anxiety, the grand ship Hades accelerated rapidly, reaching an astonishing speed of 100 knots, charging straight toward the rising waves, a truly spectacular sight. "Ah, help!" The women aboard the ship began to scream as Hades tilted nearly vertically, causing everyone to lose their footing and belongings to soar into the air. "Gravity field." With a gentle wave of his right hand, Lei Yu silenced all the tumultuous commotion, causing even the women who were about to take flight to stand still, as if gracefully inverted on the deck. "Incredible, Princess Wei Wei," she exclaimed, gazing at the vast ocean below, feeling as though the merman had lifted them into the sky. "Are we really flying?" Kaya murmured dreamily, tightly embracing Nico Alvia. "My deductions were correct. This time we shall truly succeed," Nami exclaimed with boundless excitement. "Ah, this colossal iron vessel is quite the nuisance," Lei Yu remarked, skillfully controlling the ship's mast to ensure it maintained a certain weight. He was uncertain if they could genuinely ascend into the heights, thus he prudently employed the powers of the Reincarnation Fruit to liberate the vessel from the Earth's gravitational pull. Boom. As everyone reveled in their exhilaration, the merman surged upwards, slicing through the clouds, and with a resounding thud, it reached the aerial island above. Have we succeeded? Nami questioned, her uncertainty evident as she surveyed her surroundings. It appears we have. Everyone disembark, Lei Yu declared, stepping onto the moonlit path from the merman. This is the sea. It must have a restraining effect on those with devil fruit abilities, right? Nico Robin inquired hesitantly. Fear not, I have tested the cloud sea above. And it poses no threat, Lei Yu reassured, treading upon the uppermost layer of clouds. Is that so? Nico Robin observed as Nami and the others dove into the cloud sea to frolic, her heart wavering. Come down. Just as Nico Robin hesitated, Lei Yu swiftly appeared behind her, scooping her up and tossing her into the cloud sea. Ah! She shrieked as she plunged into the clouds, transforming into a drenched figure. This is so much fun, Kaya joyfully exclaimed, bouncing and laughing amid the cloud sea. Indeed, I never imagined such a place existed, Nami chimed in, gleefully playing in her swimsuit, much to Lei Yu's delight, who had previously indulged in a bit of peeking aboard the merman. Land ahead! Kuina shouted to Lei Yu and the others. Soon, they gathered around her and indeed spotted land in the distance. Let us proceed, Lei Yu urged, leading the women towards the shore. As Lei Yu approached, a melodious voice captured their attention, causing them to pause. How enchanting, Kaya remarked dreamily. Quite delightful. It seems we are in need of a musician aboard our ship, Lei Yu mused, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips as he resolved to recruit the singer. Captain. Your smile is rather sinister, Kaya interjected, unable to contain her disapproval of his intentions. Did you come up from below? At that moment, a beautiful woman with a pair of delicate wings and a harp appeared before them, inquiring softly. How did you know? Nico Robin asked, her curiosity piqued. Because you did not arrive via Waiba in the cloud sea, and your attire does not resemble that of our people, the winged beauty explained, pointing to a distant mode of transportation. Are you an angel? Kaya, still enchanted by the notion, stepped closer to the woman and asked gently. The woman paused, momentarily taken aback by the question, but then smiled radiantly, akin to a blooming flower. No, the residents of our island all possess these small wings, she clarified lightly. Is the Waiba the vehicle you mentioned? Unbeknownst to them, Nami, ever the thrill-seeker, had already approached the transportation the woman had indicated. Yes, that vehicle is quite challenging to operate. A novice might take about 3 months to master it, she began, but before she could finish, Nami had already taken the helm of the Waiba, maneuvering it across the cloud sea. Ah, this is so exhilarating, Nami shouted in delight as she soared through the clouds. Before Lei Yu stood a beautiful woman, her expression stiffening. Your friends are indeed quite talented, she said after a moment of awkwardness, addressing Lei Yu and the others. By the way, my name is Cornus. Allow me to show you around here. You must have paid quite a sum to be here, and I cannot let your visit be in vain. The charming young lady Cornus spoke kindly to Lei Yu and his companions. We haven't paid anything. Nami chimed in as she returned, directing her words towards Cornus. You haven't paid? How did you get in? Cornus asked in surprise, her brow furrowing in confusion. We flew up from below, Nami explained, gesturing downwards and mimicking a flying motion. Cornus looked incredulous. You must be joking. How could that be possible? She questioned, still struggling to believe their claim. Not at all. We truly flew up here. Come on, weren't you going to show us around? I can hardly contain my excitement about this island in the sky, Lei Yu urged Cornus eagerly. You are impressive, Cornus said, momentarily taken aback before leading Lei Yu and the others further inside. However, just then, a flock of bird-like beings appeared in the sky, causing Cornus' heart to race. She knew that the individuals before her had crossed borders illegally, and if discovered, the consequences would be dire. Unfortunately, Cornus' fears soon materialized. You lot, halt. A priest brandishing a firearm shouted at Lei Yu and his companions. My lord, they are my friends who forgot to pay. May I ask how much is owed? The kind-hearted Cornus quickly replied to the priest in the sky. Oh, is that so? Then let us consider this a fine of 10 billion. The priest said coolly after assessing the number of Lei Yu's group. But there aren't 10 of them. Cornus exclaimed in shock and hurriedly protested. They entered illegally. We're charging you for their luck, so pay up. The priest barked from above. 10 billion? Nami's face darkened, her temper flaring dangerously, realizing the gravity of the situation. Guena and the others instinctively distanced themselves, while only the newcomer, Mikey, seemed oblivious to the impending danger. Crack! A bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky. Huh? Where did that lightning come from in broad daylight? Mikey murmured, bewildered. Thunderstorm. Lightning cloud spear. With a tremendous crack, a colossal bolt of lightning, resembling a spear, surged forth towards the priest in the sky. Ah! A chorus of screams erupted as the boastful priest was struck, plummeting from the sky, charred and defeated. Impressive. Is this your power, Nami? Mikey asked excitedly, gazing at Nami. Just a piece of cake, Nami replied, her pride swelling at Mikey's envious gaze. You've really gotten us into trouble. They want 10 billion, which is equivalent to merely 1 million berries here. You've acted too impulsively, Cornus expressed her concern for Nami. Upon hearing Cornus' explanation, Nami's face turned pale. How was she to know that the amount mentioned was a local figure, and that 10 billion would only translate to around 1 million berries? Nonetheless, even that seemed like a substantial sum. Not a single berry, Nami declared resolutely. Then you must flee quickly. The gods will not spare you. Cornus urged the group earnestly. No need. We are eager to meet the gods you speak of. Lei Yu replied with a carefree smile. Then let us split up. I will search for the relics of this place, Nico Robin suggested to Lei Yu, clearly prioritizing the relics above all else. Yes, I will search for gold as well. I've heard tales of a golden land here, if we can find it. We will be wealthy, Nami said excitedly, her eyes glinting with avarice. We will wait for you on the Meiwang, Caius said, pulling Nico Alvio aside. All right, Guena. You are responsible for protecting Nami, and Rita, you will protect Robin. I will team up with Cornus to find your gods, Lei Yu instructed those nearby. Quickly. They organized their roles, with Mikey choosing to stay by Nami's side, evidently more interested in treasure than history, especially after hearing about Nami's mythical golden land. After several minutes, under Cornus' guidance, Lei Yu arrived at the realm of the gods, the dwelling place of their deities. Cornus, is your god truly as formidable as you claim? Lei Yu inquired skeptically, having listened to her boast throughout their journey. Indeed, they are powerful beyond our mortal comprehension. Cornus affirmed earnestly. Oh, and if your god were to annihilate you, what would you think? Lei Yu continued his probing inquiry. That is impossible. Cornus shook her head vehemently, unable to accept Lei Yu's premise. I say if, Lei Yu persisted nonchalantly. That would truly be a catastrophic disaster, for no one can oppose the divine. Cornus finally sighed deeply, the weight of her words hanging heavy in the air. Lei Yu gazed at the surrounding sea of clouds, embracing the gentle breeze that caressed him. The contrasting hues of black and white danced gracefully in the air, while the striking attire of the Lord of the Underworld billowed elegantly in the wind. The sharply defined cheeks of Lei Yu revealed a blend of youthful innocence and mature composure, two distinctly contrasting qualities harmoniously coexisting within him. The island was adorned with towering trees, a veritable paradise filled with the sweet melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, resembling an ethereal realm. Truly, it was the legendary island, undeniably beautiful. As Lei Yu surveyed the enchanting scenery, he pondered silently, are we truly about to walk into a trap? Upon approaching a grand palace, Cornus halted nervously, fear and anxiety evident in her demeanor, and she turned to Lei Yu with a question. Is it really a trap? Not a trap, but rather, I am here to assist you, Lei Yu replied, shaking his head gently. He was well aware that the deity they spoke of intended to depart for the moon, planning to obliterate this place in the process. Assist us? Cornus echoed, her voice laden with confusion. How about this? You play a melody, and in due time, everything will become clear, Lei Yu suggested, having located the enemy's stronghold. He was in no rush. His pursuit was the maximization of benefits, and a golden opportunity lay before him that he could not afford to overlook. He smiled reassuringly at Cornus. What an odd person. Cornus murmured under her breath before retrieving her harp and beginning to play for Lei Yu. It was fortunate that she could stall the situation. She felt a pang of guilt for having brought Lei Yu to this perilous place. If he were to perish, she would bear the weight of remorse. The harp's captivating melodies soon filled the air as Cornus's nimble fingers danced across the strings, producing a cascade of enchanting notes. The azure sky and verdant landscape surrounded them, and Lei Yu found himself utterly entranced by the euphoric music. What a musical angel! Such talent squandered in this desolate, secluded place, he thought impudently. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder shattered the serene atmosphere, prompting Lei Yu to curse vehemently. That damned, blind creature. His eyes widened as he gazed into the distance, quickly identifying the source. Dark clouds began to thicken in the sky, and bolts of lightning converged above. As a colossal vessel, reminiscent of his own ship, the Hades, floated majestically in the air, a breathtaking sight. At that moment, a man wielding a weapon hovered in the sky, exuding an aura of authority akin to that of a thunder god, surveying the land with an imposing presence. Foolish subjects, you dare to resist me? Since I am leaving, I shall utterly annihilate you today, he declared coldly to the rebels below. Cornus, trembling in fear, fell to the ground upon hearing the words of the celestial being. In a split second, Lei Yu swiftly caught her before she could hit the ground, the sweet scent of her presence enveloping him. Her delicate form felt as if it were made of clouds, soft and ethereal. With a resounding boom, thunder echoed across the land, intensifying Cornus's terror. What do we do now? The god is angry. We are doomed, she whimpered, aware that the rebels were those who opposed the deity's dominion, remnants of a once vanquished populace. Yet, the gravity of the situation outweighed her fears. She could not bear to witness her homeland's destruction or the loss of lives. Do not fret. I assured you, I am here to help, Lei Yu comforted her, feeling somewhat awkward as he witnessed her tears. Can you truly assist us? He is a god. Cornus expressed her disbelief. Of course I can help you. Would I have come here otherwise? Do you genuinely believe I am here to meet my demise? Lei Yu retorted, exasperated by her doubts. Just then, Cornus seemed to come to a realization, panic washing over her as she broke free from Lei Yu's embrace, her face flushed with embarrassment. Having never been in such close proximity to a man, she was momentarily bewildered by the intensity of his masculine presence. Are you all right? Lei Yu asked with a hint of amusement at her reaction. I am fine, Cornus stammered, clutching her garment to mask her inner turmoil. By the way, is it true that you can help us? Indeed, it is true, but I have conditions. You know well that there are no free lunches in this world. And I am risking my life to defy your god. You yourself have claimed that your deity is invincible, Lei Yu said meaningfully as he regarded Cornus. I have no money, she replied, her voice trembling at the sight of his cunning smile, tears welling in her eyes. Lei Yu, do you think I am in need of money? Lei Yu replied with irritation. Of course. You haven't even paid the entry fee, and yet you claim to have not a single cent. It is evident that you are in financial distress, Cornus recalled Nami's words. Still remembering them clearly, and spoke earnestly. Lei Yu, somewhat at a loss for words, finally surrendered and explained, well, even if I am short on funds, I don't care about money, it holds no significance for me. Cornus, feeling a twinge of anxiety, gazed at Lei Yu and softly inquired. Then what is it that you truly seek? I want you, Lei Yu replied, his eyes locking onto hers, radiating profound affection. Cornus gasped in surprise, clearly taken aback by his declaration. What is it now? Lei Yu asked, observing the startled Cornus with a frown. Truly, just that would suffice. I am not worth much, so do not regret it later, Cornus responded nervously, convinced that Lei Yu must be in need of substantial wealth, which she believed she could not provide. In her mind, she considered herself of little value. Lei Yu proclaimed, I will not regret this. I desire you. Once I have vanquished your deity, you shall accompany me. He wiped the beads of perspiration from his forehead, speaking with earnestness. Today, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed by Cornus Rei's peculiar demeanor. What a strange individual, forsaking a fortune for someone of little worth, Cornus murmured softly. Suddenly, as Lei Yu prepared to depart, he stumbled and fell to the ground upon hearing her words. A few minutes later, he entered the palace, leaving Wei outside for her safety, aware of the lurking dangers within. At last, the mortal who dares to intrude upon our realm has arrived. A man seated regally upon a throne addressed Lei Yu as he stepped into the grand hall. This individual possessed an enhanced heart network ability, allowing him to eavesdrop on the entire Sky Island. Lei Yu found himself discovered, though he was not perturbed. Instead, he felt a heightened anticipation for the Thunder Fruit. Yet, this opponent was formidable, with a bounty rivaling that of Ace and a power level exceeding 500 million. Lei Yu was not like Luffy, who was impervious to electricity and benefited from the protagonist's halo, ensuring 100% success in countering foes. Nevertheless, no matter the challenges ahead, Lei Yu was resolute in his pursuit. To harness the Thunder Fruit was crucial for his rapid resurgence in strength, and he believed he had a 50% chance of absorbing the opponent's experiences. Although this would demand considerable reincarnation and mental energy, Lei Yu remained undeterred. He trusted that, after assimilating the Thunder Fruit, both his physical and mental fortitude would amplify, compensating for any losses incurred. Lei Yu was determined to acquire the Thunder Fruit, if necessary. He would summon others to assist in overpowering his adversary. He was no stranger to such actions. Do you truly believe yourself a deity? You are merely one who has consumed the Thunder Fruit, he remarked with a hint of amusement at the man's lofty demeanor. You seek death. A nearby priest, incensed by Lei Yu's words, advanced but came to an abrupt halt. With a resounding crash, he knelt, utterly devoid of resistance, and the surrounding individuals followed suit, seemingly bowing in reverence to Lei Yu. You wretched fool, you shall pay for this. The enraged priest glared at Lei Yu, his eyes ablaze with fury. Yet they were powerless to act. What a collection of useless wretches. Enel, high and mighty, surveyed his guards with fury, astonished that Lei Yu had dared to assert dominance before he had even made his own display of authority. In an instant, a flash of lightning appeared as Enel materialized behind Lei Yu. Mortal, you are far too arrogant. Prepare to face divine retribution. With a crack, a colossal pillar of destructive lightning plunged from the heavens, precisely aimed at Lei Yu's head. Remarkable. This speed surpasses my own, Lei Yu realized, astonished. He had indeed underestimated his opponent. As he beheld the descending lightning, his pupils dilated. He was not an insulator. Should he be struck, the consequences would be dire. Yet, the swiftness of the attack left Lei Yu no opportunity to escape. The speed of lightning far exceeded the speed of sound, rendering Lei Yu no match for this electrifying assault. With a thunderous roar, the lightning struck Lei Yu, engulfing him in its brilliance. What a fragile existence. Enel remarked as he observed Lei Yu being consumed by the lightning. However, when the light dissipated, revealing Lei Yu unscathed, Enel's pupils narrowed in surprise. Intriguing, he mused, a hint of amusement crossing his features. Lei Yu felt a tingling sensation in his hands, and an overwhelming gravity weighed upon his heart. The opponent's speed was astonishingly swift, rivaling the very essence of light itself. In an instant, the elemental force of lightning manifested beside him, rendering even the Navy's 6th style, Samsara, utterly inadequate. Thunderbird. Just as Lei Yu contemplated a strategy to counter, the adversary launched another lightning-shaped Thunderbird from their hand, hurtling directly toward him with pinpoint accuracy. The speed of the lightning was nearly that of light, making evasion seem an absurd fantasy. Absolute defense. With determination, Lei Yu raised his hands once more, swiftly creating a vacuum zone around his body filled with repulsive force. Boom. With a thunderous roar, the Thunderbird struck fiercely against Lei Yu's protective barrier. Crack. The ground beneath Lei Yu's feet shattered instantaneously. Give me destruction. With a formidable roar, Lei Yu confronted the Thunderbird before him, which was subsequently repelled. Boom. In the distance, a colossal stone pillar was instantaneously shattered by the Thunderbird's impact, disintegrating into countless fragments that cascaded down to the earth. Are you also a wielder of a devil fruit ability? How intriguing. It seems I've stumbled upon a new realm, Enel remarked with a sense of amusement, as if he had discovered uncharted territory. Indeed, after languishing in solitude for far too long, he finally encountered someone worthy of his engagement. The tempestuous foot of the storm fell like a meteor. Whoosh. Rei Yu engaged in no idle chatter, swiftly bending his right leg and launching a fierce gale imbued with a faint crimson flame directly at Enel. Thunderbolt. Enel observed the approaching tempest with an air of nonchalance, extending his right hand to conjure a blue lightning barrier before him. The impact was thunderous as the crimson-tinged gale collided violently with the azure lightning. A sharp crack echoed, causing Enel's expression to shift slightly. The gale contained a fiery essence. How could this be? What manner of creature is he? A sense of astonishment gripped Enel as he perceived the extraordinary nature of the gale's power. With a resounding boom, Enel was propelled by Rei Yu's meteor strike into a distant wall, scattering debris in all directions. Not bad, Rei Yu murmured to himself in satisfaction. This kick was a product of the minuscule fusion of the flame fruit's power within him. Though merely a trace, its might was incomparably greater than before. Mortal, I must concede that I underestimated you. You have managed to force me back. I owe you a debt of gratitude, and I shall repay it by eliminating you. Enel coldly retorted to Rei Yu. The thought that he, a deity of supreme authority, had been repelled was a profound humiliation. What now? The captain appears to be at a disadvantage, Nami remarked anxiously to Kuina as they observed the clash between Rei Yu and Enel. I have faith in him. Kuina replied resolutely. The captain should be fine, but our predicament is dire, Nico Robbins said, gazing at the sky, now shrouded in ominous clouds, reminiscent of a cataclysmic event. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped the entire Sky Island. That bastard intends to annihilate us all, damn him. The rebels cursed as they witnessed the encroaching storm clouds enveloping the island, feeling utterly powerless. Just then, it seemed that the storm had reached its zenith. As a bolt of lightning struck down with ferocity, followed by another, and yet another, wreaking havoc among the island's inhabitants and the rebels. Countless civilians were struck by the lightning, meeting tragic ends, while others were left dazed. Help them, Lord of the Underworld. Please, help them. I will grant you any request. Cornus cried out, kneeling on the ground, heartbroken as she watched the lives being extinguished before her. Through her time spent with Nami and the others, she had come to understand Rei Yu's formidable abilities and believed he could aid her. However, Cornus may have overestimated Rei Yu, facing off against a Logia-type devil fruit wielder. And one of the most powerful among them at that, Rei Yu found himself in a state of profound frustration. In this moment, Lei Yu's infinite gravitational field found itself rendered utterly ineffective. The adversary had fully transformed into an embodiment of lightning elements. Even if Lei Yu's gravitational prowess were to amplify 100-fold, it would scarcely make a difference. Damn it, this elemental transformation is truly formidable. Lei Yu gazed at Enel, who remained unscathed, cursing inwardly. Swiftly, Lei Yu's figure swiftly vanished from the spot, initiating the assault. Reincarnation Flame Fist. Bang! With a faint spark of starlight, Lei Yu's fist struck heavily towards his opponent's head. In an instant, with a resounding impact, Lei Yu's fist was caught firmly in the adversary's grasp. You are indeed quite slow, said Enelu with a hint of disdain. Reincarnation Explosive Flame Fist. Just as Enelu reveled in his moment of triumph, a sardonic smile crept upon Lei Yu's lips. Ah! With a piercing scream, Enelu's right hand erupted in a violent explosion. Had he not transformed in that critical moment, his arm would have been severely damaged. How can you possess the power of the devil fruit and also wield the flames? Enelu asked Lei Yu in astonishment. It is well known that fire and lightning are among the most formidable and domineering forces in the world, akin to the dragon and the tiger. Thus Enelu held a certain trepidation towards Lei Yu's fiery abilities. Rei Yu felt that the hard-earned power of lightning he had just refined was instantly depleted by that last strike, leaving him somewhat speechless. Nonetheless, he was quite satisfied with the might of that blow. The thunder fruit truly deserved its reputation as one of the most formidable natural-type fruits. It seemed that without resorting to his immature armament hockey, he would have to await Luffy's arrival. However, even with armament hockey, it was uncertain whether he could subdue his opponent, for the power of lightning combined with the mind network was an unstoppable force. Had Enel not encountered the non-conductive Luffy, he would undoubtedly have dominated the battlefield. Rei Yu mused, reflecting that even formidable figures like the Golden Lion had fallen to Luffy, so Enel's predicament was not overly humiliating, considering he possessed the invincible aura of a protagonist. Do you take me for a mere child? How could such a fruit possibly exist in this world? Enel roared in fury upon hearing Rei Yu's dismissive words. Do you believe it or not? Rei Yu shrugged his hands nonchalantly. How dare you seek your own demise? Thunder Dragon. Roar. With a fierce shout, a blue thunder dragon shot forth from Enel's hand, hurtling directly towards Rei Yu. Humph, that was merely 30 million volts before. This time, it's a thunder dragon of 60 million volts. Enel sneered at Rei Yu. Damn it, I'm risking everything to defeat you. Power of reincarnation, unleash. With a crackle, it was as if a limiter had been released from Lei Yu's body, unleashing an overwhelming force of reincarnative energy that surged wildly, summoning fierce winds. The ground quickly fissured, shattering into countless fragments as Lei Yu's Dark King armor danced in the tempest. Rei's gaze drifted towards the distant dark clouds in the sky. Then back to the inconsolable Cornus, a faint sigh escaping his lips. In an instant, as Inel's cold demeanor faltered due to Rei's sudden outburst, Rei's form appeared atop a distant stone pillar. Skyquake. He bellowed. With a swift motion, Rei's hands clasped together, and a pitch-black sphere manifested rapidly in his grasp. Guena. Take them away quickly. I can no longer control this. Wait for me aboard the phantom ship. He roared at Guena on the ground, sensing his body nearing its limits. Yes, Captain. Let us go. Guena responded, recognizing that Rei had unleashed a powerful move. Memories of a similar incident years ago when Rei had gone berserk against a Sea King flooded her mind, prompting her to act without hesitation as she swiftly gathered Cornus and the others to flee. I won't leave. I must save them. Cornus cried out to the civilians being struck by lightning. Trust in our captain. He will find a way. Guena declared, ignoring Cornus's protest as she carried her away, followed closely by Nami and the others in a hasty retreat. What are you planning? Enel questioned Rei, an ominous feeling stirring within him. What am I planning? A feast just for you. Enjoy it at your leisure. I had not intended to resort to this, but circumstances leave me no choice. Go. Skyquake. A black sphere shot rapidly into the stormy clouds above, soon vanishing from sight. Yet, as Enel's confusion deepened, his expression shifted dramatically. Crack. The ground around Enel began to fracture and rise into the air. What is happening? Enel exclaimed, furiously shattering nearby debris, his body still ascending uncontrollably. Boom. 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 As the thunderous sounds echoed, the once tumultuous skies cleared, revealing a colossal stone sphere, reminiscent of a moon, suspended in the air. With a labored breath, Rei half knelt on the ground, gasping for air. What is that? It is nothing short of a miracle. The rescued civilians around Rei fell to their knees in reverence. You fools. If you don't leave now, don't blame me when the giant stone falls and crushes you. Rei shouted, feeling the power of reincarnation within him depleting rapidly. Meanwhile, Cornus gazed at the moonlike boulder above, murmuring, is this something a human can accomplish? She overlooked the kneeling crowd. Guena, Nico Robin, and others had witnessed such phenomena before, yet the sight still left them astonished. If someone were to proclaim Rei a deity, they would wholeheartedly believe it. Guena had an unwavering faith in Rei, convinced that nothing was beyond his capability. She had developed a blind trust in him, akin to a form of devotion. How reckless. Even if the opponent is formidable, must it come to this? Nico Alvia, far aboard the phantom ship, chided Rei. She understood the immense power came at a staggering cost. After all, Rei had once used this very technique, rendering him a mere mortal for 3 months. Despite Rei's newfound strength, the toll remained significant. Nico Alvia, not one to be naive, felt both concern and anger towards Rei's stubbornness and machismo. Crack. Just as the crowd remained in shock, the moon-like stone above erupted, sending debris plummeting to the ground. Run. The terrified civilians scrambled to their feet, sensing imminent danger. Fortunately, Rei's compassion prevented him from abandoning them to their fate. Despite the toll it took on his already scarce reincarnation power, Rei's actions were not born of mercy. His continued exertion was necessary to sustain the stone's power. The civilians were merely fortunate beneficiaries of his efforts. Many aspects of the world possess duality. Who can truly clarify them? In Rei's perspective, he was indifferent to the fate of the masses, focused solely on amplifying the impact of his technique. To outsiders, however, Rei appeared as a hero, expending his own energy to shield the innocent from harm. Thus, the legend of heroes is often birthed, even when they remain oblivious to the gratitude of those they save. Boom. Just as the crowd barely escaped, the skyquake seemed unable to sustain itself any longer, erupting violently, with countless fragments cascading to the earth in a breathtaking spectacle. Simultaneously, bolts of lightning flickered in the sky, revealing a figure enveloped in electricity, resembling a god of thunder, standing high above. Indeed, the skyquake is significantly less effective against a Logia user, Rei mused, noting Enel's revealed form with mild surprise at his resilience. This is the rhythm of defiance. Rei adjusted his stance, a hint of resignation on his face. He had intended to remain hidden a while longer, but that was no longer feasible. Heavenly Path. You have sought me for so long. I shall now present myself openly, Rei declared, an air of solemnity enveloping him, a divine aura radiating from his being, rendering him godlike in appearance. 6 paths of reincarnation. As his words resounded, Rei's form began to transform, his once ebony hair turning white, embodying a contrast to his divine essence, yet harmoniously blending the two energies. Captain, he has gone berserk. We must leave. Guena gasped, her heart racing at the sight of Rei's transformation, realizing the extent of his power. However, with Rei unleashing this technique, the outcome was inevitable. Enel was doomed. As Guena and the others retreated once more, the battle between Rei and Enel reignited. 200 million volts. Thunder God, Enel shouted, unleashing a bolt of lightning towards Rei with a mere flick of his hand. Boom. Rei stretched out his right hand, effortlessly blocking the lightning that surged towards him. "Thank you for your hospitality. I graciously accept." Hiss. As Ray inhaled sharply, the lightning before him vanished into thin air. Had he consumed my lightning? Enel observed Ray, who appeared rather peculiar, and a sense of gravity began to settle within him, replacing his previous arrogance. Regardless of the miraculous display he had just witnessed, the mere ability to devour lightning rendered Enel's expression grave. Lightning metallurgy. With a swift motion of his right hand, a golden spear forged from iron materialized in Enel's grasp. "Take this." Whoosh. Empowered by the lightning, the golden spear gleamed brilliantly as it hurtled toward Ray. Heavenly judgment. As Lei Yu's eyes snapped open, a tremendous repulsive force erupted from his body, deflecting the iron spear that assailed him. Break. With a resounding explosion, the spear was instantly hurled away, vanishing into the distant hillside. "You come down here. You are far too full of yourself." Lei Yu shamelessly addressed the hovering Enel. "What?" Enel exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. He immediately felt his body grow heavy, but he quickly reacted by elementalizing. However, at that moment, Lei Yu had already appeared beside him. "You should come down." Armed Haki, Reincarnation Explosive Flame Iron Fist. The fist, interwoven with shades of red and black, struck Enel's body with tremendous force. Boom. In an instant, Enel's form plummeted like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily into the ground and scattering countless fragments of rock. Elementalization is not a constant state. Lei Yu had seized that fleeting moment to strike his opponent, then unleashed maximum gravitational force, subjecting Enel to 2 simultaneous assaults. Enel, upon crashing to the earth, coughed up blood, gazing at Lei Yu with a look of disbelief. "How could you hit me?" he demanded. "I already told you, I possess the invincible fruit, which, as the name suggests, renders me invulnerable among the devil fruits. So tell me, how could I not strike you?" Lei Yu provocatively responded. "You bastard. I may not know how you did it, but you absolutely cannot possess any so-called invincible fruit." Lightning coursed through Enel's body, and his injuries began to visibly mend. How is this even possible? Lei Yu thought, cursing under his breath as he observed Enel healing himself. "However, I want to grant you the luxury of time to recover. Prepare to meet your end." Shave. The technique employed by Lei Yu is not to be compared with the shave of the Navy's 6 styles. Rather, it is enhanced by the power of reincarnation. It is as light as a feather and as swift as smoke. Even if it falls short against the opponent's speed, it remains inescapable for Enel in the present moment. Reincarnation Iron Fist. Bang. His powerful right fist struck his opponent's cheek with tremendous force, instantly transforming him into a grotesque visage akin to that of a pig. However, his adversary quickly healed, only to be pummeled back into a similar state by once more. Thus ensued a relentless back and forth of blows and healing, each participant seemingly locked in a stalemate. Ultimately, the ever-defensive could not withstand the onslaught and was knocked unconscious by a heavy strike to the temple. "Goodness, it appears that the opponent's martial prowess is rather lacking," murmured as he gazed upon the unconscious. Aside from his rapid recovery due to the nourishing effects of lightning and his swift speed, his combat skills are utterly subpar. Thankfully, his martial abilities are lacking, and he only possesses the observation haki. Otherwise, this battle would have become exceedingly arduous. With a long exhale, allowed his white hair to gradually revert to its original black hue. "Absorb," he declared, placing his right hand upon its form to activate his devouring ability. Crackling sounds echoed as tendrils of electricity surged from two, and before long, S body returned to its normal state, resembling that of an ordinary man. "In gratitude for your assistance, I shall spare your life. Remain here to atone for your sins, but I must erase certain memories," intoned, gently brushing his fingers over his forehead, extracting a fragment of memory in the process. However, when stood to assess his own condition, he was immediately overcome with despair. "Alas, all my hard-earned savings over the years have dwindled to less than 10,000 units of reincarnation power. The cost of this encounter is indeed steep." Yet, after a moment of frustration, his spirits lifted upon realizing the potential gains. With this newfound fruit, believed that he could swiftly replenish his lost reincarnation power. As currents of electricity began to invigorate his body, he nearly gasped in pleasure. This time, it seemed that the activation of the 6 paths reincarnation power successfully fused the abilities of both the burn fruit and the sand fruit into his very cells, granting a modicum of their devilish capabilities, much to his delight, a serendipitous gain. At that moment, a dark figure emerged, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. "It is him. I cannot believe I have truly arrived here." A booming laugh echoed in the air. "What is he doing here? This defies logic," pondered as he stared at the man before him, his mind struggling to comprehend the unexpected turn of events, for this twist was not part of the original narrative. Upon further reflection, realized that certain elements had deviated from their rightful course, particularly concerning age, logically, should not appear so youthful. Despite these changes, the overall trajectory remained unchanged, allowing to overlook the arrival of. It seemed that during this time, he had been so preoccupied with recruiting crew members that he had neglected various significant matters. "I cannot continue this search. Otherwise, the quality of my crew will become a pressing issue. We must enhance their physical capabilities before considering new additions," mused. Experiencing a moment of clarity, indeed, had consistently absorbed new members, yet while the crew aboard had increased in number, their combat effectiveness had not improved in the slightest. In fact, it had diminished considerably. The weakest among them, along with the newly arrived, possessed inadequate combat skills, rendering them incapable of self-defense in perilous situations. Furthermore, as strength had also begun to lag, despite her possessing the prowess of a swordsman, it still paled in comparison to that of the great. Thus, my objective shall be to enhance the quality of my crew, resolved after a brief contemplation, deciding to temporarily halt the search for additional members. Of course, this realization was largely spurred by S' unexpected arrival. Had he not intruded, might have continued his misguided pursuit of new recruits, neglecting the enhancement of his current crew's abilities. The smooth sailing of recent years had gradually altered his mindset. Today was a stark reminder that while the larger direction of his journey had not shifted, indeed, the Empress had still become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, there had been deviations in terms of age. Logically, should not have had the opportunity to encounter. Perplexed by these revelations, chose to let go of his musings, as the current outcome appeared to be fortuitous. Yet, it served as a reminder that circumstances often possess duality. Today, this realization humbled the once proud, fostering a newfound maturity within him. Just because one possesses a golden finger does not render them invincible. A moment's carelessness could lead to disastrous consequences. He recalled ancient wisdom, no longer needing to validate it through experience. "Young man, you must be the legendary," remarked, quickly recognizing. Could it be that he desires to absorb the thunder fruit? Speculated. After all, the thunder fruit was heralded as the strongest of the Logia-type fruits. Had it not been in his possession, it would undoubtedly have caused a sensation throughout the world. "What brings you here? Were you not being pursued? Do you have the leisure to frolic about?" questioned the man before him, incredulous. Rei Yu was acutely aware that his opponent possessed the characteristics of a cockroach. Not only were they exceedingly patient, but their ambition was boundless. Such individuals are perilous to ignore. Should they become adversaries, they must be utterly vanquished. Otherwise, they will lie in wait like a venomous serpent, ever vigilant. Rei Yu pondered how he had found himself in this predicament. He had originally intended to pursue the bounty on that notorious straw hat and present it to the Navy, yet somehow he had ended up here. Blackbeard, exasperated, shrugged his shoulders, clearly confirming the truth of Rei Yu's words. They had indeed arrived here by pure chance. Was it due to the activation of the 6 paths just moments ago? Rei Yu mused, furrowing his brow. Feel free to continue your games. I shall take my leave, Rei Yu remarked, sensing that the situation had turned ominous, prompting him to make an exit. Yes, depart if you wish. But do leave the rumble fruit behind. I find myself rather intrigued by this fruit, regarded as the strongest among the natural type, Blackbeard said with a slight smile, glancing at Enel, who lay on the ground. Indeed, as expected, Rei Yu sighed internally upon hearing Blackbeard's words. He had anticipated that the situation would not bode well. And, as predicted, misfortune had arrived. What kind of luck led him to encounter Blackbeard here? Rei Yu even began to suspect whether Blackbeard could summon Whitebeard to confront him as well. To be honest, I too am fascinated by the legendary and fearsome dark fruit. Rei Yu replied, turning slightly and offering a disarmingly amiable smile. Since it has come to this, who is afraid of whom? You expect me to relinquish the fruit I have toiled so hard to obtain? Dream on. Seeking death. One of the one-eyed snipers erupted in fury, ready to attack, but was swiftly halted by Blackbeard. Truly, you dare to call yourself the second king of hell. To be honest, we are somewhat fated. Your subordinate is known as the Grim Reaper, and so is one of mine. Blackbeard indicated at a nearly lifeless figure nearby. Are you implying that you have more men? Rei Yu cursed silently, though he felt a twinge of relief that his companions were absent. Otherwise, they would surely be doomed. At this moment, Rei Yu felt an urgent need to enhance the strength of the women around him. Fortunately, with the rumble fruit, he would no longer need to rely on the powers of reincarnation, allowing him to accumulate considerable strength swiftly. He contemplated ways to acquire more devil fruits to strengthen his companions. Rei Yu had begun to formulate plans for their training, but first, he needed to navigate the immediate challenge posed by Blackbeard, the formidable late-game boss, which weighed heavily on him, despite his lack of fear. He did not wish to confront Blackbeard so soon. Boy, will you choose to fight me one-on-one, or will you prefer a brawl? The sniper taunted once more. Does it truly make a difference? Rei Yu shot back disdainfully, and without further ado, launched his attack. Thunder Dragon. Having successfully absorbed some experience from Enel, Rei Yu felt a sense of familiarity with the rumble fruit, and there was no significant awkwardness in its application. A thunderous dragon, crackling with 60 million volts, erupted from Rei Yu's hands, charging directly at Blackbeard and his crew. Dark water. Just as the thunder dragon approached Blackbeard and his men, it was abruptly halted by a swirling black vortex in Blackbeard's grasp, causing the dragon to dissipate slowly. What a strange devil fruit, Rei Yu thought to himself. His earlier attack had merely been a probe. He quickly realized that his own powers were being utterly suppressed in Blackbeard's presence. Even if he resorted to using the reincarnation fruit, he would likely gain little advantage. You indeed possess a devil fruit akin to mine, Blackbeard observed, his expression growing serious as he acknowledged Rei Yu's thunder dragon. Typically cautious and low-key, he naturally wished to conceal too much. But the allure of Lei Yu's devil fruit was proving difficult to resist. "Captain, allow me to take this." The sniper stepped forward, eager to engage. "You are no match for him," Blackbeard replied, shaking his head. He was acutely aware of his crew's capabilities and would not squander their lives recklessly. Against a pirate of Lei Yu's caliber, a swarm tactic would be ineffective unless, of course, they caught him at a moment of weakness. Blackbeard was a master of cunning. He would not miss an opportunity to engage in a group assault, but given that Lei Yu's combat strength appeared largely intact, he was wary of sustaining unnecessary losses. "I shall handle this myself. If I cannot subdue him, we will retreat. After all, we had no intention of being here, merely treating it as a diversion," Blackbeard declared, waving his hand as he stepped forward. "One-on-one, is it?" A smirk crept across Lei Yu's face, for he had anticipated that Blackbeard would be too cautious to engage in a free-for-all, and by feigning nonchalance, he had successfully piqued Blackbeard's interest. Lei Yu had nearly exhausted his reserves of reincarnation energy. Should he face the entirety of Blackbeard's crew, it would be no trivial matter. Without hesitation, he would forge a path ahead. With the rumble fruit in hand, he believed few could catch him aside from Kizaru. Blackbeard, the legendary late-game boss. Lei Yu felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of confronting such a formidable foe, and his heart raced at the thought of punishing this late-game villain. In truth, someone like Luffy would be perfectly suited to face off against Blackbeard, simple, brutal, and direct. A combination of physical prowess and a devil fruit would surely allow Luffy to overpower Blackbeard in the end. Especially since Blackbeard's fruit has a critical flaw, it doubles the damage from physical attacks. Encountering someone like Luffy, who excels in hand-to-hand combat, would be disastrous for Blackbeard. Dark Vortex. While Lei Yu was lost in thought, Blackbeard had already initiated his assault, extending his right hand to conjure a massive black hole that rapidly expanded, devouring everything in its vicinity. Is this the abyss of the dark fruit? Lei Yu watched as the vortex grew larger, his expression turning grave. Though the concept was appealing, reality is often harsh. As it stood, Luffy was no match for Blackbeard, and given the myriad changes, Lei Yu began to question whether Luffy could continue his unbroken streak of victories. It is said that anything drawn into the vortex is reduced to mere fragments. Lei Yu contemplated this as he swiftly retreated, maintaining a safe distance from Blackbeard. The opponent's weakness lay in their inability to withstand physical attacks. Ace had struck a significant blow against him before, and Lei Yu resolved to do the same. With a swift motion, two spears shimmering with electric energy appeared in Lei Yu's grasp. "Go forth." Lei Yu swiftly hurled a lightning spear in his grasp. Dark water. Blackbeard gazed disdainfully at the approaching lightning, thinking to himself that if such a thing were to strike him, it would be a testament to his weakness. Boom. As the lightning struck its target, it emitted a resonant hum before the massive spear shrank and vanished. Just as Blackbeard reveled in his apparent triumph, a flash of blue electricity surged forth. "Kneel before me," armed with the enhanced thunder battle axe. "What?" Upon hearing the sudden exclamation, Blackbeard was taken aback. However, his reaction was no match for the lightning-fast Lei Yu. Even Enel, whose martial prowess was lacking, could wield the rumble fruit to dominate Lei Yu. A master in physical combat. Now that Lei Yu was utilizing the rumble fruit, his abilities transcended those of Enel. Boom. The right leg, shimmering with blue lightnings, descended from the heavens like an axe, striking Blackbeard squarely on the head. "Captain." The surrounding crew members of Blackbeard were struck with horror, unable to fathom that their captain was at a disadvantage. "Ha ha, how amusing." Blackbeard, despite the blood trailing from the corner of his mouth, laughed heartily, sending a chill down Lei Yu's spine. Is this man truly foolish, laughing even after being so thoroughly beaten? Lei Yu pondered silently. Of course, Lei Yu was unaware that this was Blackbeard's method of transferring pain. In his desperate attempt to alleviate his suffering, Blackbeard had nearly developed a second personality. That last strike from Lei Yu had almost claimed his life. The agony was so intense that it almost drove him to consider suicide. It is likely that only Blackbeard possesses the ability to amplify the powers of the dark fruit to such an extent. Had it been an ordinary individual, they would have long since succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. It is worth noting that Lei Yu had augmented his attack with a hint of armament haki, albeit faint, which managed to suppress a fraction of the devil fruit's abilities. Thus, Lei Yu's previous blow had indeed landed squarely, inflicting substantial damage upon his opponent. Clearly, Lei Yu's strategy mirrored that of Blackbeard's, to devise every possible means to inflict injury upon the other, causing unbearable pain that might compel him to retreat. However, Blackbeard was no ordinary adversary. He was akin to a relentless cockroach, second only to Luffy in terms of resilience. His willpower surpassed the imagination of most. In a mere moment, Blackbeard regained his composure. What a masochist, Lei Yu thought to himself as he observed Blackbeard's recovery. Although he was uncertain how Blackbeard had discerned the weaknesses of his devil fruit, it was evident that he must have devised a method to counter him. Regrettably, Lei Yu felt completely oblivious to Blackbeard's tactics. This time, he conceded defeat, vowing that their paths would diverge in the future. Once Blackbeard had recovered, he was no longer inclined to continue the fight. His opponent had clearly grasped his vulnerabilities, and he found himself unable to contend with Lei Yu's speed. Reluctantly, he withdrew with his crew, for he was not a true masochist. His parting words implied a promise of vengeance in their future encounters. Damn, he leaves with such bravado. If it weren't for Lei Yu's extreme weakness, he would have lunged forward to deliver another blow. However, given his prior exhausting battle with Enel, Lei Yu was now utterly drained. With a sudden thud, Lei Yu lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground, startling the women who had been quietly watching the battle from afar. Days later, the merman ship sailed towards the new world under a brilliant blue sky, with a gentle sea breeze caressing the air, creating a refreshing ambience. Seagulls glided over the water, joyfully singing their melodious tunes, while a few playful gulls frolicked atop the towering masts of the ship. Inside the ship, a figure lay in bed surrounded by a group of concerned women. Their anxious expressions focused on the ailing captain. A soft cough rang out, eliciting joy from those nearby. "You've awakened, Captain. You're finally awake," Kuina exclaimed, leaning into Lei Yu's embrace, tears of relief streaming down her face. Beside her, Nico Robin, with her typically stoic demeanor, revealed her happiness through her sparkling eyes, matching Kuina's elation. Although the other women had only recently joined the crew, they had already embraced the ship as their home, with Lei Yu as their cherished leader. Thus, his awakening brought them immense joy. Only Nico Alvia quietly stepped back for a moment, returning shortly with a bowl of bird's nest porridge, demonstrating her nurturing nature. "You must be hungry. Here, have some food," Nico Alvia said gently, sitting beside Lei Yu like a caring mother. "How long have I been asleep?" Lei Yu inquired, gazing at the women surrounding him. "You've been asleep for 3 days, Kuina replied, wiping her tears. "Oh, have we left Sky Island?" Lei Yu turned to Nami, seeking confirmation. "Yes, utilizing the Merman Sky Wings technique, we have flown away from Sky Island," Nami responded, wiping the tears from her eyes. Rei Yu indeed worried the women greatly. They were all gathered here because of him, and without him, they truly did not know what to do. Currently, we were navigating the Grand Line, and it was estimated that in a few months we would reach the archipelago of Bubbles, subsequently entering the underwater realm. This was the fastest pace we could manage. Nami quickly added, "There is no need to rush. Let us slow down." Rei Yu pondered that the road to fly was still uncertain, and Ace had likely just been captured by Blackbeard, so time was not of the essence. However, at that moment, Nami suddenly exclaimed, "Captain, an unidentified ship has appeared ahead. It resembles a ghost ship," she anxiously informed Rei Yu, lowering her telescope. "Oh, let me take a look," Rei Yu replied as he took the telescope from her and observed. "No worries, let us continue forward." A faint smile graced his lips as he gently instructed, then drank the bird's nest soup from Nico Alvia's hands. "Be careful, you are the cornerstone of us all. You must not come to any harm," Nico Alvia said with concern in her voice. "Do not worry, sister. I am fine," Rei Yu replied, his face slightly flushed as he gazed at the mature Nico Alvia before him. Ah, truly like a child who is yet to grow up. Nico Alvia tenderly embraced Rei Yu, allowing him to rest against her magnificent curves. "Is this a blatant temptation?" Rei Yu mused, inhaling the fragrance emanating from Nico Alvia, feeling an overwhelming urge to discipline the figure before him. Time passed swiftly, and soon the massive vessel, the Underworld King, slowly approached the area where the eerie three-masted ship resided. The enormous flag of the Underworld King billowed in the wind. The dark dragon depicted alongside the words Underworld King rendered it particularly menacing. As the sea breeze gently blew, the deeper we sailed, the darker the sky became, enveloping us in an enigmatic atmosphere. "Could there be ghosts?" the timid Kaya whispered, hiding behind Nico Alvia. "How could there possibly be ghosts in this world?" Nami responded, her confidence wavering. A faint sound echoed around us, causing Nami to shudder instantly. "A ghost!" she cried, rushing towards Rei Yu and clinging tightly to him, stirring a wave of emotions within him. Though he had long been privy to her figure, he was astonished to discover even more allure, realizing that seeing was indeed believing. "What is it? Show yourself," Guena shouted in a commanding tone, her sword raised. One sword style, Lion's Lament. With her mastery of swordsmanship nearing perfection, Guena stood at the pinnacle of swordsman, but even that was a far cry from the realm of the great swordsman. Nevertheless, equipped with her white ice sword, Guena was confident she could hold her own against even the greatest of swordsmen. With a resounding explosion, a chasm suddenly opened in the distant sea, appearing as if it had been frozen, a sight most terrifying. Two sword style, blade tail slash. Just then, a black beam shot swiftly toward Guena, indicating that her opponent was also a swordsman. However, Rei Yu chose not to intervene. After all, if Guena could not handle a mere swordsman, she might as well return home to raise children instead of pursuing a life of piracy or playing the Grim Reaper. One sword style, Ice Seal. With a metallic clash, Guena's white ice was sheathed as she maintained her poised stance. With a splash, it was evident that her opponent had been swiftly defeated. Whether they survived or perished was indeterminable in such dim conditions, save for Rei Yu's keen perception. Having consumed the Thunder Fruit, Rei Yu's once nascent observation haki had now reached perfection. His electromagnetic senses, centralized like a radar, could extend 100 miles, proving immensely powerful. "Do you not see? Your companion has fallen into the sea. Will you not rescue them?" Rei Yu asked with a smile, glancing at a shadowy figure nearby. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. "Can you truly see me?" The concealed individual, under Lei Yu's unwavering gaze, incredulously inquired. Lei Yu, of course, could not perceive the ghost. Yet his radar faintly sensed a peculiar wave, leading him to draw a conclusion. One might say he appeared to truly see the other party. A subtle smile gracing his lips. I cannot believe it. In an instant, the figure vanished from sight, reappearing behind Nami, prompting Lei Yu to offer a silent prayer for her safety. Ah, a ghost. As anticipated, Nami screamed, and the surrounding beauties began to notice something amiss. Quietly observing their surroundings. Enough of this, come out, Lei Yu said, extending his right hand gently, causing the figure to fly towards him. Ah, accompanied by a piercing scream. A young girl in a princess dress emerged before them. So adorable. Miwei exclaimed, her eyes ablaze as she gazed at the girl in Lei Yu's arms. To everyone else's astonishment, she was indeed human. Nami, upon seeing the girl, became furious. You scoundrel, let her go. The girl, despite her youthful appearance, struggled fiercely in Lei Yu's grasp. Though she did not possess the voluptuousness of Nami or Nico Robin, she was certainly not without her own charms. Her struggles soon evoked a reaction from Lei Yu. Ah. The girl abruptly ceased her movements, seemingly realizing something. See, could you please lower your weapon? I promise I won't struggle anymore, she said timidly to Lei Yu. Weapons? What weapon? Lei Yu was taken aback, but then a realization washed over him, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. What do you mean, attacking us? He awkwardly redirected the conversation. If Nami and the others discovered his interest in the girl, he would surely face disdain. Besides, even if he entertained such thoughts, he preferred to keep them clandestine. Discretion was the better part of valor. Furthermore, he had yet to win over Nico Alvia, the alluring mature woman, and there was no need for haste. After all, they were already aboard the ship. It was not as if they could disembark. As for the girl before him, Lei Yu had no immediate intentions. Yet he was not inclined to let her slip away either. I thought your grand entrance was merely meant to scare us off. The girl in Lei Yu's embrace said, her voice trembling slightly. Why would you want to frighten us? Lei Yu inquired, perplexed by her response. Because it was the captain's orders, she confessed softly, unable to hide the truth. Ah. It seems that fellow has taken notice of me, Lei Yu mused, gazing out at the sea. How curious. I don't know. The captain merely instructed us to avoid provoking you, suggesting we scare you a little. If that fails, we should simply let you pass. Our curiosity led us to this. The girl's face turned as red as an apple, feeling the warmth of Lei Yu's embrace, stirring emotions within her. The masculine aura emanating from Lei Yu evoked an indescribable sensation within her, having never been enveloped by the presence of the opposite sex. She felt a strange mix of emotions, neither entirely displeased nor truly fond. Oh, it seems your captain is quite astute. By the way, what is your name? Lei Yu inquired, gazing at the little girl in his arms. Pepperona, the girl softly replied. Oh, Pepperona, you see, you are now in my grasp. What do you propose we do next? Lei Yu asked, looking at the little one before him. Let me go, Pepperona stated without hesitation. Such a delightful thought. Before Lei Yu could respond, Nami, visibly irate, erupted in protest. Look, Lei Yu gestured around at the assembled women. Not a single one of them wishes for you to be released. Wah, you are all villains. Pepperona, surprisingly, began to cry, prompting her sadness fruit ability to activate. However, Lei Yu's dark arm swiftly seized her. How vile, you rogue, Pepperona exclaimed. Her powers abruptly neutralized as she began to sob genuinely in Lei Yu's embrace. Unbeknownst to the surrounding women, who were perplexed by this man's childish display, Lei Yu maintained his composure. Cease your weeping. I am well aware of your little antics. If you continue to cry, I might just end your life, Lei Yu stated, his expression turning stern. And no, please don't kill me. I will be good. Pepperona pleaded desperately for her life. Very well, that is commendable. Join our pirate crew. Observe how even your captain dares not confront us. I assure you, I possess greater strength than your leader. Perhaps your captain fears that you might learn of my reputation, leading him to avoid confrontation. Indeed, I am the bounty of 400 million, surpassing your captain by 80 million, Lei Yu gently informed the little girl in his arms. Ah, you are the legendary living Yama. Pepperona gasped, her face falling in despair as she began to sob inconsolably. The onlookers were left in astonishment. Rei Yu, with a cold tone, remarked as he observed the twitch of his cheek. What are your thoughts now? Will you join us or not? His gaze fell upon Perona's delicate figure. Oh, no. Perona instantly grasped the situation, looking at Rei Yu with a gaze akin to that of a devil, protectively clutching her chest. I wish to join you, but I am currently a crew member of the three-sail ship, she gently elucidated. A pirate has principles. I cannot simply abandon my crew, Perona added, her demeanor transforming into one of remarkable nobility as she spoke to Rei Yu. Rei Yu thought to himself, all right. I shall grant you this wish. Once your ship, the Sant Fan, disbands, seek us out. If you cannot find us, head to Daughter Island and look for the Empress, one of the 7 warlords. Yes, she is our comrade. Rei Yu mused that the Sant Fan would soon come to an end, and he was actually contemplating how to arrange matters concerning the other party. Upon hearing Rei Yu's agreement, Perona in his embrace instantly brightened. But his next words caused her expression to turn ashen. When your Sant Fan disbands, if you have not yet gone to Daughter Island or come to us, The Empress will personally seek you out. I hope you can meet on friendly terms then, Rei Yu said with a smile. Dear, I assure you. This is not a threat, he added promptly. Perona replied. Fine, you may leave now. Rei Yu, looking at the speechless Perona in his arms, smiled. You scoundrel, lecherous rogue. Perona muttered vehemently as she escaped from Rei Yu's embrace, quickly vanishing from their sight. Why do you look at me like that, Mimi? Rei Yu asked, puzzled by Mimi's gaze. Some people are truly fortunate. Having just recovered from a severe illness, they find themselves embraced by a beauty. Mimi said with a playful pout. Why do I detect a hint of sourness? Rei Yu asked, gently teasing Mimi's cute nose with a smile. I am not. Mimi protested, turning her face away. Nami, let us proceed. I have matters to attend to over there, Rei Yu said before vanishing from sight in a flash. Off on another adventure without us. Nami grumbled in irritation. I must become stronger, Kunam murmured, gripping her white blade, her eyes gleaming with determination. Nico Robin gently set down her book, gazing towards the distant sea. To uncover the true nature of this world, one must possess strength. It seems I must also redouble my efforts. At this moment, each of the women harbored a desire to grow stronger. For they did not wish to become burdens to their captain should another like the previous adversary appear. Meanwhile, on a massive ship, Moonlight Moria was taken aback by Rei Yu's unexpected appearance. The king of the underworld. Moria gasped, his pupils constricting. Rest assured, I am not yet interested in you. But we shall meet again soon. Your devil fruit piques my curiosity, Rei Yu remarked lightly, regarding Moria. Do not think that just because you have a bounty of 400 million, you can easily subdue me. Humph. Had I not been careless back then, I would never have lost to you. Moria retorted angrily. In truth, it was Rei Yu's negligence that allowed Moria to escape, but he dismissed it. I have devised a way to deal with you, but I do not wish to kill you just yet. We shall meet again at the summit. And then I will surely take your life, Rei Yu stated coldly. You scoundrel. Do you think I'm mere Play-Doh? Moria shouted, launching an attack. Shadowbox. A shadowy mass shot swiftly towards Rei Yu, instantly sealing him. Haha. Let this teach you a lesson. Moria thought triumphantly as he beheld Rei Yu ensnared. However, at that moment, a flicker of lightning danced around the shadow box. With a thunderous explosion, Rei Yu emerged unscathed beside Moria. Oh, you truly disappoint me. You remain as weak as ever, Rei Yu remarked with a hint of mockery. Damn it, how do you possess the power of lightning? Moria exclaimed in shock, recalling that Rei Yu had previously wielded abilities related to repulsion and gravity. Does it truly matter? Rei Yu smiled, unfazed. Of course. How could a person possess 2 devil fruit powers? Moria responded, astonished. I wouldn't say I possess 2 abilities. Rei Yu recalled Blackbeard's dual powers, realizing he could not simultaneously wield the powers of 2 devil fruits, unlike his opponent. Therefore, he was determined not to allow Blackbeard to succeed. If he could not obtain it, neither should Blackbeard. Then how can you wield lightning powers? Were you not using gravity and repulsion before? Moria felt an ominous premonition. Well, I possess the ability of the Devourer fruit, Rei Yu admitted candidly. With the power of the Thunder fruit, Rei Yu no longer had to feign humility. Even if Whitebeard arrived, he would possess the strength to contend. How can this be? Moria retreated in fear, realizing the implications. Do not worry. I have no interest in the trash fruit within you. However, my women are somewhat lacking in devil fruits, Rei Yu sighed, somewhat helplessly. Moria took another step back. What are you afraid of? I already told you I will not kill you now, Rei Yu said, somewhat exasperated by Moria's retreat. As for why Rei Yu chose not to remain low-key any longer, it was because he could no longer conceal his powers. Once he unleashed his lightning abilities, it would soon be discovered, and the people of this world were not foolish enough to be easily deceived. You intend to kill me, yet I plan to eliminate you. You demon. Shadow Gun. Moria felt as if he were being hunted by a venomous snake. With the certainty of impending doom, he resolved to strike first. With an explosive sound, Moria's attack shattered the ship's pillars into splinters. In a flash of blue light, Rei Yu appeared above Moonlight Moria. As Lei Yu treaded gracefully upon the moonlit path, he regarded Moonlight Moria with a playful smirk. At present, Lei Yu's martial prowess had attained an extraordinary enhancement. Even without the assistance of his lightning abilities, he could effortlessly dominate his opponent, much like how Luffy's rubber fruit seamlessly complemented his fighting style. The thunder fruit that Lei Yu wielded now harmoniously fused with his martial techniques, rendering his combat capabilities utterly formidable. A prime example of this synergy is Akainu, whose martial arts perfectly aligned with his magma fruit, granting him an almost immortal essence. Despite enduring a fierce beating from Whitebeard, he fortuitously emerged unscathed. Then there is Luffy, who, aided by his rubber fruit, embodies an unyielding resilience. As for Blackbeard, his prowess was evident even before he consumed a devil fruit, as he left scars on one of the 4 emperors' red-haired shanks, indicating the remarkable level of his martial skills. Otherwise, he would not have dared to ingest the dark fruit. A person who consumes the dark fruit must possess formidable martial arts. Otherwise, a single blow could lead to their demise. Thus, the amalgamation of martial arts and devil fruits stands as the ultimate evolutionary path. While singular development can be impressive, exemplified by Kizaru and Garp, both have reached the zenith of their respective abilities. Not to be overlooked is the former first mate of the Pirate King, Rayleigh, a man bearing the same title as Lei Yu. Although he has retreated from the limelight, his prowess remains undiminished. To a notorious pirate, his martial arts are of the highest caliber, rendering most devil fruits nearly ineffective against him. Even when matched against Kazara, he can fend him off without a hint of hesitation, despite his occasional self-deprecating remarks about aging. However, Lei Yu firmly believes that mastering both disciplines in tandem is the true path to greatness. As for the 3 types of haki, he is determined to learn them all. Although he currently lacks Conqueror's haki, he is confident that it will soon be within his grasp. Damn it, I cannot fathom how you have grown so strong. You shall perish. Moonlight Moria exclaimed, his demeanor shifting to one of furious determination as he prepared to unleash his ultimate attack. Underestimating the consequences of his actions against Lei Yu. Perhaps it is time for you to cease your efforts. Lei Yu's form materialized ghost-like behind Moonlight Moria, speaking with a calm demeanor. Well, I shall take my leave now. No need to see me off. Fortuitously, you have shown wisdom today, as I had intended to claim you. With that, he vanished into the night. Ryu gazed at the immobile Moonlight Moria, nodding in satisfaction before vanishing into a flash of lightning. It was not that Ryu was unwilling to engage. Rather, he recognized that even if he did, he would struggle to subdue his opponent, as Moria was one of the 7 warlords, equipped with numerous means of escape. Tick-tock, tick-tock. After Ryu's departure, beads of sweat began to trickle down Moonlight Moria's forehead, each drop landing on the deck below, saturating him in perspiration. How could he be so formidable? Has he grown too rapidly? Moria was profoundly astonished. No, I must become stronger. I cannot remain idle. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in Moonlight Moria's eyes. Clang. Ryu gently descended onto the Hades and quietly made his way inside. The sounds of water splashing immediately captured his attention. This is promising. A glimmer of fervor ignited in his eyes as he slowly approached the bathroom. Wait, isn't that Nico Alvia? Utilizing his mind network ability, Ray swiftly recognized the figure within the steamy sanctuary. How peculiar. Why would she choose this private bath instead of a larger one? Could there be a secret at play? His eyes sparkled with curiosity once more. Elementalizing, Ray rendered his body intangible and stealthily slipped into the bathroom. If Enel were to discover that this nearly invincible maneuver was employed for mere voyeurism, he would surely be infuriated. Goodness, she has grown even more voluptuous, Ray exclaimed, taken aback by Nico Alvia's alluring form shrouded in mist. Who goes there? Nico Alvia, having been continually strengthened by Ray over the years, had become a formidable woman in her own right, mastering a rudimentary level of observation haki. Thus, her recognition of Ray was hardly surprising. It is I, dear sister, Ray replied, gradually revealing himself with a smile. I knew it was you. What brings you here? Nico Alvia responded without a hint of panic. Having been accustomed to bathing together, she felt little embarrassment over her state of undress. I intend to bathe with you, sister, Ray declared, hastily shedding his clothes and leaping into the water before Nico could object. How old are you now, still behaving like a child? Nico Alvia playfully scolded, affectionately pointing at Ray's forehead. Regardless of my age, I will always be your little brother, Ray boasted shamelessly, throwing himself into her embrace, causing her heart to flutter. Stop fooling around and wash up quickly, Nico Alvia urged, feigning shock. Sister, you still smell divine, and you remain as beautiful as ever, Ray said, unabashedly laying his head against her shoulder. How can that be? I am approaching my 30s. Nico Alvia exaggerated, though she appeared no older than her 20s. In the prime of her beauty, you look like you're 18, Ray teased with a grin. Enough of your flattery. Nico Alvia burst into laughter, her smile radiating like a blooming flower, captivating all who beheld it. However, Nico soon sensed a change in Ray's demeanor, feeling an intense energy emanating from him, which made her slightly anxious. I'm done. You take your time, she said, hastily retreating without giving Ray a chance to respond. With newfound agility, she executed the Navy's 6 styles with precision, disappearing from his sight in an instant. Oh, poor thing. Wait for me, and I shall make you a master of magic, Ray murmured to himself. As night fell, the sea shimmered with enchanting allure, igniting an insatiable desire for exploration. The stars twinkled sparsely in the sky, with the brightest one, the North Star, guiding lost souls in their persistent struggle. Mother, is something wrong? Nico Robin inquired, noticing her mother's unusual demeanor. Nothing, just eating, Nico Alvia replied, her mind drifting back to the earlier incident in the bathroom, causing her cheeks to flush. What is wrong with me? Why am I behaving like a young girl? She chastised herself internally. Sister, are you feeling unwell? The perceptive Ray asked, glancing at Nico Alvia. It's all this little rascal's doing, Nico Alvia thought, rolling her eyes internally. I'm fine, perhaps just a bit tired, she explained softly. Oh, Ray smiled inwardly, choosing not to press further. Mother, didn't you just take a nap? Aren't we all supposed to be awake tonight for our duty? Nico Robin inquired, puzzled. Nico Alvia hesitated. Mother didn't get enough rest, she offered, feeling embarrassed, recalling her earlier intention to bathe for refreshment, only to encounter Ray. She had deliberately avoided the larger bath to escape him. The next morning, the sky was overcast, with gentle sea breezes wafting through, creating an indescribable sense of comfort. It was evident that today promised to be a fine day. Ray lay comfortably in the armchair of the attic, savoring the beauty of nature. However, unpredictability struck, just as he was relishing the moment. A dark cloud suddenly obscured the sky, casting a shadow over the land. At that moment, the phone beside him rang. "Captain, a massive storm is approaching us. What should we do?" Nami's anxious voice echoed in Ray's ear. "How severe is it?" Ray asked, his expression grave. If Nami described it as a massive storm, it was surely formidable. Over the past few years, Ray and his crew had encountered numerous storms, gaining a profound understanding of nature's power, which often rendered humanity small and insignificant. "It is incalculable," Nami stated solemnly. "Then we must retreat," Ray contemplated before responding. "It's too late. We are already at the eye of the storm. We have no escape," Nami said with a hint of sadness. "Damn it," Ray cursed under his breath. "Inform the others to prepare for battle. This is a trial from the heavens," Ray said, gazing up at the sky. "Yes, Captain," Nami nodded. The howling winds began to ravage the sea, while raindrops incessantly pelted the surface of the ocean and the ship, the Hades. A flash of lightning pierced through the dark clouds, illuminating the scene intermittently. With a swift motion of his right hand, Ray summoned a bolt of blue lightning. Fire! As the lightning shot towards the heavens, it struck the ominous clouds above. A tremendous roar followed, shaking the entire Hades as towering waves surged on the sea. "This storm is exceptionally rare, isn't it?" Ray grimaced, feeling the overwhelming power of the thunder above. He realized that, given his abilities, it was impossible to dispel the wretched lightning. With a crack, furniture aboard the Hades began to fly about chaotically. Yet, Ray paid no heed to the disorder. His eyes were fixed on the approaching black hurricane. Where the black tempest passed, it stirred up towering waves, forming a colossal vortex. Even the massive Hades could be engulfed by this tempest. The thunder in the sky grew more menacing, lightning cascading down, painting the scene in apocalyptic hues. "Sister, I'm scared," Koya cried from the cabin, looking to Nico Alvia for comfort. "Fear not, for I am here. I will protect you," Nico Alvia reassured her, stroking Koya's back gently like a nurturing mother. Koya clung tightly to Nico Alvia. Among Ray's crew, she was the most vulnerable. Although she had grown stronger under Ray's guidance, she remained delicate compared to Nami and the others. Arlita gripped the ship's helm with her delicate, smooth hands, her weapon clattering to the ground, but she remained focused. Nami stood at the observation deck in front of Ray, peering through her binoculars, directing Arlita. Calmly and methodically, she commanded Kuina and the others, maintaining a semblance of order amidst the chaos. Observing this, Ray felt a sense of relief, though the strength of the women still weighed heavily on his mind. "Incoming!" Nami suddenly shouted, alerting everyone. "Hard to port, 180 degrees." She barked at Arlita. "Aye." Arlita gripped the helm, straining against its immense weight, desperately maneuvering it. With a roar, the Hades activated its engines, swiftly veering away from a whirlpool, pressing onward. A bolt of lightning hurtled down from the heavens towards the Hades, as if 1,000 thunderclaps were descending simultaneously, threatening to obliterate the ship. Seeking death, Ray gazed at the approaching lightning and, in an instant, leapt into the air, charging towards the oncoming storm. "Captain, be careful." Nami and the others, witnessing Ray bravely surging into the sky amidst the myriad of thundering bolts, felt a wave of both admiration and concern swell within their hearts. With a thunderous roar, Ray fiercely clashed with the onrushing lightning. The clash between Lei Yu and the thunderous sky divided the heavens, each holding its ground with formidable might. However, the thunder in the sky, bolstered by countless lightning bolts, left the solitary Lei Yu struggling to maintain his stance. The sheer magnitude of the thunder made it unwise for him to attempt to absorb it. Such folly could be fatal. "Add fuel," he commanded, casting a discerning gaze at the dazzling instruments aboard the mighty ship, the Underworld. With a swift motion, a unit of energy compression was inserted into the vast engine of the Underworld by Guena. These energy units were products of Lei Yu's own efforts from years past, serving as his unique source of power, exclusive to the Underworld. The engine roared to life, propelling the Underworld forward with relentless force. Just then, an enormous jellyfish appeared before Lei Yu and his companions, a sight no one anticipated. The electromagnetic waves Lei Yu had been generating were completely disrupted by the thunder above, leaving him unable to assess the ship's condition while engaged in battle. The sight of the colossal jellyfish elicited startled cries from Kaya and the others. "Activate the Underworld cannon." Amidst the panic, Kaya shouted, while Guena remained composed and calmly instructed her. "Yes, Underworld cannon. Engage." A resonant hum filled the air, followed by a thunderous roar that echoed like a dragon's cry. In an instant, the entire Underworld soared into the sky. Suddenly, white wings unfurled on either side of the Underworld, and two massive thruster mouths at the rear erupted with power, adjusting the ship's trajectory in a full 360-degree vector. The massive vessel ascended gracefully, gliding over the immense jellyfish. However, at that moment, a deafening crash. A whirlwind struck the Underworld, causing Nami, standing on the observation deck, to stumble and plummet towards the sea. Another scream rang out as Nico Robin, who had intended to rescue Nami, was swept away by the fierce tornado, spiraling off the ship towards the abyssal depths of the jellyfish below. "Damn it," Lei Yu cursed. disregarding all else as he consumed the thunder before him and swiftly dove towards the jellyfish's depths. "Captain, let me handle it. You are a devil fruit user," Guena shouted, preparing to leap. "No time for chatter. Stay aboard and protect everyone else. The whirlwinds are far from over." Lei Yu roared, gesturing to the swirling gales around them, before vanishing in a flash of lightning towards the jellyfish. Fruit transformation. A spurt of blood erupted from Lei Yu's mouth, staining the droplets around him crimson. Meanwhile, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour, the rain cascading relentlessly. Such immense thunderous power? Is this the force of nature? He pondered, feeling a tumultuous pain in his heart. Yet, this agony did not hinder his resolve. He moved with agility, gracefully navigating the air as he rapidly approached Nami and Nico Alvia. Fortunately, his relentless training with the lightning essence had elevated his physical prowess, allowing him to reach speeds tenfold that of sound, an alarming feat achieved solely through his physical form. "Captain, why did you come down? You are a devil fruit user," Nami and Nico Robin exclaimed, their urgency palpable as they beheld Lei Yu's descent from the sky. "Get back up there," he commanded. Repulsive space. With a swift motion, he initiated his next move. Ray grabbed the voluptuous Nami. His previous inclination to admire her drenched form now entirely absent. He unceremoniously hurled her towards the ship, the Phantom. Due to Ray's influence, the crew of the Phantom dressed in a manner that was modest and classical, with even the alluring Nami revealing nothing more than her navel. Despite this, she endured daily teasing from a certain individual, compelling her to don an outer garment. "Captain, no, I do not wish to go up," Nami cried out in desperation as she plummeted towards Ray. Yet, in mere moments, she found herself caught by Kuina aboard the ship above. Repulsive space. With a swift motion, Ray ready to employ his ability once more, only for the ring in his hand to gradually expand before vanishing in an instant. Cough cough. Blood once again trickled from the corner of Lei Yu's mouth, yet he resolutely swallowed it down. "Gulpy, do not come to my aid. You must flee." Just moments ago, Nami, lacking the powers of a devil fruit user, still retained a flicker of resistance, her descent not rapid. However, Nico Robin was entirely different, once engulfed by the sea. She instantaneously lost all strength, unable to struggle as Nami had, resulting in her swift plunge. "It's nothing," Lei Yu murmured, wiping the blood from his lips with a faint smile, signaling for her not to worry. "You fool, do you think I am unaware? After the last battle, your regenerative power was already diminished, and in recent days, you have exerted yourself for our sake, leaving you with scarcely any vitality. Furthermore, you just consumed the lightning from above. Do you realize this could lead to your demise?" Nico Robin shouted at Lei Yu, her voice laced with fury. Unlike Nami, Nico Robin had been by Lei Yu's side for a considerable time, her strength not to be underestimated. Although her mastery of observation haki was rudimentary, she was still perceptive enough to discern Lei Yu's actions. Death is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is living on while you all perish. Lei Yu appeared utterly unconcerned, displaying what he believed to be a most benevolent smile, his white incisors strikingly prominent against the darkened sky, resembling a beacon of light. Whoosh. With a surge of renewed vigor, Lei Yu propelled himself swiftly towards Nico Robin, maintaining a minimal repulsive force to avoid contact with the encroaching seawater. At this moment, Lei Yu found himself in a precarious state. Having previously absorbed the thunder, he was now teetering on the brink of peril. Instead of suppressing the tempestuous energy coursing through him, he allowed it to surge uncontrollably, wreaking havoc upon his meridians. His only means of movement was the powerful rhythm of his heart, the epicenter of the Reincarnation Fruit, a most enigmatic aspect of his being. Moreover, Lei Yu's incessant utilization of reincarnation energy had rendered any potential healing futile, as he drained it completely for his own sustenance. This was the reason for the failure of his earlier attempt to create a repulsive space. His body had simply depleted its reserves of reincarnation energy. A grave situation loomed as the jellyfish threatened to collapse. In an instant, Lei Yu's keen sense of perception detected something amiss. He abruptly turned around, witnessing the vast expanse of the sea beginning to recede, cascading down like a celestial river from the heavens. With determination, he plunged forth. Whoosh. In an instant, Lei Yu transformed into a streak of lightning, rescuing Nico Robin just as she was on the brink of being completely engulfed by the sea. However, upon making contact with Nico Robin's form, the seawater surrounding her swiftly collided with Lei Yu. In a flash, he plummeted downward, seemingly destined to crash into the ocean depths and be utterly buried. Yet, as he faced this impending doom, Lei Yu rapidly conjured a shimmering white protective barrier, safeguarding both himself and Nico Robin. "Let us proceed." Ignoring the blood streaming from his body, Lei Yu resolutely charged forward. "You truly are a fool, a great fool," murmured Nico Robin, who, soaked in seawater, lacked the strength even to speak as she lay in his embrace. Yet, she lamented, "We cannot escape." As she gazed at the sky where torrents cascaded down like a deluge, or rather, like the celestial waters of the Milky Way, overwhelming and unrelenting, she felt the insignificance of humanity. Akin to ants, easily crushed beneath the weight of such cosmic forces. Yet, to die alongside him in this moment brought her the greatest joy and happiness. Despite the misfortune of dragging him into this peril, it was all her fault. As she lay against Lei Yu, the icy facade of Nico began to melt in the warmth of his fervent heart. Robin, open your eyes, do not succumb to slumber, we still have a chance. Lei Yu implored, observing the tears streaming down Nico Robin's face, a pang of pain piercing his heart. He lamented his own weakness, regretting that if only he were even slightly stronger, he could have spared her from such suffering. If he had the power to vanquish the thunderous storm above, he would not have wasted so much time. I am so sorry, it is all my fault, he whispered, as Nico Robin stifled her sobs in response. Enough of this foolishness. If I were stronger, how could I allow you to be harmed? Lei Yu spoke with deep remorse. You are not strong enough. Do you wish to surpass the heavens themselves? Nico Robin retorted, her voice tinged with exasperation upon hearing his words. The notion of surpassing the heavens sparked a fleeting moment of clarity within Lei Yu's mind. Rei's eyes gazed upon the boundless expanse of azure waters that enveloped the heavens, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. In the face of such overwhelming might, humanity appeared utterly insignificant. Even with the power of the tremor fruit, the formidable Whitebeard could merely annihilate a city. When compared to the potential of obliterating a nation or even the entirety of humankind, such power seemed trivial. Captain, what are you pondering? Surely you do not aspire to surpass the heavens? Nicole Robin, nestled in Rei's embrace, smiled gently at him. Yes, I wish to surpass the heavens. Thank you, Robin. I now realize that my perspective has been limited by the confines of this world. I have never considered that even the mightiest of individuals are still merely human, destined to face mortality, like the legendary Pirate King, Roger, or the formidable Whitebeard, the leader of the 4 emperors who ultimately succumbed to the ravages of time. Thus, I have forged a new ambition to transcend the heavens. If the heavens refuse to acknowledge me and seek my destruction, then I shall defy the heavens and invoke their wrath. Rei's voice resonated with unwavering resolve. Unbeknownst to him, through this ordeal, his mindset had ascended yet again. Previously, Rei had sailed smoothly through life, bolstered by the power of the thunder fruit, leaving him with little pressure or motivation. However, in this moment, a fierce ambition ignited within him. As his aspirations shifted away from merely challenging the 4 emperors or claiming the title of Pirate King, his new focus was upon the heavens and the earth themselves. Indeed, throughout history, such a thought may have been unique to Rei. Fortuitously, he had absorbed the wisdom of 5 millennia of Chinese culture. Otherwise, he would never have dared to entertain such notions or achieve such enlightenment. Robin, let us ascend. If the heavens seek our demise, we shall defy them. If the earth stands against us, we shall exact our vengeance upon it. With a swift motion, he surged forward. Lei Yu stepped onto the moonlit path, swiftly retracing his steps, forging ahead through thorns and brambles with unwavering courage. In Lei Yu's embrace, Nico Robin gazed at him with eyes ablaze with ardent affection, expressing, to have encountered you, my dearest, is my greatest happiness and fortune. Being with you brings me unparalleled joy. I would not regret my demise. At that moment, Nico Robin finally opened her heart, nestling closely within Lei Yu's arms. Perhaps it was his words that moved her, or perhaps it was the impending end that fully unshackled her heart. Regardless, she now resembled a lovesick maiden, her eyes filled solely with Lei Yu. Grant me the power of the Reincarnation Fruit. 6 paths of reincarnation. Poof. As soon as Lei Yu's voice fell, he could no longer contain himself and spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, staining the garments of Nico Robin in his embrace with crimson. However, the vibrant hue was quickly washed away by the descending raindrops. At this moment, Nico Robin no longer addressed Lei Yu as captain, but instead called him by his name. A tender form of address that a wife bestows upon her husband. I'm fine. Perhaps we want to die after all. Lei Yu gently wiped away the tears from the corner of Nico Robin's eyes, offering a smile he believed to be warm and kind. Your hair. Nico Robin lamented as she touched Lei Yu's head of white hair with great sorrow. It's nothing. I'll recover soon. Let us go. With that, Lei Yu's body surged upward like a rocket, shooting into the heavens. A resounding roar echoed as he cradled Nico Robin's somewhat chilled form, propelling himself through the torrents of the descending celestial river, cleaving through the waters with determination. Time flew by, and Lei Yu swiftly plunged into the abyss of the ocean, emerging from the tumultuous waves, finally breaking through to the surface. I can't hold on any longer. With another spurt of blood, Lei Yu began to bleed profusely, his appearance strikingly horrific, as if his very skin were tearing apart. Repulsive force in the void, Rei used his last ounce of strength to send Nicole Robin away. But just as he was about to plummet again, Nico Alvia appeared by his side. You really are incorrigible, she chided softly, as she gracefully wrapped him in her arms, swiftly soaring towards the thousand sunny. Meanwhile, Nicole Robin had already been caught by Kuina and safely returned to the ship. As the skies cleared, the sun shone brightly. The weather was pristine, and the sea breeze gently caressed the air, with a few seabirds gliding over the water, creating ripples in their wake. The cataclysmic thunderstorm that had just occurred felt like a mere illusion, a fleeting dream, as the world remained beautifully unchanged. However, lying on the sickbed, a certain individual, covered in blood, starkly evidenced that everything that transpired was indeed real. Captain, what has happened? At this moment, Nicole Robin had succumbed to exhaustion and fallen asleep, while Rei, still bleeding profusely, remained unconscious in a perilous state. The captain's condition is dire. The immense power of thunder within him is relentlessly wreaking havoc on his internal meridians. and his ailment is progressively worsening, Kaya remarked, her face betraying her sorrow. What will happen if this continues? The others asked in unison. He will die, Kaya responded gravely. What? The group gasped in shock. Is there no way to save him? Nico Alvia inquired, her heart filled with hope. There is. At present, there is only one method, Kaya concluded solemnly. What method? Nearly everyone asked instinctively. Yin-yang harmony, Kaya whispered after a moment of contemplation. I have read of such a healing technique in ancient texts, but it is only suitable for the captain due to his unique constitution, Kaya explained quietly. I'll do it, Nicole Robin declared, her cheeks flushed. Nami, who had been about to speak, fell silent upon hearing Robin's words. You are all too young for this. It is not your place. I shall take on this responsibility, Nico Alvia gently interjected. Mom, Nicole Robin exclaimed in surprise at Alvia's words. Actually, I am not truly your mother. Years ago, I unwittingly consumed a devil fruit and subsequently gave birth to you, so we share no blood relation. Nico Alvia smiled softly at Nicole Robin. Oh, then I shall call you sister from now on, Nicole Robin said, her eyes sparkling with delight, showing no signs of sadness. Very well, Nico Alvia replied with a knowing smile and a nod. Let us all step outside, Kaya suggested, her face flushed. Nami sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat comforted that Nicole Robin was not left out in the end. Meanwhile, Kuina remained silent, yet her earlier gesture of preparing to undress spoke volumes, though the others were too deep in thought to notice. After a brief moment, the women exited the room, leaving only Ray and Nico Alvia behind. You little rascal. You cannot escape my grasp, Nico Alvia murmured, tenderly caressing Ray's chiseled cheek. One by one, her garments slipped away, revealing her exquisite form. While Ray's own clothes were gradually pushed aside, although the blood had been cleaned, it continued to seep from his wounds. Nonetheless, Nico Alvia paid no heed. Gently embracing the bare Ray, hours seemed to pass until Nico Alvia uttered a soft exhale, and a crimson blood rose bloomed upon the pristine sheets. The moonlight was hazy, a soft cloud veiling the silvery glow, as if even the moon was shy. The next morning, Ray stirred, his head pounding. What has happened to me? He murmured, rubbing his temples. It feels as though I had a vivid dream last night. I must be overflowing with energy lately, he thought with a sigh. Wait, wasn't I gravely injured? Suddenly, Ray noticed that his wounds had fully healed, and his body had reached the pinnacle of completeness, while his mastery of the 6 styles had ascended to its highest realm. To his exhilaration, he realized he had developed a nascent control over the Reincarnation Fruit. Previously, Ray had to struggle immensely to merely grasp the basics, otherwise, he would not have sought out another devil fruit. The progression of the Reincarnation Fruit had been excruciatingly slow. However, when he switched to the Thunder Fruit, it miraculously surged from a nascent stage to completion in an instant. The experiences absorbed from Inal had expedited his mastery of the Thunder Fruit, and Ray had anticipated that even reaching a higher stage would take years, yet, to his astonishment, he had soared to completion overnight, as if propelled by a rocket. What is this? Upon discovering the blood rose on the sheets, Ray's pupils contracted as memories of his dream flooded back. Could it be that everything that occurred was real? He pondered. Lei Yu swiftly donned his attire and exited the room, casually gathering the bed linens, for such items hold great value to a woman, and he certainly could not afford to squander them. What transpired yesterday? Lei Yu inquired as he entered the hall, surveying the gathered women. Nothing of consequence occurred. Captain, congratulations on your recovery. You must be famished. Please, come and dine with us, they replied. Due to the reasons concerning Nicole Alvia, they dared not divulge the truth to Lei Yu. After all, Nicole Robin had essentially assumed the role of their leader. Ah, sister, what happened to your legs? Lei Yu suddenly noticed Nicole Alvia's unsteady gait and questioned her with a hint of concern. His words were met with a chorus of exasperated glances from the women present. Lei Yu, it appears we must earnestly engage in physical exercise, for the captain's prowess is formidable. The women are well aware that Nico Alvia is indeed a master in her own right, yet she prefers to remain inconspicuous. The display of her remarkable skill during the last encounter truly opened the eyes of many, even with Nico Alvia's remarkable physique. The aftermath of the battle leaves one to ponder the intensity of the previous night's conflict. The women now find themselves somewhat relieved that they were not involved. Otherwise, they surely would have struggled to rise from their beds, perhaps even unable to withstand the tempestuous ordeal. It's nothing, I merely had a slight fall yesterday. Nico Alvia replied to Lei Yu's inquiry, internally rolling her eyes, attributing her predicament to him. The memory of last night's frenzy rendered her cheeks a rosy hue. As Lei Yu surveyed the contemptuous gazes of those around him, even he, in his obliviousness, gradually came to an understanding. However, there was someone with an audacious demeanor, feigning ignorance, who swaggered towards the dining table to partake in a meal. Strangely enough, Lei Yu realized he was genuinely famished, likely due to the considerable exertion of the previous day. Yet, he felt a twinge of loss. During his transformation into a mage, he had been in a state of unconsciousness. He resolved that next time, he would stealthily infiltrate and attempt the process again. After all, having experienced it once, how far could the second attempt be? Lei Yu shamelessly calculated in his mind. Time flew by, and before he knew it, more than half a month had elapsed. During this period, Lei Yu had finally become acquainted with his own power. However, the rapid enhancement of his abilities was not without its drawbacks. For although his strength had increased, he remained trapped in the body of a child, which rendered him vulnerable to mishaps. After this span of time, Lei Yu had thoroughly familiarized himself with his powers. Regarding his entanglement with Nicole Alvia, he felt a sense of frustration. She persistently evaded him, denying him any opportunity to indulge in her, and even when he managed to capture her, she always found a way to elude his advances. Rei Yu understood that Nicole Olivia was not one to easily let go, and he could not force the issue. However, now that they shared a bond, a beautiful life was not too far away. A flock of seabirds danced in the sky, frolicking playfully, while a few wispy white clouds drifted lazily by, as if they were on a leisurely excursion. The gentle sea breeze caressed the waters, and Rei Yu and his companions reveled in the serene atmosphere. He contemplated trying again that evening, and if all else failed, he would resort to other means. Gazing up at the azure heavens, he began to envision his blissful future. Yet, at that moment, a massive shadow loomed on the horizon, slowly approaching. What could it be? Rei Yu raised his binoculars for a closer look. As he focused, he was taken aback. Floating high above was an enormous warship, seemingly larger than the infamous Hades, resembling a city in the sky, with a displacement of no less than 100,000 tons. How on earth could such a behemoth soar through the air? Rei Yu pondered in frustration. Even if he harnessed repulsive energy to elevate Hades, it would require an immense expenditure of his resources. He would never waste such power without dire necessity. Yet here was a rival who seemed even more extravagant, stirring feelings of resentment within him. Wait, why did this scene feel so familiar? Suddenly, Rei Yu sprang to his feet, eyes fixated on the colossal vessel soaring above. It was a pirate crew. Upon seeing the flag fluttering in the wind, his expression shifted dramatically. Sky pirates, what an outrageous stroke of luck to encounter them. Rei Yu lamented his recent streak of misfortune, first Blackbeard, then an unprecedented thunderstorm. And now this. He cursed under his breath, feeling as though fate conspired against him. It seemed the heavens were intent on his demise. Just then, with a crack, a bolt of lightning descended, striking Rei Yu and leaving him singed. Damn it. He finally accepted that they had discovered him. Fortunately, after absorbing the power of thunder previously, he had undergone a transformation that rendered him resilient to the sky's fury. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences once more. Suddenly, the shadow in the sky obscured Hades entirely. What was happening? Had night fallen? Nami and the others, who were studying the map and discussing their route, rushed out to inquire about the commotion. Trouble was looming. Lightning flickered around Lei Yu as he materialized on the deck, gazing up at the colossal pirate airship soaring through the sky. What is that? Kai exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the immense vessel. It is a sky pirate. Nicole Alvia, well-versed in such matters, immediately recognized the behemoth above, her voice filled with awe. What is a sky pirate? Nami and her companions looked at Nicole Alvia with puzzled expressions. The captain of the sky pirates is a figure renowned alongside the pirate King Roger and the formidable Whitebeard. And he is also the first to have escaped from Impel Down, Nico Robin stated gravely, poring over her books. What? Such a person still exists in this world? Nami and the others gasped in disbelief. It seems they're here to engage in battle with us, Guina remarked, her eyes sparkling with fervent combat spirit. I advise you to reconsider, no offense intended, but even our captain may not stand a chance against them. Nami gently cautioned as she placed a reassuring hand on Guina's shoulder. At that moment, Guina, clad in a casual samurai outfit, bore a striking figure, her form prompting Nami to muse silently about her remarkable training. It seems that even if we wish to evade them, escape may not be an option, Lei Yu murmured. His expression grave as he observed the massive airship slowing its descent above the ship, the Lei Yu Dark King. What is happening? Regardless of our renown, they shouldn't come seeking us without reason, Nicole Robin remarked, perplexed. While they may not have much to do with us, unfortunately, our ship harbors someone they need. In the original tale, it was Luffy, but now Nami is with Lei Yu, thus they will undoubtedly come after him. Rei Yu remained silent, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. Clearly, it was too late to flee, and why would he want to escape? He intended to ascertain the extent of his own prowess. With his focus now shifted, he understood the necessity of continual self-improvement. After more than half a month without engaging in combat, his hands itched for action. As the crowd waited in quiet anticipation, an elderly man with flowing golden hair descended gently from the sky. Your last battle was quite remarkable. Your navigator is exceptionally skilled, the newcomer stated directly, addressing Rei Yu and his companions. Ah, so he witnessed our confrontation with the thunderstorm. Indeed, without Nami's navigation, Rei Yu and the others might not have emerged unscathed from that tempest. Yet, I encountered some grandeur myself, which is why I sought you out now. The old man continued softly. Old man, do you have business with us? Rei Yu sensed that the visitor was looking for trouble and had no intention of offering him a warm welcome. He was eager for a confrontation. Old man? The title caught the visitor off guard. Yes, are you not youthful? Rei Yu retorted coolly. The old man found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unable to respond. Do you know who I am, you little brat? The golden lion appeared visibly hurt, for he was the renowned golden lion, and being called old man stung his pride. Who are you, old man? Rei Yu stifled a chuckle, casually inquiring. Have you heard of the Pirate King? The legendary Whitebeard, the foremost among the four emperors? The Golden Lion seemed to boast, subtly probing Rei Yu's knowledge. Yes, I am aware, Rei Yu nodded. That is good to hear. For I am the illustrious Golden Lion, renowned in the same breath. His pride swelled as he declared this. Oh, is that so? I must admit. I have never heard of you, Rei Yu drawled, his tone unimpressed. Haha. Nami and the others could no longer contain their amusement at Rei Yu's playful demeanor. Bursting into laughter, they had anticipated a tone of reverence and fear from the newcomer, yet he had turned the tables. Even the foolish Golden Lion realized he was being mocked. Seeking death, the Golden Lion's expression darkened instantly. Wait, just as the Golden Lion prepared to strike, Rei Yu suddenly extended his right hand and called out, What are you doing, brat? Now you know fear? The Golden Lion scoffed at Rei Yu. But just as he was about to deliver a few reprimanding words, Rei Yu's body flickered and vanished from sight. Boom. A flash of blue lightning erupted as Rei Yu reappeared behind the Golden Lion, delivering a powerful punch. With a resonating thud. The moment Rei Yu's fist connected with the Golden Lioness body, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy course through him, as if his own body had become uncontrollable, lifting him off the ground. The impact diminished significantly upon striking the Golden Lion. Damn it. With a silent curse, Lei Yu vanished in a flash of lightning. Just as he disappeared, a brilliant white light erupted at the spot he once occupied, its intensity seemingly capable of tearing the heavens asunder, piercing the sky with unrestrained ferocity. What a formidable strike! Lei Yu gazed at the ascending white light, a flicker of surprise igniting within him. It appeared that his opponent, Lan Jiao, had also ascended to the realm of metamorphosis, delivering a casual blow imbued with immense power. Lei Yu mused to himself. Although this extraordinary effect was achieved by wielding both the twin swords Sakura Tin and Withered Wood, it was nonetheless remarkable. One must understand that many never attain the realm of metamorphosis in their entire lives, often remaining ensnared in the stage of consummate perfection. Once one reaches the realm of metamorphosis, their thoughts can flow freely, allowing for the instantaneous unleashing of their most potent strike without preparation. While also embodying endless transformations and comprehending the ultimate truths, it is indeed the legendary natural system Thunder Fruit. The well-informed Golden Lion observed Lei Yu's solemn expression. The Thunder Fruit is regarded as the invincible fruit within the natural system. Its speed is unmatched, with only the light system fruit capable of rivaling it. Moreover, his float fruit ability comes with limitations, as it only permits control over non-living entities. Had Lei Yu not acted against the lightning, he might have found himself on the receiving end of a punch. Golden Lion, why not simply remain undisturbed in your legendary status? Why must you stir up trouble? Do you not realize that those who do not court death shall not perish? Lei Yu, stepping lightly upon the air with his moonwalk, regarded Golden Lion with a gentle tone. You're rather arrogant, young one. Even the warlords would not dare to speak to me in such a manner. Perhaps only that rascal Carp would have the audacity to do so, Golden Lion replied, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze upon Lei Yu. Hearing the words of his opponent, Lei Yu's expression stiffened. That phrase was undoubtedly uttered by Carp, and the other had merely appropriated it. Tornado, the Golden Lion declared, waving his hand as a torrent of water spiraled upward, hurtling towards Lei Yu. You are quite unfortunate, indeed, Lei Yu remarked calmly, casting a sidelong glance at the approaching vortex. What do you mean? The Golden Lion felt an unsettling premonition. Have you not noticed that your devil fruit has little effect on me? Conversely, my devil fruit proves quite effective against you. Prepare to face divine retribution. With the finality of his words, a bolt of azure lightning descended from the heavens, targeting the oncoming tornado. You scoundrel! You can summon lightning from the sky. No wonder you are hailed as the invincible natural-type devil fruit user. The Golden Lion understood the principles of water's conductivity and chose to retreat. Soaring towards the sky aboard his colossal ship, feeling the unfavorable terrain weigh against him. With a resounding explosion, the water tornado disintegrated into countless droplets. Cascading onto the ocean's surface, Rei Yu gazed at the fleeing Golden Lion, yet made no attempt to pursue. He understood that vanquishing such an opponent was no simple task. After all, he was renowned as the invincible Luffy, standing shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Roger and Whitebeard, and therefore should not be underestimated. Let us depart from this place for now. Rei returned to the ship, the Pluto, and softly spoke to Nami and the others. It seems that they are intrigued by our vessel, he remarked. Sensing the tension, Miko furrowed her brow and gently replied, of course, they are not foolish. This individual seeks a brilliant navigator to help them dominate the seas. Unlike Whitebeard and Roger, their ambition lies in conquering nature itself. Rei continued, in search of a navigator. Are they not essentially seeking you? Nami was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, is that so? Indeed, it appears you are the one they desire, Rei acknowledged with a subtle nod. Nami inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice, Captain, did you already know that their intention was to recruit me? It seemed, upon their arrival, that you were prepared for a confrontation, showing no inclination to negotiate, Nami gently observed. Lei Yu wiped the perspiration from his forehead, remarking, indeed, women are inherently sensitive creatures. It's quite remarkable. He continued, the moment I laid eyes on that elderly man, I felt a surge of displeasure and a desire to confront him. Upon discovering that he was eavesdropping on us, my irritation only intensified. Thus, that was my reaction. Is that truly the case? Nami inquired, somewhat incredulously. Of course. What did you expect? Lei Yu retorted with a hint of annoyance. By the way, we must devise a strategy to deal with the formidable adversary above us. Lei Yu shifted the conversation. That individual is none other than the infamous Golden Lion. Captain, do you not harbor any sense of trepidation? He is no ordinary pirate. Nico Robin remarked, her tone tinged with exasperation. Her knowledge of history had revealed the formidable nature of their opponent, who had once clashed with the legendary Garb and the current fleet Admiral Sengoku. Although ultimately defeated, his prowess was certainly not to be underestimated. I feel no fear. Thus, we shall engage in a cooperative assault once more. This time, we will collectively confront him. This scoundrel regards his dreams and homeland as burdens and lacks many formidable crew members. He is overly confident in his own abilities. Therefore, let us unite and demonstrate the strength that comes from unity. Rei Yu passionately encouraged the women around him, feeling that this was an excellent opportunity for the Hades to undergo rigorous training. The poor Golden Lion had now become merely a tool for practice, truly a laughingstock. One could only wonder how this revelation would affect him. As the new book raced up the charts, Rei Yu implored those who had flowers to offer them, and for those without, to lend their support through collections, which cost them nothing. Upon hearing about the joint operation, the women were instantly invigorated, as such collaborations were rare. Previously, it had often been Rei Yu battling alone. Finally, they would have their chance to contribute. Tonight, I shall perform the final modifications on your bodies. Using the power of lightning to enhance your essence, Rei Yu declared to the group. Wonderful! Nami exclaimed, her excitement palpable at the prospect of increased strength. Disregarding Rei Yu's shifting topics. Nami, your mastery of weather makes you vulnerable to close-range attacks. I will teach you one of the Navy's 6 styles, the Saru. Rei Yu instructed her. Nami eagerly nodded in agreement. Kaya, since combat is not your forte, I will impart to you a technique for self-preservation from the Navy, he continued. Addressing Kaya, who beamed at the thought of avoiding conflict. Her sole desire was to save lives, as she had little interest in fighting. So learning a defensive technique brought her immense joy. However, Kaya was unaware of the lethal potential that could arise from the myriad transformations of the Navy's 6 styles. Even in seemingly innocuous applications. Your Lita, you possess great strength, so I will teach you the iron block technique, Rei Yu stated, turning to her. Thank you, Captain. Your Lita exclaimed. Thrilled at the prospect of learning the legendary Navy techniques, which few could ever hope to master. As for Kuina, who wielded a sword, Rei Yu found himself at a loss for additional techniques to teach her. He had already shared all that he could with Kuina and Nico Robin, though they had yet to fully grasp the lessons. I will practice diligently, he assured as he glanced at Nico Robin, who understood that there was little more for her to learn at this juncture. Very well, tonight I will conduct specialized training, aiming for each of you to reach a foundational level of mastery. With the combined powers of thunder and reincarnation at his disposal, Rei Yu held hope for achieving this goal, considering he had previously dedicated much time to enhancing their physical capabilities. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, the day had come to an end, yielding to the dawn of a new morning. Sunlight illuminated the earth, yet aboard the Hades, not a single ray penetrated. As an enormous object loomed overhead, following the ship with an intent that seemed to promise its presence until they reached solid ground. All right. Take a moment to familiarize yourselves with your bodies and relax. Rei Yu gently advised the perspiring women around him. Exhausted, he had little inclination to admire the beauty surrounding him and began to close his eyes in recovery. The women, eager to refresh themselves, hurried to the grand bathing area. Half an hour later, the women emerged clad in gray and white cloaks, standing proudly together on the deck. Rei Yu gazed contentedly at the women before him. After a night of rigorous training, the sacrifices made had proven worthwhile. The nascent form of Rei Yu's crew was beginning to take shape. Captain Rei Yu, undoubtedly the stalwart foundation of the team, was complemented by the second vice-captain, Guina, who possessed a pure yet composed intellect, exceptional swordsmanship, and mastery of both observation and armament hockey, rightfully earning her the title of the second-in-command of the King of Hell Pirates. The third member, Nico Robin, wielded the abilities of the flower fruit and had learned one of the Navy's 6 styles, shave. Her proficiency in observation hockey solidified her position as the third strongest in the crew. The newcomer, Yorlita, possessed the slippery powers of the slip fruit and had acquired 2 techniques from the Navy's 6 styles, iron block and finger pistol. Her capabilities were commendable, and Rei Yu intended to impart additional skills to her. To his surprise, her innate talent allowed her to learn at a pace comparable to his own. Rei Yu planned to teach her the entirety of the Navy's 6 styles, along with observation and armament hockey, as Yorlita showed great promise, potentially replacing Nico Robin as the crew's N03. The newcomer, Nami, excelled in manipulating weather patterns and executing large-scale attacks, having also learned shave, though her prowess remained average. Kaya, another newcomer, possessed minimal combat ability but had mastered paper drawing, allowing her to escape danger with remarkable skill. As for the newcomers, Wei Wei and Cornus, they seemed inherently ill-suited for battle. Despite Rei Yu's specialized training, they failed to grasp any techniques. However, their appearances had become more enchanting, their skin radiant, inciting envy from Nami and the others. Wei Wei attempted to learn shave, but only achieved a rudimentary understanding. Nonetheless, her innate strength allowed her to manage adequately. Conversely, Cornice faced a more dismal fate. Despite Rei Yu's guidance and learning Gale steps paired with her melodious tunes, she failed to even grasp the basics, leaving Rei Yu somewhat speechless. On the other hand, Nico Alvia's strength remained a mystery, often referred to as the hidden boss. It was known that she could perform moonwalk from the Navy's 6 styles and had developed her observation hockey further after a night of specialized training with Rei Yu, making her strength increasingly difficult to gauge. Nico Robin had once claimed that her sister's strength rivaled that of Guena, yet the truth of these assertions remained untested, as none dared to challenge Nico Alvia, who treated them like a protective elder sister. Thus, the fledgling King of Hell crew consisted of Captain Rei Yu, Vice Captain Guena, Historian Nico Robin, Helmsman Yorlita, Navigator Nami, and Dr. Kaya. Wei Wei remained stationed at the command center of the King of Hell, while the musical angel Cornice and Chef Nico Alvia stayed aboard, responsible for the crew's meals. Nico Alvia's culinary skills had progressed remarkably, now comparable to that of a master chef. Thus, the future maid would undoubtedly undergo a change. If possible, one hoped for Nico Alvia to take on a dual role, as a chef was akin to being half a maid, serving tea and water. Unbeknownst to Nico Alvia, someone harbored ulterior motives. Otherwise, that individual might never realize their desires. Very well, is everyone prepared? Rei Yu inquired, surveying the striking women before him. Ready. Let us go, Captain. Nami eagerly responded, thrilled at the prospect of engaging in such exhilarating combat for the first time, especially against the formidable Golden Lion. All right, let us move. With a sweeping gesture, Rei Yu's crew ascended into the air, soaring toward a colossal structure resembling a city. Be cautious. If things become overwhelming, retreat. Do not act recklessly. Nico Alvia cautioned Rei Yu. Understood. Rest assured. I will lead us safely, Rei Yu assured, patting his chest with confidence. It's precisely because you are leading that I worry. Nico Alvia sighed softly, glancing at him. Guena, keep an eye on him, and ensure he doesn't act impulsively. Nico Alvia instructed Guena with a hint of exasperation. Yes, sister, leave it to me, Guena replied with a firm nod. Cornice gently fluttered her lovely wings, playing a beautiful melody to bid farewell to Rei Yu and the others. As they soared into the gentle sea breeze, the group quickly approached the massive structure. Upon arrival, Rei Yu was astounded. It resembled an entire nation, filled with lush, verdant forests, beaches, and sands. Had he not known better, he might have believed he had entered an alternate world. However, as the women marveled at the wonders surrounding them, a multitude of pirate crew members approached Rei Yu and his companions. Let us advance and show them the might of the King of Hell Extermination Squad, Rei Yu declared, eyes fixed on the approaching pirates. All right, Black Cloud Empress, Thundercloud Lightning Spear. A dark storm gathered overhead, and a bolt of lightning descended, obliterating the incoming pirates. One sword style, Lion's Song. With a graceful flick of her blade, Guena dispatched her foes effortlessly, leaving them fallen in her wake. Now for the myriad blooms. Countless flower-like arms erupted around her, sending pirates flying in all directions. Die. At that moment, a pirate appeared behind Nico Robin. With a swift motion, she evaded and executed a bone-crushing move, incapacitating the pirate instantly. Finger pistol. Yarlita deftly maneuvered through the pirates, utilizing her newly learned techniques from the Navy's 6 styles, taking down pirate after pirate without a single one laying a hand on her. Kaya, behind you. Wei Wei shouted into the Din Din Mushi, observing the battle on the screen. Kaya was startled as the Din Din Mushi buzzed, prompting her to instinctively dodge, causing a pirate to collide with another. Captain, ahead of you, I've spotted a man-made structure. Wei Wei's voice chimed through Rei Yu's Din Din Mushi. Understood. Rei Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Let us press on. The Golden Lion dares to challenge the King of Hell pirates. We shall not be trifled with. We will bring him down. Anyone who defies the king is an enemy of the king. Rei Yu bellowed, charging forward with his formidable crew. How amusing. A swarm of ants seeks to shake a mighty tree, he mused as they advanced. The Golden Lion gazed at the figures of Lei Yu and his companions on the screen, a faint smile gracing his lips. Come, accompany me to meet them, he instructed his subordinate. As you wish, Captain, the man replied with utmost respect. Meanwhile, Lei Yu had finally reached the heart of the area, where a plethora of magnificent structures unfolded before him. This place is stunning. I never imagined they could indulge so extravagantly, Nami remarked with a hint of envy. Perhaps they possess considerable wealth, Lei Yu replied thoughtfully. Money? Nami's eyes sparkled at the mention of wealth. Just then, a colossal elephant appeared before them, blocking their path and letting out a provocative roar, clearly displeased by their intrusion onto its territory. Get out of the way, Lei Yu shouted, unleashing a powerful attack. With a flash of fire, the unfortunate elephant was swiftly dispatched, sent flying into oblivion, reduced to mere stardust. Such audacity. You dare behave so brazenly in my domain. A booming voice echoed in Lei Yu's ears. Golden Lion, I don't believe I've wronged you. Why then do you seek to trouble me? What is your purpose in following us? Lei Yu challenged the imposing figure before him. The ocean does not belong to you, nor does the sky. Do you think you can bar my passage? The Golden Lion scoffed. Nonsense. The area where the queen of the underworld resides is ours. Lei Yu bellowed defiantly. Do you realize you are courting death? The golden lion replied, suppressing his rage as he glared at Lei Yu. I had intended to let you live a while longer. But it seems you have chosen your own demise. You have entered my territory, and no matter how many of you there are, you are merely ants in my domain. As for why I have been following you, the reason is quite simple. I am in dire need of a navigator. If you hand over your navigator, I will gladly share all my knowledge and power with you, as well as reveal the secrets of the Pirate King's treasure, the golden lion proclaimed, his tone a mix of coercion and temptation. Preposterous. I would rather die than comply with that. And as for that ridiculous treasure, I have no interest in it. To be frank, I have no desire to become the Pirate King. Lei Yu rejected outright without a moment's hesitation. How intriguing. A pirate who shows no interest in the Pirate King's treasure nor in becoming the Pirate King. You are truly the first of your kind I have encountered. The golden lion mused, seemingly intrigued by Lei Yu. However, while I admire your spirit, I have made up my mind about that navigator. Whether you like it or not, you will surrender him. The golden lion roared in conclusion. Foolish golden lion. Everything is settled by strength, if you have the guts. Come and face me directly instead of prattling on. Lei Yu retorted disdainfully, glaring at the golden lion hovering above. Beside Lei Yu, Nami gazed at him with profound emotion. Following a captain like him was her utmost happiness. He had rescued her existence, nurtured her, and treated her as a true friend. For a woman, the constant protection he offered bestowed upon her an unparalleled sense of security, bringing her an unexplainable tranquility. You truly do not know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. The golden lion exclaimed, witnessing Lei Yu's refusal of his toast, his anger igniting. Wave slash. With a swift motion, a powerful kick sliced through the air, aimed directly at Lei Yu. Steel block. At that moment, Yalita dashed to Lei Yu's side, intercepting the strike. Bang. The forceful kick collided with Yalita, propelling her aside, yet she emerged unscathed. Another devil fruit. The golden lion squinted at Yalita. Thundercloud lightning spear. Crack. A lightning spear shot down from the sky toward the golden lion. Boom. With a resounding explosion. The golden lion extended his right hand, conjuring a large stone to shield himself, though it shattered upon impact. Seeking death. With a furious gesture, the golden lion unleashed a blade of wind toward Nami. The indignity of being attacked by mere ants stung him deeply. For he was a formidable figure from the era of Pirate King Roger. He could tolerate many things, but this was intolerable. In a moment of peril, Nami vanished from her spot. Bang. An explosion erupted at her previous location, leaving a crater in the ground. Heart racing, she looked at the pit. Realizing that had it been her in that spot, she would have faced severe injury or worse. Her admiration for Lei Yu swelled, perceiving him as almost prophetic. What are you looking at? The hellflower sprang forth, hands emerging from the ground to strike down upon the foe. Damn it. Another devil fruit ability. Open for me. Boom. The ground beneath the golden lion collapsed as he stomped his foot. A myriad of colors, colossal trees. At that moment, two gigantic feet erupted from the earth, kicking toward the golden lion while he stood bewildered. Boom. With a resonating hum, the golden lion was sent soaring into the air. Damn it, you ants. He roared in fury. Swirling winds rose from the ground, creating a formidable vortex aimed at Nico Robin. Blossom defense. As Robin declared, countless arms encircled her protectively. I Ryu flying dragon. At that moment, Kuina drew her sword. With a single stroke, she cleaved the swirling vortex, safeguarding Nico Robin. Be careful, it's my turn now. Kuina gently advised as she passed by Robin. TCH, I can evade on my own, Robin murmured softly. Kuina's gaze fixed upon the airborne golden lion. Her hands gripping the white ice soared tightly, an aura of determination radiating from her. A peak swordsman, the golden lion thought, envious. Recognizing the prowess of the infamous underworld pirates in their 400 million bounty. Such a hidden talent willingly serving another only deepened his jealousy, especially upon contemplating her youth. Yet, he mused, even the most gifted can falter. If they perish, they become nothing. This navigator shall be mine. Lion's might thousand cuts. Whoosh. Two whirlwinds shot from the golden lion's feet, racing toward the grounded Kuina. Ryu gazed at the approaching whirlwind, gently closing his eyes as he slowly lifted the white ice in his hand. The one-sword style, Death God. Guena's eyes widened as she unleashed her renowned technique. A beam of black sword light erupted from Guena's white ice, swiftly slicing through the oncoming tempest. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the black blade's momentum remained unabated, soaring into the sky. Although faint, the presence of armament hockey was indeed palpable, truly a prodigy. The expression on the golden lion's face darkened ominously. Lion's might, dragon's wrath. At this moment, the golden lion ceased to hold back. With outstretched arms, he began to unleash his ultimate move, casting a shadow over the sky and turning the earth beneath into chaos, rapidly pressing down upon Guena. Boom. With another explosive sound. The black sword light struck heavily upon the tumultuous ground, emitting a deep hum. Yet, it fell just short, ultimately failing to shatter the earth, as the whirlwind was swiftly consumed by the terrestrial vortex. Thunder Dragon. In this perilous moment, Ryu acted swiftly, sending forth a blue Thunder Dragon to intercept the golden lion's oppressive force. Thunder rumbled. A cacophony of thunder echoed across the land, with countless fragments soaring through the air. Whoosh! In a flash of blue lightning, Lei Yu rescued the encircled Guina. So powerful, I still fell short. I never expected my strongest move would be defeated, Guina murmured. Somewhat disheartened. Fool, you must realize your opponent is the Golden Lion. Being able to withstand even a single strike is commendable, Lei Yu remarked, shaking his head as he gently tapped Guina's nose. I must become stronger. I will become a true death god under the reign of the king of the underworld. Besides the king, I have no reason to lose to anyone, Guina declared resolutely. Lei Yu, hey, let's not go down that path. Why burden yourself with such immense pressure? You are still young. Rest assured, I can swiftly enhance your abilities once more, transforming you into a true harbinger of death, a figure feared by all. Lei Yu declared emphatically to Guina. Really? Guina's eyes sparkled with fervor upon hearing that Lei Yu could augment her strength again. She eagerly inquired, acutely aware of her current inadequacies and yearning to grow stronger. Of course, when have I ever deceived you? Lei Yu affirmed with a firm nod. Damn it. How dare you disregard me so easily? Do you consider me invisible? To be distracted in the midst of battle is a death wish. Lion's might, thousand cutting valley. Whoosh. Two blades of wind surged toward Lei Yu. Swish. As Lei Yu cradled Guina's body, he vanished in a flash, reappearing at a distance. With a resounding explosion, the earth split open, revealing two deep ravines. It appeared that his opponent's swordsmanship was formidable as well, though greatly diminished due to the loss of both legs. The strength of the Golden Lion had sparked considerable debate. Some claimed he ranked second in the world, while others asserted he merely occupied a position among the 7 warlords, leading to a multitude of differing opinions. A significant argument against him was his lack of haki. To this point, Lei Yu noted that his adversary had indeed not employed haki, though he was uncertain if the Golden Lion possessed it. Regardless of others' opinions, Lei Yu remained vigilant. For his opponent was one of the legendary 3, he could not afford to be complacent. Do you not understand the nuances of this situation? Lei Yu remarked irritably at the interruption caused by the Golden Lion. Guina, step aside for now, allow me to handle him. He gestured for Guina to move away. Be careful, Guina replied, her concern evident in her voice. Not to worry, Lei Yu assured her with a nod. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of blue light, hurtling toward the Golden Lion. Armament haki, Thunder Fist, with a fist crackling with black lightning. He launched a rapid attack at the Golden Lion. Lion's Gale Tornado. With a swift extension of his arms, the Golden Lion summoned a swirling vortex of earth, hurling it towards Lei Yu. Boom. With a single punch, Lei Yu shattered the approaching earth tornado. His armed color haki not only suppressing the powers of the devil fruit, but also enhancing his own strength. Damn it, you'll soon comprehend the true legendary prowess, he declared, unleashing the lion's might amidst the chaotic dance of demons. As the thundering roars echoed, an unsettling premonition stirred within Lei Yu. This technique seemed to lack something. He pondered silently upon hearing the opponent's words. At this moment, it became evident to Lei Yu that the Golden Lion had unleashed his full power. Unlike Luffy, who possesses the protagonist's halo, Lei Yu found himself at a disadvantage. During the clash between the Golden Lion and Luffy, he had strained his back. After all, the Golden Lion was aging and had recently escaped from a maximum security prison, where he had suffered the loss of both legs. It is a well-known fact that such a grievous injury inevitably leads to a decline in one's abilities. Some may argue, what about red-haired Shanks, whose arm was also severed? I would suggest that if Luffy were to engage him, the outcome might be quite different. However, it must be acknowledged that Shanks, despite his injury, managed to enhance his prowess, mastering haki and single-handed swordsmanship to an extraordinary degree. In contrast, the Golden Lion, having lost both of his legs, would find it virtually impossible to hone even the skills necessary for one-legged combat. Consequently, he had no choice but to abandon the path of the sword and rely on others to compensate for his lost mobility. Moreover, one must consider the age difference. Shanks is relatively young, whereas the Golden Lion is significantly older, having long been a renowned pirate in the annals of One Piece. There are those who claim that the Golden Lion appeared somewhat diminished upon joining Whitebeard's crew. To that, I would say, losing both legs and then visiting an old friend is a daunting task indeed. At that time, the Golden Lion seemed to be a mere shadow of his former self, lacking capable subordinates, in stark contrast to Whitebeard, who commanded a formidable crew. As Lei Yu stood momentarily stunned, islands began to emerge in the sky above him, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. I now understand how this individual could decimate the Navy headquarters. No wonder he could contend with Garp and Sengoku. The sheer number of islands descending upon him was staggering. One could only imagine the frustration it would bring, even to Whitebeard. Let us go. Lei Yu gazed at the myriad islands sprawling before him, the power of his heart network reaching its zenith as his form flickered with lightning. However, a sudden realization struck him. These were merely physical attacks, unlikely to inflict substantial harm. As he hesitated to evade, he found himself momentarily frozen in thought. Yet, in the next instant, despair washed over him as a dark island plummeted directly above him. Is this for real? Lei Yu stared in disbelief at the impending shadow of the Black Island. The sheer terror was overwhelming, but reflecting on the situation, it made sense. One must possess haki to survive in the era of pirates. Even a mere commodore wielded such power. Surely, his adversary was no exception. To think otherwise was absurd. Without that, how could one aspire to become one of the three great legends? Many would have already fallen to the might of others, let alone the overwhelming force of Whitebeard's punch, which could shatter entire realms. Could he even hope to escape from such devastation? Power conversion. Repulsive space. Boom. The island descended heavily upon Lei Yu. Yet it was halted by a protective barrier of white light surrounding him. As Lei Yu's reincarnation fruit reached a nascent stage, his ability to convert powers became increasingly adept. Furthermore, the amount of reincarnation energy he refined daily surged exponentially, which explained why he could cleanse the essence of the women around him. Crack. A sharp sound echoed as fissures began to form in the protective barrier enveloping him. Incredible! Lei Yu's expression shifted as he contemplated the enormity of the island, equivalent to a colossal mountain. The force it bore was no trifling matter. Shinra Tensei. With no other option, Lei Yu opened his eyes wide, a tremendous force surging through his entire being. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the island above him was swiftly repelled, colliding heavily with the descending island. The entire sequence of events transpired in the blink of an eye. What? How does he possess another devil fruit? What kind of international joke is this? The once proud Golden Lion's countenance turned ashen, despite the fortuitous turn of events today, which had seemingly alleviated his physical discomfort. He found himself unable to vanquish his opponent. The latter's array of tactics appeared inexhaustible, instilling a sense of frustration within Golden Lion. Am I truly growing old? No. This world has simply gone mad. How could anyone possibly consume two devil fruits? Golden Lion roared within, grappling with the harsh reality. Yet, reality is often unforgiving. No matter how much he wished to deny it, the truth remained immutable. Power conversion. Whoosh. In a flash, Lei Yu transformed into a streak of lightning, swiftly dashing towards the Golden Lion. Get away. With a swift motion of his right hand, the Golden Lion hurled a black island towards the oncoming Lei Yu. In an instant, Lei Yu, having mastered the sixth style of the Navy to an extraordinary level, vanished from his original position. Boom. With a resounding explosion, a massive crater formed where Lei Yu had just stood. 200 million volts. Thunder God. Just as the Golden Lion exhaled in relief, believing he had vanquished Lei Yu, the latter's voice echoed once more, causing the Golden Lion's pupils to instinctively contract. Lion's might. With both hands extended, the Golden Lion summoned the earth to twist and churn, creating a vortex that surged towards Lei Yu, with trees and stones from the ground serving as mere embellishments in its wake. Crackle. Upon Lei Yu's form, blue lightning flickered, as though the very heavens had been transformed by his presence. Despite the clear azure sky, the relentless rumble of thunder echoed incessantly around Lei Yu. The scattered stones levitated and danced in the air as if moved by an invisible force. His long hair flowed gracefully, and he donned a white battle garment reminiscent of the underworld. Lei Yu exuded an aura akin to that of a thunder god, radiating power and majesty. Thunder Fist. As Lei Yu gazed at the approaching Earth Dragon vortex, he swiftly clenched his right fist and then struck it down forcefully, with a resounding boom. The incoming vortex was instantly shattered by Lei Yu's punch, dispersing into countless fragments that fell through the air. Such formidable power, truly deserving of the title of the Invincible Fruit. The Golden Lion's pupils narrowed, silently contemplating as he observed Lei Yu's astonishing destructive capability, letting out a soft sigh. It seems I must take this seriously. The youth of today truly lack respect for their elders. The lion's might, a chaotic dance of demons. The Golden Lion extended his hands once more, causing the island that had been previously displaced by Lei Yu to float again, rapidly descending towards him with intent to strike. Armed haki, crashing thunder. Rei's right hand slowly unfurled, his fist clenched tightly, before he forcefully struck out. Boom. Lei Yu's black fist, crackling with lightning, struck heavily against the approaching island, producing a thunderous hum. Crack. A fissure appeared on the island before him. Break apart, thunder. With Lei Yu's furious roar, his fist erupted in brilliant lightning. Boom. With a sound akin to thunder, the island before him shattered instantaneously, transforming into countless fragments. The spectacle was truly magnificent as the debris began to rain down. How formidable. Is this the power of the captain? Yalida murmured in astonishment, her admiration for Lei Yu deepening. The captain has grown significantly stronger. Kuina felt an even stronger urge to improve, determined to keep pace with Lei Yu. The captain is incredible. Nami gazed at Lei Yu with idol-like adoration, unable to believe her eyes as he obliterated an island with a single punch. Such a feat seemed surreal, and she pondered if anyone would even believe it if she recounted it. I never imagined the gap between us and the captain would widen so drastically, Nico Robin reflected quietly. This is my captain, who will always protect us, Kaya thought joyfully. This is outrageous. Even Whitebeard might not achieve such a feat. The Golden Lion observed Lei Yu's actions with his mouth agape, utterly astonished. Your strength is indeed surprising, but it is merely the fortune of having a superior devil fruit. If I had such luck, I would surely surpass you, the Golden Lion remarked enviously. Are you starting to complain now, old man? Lei Yu stood high in the sky, resembling a true god of thunder, addressing the Golden Lion with an air of superiority. Don't think you've won just yet. The real show is only beginning. Remember, this is my battlefield. The golden lion retorted darkly, unwilling to be cowed. Is that so? I share that sentiment. Nami, let us go after him together. Rei Yu called out to Nami and the others, who had sufficiently recovered. It was a jest. With such formidable sparring partners, Rei Yu saw no reason to refuse the opportunity to train the ladies, which was paramount. How infuriating. The golden lion, who had been recuperating, erupted in rage, cursing. I'm an elder, and they dare to disregard that and engage in a battle of numbers? How shameless. The golden lion felt deeply frustrated, realizing he had no chance to fight back with his full strength, especially against the divine-like Rei Yu. With Rei Yu's lightning speed, capable of rivaling light itself, he could eliminate opponents before they even had a chance to react. Thus, the golden lion could not afford to expend all his power recklessly. All right. Upon hearing that it was their turn, Nami and the others cheered. They had long awaited the opportunity to face someone of the legendary golden lioness caliber, seeing it as a once-in-a-lifetime honor. However, their abilities were still somewhat lacking. Without Rei Yu's permission, they would not dare to step forward, fearing they might become a burden. But now that Rei Yu himself had invited them to train, they were filled with joy and gratitude, knowing it was their captain who was honing their skills. Even Rei Yu's women understood the situation, and the golden lion, no fool himself, was aware as well. Yet, knowing this did not change the fact that he could not use his full strength. He had to remain cautious, always leaving himself an escape route against Rei Yu's potential ambush. Thus, even with this understanding, the golden lion could only endure the onslaught from the women with a heavy heart. Receive my attack. Finger gun. Yalida, utilizing her slippery fruit powers, approached the golden lion first, pointing her finger. Boom. With a buzzing sound, the rock beside the golden lion was instantly pierced through. The golden lion's face revealed a hint of surprise, realizing the opponent's attack was not weak, though their accuracy was slightly lacking. Behold my might. Typhoon weather, tornado. With a flourish of her weather stick, Nami summoned a whirlwind that charged toward the golden lion. Humph, mere child's play. The golden lion scoffed, hurling an island toward Nami. In a moment of crisis, Nami teleported to safety, evading the incoming island. Well done. It seems Nami is becoming increasingly adept at the marine six styles. Rei Yu thought to himself from high above. Blossoms in 1,000 petals. Suddenly, Nico Robin extended her arms, unleashing a swarm of hands that surged toward the golden lion. The golden lion, startled by the multitude of arms attacking him, swiftly ascended into the sky, evading the onslaught. Just as I expected. One sword style, Azure Dragon. A roar akin to a dragon's echoed as a blue light shot forth from Kuina's icy sword, heading straight for the airborne golden lion. What? The golden lion's expression shifted as he noticed the incoming sword energy. Lion's might, super 1,000 cuts. 2 black gusts shot from the golden lion's legs, racing toward the approaching blue sword energy. Boom. A deafening clash resonated as the black gusts collided with the blue sword light. Crack. The sound of shattering echoed as the blue sword light severed the black gusts, continuing its trajectory upward. Lion's might, dragon twister. The golden lion's expression turned serious as he raised his hands, summoning the earth itself. After briefly stalling the blue sword light with the black gusts, a vortex of earth surged upward, rapidly intercepting the blue sword light before consuming it. Boom. With yet another explosion, the golden lion was instantly hurled away, exhausted. Kuina stood in place, gasping for breath. It was finally her turn. Nami, witnessing the golden lion being thrown back, revealed a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Thundercloud. Lightning strike. Crack. A lance, swift as lightning, surged toward the golden lion. Damn it, those wretched ants. The golden lion extended his right hand, but at that moment, 2 arms suddenly appeared, seizing his own. Tree binding. Nico Robin softly uttered from a distance. Bang. As her words resonated, the lightning lance struck the golden lion's chest. Ah. Even the formidable golden lion cried out in agony upon being hit by the electric lance. Yet, the onslaught was far from over, unbeknownst to him. Yalida had also materialized beside the golden lion. Pistol. Pistol. Bang. Blood erupted from the golden lion's arm. Ah. I will slay you wretched ants bastards. Hiss. With a ferocious roar, the golden lion unleashed his conqueror's haki, causing Nico Robin, Nami, Yarlita, and those nearby to stagger, one by one collapsing. Even Kuna in the distance trembling slightly. The sky darkened with the ominous presence of the conqueror's haki. Rei Yu's pupils dilated in shock. This was utterly unexpected. How could someone so powerful exist? How had Luffy managed to defeat him? Had something changed? Rei Yu felt an overwhelming pressure weighing upon him. Since his arrival in this world, it had begun to shift, akin to the butterfly effect. The once balanced world was disrupted by Rei Yu, and thus the natural order sought equilibrium, leading to unforeseen events and ever stronger adversaries. However, after the golden lion unleashed his haki, his aura began to wane, the previous outburst evidently having drained him. I'm getting old. He sighed, feeling the fatigue in his body. Yet, even in his age, he refused to concede. I, the golden lion, possess my own pride. Let them come. Now that the riffraff has been dealt with, let us engage in a thrilling battle. You wouldn't want to see them perish, would you? The golden lion gently gestured toward the unconscious women. Do you truly believe you stand a chance? Whoosh. With a flash of lightning, Lei Yu appeared beside the golden lion. Thunder fist. With his right hand clenched into a fist, Lei Yu summoned a tempest of lightning, swiftly launching an attack towards the Golden Lion. Lion's Might Tornado. The Golden Lion raised his right hand, and in an instant, the ground erupted, forming a towering mountain that stood defiantly before Lei Yu. Boom! Lei Yu's fist struck heavily against the suddenly appearing giant mountain with a resounding crack. As the sound echoed, a faint fissure appeared on the surface of the mountain before him. At that moment, however, the Golden Lion suddenly lowered himself to the ground, unleashing a powerful attack. Lion's Might, Twin Tornado. With a thunderous roar, the entire earth began to rotate once more, forming colossal whirlpools that swiftly encircled Lei Yu. Die! He bellowed. Lion's Might, Wrath of the Dragon. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the heavens and the earth as the massive whirlpool engulfing Lei Yu plummeted into the ground, creating a sound akin to thunder, while simultaneously a colossal mount tide descended from the sky. Boom! Another thunderous blast resounded as the 100-meter-high whirlpool was entirely crushed beneath the surface. Wheezing, the Golden Lion collapsed to his knees, utterly drained of his strength. Having expended nearly all of his energy, he could no longer wield the powers of the Devil Fruit, for such abilities are finite. Excessive consumption renders them unusable. This was the plight of the Golden Lion, compounded by his advanced age, and the ferocity of the battle had left his body severely weakened. Even with divine favor, he found it increasingly difficult to endure. Captain! In the distance, the exhausted Kuan knelt on the ground, tears streaming from her eyes as she gazed at the buried Lei Yu, her voice choked with emotion. At that moment, moving even slightly was a challenge for Kuina, who could only watch helplessly. Yet, in this moment of despair, the heart of the warrior within her began to awaken. Boom! Just as Kuina was overwhelmed with sorrow, a tremendous sound echoed across the land. Super divine, heavenly destruction. With Lei Yu's furious cry, the earth around him collapsed, sending countless fragments flying as if a mountain had crumbled and a tsunami had surged. When the dust settled, Lei Yu, clad in the attire of the underworld king, floated gracefully in the air, his garments billowing in the wind, exuding an air of tranquility. Armament Hockey, Reincarnation Explosive Flame Iron Fist. With a swift motion, Lei Yu rotated his right hand, forming a sphere of flames that enveloped his fist, followed by a layer of black hockey that coated it. Whoosh! Using the Navy's 6 powers, Lei Yu, devoid of lightning support, still moved with extraordinary speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the kneeling Golden Lion. Impossible? Thud! As the Golden Lion's expression morphed into one of sheer terror, Lei Yu's fist collided with his chest. The Golden Lion spewed forth a mouthful of blood. But simultaneously, Lei Yu's fist pierced through his heart. I never imagined I, the Golden Lion, would meet my end here. Once again, I have been thwarted by someone from the East Sea, he thought as his eyes widened in fury, slowly collapsing to the ground amidst a flurry of dust. Those who dare to harm my women shall face my wrath. Lei Yu declared softly, gazing at the fallen Golden Lion. Deprivation. He then drew back his right hand, extracting the heart of his foe, and shortly thereafter, a fruit materialized in his palm. Absorb. As Lei Yu placed his left hand on the Golden Lion's body, the oppressive aura surrounding him swiftly dissipated, transforming him into an ordinary man. Time passed swiftly, and a few days went by in a flash. On this day, the sky was clear, with not a cloud in sight, and occasionally, a few seabirds soared above the ship, the underworld king. The sunlight bathed the vessel, adorning it with a golden sheen. While Lei Yu admired the beauty of nature, Kuina approached him. Nana, you've arrived. How are you faring with the Devil Fruit's abilities? Lei Yu inquired gently, reclining on a sun lounger. Not quite. I've only grasped a little, Kuina replied, shaking her head bashfully. Oh, that's perfectly fine. Take your time. Once you learn to integrate the powers of the Devil Fruit with your swordsmanship, I am confident that it won't be long before you become a formidable swordsman. Lei Yu encouraged her with unwavering assurance. I've already made a breakthrough, Kuina murmured, her voice scarcely audible, akin to the buzzing of a mosquito. Had it not been for Lei Yu's exceptional hearing, he might have easily missed her words. Lei Yu. It was evident that Guena had significantly improved her strength after the last battle, coupled with the flotation fruit that Lei Yu gifted her. Guena successfully entered the ranks of the great swordsman, becoming a being that resides at the pinnacle of the world's hierarchy. The only other known individual in such a position is the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. Have you truly broken through? Lei Yu asked incredulously once more. Guena nodded emphatically, like a child seeking praise. My goodness, your progress is astonishing. Lei Yu murmured, realizing that Guena's ascension to great swordsman implied she could now contend with him. What about the others? He inquired next. Well, Nami and the others have also made considerable progress. We all benefited greatly from this battle, Guena replied joyfully. After all, they had faced the formidable Golden Lion. Such an opportunity demanded improvement, or else they would be like decayed wood, unworthy of carving. Excellent. Nami, how long until we reach Bubble Island? Lei Yu asked as he picked up the transponder snail. Half an hour, came Nami's voice after a brief moment. All right. Lei Yu nodded. Guena, allow me to help you with your meridian flow. He glanced at Guena, who stood before him in attire that seemed deliberately provocative. Her ample bosom exposed a generous expanse of skin, invoking thoughts that were hard to dismiss. Just as Guena felt a twinge of nervousness, Lei Yu swiftly pulled her into his embrace. Though Guena had intended to entice him, she now found herself overwhelmed with anxiety, for she was still a young woman. In matters of swordsmanship, she was unafraid, but in this realm, she felt inadequate. What's wrong? Haven't I always treated you this way? Lei Yu asked, observing Guena's flushed face and trembling form with confusion. In the past, Guena had not entertained such thoughts. Her mind had been solely focused on training and gaining strength. Even when Lei Yu touched her, she would selectively ignore it. But now, she approached him with a different mindset. And his comforting touch proved too much for her to bear. I have things to do. I must go now. With that, Guena darted away like a rabbit, leaving Lei Yu in a state of bemusement as he reclined in his chair. What is going on? Why make me feel this way and then leave? He murmured softly. In the distance, Guena, hearing his mutterings, felt even more flustered. Disappearing from sight, as if fleeing for her life. What's wrong with Sister Guena? Is she ill? Why is her face so flushed? The innocent Kaya asked the nearby Nico Alvia, perplexed. Children shouldn't ask such questions. Nico Alvia replied gently, unable to explain. Humph, I am not a child. Kaya proudly proclaimed, puffing out her chest, leaving Nico Alvia speechless. That scoundrel is to blame, frolicking around, and now look, every woman on this ship is revolving around him. Nico Alvia murmured helplessly. Unbeknownst to them, Lei Yu and his companions had arrived at their destination, Bubble Island. By the way, due to their defeat of the Golden Lion, Lei Yu and his crew's bounties had seen new developments. Lei Yu remained at the top with a bounty of 400 million, unchanged for reasons unknown. However, Guena's bounty skyrocketed to 320 million, Nico Robin's to 130 million, Nami's to 80 million, Yarlita's to 90 million, Kaya's to 10 million, Wei's to 7 million, Cornus's to 3 million, and Nico Alvia's to 20 million. Hence, the total bounty for the entire Dark King pirate crew surpassed 1 billion, with the three major figures of the crew quietly established, all surpassing the 100 million mark. Newcomer Yarlita showed the most potential, followed by Nami and the others. Doc, with Lei Yu's command, the massive vessel, the Dark King, slowly approached the harbor. Look at that. The onlookers on the shore exclaimed, their tension palpable as they beheld the imposing silhouette of the Dark King. Recently, many significant figures had arrived. It appeared another formidable presence was at hand. Wow, is this truly a pirate ship and not a palace? When the magnificent Dark King drew closer, the crowd was completely awestruck, enchanted by its opulent adornments. However, upon spotting the striking black dragon flag and the prominent name Dark King, they instinctively took a step back. They were well aware of the Dark King's reputation, known as the living king of hell. Let you die at midnight, never allowing you to see dawn, they murmured. With the arrival of three heavyweight figures, the atmosphere grew even more vibrant as the supernovas began to gather. Indeed, this will be quite the spectacle, the surrounding pirates agreed. With a resounding boom, the immense Dark King commenced docking. Guena, you, and Nico Robin's team will search for the coding on the island, while Nami and I will scout around. Lei Yu instructed Guena. Understood, she nodded in agreement. Rei's arrangement is undoubtedly made with the safety of Nico Robin and her companions in mind, with the formidable swordmaster Kona by their side. Even in the face of a marine admiral, they would be able to flee and avoid significant peril. As Lei Yu and his companions slowly emerged from the ship Pluto, they approached the shore. The moment they descended, the throngs of onlookers on the coast erupted into sheer frenzy. It was not solely the allure of the ship Pluto that captivated them. The enchanting presence of Nami and her companions constituted a dazzling spectacle in its own right. Although their figures were largely concealed by the flowing cloak of Pluto, hints of their captivating silhouettes remained visible beneath the fabric, igniting the imagination. This only served to amplify their beauty, enveloping them in an aura of mystery that rendered the crowd even more enthralled. Pluto, Pluto, the Grim Reaper, the Grim Reaper. The pirates surrounding them could not help but chant in unison, their voices building into a magnificent crescendo. Lei Yu observed the ecstatic crowd with a subtle smile, reflecting on how their fame had spread far and wide. As he and his companions advanced, the throng instinctively parted to grant them passage. Despite their fervor, a thread of rationality remained. The three formidable figures of Pluto were notorious for their bounties exceeding 100 million, and were among the elite of the 11 stars, far too esteemed to be trifled with. Minutes later, Lei Yu and Kuina separated. As Lei Yu followed a vague recollection of the route leading in a specific direction. Captain, where are we headed? Nami inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. To a place where one spends lavishly, Lei Yu replied with a slight smile. A place for spending money? No way. Nami's expression immediately soured at the mention of expenses, and she lamented to Lei Yu. It won't be your money that's at stake, Lei Yu reassured her, observing her discontent. At that moment, he began to ponder whether bringing her along had been a wise choice. Your money is also mine, Nami muttered softly in response to Lei Yu's words. As Lei Yu engaged in conversation with Nami, they unwittingly found themselves at the entrance of an auction house. Welcome, greeted the two attendants at the entrance. Bowing gracefully before them, Lei Yu, with an air of confidence, nodded appreciatively and led Nami inside. At that moment, he had donned a pair of sunglasses, wishing to avoid recognition upon entering. As for Nami, her fame was relatively modest. so Lei Yu felt assured that she would not be easily identified, which was one of the reasons he had brought her along. However, had Nami been aware that this was Lei Yu's motivation for inviting her, it would have been quite understandable for her to feel incensed, considering she held the notable position of number 5 aboard the merman ship. Upon their entrance, they discovered that the auction house was already bustling with a considerable crowd, with several celestial dragons prominently seated in the center, near the front row. Rei Yu, uninterested in the tragic figure of the celestial dragon before him, discreetly led Nami to a seat. It soon became apparent that a considerable number of individuals had gathered here. Among them was the notorious Kid, whose bounty had reached 350 million, second only to that of Kuina. Additionally, there was Loth, known as the Surgeon of Death, with a bounty of 200 million. With the attendees gathered, the auction is about to commence. Shortly thereafter, an auctioneer stepped onto the stage and announced in a loud voice, "Let the auction begin." Ray looked at the auctioneer on stage, a hint of amusement dancing across his face. "Captain, the atmosphere here seems rather peculiar," remarked Nami, ever observant, as she quickly noticed the unsettling demeanor of those around them, their gazes ablaze with fervor. "Of course, did you not see that even the celestial dragons are present? It is rumored that the item up for auction is a rare, legendary mermaid. How could that not incite excitement among the crowd?" Ray explained with an understanding smile. "Oh, Captain, how do you know all this so well?" Nami inquired, casting a skeptical glance at him. "Ah, I happened to overhear it on my way here. You know my observation hockey. Such trivial matters are hardly a challenge," Ray replied, his mind racing as he crafted a swift explanation. "Is that truly the case?" Nami expressed her profound skepticism. "Of course, I assure you on my integrity," Ray proclaimed, thumping his chest with righteous fervor. "Captain, are you certain you still possess any integrity?" Nami remarked, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Ray. "Rei Yu. Very well, let us proceed to the final segment. Bring forth item number 16. At that moment, the man on stage bellowed, and a colossal object was slowly lifted by several individuals. The lights flickered rapidly, and with the onset of music, the atmosphere was instantly elevated to a crescendo. With the final beam of light illuminating the stage, the object cast a shadow, revealing its contents. The crowd erupted in excitement, countless individuals rising in astonishment to gaze at the spectacle. "Could it be?" a man murmured in disbelief. "It truly is a mermaid." Nami, standing beside Rei Yu, was equally astonished, realizing her captain was indeed correct. "Since everyone is so eager, let us commence." As the grand cloth was lifted, a stunning mermaid emerged into view. It is genuinely a mermaid. The atmosphere exploded with fervor, with the crowd brimming with anticipation. "Now, let the auction begin, starting at 500 million. Just as the man on stage was about to speak, a boisterous celestial dragon stretched out his hand and declared arrogantly, "Hiss." The audience collectively gasped, the air thick with silence. 500 million, such an immense sum. It is far too formidable. Many shook their heads, ceasing to bid. Is this the power of the celestial dragons? Remarkable indeed. Not even a single contender remained. Nami quietly marveled beside Rei Yu. "Who says there are none?" Rei Yu smiled faintly. "The celestial dragons have a penchant for seeking slaves. How intriguing. I too wish to acquire one of those celestial dragons as a slave. That female celestial dragon seems appealing. Yes, let us take her to Amazon Lily for proper training. And among this batch of slaves are some exquisite beauties. Let us send them all to Amazon Lily as well," Rei Yu stated with a subtle grin. "No. We would be doomed." Upon hearing Rei Yu's intentions regarding the celestial dragon, the terrified slaves glanced around, exclaiming hastily, "If others were to overhear, they would undoubtedly think Rei Yu had lost his mind. How could we be doomed? Perhaps it is not us who will take the spotlight this time. We merely need to reap the benefits in silence. Who would know in the end?" Rei Yu spoke with a cunning smile. "Nami. It's astonishing that her captain would even contemplate such actions, devoid of any sense of propriety. Engaging in such clandestine affairs, how could you, the king of the underworld, the idol of the world, stoop to this level? What of your integrity?" Nami had reached the point of exasperation with her captain. She had grown numb to it. If she were to miss seeing him while bathing one day, she would surely believe the sun had risen from the west. 1 billion. Rei Yu paid no heed to Nami's exasperation, gently extending his card and uttering a few words. Suddenly, amidst the confusion of the auctioneer, Disco, Ray's voice resonated through the hall, igniting a renewed fervor. "What is the fuss? It's just 1 billion. I certainly want to be paying." Observing the astonishment of those around him, Ray muttered softly. Nami exclaimed, "Did I hear 1 billion? Is there no higher bid? Is there no higher bid?" After a fleeting moment of shock, Disco succumbed to frenzy. 1 billion. This time, he truly struck gold. The audacity of the lowly bidder to raise the stakes infuriated the snot-nosed celestial dragon, who glared at Ray with contempt. "Char, don't you already have piranhas in your pond? Stop wasting money," an elderly man remarked to the insufferable brat. "I want to witness piranhas and mermaids gnawing at each other. I've heard mermaids are the swiftest in the world, and I wish to experiment." The snot-nosed brat replied nonchalantly, "Brother, allow me to assist you. The despicable, lowly human, do you truly wish to oppose us celestial dragons?" "Humph." The female celestial dragon derisively pointed at Ray, her disdain palpable. Upon hearing her words, Disco's pupils dilated. He instantly realized that this billion was slipping away. At that moment, he felt the celestial dragons were utterly insufferable, lacking funds, yet still preventing others from bidding. Shut your mouth, you lowly human. A handgun appeared in the hand of the female celestial dragon, aimed threateningly at Disco, who immediately wilted in fear. He knew he could not contend with a celestial dragon. Nami, standing beside Captain Lei Yu, observed her expressionless demeanor and felt a tremor in her heart. She whispered softly, in truth. Nami nearly referred to the celestial dragons as her ancestors. Could you possibly be more discreet? Must you be so ostentatious? Even referring to the king of the underworld as discreet? Even if you are a celestial dragon, such foolishness is intolerable. You are quite remarkable. I shall make you my 16th wife, the snot-nosed brat declared, pointing at Nami, who had been transformed and nurtured by Rei to near celestial beauty. Though wrapped in the king of the underworld's cloak, her ethereal allure was undeniable, igniting passions in those present. Very well, I was mistaken. Nami retreated to Rei's side, gently covering her eyes. This action was misinterpreted as fear, immediately inflating Char's vanity. Ha! What does your wealth matter? Not only will you fail to auction, but I shall also take your woman. Yet, she is truly exquisite. I have never encountered such beauty. Char's pitiful demeanor nearly resembled a dog drooling on the ground. That attire seems familiar. From a distance, a figure named Luo slightly lifted the brim of his hat. He had taken note of Rei when he placed his bid. Astonished that someone dared to raise the price against a celestial dragon, he had assumed the matter would conclude there. Kid, that coat is the king of the underworlds. The group, preparing to depart, slowly turned to observe Rei. The king of the underworld's coat? I hope it's not a counterfeit, Kid remarked, anticipation gleaming in his eyes as he gazed toward Rei. Evidently, he had been deceived by many individuals donning the king of the underworld's coat. Due to this issue, he had unknowingly eliminated numerous individuals wearing such coats, and with the Navy's pursuit, the presence of those attired in the king of the underworld's garments had dwindled. Yet, some remained, leaving Kid uncertain if the person wearing the coat was indeed from the king of the underworld pirates. Just because one has wings does not guarantee they are an angel. They could very well be a birdman, though Kid could not ascertain the identity of the individual. His excitement was palpable. He yearned to encounter the legendary king of the underworld. Interesting, Rei Yu remarked, his expression remaining impassive, yet a slight smile graced his lips. What are you laughing at? The opposing party, incensed by Rei's unexpected mirth, demanded to know. Rei Yu gently removed his sunglasses and tucked them away. Dear, do you know who I am? He inquired with what he believed to be a benevolent smile, yet the surrounding desolation rendered the atmosphere numbing. An icy chill permeating the air. Why is it so cold? No, how could I possibly feel cold? The woman suddenly became aware of her own state. Taken aback in shock. The king of the underworld, it's him, stammered Kira, who had been masked, upon seeing Rei Yu's true visage. Indeed, this fellow. I've heard tales of the king of the underworld's unreliability, yet I never anticipated such a spectacle. This promises to be quite the show, Kid remarked, his eyes glinting with a hint of anticipation. It truly is him, the new generation of the king of the underworld. Law's expression grew solemn. It was inevitable that in the world of pirates, the most renowned figure was not Whitebeard, but the so-called living hell, Rei Yu, the king of the underworld. In times past, he had reportedly dispatched countless pirates, his name echoing throughout the New World and beyond. This man seems somewhat familiar, murmured a wealthy individual in the vicinity, peering intently at Rei Yu. Isn't he the notorious king of the underworld, the one who kills without a second thought? Exclaimed a middle-aged businessman, his voice rising in alarm, which was echoed by the surrounding affluent patrons, their faces etched with terror. Oh, come now, surely not. I have long since washed my hands of such affairs. Rei Yu replied with a genial smile, observing the panicked wealthy around him. In his earlier days, he had resorted to robbing these affluent individuals to amass the funds he required, having dispatched an untold number in the process. As for the nefarious pirates, they were countless. After all, how else could he gather hundreds of billions? At that time, he had yet to possess the audacity to rob the Navy, so he targeted them instead, reasoning that they were equally wicked, merely hastening their reincarnation. The king of the underworld? The woman beside Rei Yu finally grasped the fearful murmurs surrounding her and, bewildered, whispered, You're the one who once killed the celestial dragons? The woman before Lei Yu instinctively took a step back, bewildered. What on earth had she done? She was actually pointing a gun at the legendary king of hell. At that moment, regret flooded her mind as she trembled in fear, gazing at Lei Yu. After all, he was a being who had slain celestial dragons. A man who could kill celestial dragons would certainly not hesitate to take a life, especially since he was now a renowned pirate whose brutality was well established. What's wrong, little beauty? Weren't you quite bold just a moment ago? Lei Yu observed the retreating celestial dragon with a bemused expression. You can't kill me. This is the Navy headquarters. If you do, you'll provoke the admirals and their warships. The woman quivered as she spoke, paralyzed by fear at Lei Yu's presence. Goodness, this is indeed the king of hell. The onlookers marveled at the sight of the terrified celestial dragon, filled with admiration for Lei Yu. The infamous king of hell lived up to his reputation, instilling fear even in celestial dragons. It's no wonder she is scared, Kid remarked softly, because when the king of hell was merely 12 or 13, he had already killed celestial dragons. Back then, he was just a young rear admiral in the Navy, the youngest in their history. Kira, with a grave expression, added. That incident is now the stuff of legends, storming the celestial dragon's sacred ground, toppling the world government, killing countless celestial dragons, and escaping with flair. I suspect he was forced into that situation. If he hadn't gone to rescue someone, he would never have ventured there, let alone killed any celestial dragons. At that time, he must have been coerced, but his ability to escape shows his remarkable strength. Recently, I've heard that the King of Hell's crew has taken down the Golden Lion, one of the 3 legendary figures, making their power unpredictable. Although the bounty hasn't changed for some reason, his strength clearly surpasses that level, Kid lamented. It seems the Navy is preparing for a colossal war and cannot afford to offend him, Kira contemplated. That may be true. But it appears the celestial dragons have ruined everything. Now, the Navy has no choice but to act, Kid observed as he glanced at Lei Yu. Indeed, otherwise, the Navy would be utterly humiliated, Kira nodded in agreement. What nonsense. You lowly beings, hand over that woman beside you. And the one on the stage is mine as well. A gun suddenly appeared in Charles' hand, but the crowd erupted into laughter at his audacity. Oh, this world is not lacking in fools, Law remarked with a slight smile. If he seeks death, what can be done? Law as companion, a bear-like figure, sighed helplessly. Charles, be quiet. The elderly man behind Charles recognized Lei Yu. This was the man who had infiltrated Red Line, rescued prisoners, and annihilated the celestial dragons within. All while even the elders were mobilized to capture him, yet he still escaped. His current well-being was a testament to his might. If it weren't for Lei Yu, that man wouldn't have so easily destroyed the entire celestial dragon prison. Charles' father seethed inwardly, but he understood that Lei Yu was known for his ruthless nature, and offending him was tantamount to courting death. Do you really believe he wouldn't dare to kill? Years ago, as a youth, he slaughtered celestial dragons. And now he would hesitate? Such logic is more foolish than ignorance itself. Father. Charles was taken aback by his father's reprimand. He had never experienced such a reaction before. No matter his actions, even if he misbehaved grievously, his father had always been indifferent. But just as the old man was about to speak again, a thunderous explosion resonated through the venue. Finally arrived? Lei Yu turned his gaze towards the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. Something unknown crashed into the venue, enveloping it in a cloud of smoke. You scoundrel, I will chop you to pieces. A coarse voice echoed as the smoke cleared. Mom, what a trivial matter. By the way, where am I? As the haze dissipated, a straw-hatted figure looked around, mumbling to himself. Ah, I'm looking for Cammy. With that thought, Luffy began searching frantically. Cammy. Upon spotting her on the stage, Luffy rushed toward her in excitement. Another amusing character, Law observed with a hint of amusement as he regarded the straw hat wearer. That reckless guy? I've heard tales of his impulsive nature. It seems to be true, Kid commented, noting the chaos Luffy had wrought in the venue. However, just as Luffy was about to reach her, he was intercepted by an octopus man. Shachi, what are you doing? Luffy asked, puzzled by the embrace. You can't go there. The celestial dragons are ahead. Shachi cried out. Ugh, you lowly fishman, you're so ugly. You're ruining my mood. Charles, in a foul temper, pointed his gun at Shachi. Bang. Bang. The gunshots rang out, and Shachi fell to the ground. Thud. The fallen Shachi stirred up a cloud of dust. Damn it. Zoro, with green hair, swiftly drew his sword. But at that moment, bang. A furious Luffy sent Charles flying with a powerful punch, crashing heavily into a distant seat, rendering him unconscious, a sight so pitiful it could hardly be recognized. Wow, that was impressive. Who would have thought this guy would strike first? Kid remarked, his expression shifting to one of intrigue at Luffy's actions. Indeed, he truly acts without considering the consequences, Kid mused. By the way, I heard that once a celestial dragon is harmed, the Navy admirals and warships will come here. Lei Yu's words were barely out when the crowd erupted into chaos. Run. The celestial dragon has been struck. Escape now. The attendees fled in a frenzy. Straw Hat Luffy. You fool, how dare you hit my son? I haven't even had my turn. The old man glared at Luffy, enraged at the sight of his son being thrown aside. Bang. Bang. The old man raised his cane and began firing. Cursed fate. Encountering the King of Hell is unfortunate enough, yet this unknown brat dares to attack us. This world is truly mad. Bang. Bang. The old man's aim was lamentable, missing Luffy and instead demolishing nearby chairs. Old man, get out of my way. You're a nuisance. Thud. Lei Yu delivered a swift kick to the elderly man beside him, and with a resonant thud, the old fellow was reduced to a pitiful state, his face bruised and battered. It was evident he was on the brink of losing consciousness. What a farce. A mere celestial dragon could not withstand even the simplest action from Lei Yu. Goodness, another one. Law thought to himself, feeling that this journey had been far from futile. To witness the legendary world aristocrats being struck down, one paralyzed in fear upon the ground, was an extraordinary sight. Few dared to lay a hand on a celestial dragon in this world. Thank you, but you seem oddly familiar, said the straw hat, expressing his gratitude to Lei Yu, though a hint of confusion crossed his features as he scrutinized him. Meanwhile, Zoro recognized Lei Yu immediately. After missing the chance to meet him before, Zoro felt a pang of regret. Upon seeing the bounty for Kuina, realization dawned upon him. Where is Kuina now? Zoro directly questioned Rei Yu. Is this kid out of his mind? Kira remarked from a distance, amused by Zoro's foolishness. The young man with a bounty of over 120 million was not weak. And there seemed to be a connection between him and the King of Hell, as Kid observed quietly. A subordinate with a bounty exceeding 100 million? The Straw Hat must possess some significant prowess, Kira muttered, his expression turning serious. Although he himself was a figure of considerable notoriety, with a bounty far surpassing Zoro's. He never underestimated anyone with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Such individuals were invariably formidable. Kuina, splendid. Congratulations. You two have now joined the ranks of those with bounties exceeding 100 million, which makes you quite the novice, Rei Yu remarked with a smile directed at Zoro. Zoro's face fell, recognizing the truth in Rei Yu's words. He had indeed been weak, akin to a mere child back then. Yet, Kuina had not been significantly older, merely possessing greater strength. Oh, by the way, just to let you know, Kuina is now a grand swordsman. It appears you have just stepped into the realm of swordsmen. Perhaps wait until you stabilize before challenging her, Rei Yu casually added. Humph. Zoro's expression soured further upon hearing this. He was acutely aware of the consequences of challenging Mihawk. Although the distinction between a swordsman and a grand swordsman was slight in name, the gulf in skill was vast, almost as if they belonged to different worlds. Zoro huffed in resignation, choosing silence. After all, even his captain did not boast a bounty as high as Kuina's. He had no delusions of being her match. Well done. You've grown considerably and learned to know when to retreat, Rei Yu nodded in satisfaction. Seriously, can you not mock me? Zoro thought, glaring at Rei Yu's expression, which bore a striking resemblance to that of a corpse. Unbeknownst to Rei Yu, Zoro's thoughts were far from pleasant, even if he were aware. Rei Yu would likely retort, not pleased. Then do something about it. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Luffy scratched his head and spoke to Rei Yu. Have we met? Rei Yu asked, astonished. Oh, I must have been mistaken, Luffy responded sheepishly, scratching his head in embarrassment. All right, I must go save someone. Don't worry, Cammy. I'm coming, Luffy exclaimed, rushing toward Cammy, only to be halted by Rei Yu. This straw hat, this mermaid was purchased for 1 billion. If you desire her. How about this? I will sell her to you for the same price I paid. Rei Yu proposed with an air of generosity. Did you just pull that off? When did you spend 1 billion? Isn't it just a matter of paying back 1 billion berries? Your speed in making money is astounding. Nami thought, exasperated. 1 billion? Luffy was momentarily stunned by Rei Yu's exorbitant demand. Indeed, I did spend 1 billion, Rei Yu replied nonchalantly. As if it were the most natural thing in the world. These two fools can't possibly be serious with each other. Kira muttered quietly from afar. Who knows? Kid chuckled softly. What is happening? The legendary King of Hell, the foremost of the supernovas, is now going head-to-head with the 4th-ranked Luffy? A nearby pirate inquired of his comrade. Idiot, 4th place. The comrade scoffed, casting a disdainful glance. I only care about the top 3. No wonder I was unaware. The pirate admitted, causing Law's expression to darken. He found himself at the bottom of the rankings, feeling increasingly overlooked and wounded. The exciting spectacle was about to unfold, the foremost of the supernovas versus the 4th. The pirate, oblivious to Law's grim demeanor, exclaimed in excitement. Cammy is not a commodity. Luffy declared resolutely, locking eyes with Rei Yu, and after a moment of intense gaze, he spoke earnestly. Rei Yu, are you implying that you wish to take her from me without spending a single penny? Rei Yu remarked, his face betraying no emotion. I have made it abundantly clear that Cammy is not an object, Luffy reiterated earnestly. That is amusing. I purchased her for 1 billion. If she is not a commodity, then you should pay me that sum, and I shall ensure her transfer to you, Rei Yu retorted, exasperated by Luffy's obstinacy. I have no such money, Luffy understood, realizing that the other party would not relent easily after having invested such a sum. That person, I cannot hand over either, Rei Yu stated calmly. Straw Hat. Perhaps it is best to abandon this notion, Zoro thought anxiously, fearing that Luffy's recklessness might lead to a severe beating at the hands of their adversary. Though Zoro was not afraid of suffering, he was reluctant to endure such torment, especially from a formidable foe. If luck turns against us, such foolish sacrifices would be utterly unwarranted. I must rescue Kimmy, Luffy declared resolutely, casting a glance at the unconscious Shachi lying on the ground. You shall not escape. As long as you do not pay me, even your head, valued at 300 million, is insufficient. If you refuse to pay now, the opportunity will pass. Rei Yu replied coolly. I will save Kimmy. Luffy, like a bull, remained unwavering in his determination. No obstacle would deter him, even if he encountered a wall. He would persist until his adversary was defeated. Such was his character, he would pursue certain endeavors with reckless abandon, disregarding life and death. Had Rei Yu not intervened, the Straw Hat Pirates would have faced total annihilation. Yet, it was precisely this relentless nature that defined his character. Such individuals make for lifelong friends, but should never be considered foes. Otherwise, they will ensnare you unless you manage to knock them out. Loyal and principled souls are rare in this world. Whitebeard was one, but he would soon depart. The next generation undoubtedly belongs to the Straw Hats. Very well. You have one. In truth, Kimmy requires no rescue. I came to save her myself, Rei Yu conceded with a hint of resignation. Really? Luffy exclaimed, his spirits lifted by Rei Yu's words. Indeed, more precious than gold, Rei Yu affirmed with a decisive nod. That is wonderful. Thank you so much. You are truly a good person, Luffy exclaimed, gripping Rei Yu's hand in gratitude. Rei Yu, Zoro and Nami, are you sure about your captain? Is there no problem here? Nami whispered to Zoro, gesturing towards her head. Zoro thought, that Straw Hat Kid is incredibly naive, believing such words? In the distance, Killer and Kid were equally astonished, questioning whether the other was a fool for believing such blatant lies. They could not fathom how the bounty of 300 million on their heads remained intact. Wondering how they had not been eliminated yet, their luck was simply extraordinary. However, all were mistaken. Luffy, possessing a wisdom that belies his apparent simplicity, was far from foolish at critical moments. He understood that facing Rei Yu would lead to certain death, and there was no way he could involve Cammy in such a confrontation. Since Rei Yu was offering him an exit, how could he continue to act like a fool? Even if he was unafraid of death, he had to consider the safety of his crew. Rei Yu was well aware of Luffy's intentions. He had always admired Luffy for his lack of scheming. Even if he had a hint of cunning, it would never be directed at friends. Forming bonds was a delightful endeavor, and Rei Yu's original plan was to return Cammy to the sea, as he would eventually need her guidance. Thus, both Rei Yu and the Straw had achieved their goals, becoming good friends. As for the opinions of others, would Luffy care? He was indifferent, and Rei Yu, notorious for his shamelessness, was even less concerned. It seemed that it was Luffy who was perceived as the fool, just as the crowd was astonished by Luffy's apparent foolishness. The sound of footsteps echoed in their ears. Kill. The dragon's guards continued to engage in fierce combat against the Straw Hat crew, with a powerful surge of haki. The surrounding dragon guards suddenly turned pale, collapsing one after another. Thud, thud, thud. As the footsteps grew louder, an elderly man with glasses slowly appeared before them, accompanied by a giant warrior. Aha! I initially intended to rob my host, but it seems that plan has failed. However, I did manage to steal some money here. The old man chuckled. There is no one as shameless as you, old man, the giant behind him remarked disdainfully. Haha, but who would want an old fool like me? The old man laughed heartily. Hey, what's happening? It seems I have drawn attention. The old man, somewhat slow on the uptake, noticed that everyone was staring at him, causing him to feel somewhat embarrassed. Xiaoba, how did you get hurt? He soon inquired, noticing the injured Xiaoba, just as Xiaoba was about to explain. The old man interrupted. Wait, let me guess. He glanced around and saw the fallen dragon guards, nodding in realization. Did you save Xiaoba? Thank you so much, he said to Rei Yu and Luffy. That hat suits a strong and determined man. Straw Hat, Monkey D. Luffy, I have long wished to meet you, he added, ignoring Rei Yu and instead offering praise to Luffy. This old man, could he be the legendary first mate of the Pirate King, Rayleigh? Kid murmured, his expression grave. This is getting interesting. The new king and the old king are about to clash, Killer remarked with a smirk. Captain, this old man seems incredibly strong. He possesses conqueror's haki, Nami whispered to Rei Yu. However, Nami's words did not escape the old man's ears. Oh, little girl, you seem quite knowledgeable. Not at all like a novice. But then again, you must be that little one who claimed to be the king of the underworld a few years ago. The old man smiled at Rei Yu. Old man, why do I find you so irritating? Rei Yu murmured, gazing at the old man who was so full of himself. Haha, is that so? The old man's face revealed a hint of embarrassment upon hearing Rei Yu's words. By the way, you claim to be the king of the underworld as well? How dare you share my title? What do you propose we do about that? Rei Yu challenged the old man. Rayleigh, it seems I was the first to be addressed in such a manner, he remarked with a hint of embarrassment while gazing at Rei Yu. Furthermore, I have grown old, and I have long since relinquished titles. I am merely an old man now, no longer a king of the underworld. This is your era, young ones, Rayleigh said with a touch of nostalgia. Humph, old man, spare me the useless banner. If you can defeat me, I shall forsake the title of king of the underworld. However, should I best you, your reign as the king will come to an end. Rayleigh declared, eyes aflame with determination as he faced the elder. Am I to engage in battle at my age? The king of the underworld scoffed, looking down upon Rei with disdain, having encountered many shameless individuals, yet none as brazen as this one, who showed no respect for elders. What is going on? Luffy, standing nearby, appeared somewhat bewildered and inquired of Rei. Little brother, this is not your concern. It is a fated duel between me and this old man. Rei Yu shamelessly referred to the elder as little brother, though in truth, he was not much younger than Luffy. Oh, Luffy nodded in understanding, unfazed by being called little brother. I'm going to rescue Cammy, he said, pointing at Cammy, who was still trapped in the fish tank. This is a task I shall handle, Rei replied, shaking his head as he approached Cammy. Thunderblade. With a flick of his right hand, electric energy transformed into a blade, swiftly slicing the fish tank in two, revealing Cammy within. Although you cost me a fortune of 1 billion berries, I possess a kind heart, so I have decided to set you free. However, for now, you shall accompany us, Rei Yu said with a grin at Cammy, who was submerged in water, though in truth, he had spent not a single berry in his heart. Rei amused, once you reach Fishman Island, I shall extort your princess, he chuckled inwardly. What about that collar? Little 8 urgently pointed at the object around Cammy's neck. Oh, that. Leave it to me, Rei said, his right hand shimmering with electric light. Don't. It will explode. Little 8 and the others shouted in alarm. With a swift motion, Rei cut through the air, and a flash of lightning illuminated the scene. He deftly removed the collar from Cammy's neck and threw it away. Boom. The collar detonated mid-air, erupting into a dazzling display of sparks. All done, Rhea smiled gently at Cammy, who had her eyes closed, clearly startled. Such remarkable control over abilities. It seems the other party's devil fruit powers have reached a level of perfection, Rayleigh thought to himself. He had heard legends of an individual wielding the powers of 2 devil fruits. If true, there would be few in this world capable of matching him. Thank you. I am immensely grateful, Cammy exclaimed joyfully once she realized she was unharmed. No need for thanks, you will repay me in due time. Perhaps with your body. As I believe fishmen grow legs at the age of 30, allowing you to wed then, Ray shamelessly suggested. Cammy, her face slightly flushed, nodded in understanding. She recognized the impossibility of repaying the one who had saved her life, and as a mermaid, she was taught to be grateful. Ryu, taken aback by her earnestness, thought to himself, I was merely jesting. I must first secure your princess. He donned a facade of benevolence and comforted her. Oh, Cammy murmured softly, her cheeks still tinged with color, lost in her thoughts. We should depart swiftly. The Marines are on their way, Luffy suddenly remarked, as if realizing something. While glancing at the fallen celestial dragon, the Marines had surrounded the area since the auction began, while their target remained unclear. It was essential to remember that their headquarters was situated nearby. Law, holding his sword, Ghost Cry, spoke slowly, revealing no hint of worry. Straw Hat, you should leave. My brother has matters to attend to. What about Cammy? Luffy asked, not forgetting Ryu's companion. Nami, Cammy is temporarily your responsibility. Please carry her, Ryu instructed Nami, who stood nearby. All right. Nami, excited to see a mermaid for the first time, eagerly approached Cammy and lifted her out of the tank. Very well, let us depart. Luffy said to Zoro and the others. Are you not worried about Cammy? Little 8 glanced at Luffy with concern. Do you not trust my brother? Rest assured. If he promises freedom, he will deliver. Luffy replied innocently, and he was correct. However, when Raya released her, he had already left an indelible mark. The words of the king of the underworld are not to be taken lightly, Zoro chimed in, not wishing to be subjected to humiliation. Indeed, he is the king of the underworld. His power surely surpasses even Queen Is. If he could not defeat her, then this one stands no chance. We must retreat quickly. Thus, Little 8 and the others reluctantly followed Luffy, Law, Kid, and the others as they departed, leaving the venue sparsely populated. King of the underworld Rayleigh, and I Ryu, appear to be destined to cross paths, Raid mused quietly, gazing at the elder before him. Kill him. Suddenly, those who had previously fainted began to rise, seeing Ryu. The alleged culprit who had harmed one of the celestial dragons, they charged at him with fervor. The elder Rayleigh, with a gentle sigh, was about to unleash his conqueror's haki once more when suddenly, a series of resounding thuds echoed through the air. One by one, the celestial dragon guards collapsed around him. Their eyes glazed over. Conqueror's haki. Rayleigh's pupils constricted in astonishment as he gazed at Ryu. He never anticipated that the captain would possess such a skill. When had he acquired it? Nami, equally taken aback, observed Ryu with wide eyes, for this was the 3rd occasion she had witnessed such extraordinary haki. The effect is not particularly impressive. It appears I must gradually enhance it in the future, Ryu sighed. Indeed, even the golden lion had diminished in strength. The haki that had been absorbed and filtered to Ryu was scarce, necessitating further cultivation on his part. It was unrealistic to expect immediate mastery of such formidable abilities. Truly worthy of the title the foremost among newcomers, you have even mastered this technique. Although I suspected you possessed Conqueror's haki, I did not anticipate you would be able to employ it so swiftly, Rayleigh remarked, somewhat taken aback. Nonsense, I do not possess such capabilities. Even my armament and observation haki were painstakingly forged through the power of reincarnation, Ray mused inwardly, reflecting on Luffy, who had remarkably transformed all 3 types of haki into exceptional forms within 2 years. His combat prowess had soared to the level of an admiral. The disparity was almost perplexing. 2 years prior, Luffy had been utterly overwhelmed by the admirals, and even when pitted against the upper echelon of the 7 warlords, he had faced tragic defeats. Yet now, even the top tier of the 7 warlords would find themselves challenged in battle. It was evident just how formidable Rayleigh was. In a mere 2 years, he had transformed Luffy into such a powerhouse, a feat that certainly eclipsed the now infirm Golden Lion. For Ryu, the Pirate King Rayleigh was undeniably a formidable adversary. Young man, why cling so tightly to titles? I have long relinquished any attachment to such accolades. At present, I am merely an old man working for a living, Rayleigh gently suggested, recognizing the thoughts swirling within Ryu's mind. While he was astonished by Ryu's prowess, he did not believe that Ryu could defeat him, though legendary tales spoke of his victory over the Golden Lion. It must be noted that the Golden Lion's strength largely derived from his devil fruit abilities, and he had fought in a chaotic manner. Additionally, the Golden Lion was now quite aged, even older than Rayleigh himself, and had suffered the loss of both legs, if his strength had not waned. It would indeed be remarkable. Even Whitebeard's current combat capabilities were diminished, let alone those of the even older Golden Lion. Rayleigh's statement holds a semblance of truth. Had it not been for Whitebeard's physical ailment and the unfortunate incident of being struck by his own comrade at the onset of battle, it is unlikely he would have met his demise. If Whitebeard had truly harbored the intent to kill, even 10 Marine headquarters would not suffice to quench his wrath. Rayleigh's words were not without merit. Had it not been for Whitebeard's physical ailments and the unfortunate incident of being struck by his own crew at the onset of battle, it is unlikely he would have met his demise. Whitebeard possessed the intent to kill and the might to obliterate 10 Marine headquarters with a mere tremor of the sea. A single earthquake could dismantle a vast portion of the Marine forces. Regrettably, Whitebeard refrained from taking lives, holding back his full strength, and he sensed his own declining vitality. Thus embracing a fatalistic resolve, even if he were to escape, his time would be fleeting. Rather than endure a life sustained by intravenous drips, Whitebeard chose the most valiant and honorable path, death in battle. To set aside idle chatter, it is evident that while Rayleigh acknowledges Lei Yu's prowess, he perceives him as a mere novice, far too youthful to pose a genuine threat. Nonetheless, Rayleigh harbors a desire to witness the strength of this so-called living Yama, the foremost among the supernovas. Furthermore, he yearns to ascertain the veracity of the existence of individuals capable of wielding 2 devil fruits. He wishes to validate this phenomenon personally. Thus, deep down, Rayleigh longs for a confrontation with Lei Yu. However, Rayleigh does not wish to take advantage of Lei Yu's youth, hence his counsel to the younger man. Old man, do you believe I am not your match? Lei Yu discerned Rayleigh's caution and, with a composed demeanor, inquired, Isn't that quite apparent? Rayleigh replied, somewhat exasperated, Damn it. Today I shall seize the title of King of the Underworld from you. In this world, there can only be one King of the Underworld, and that is I. Lei Yu retorted, his anger flaring. Nami, take Kami aside. Today I must settle this score with this old relic and claim the unparalleled title of King of the Underworld. Ray stared at Nami beside him and said, Be careful. Nami, aware of Ray's determination, nodded helplessly, acknowledging his resolve with a concerned reminder before stepping aside. Yes, I understand. Ray replied with a slight nod. Are you truly resolved? Rayleigh inquired, observing Ray intently. Why all this idle talk? From this day forth, there can only be one King of the Underworld. Ray declared sternly, gazing at the elderly man before him. There is no need for such concern. I have long since ceased to value the title of King of the Underworld, Rayleigh replied softly. Damn it. Does that mean I have been the one being sentimental and overly concerned with fame and fortune? Ray's expression darkened upon hearing Rayleigh's words. Ray fist, enraged. Lei Yu ceased any further dialogue with his opponent. It was evident that they desired a confrontation, yet insisted on maintaining a faade of innocence. With a fierce determination, he surged forward, his body enveloped in a flash of lightning. In an instant, he closed the distance between them, his right hand forming a powerful fist that struck his adversary with a resounding thud, reverberating through the air. Ray's fist struck the palm of his opponent, only to be grasped firmly. The legendary Thunder Fruit, known for its unparalleled prowess in the natural realm, indeed showcased its might, augmenting the physical capabilities of its wielder in an unexpectedly potent manner. Rayleigh felt a tingling sensation in his arm, and somewhat astonished, he addressed Ray. Although he had suppressed his opponent's devil fruit ability, the explosive power behind Ray's punch took him by surprise, leading him to instinctively attribute this effect to the Thunder Fruit's influence. Unbeknownst to him, both of Ray's devil fruits possessed enhancing capabilities. Even without the Thunder Fruit, Ray's physique was formidable. Had the Thunder Fruit truly been that formidable, Enel would not have been so easily bested by Luffy, as mere physical prowess would have ensured his victory. With mastery over the 3 forms of haki, Ray felt a mixture of gravity and exhilaration as he faced the elder before him. At last, I have encountered a worthy adversary, Ray mused, his expression revealing both seriousness and excitement as he regarded Rayleigh. I never anticipated meeting such a strong newcomer. Your strength must be at the level of a vice-admiral, Rayleigh remarked with a soft sigh. Huh, a vice-admiral? Ray scoffed, spitting dismissively. He was well aware that Whitebeard could easily contend with 3 current admirals, and his ambitions had long since surpassed the 4 emperors. After all, Ray's aspirations were to defy the heavens and punish the earth. Though the road ahead seemed distant, he would not relent. Thus, Ray would not be content with his current modest accomplishments. He aimed to surmount the towering challenge before him and claim the true title of King of the Underworld, establishing a singular ruler in the realm of shadows. Lei Yu harbored no desire to share his title with others. In the past, he lacked the capability and had not encountered worthy opponents. Now, with this rare opportunity laid before him, it was inconceivable for Lei Yu to let it slip away. It seems your ambitions are quite grand, Lei remarked with a gentle smile towards Lei Yu. He admired Lei Yu's humility in both victory and defeat, as he did not allow pride in his achievements to render him complacent. However, Lei Yu also felt a twinge of concern and continued. While it is commendable for the youth to possess perseverance and dreams, one must not be overly ambitious or reckless. It is imperative to remain grounded and diligent, lest one falter in confusion. The world has never been devoid of geniuses, yet in the end, success often belongs not to the gifted, but to those who toil tirelessly in quiet determination. With a profound gaze, Riley offered a reminder to Lei Yu, wishing to extend his guidance as someone who has traversed this path before. Naturally, he desired to assist these budding hopes, for he could no longer deny the passage of time that had made him old. Humph, old man, tend to your own affairs. Prepare to receive my strike. Thunderfall. While Lei Yu felt a flicker of gratitude towards Riley's counsel, he understood that matters must remain distinct. At this moment, he was determined to conquer the formidable obstacle before him. Otherwise, the weight of doubt would linger in his heart, an unwelcome burden indeed. Riley naturally understood Lei Yu's thoughts. A faint smile gracing his lips as he exclaimed, "Well done." With a resounding explosion, a bolt of lightning struck heavily upon Riley, yet he remained completely unscathed. Impressive power. Though regrettably still somewhat lacking, he remarked to Lei Yu, as if he were prepared to continue imparting guidance. Lei Yu, however, was unconvinced. He could hardly believe that someone could emerge unscathed from such a strike. Surely, this individual was merely posturing, a common display of bravado. Thunderbird. With a flick of his right hand, a swift blue spark appeared before Lei Yu, hurtling towards Rayleigh. Caw, accompanied by the sound of a bird's cry. The blue spark darted towards Rayleigh. Having experienced the ferocity of lightning, Rayleigh chose to evade, his body flickering away in a flash, clearly demonstrating that his observation hockey was at least at a perfected level, if not transcending to a more dynamic realm. Yet, how could one possibly evade an assault of lightning? Its speed was nearly akin to that of light, although it might decelerate slightly during transmission. It remained a matter of an instant. Boom. With a resounding explosion, a seat behind Rayleigh was instantly obliterated, leaving a large crater in the venue. Truly, the might of the strongest natural-type rumble fruit was unparalleled. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, Rayleigh murmured to himself, "This is quite troublesome. Even if I can counter the opponent's devil fruit abilities, their martial prowess is no trivial matter." He gazed at Lei Yu, lost in contemplation. In the distance, Lei Yu's expression was equally grave. Damn it, how absurd. To evade an electric attack, what level of martial arts and observation hockey must he possess? I, too, could not escape when I was ruthlessly toyed with by Enel. Lei Yu seethed inwardly at Rayleigh's extraordinary capabilities. If long-range tactics were futile, then he would engage in close combat. He was confident in his martial skills, believing he could hold his own even against someone like Garp. Zzz. As Lei Yu resolved to fight up close, a multitude of electric sparks began to flicker around him. Isn't this the ability to suppress my lightning? Well then, I shall channel the electricity within my body. Can your hockey reach inside me? Lei Yu thought shamelessly to himself, as his body surged with enhanced power. How shameless. Rayleigh instantly discerned Lei Yu's intentions, cursing inwardly as he observed the electric energy enveloping him. Upon the thought of his frail condition clashing with the formidable opponent, Rayleigh was overwhelmed with tears, lamenting the trials of his aging body. However, Ray remained undeterred by Rayleigh's sentiments. Once he resolved to act, he swiftly darted towards Rayleigh. Meanwhile, within the naval headquarters, a naval vice admiral reported with respect to Karp, "Sir, we are facing a grave situation. Not only have the supernovas gathered there, but 2 emperors of the sea are also present, and they have assaulted the celestial dragons." Karp sighed, exasperated. Those celestial dragons never cease to stir trouble, even in these tumultuous times. He mused that Sengoku must have been informed of the incident and softly replied, "Indeed. The assault on the celestial dragons necessitates the deployment of admirals, the navy, and warships. Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, would undoubtedly be aware of this." The vice admiral nodded. "Sir, the fleet admiral requests your presence." At that moment, a messenger approached Karp, who acknowledged him with a nod. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Karp sighed resignedly as he made his way to Sengoku. Upon his arrival, Sengoku's voice boomed with fury. "Karp, do you see what your grandson has done? What is it?" Karp nonchalantly scratched his nose, seemingly unfazed by Sengoku's outburst, already aware that his grandson had assaulted the celestial dragons. "Your grandson has beaten the celestial dragons. The monkey family is becoming increasingly formidable. One son is the leader of the revolution, and your grandson aspires to be the pirate king. Your family is truly remarkable." Sengoku remarked with a sarcastic tone. "Oh, that is of no concern to me. They made their own choices. And what does it have to do with this old man nearing his end?" Karp replied, reclining on a sofa with indifference. "You." Sengoku nearly exploded with anger at Karp's irresponsibility, having lost to Karp in a past dispute over a woman. Sengoku had since seen Karp rise to the position of fleet admiral, while he himself had achieved little else to surpass him. Particularly vexing was Karp's impressive lineage, which left Sengoku regretting his earlier defeat, as all those superior genes could have belonged to his own children, the hopes of the navy. "I might as well join them. I am rather bored and could use some amusement," the yellow ape suggested lightly. "Wow, Karp, you rascal. What are you saying?" Sengoku shouted in fury at Karp's sarcastic remarks, but then shifted his tone. "However, the yellow ape, there are 2 emperors of the sea present. The new emperor poses challenges, and the old one is even more formidable. We have already provoked a legend. We cannot afford to antagonize another." "I understand," the yellow ape awkwardly nodded, while he felt no pressure against the newcomers. The memory of that prodigious rear admiral from years past made him uneasy. However, this was not due to fear of Rei Yu, but rather a recognition of his equal standing. Very well, I will arrange for the 7 warlords and navy to support you, Sengoku stated, satisfied with the yellow ape's reliability, which far surpassed that of Akainu. Sengoku held little regard for Akainu, considering him too ruthless, a danger that might lead the navy down a treacherous path. The scene then shifted to Rei Yu, who was fiercely engaged in combat with Rayleigh. What a powerful physique, Rayleigh thought, feeling the pain in his arm as he swiftly deflected Ray's incoming punch. Whip kick. With a rapid rotation of his body, Rayleigh utilized the force of inertia to deliver a heavy strike aimed at Ryu's head. Determined that this blow would undoubtedly shatter Ryu's skull if it landed. Let us get serious. With the power of the mind network, Lei Yu's body instantaneously vanished from sight. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the entire auction house was cleaved in two by Rayleigh's mighty kick. As the smoke dissipated, the surrounding Navy personnel were left in stunned silence. Even Luffy and his companions, who were in confrontation with the Navy, halted their actions, turning their gazes towards the auction house. What a group of monsters. Kid thought to himself, cursing as he beheld the severed auction house. Luffy and Law, both instinctively sweating nervously, said nothing, yet their expressions conveyed everything. Alas. Once again they had unwittingly become the center of attention, having carelessly unleashed their powers. Rayleigh, with a shamelessly playful demeanor, remarked, prompting a wave of disdain from Lei Yu in the distance. Damn, such pretentiousness. It was I who forced you into this. What do you mean by unintentionally? Lei Yu now realized that Rayleigh also had a penchant for playful antics, utterly lacking in the gravitas one would expect from an elder. A tempest of thunder surged forth. Lei Yu was furious. He could no longer tolerate the pretentious man before him. With determination, he unleashed his full power, directing a tempest of thunderous wrath towards that scoundrel Rayleigh. Let this be a lesson in humility, he declared. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended rapidly from the heavens, aimed directly at Rayleigh's head. What an ungrateful wretch, Rayleigh thought, glaring at the ominous clouds gathering above. With each rumble of thunder, the earth trembled beneath him, and he danced like a monkey amidst the chaos, narrowly evading the relentless strikes. The surrounding Navy personnel instinctively retreated 10 miles, fully aware of the perilous scene unfolding before them. They gazed in disbelief at the auction site, now riddled with craters, and at Rayleigh, who was weaving through the storm, wiping sweat from their brows in fear. This was beyond explosive. The displays they had witnessed before paled in comparison. This was a true spectacle, with each bolt of lightning striking the ground, creating genuine craters. The name of the Dark King was indeed well-deserved. In the distance, a naval commander watched Rayleigh's perilous dance with trepidation, his heart quaking further at the sight of the shameless Lei Yu, who seemed to thrive in this chaos. While the Dark King was fearsome, the living embodiment of death was even more terrifying. Is this ever going to end? My old bones can't take much more of this, Rayleigh grumbled, gazing skyward at the seemingly infinite barrage of lightning, cursing Lei Yu in his heart. Break for me, roared the Golden Lion, launching himself towards the storm clouds. With a mighty punch, he collided with the thunderclouds, causing an explosion that obliterated Lei Yu and unleashed a cataclysmic eruption of electricity. In an instant, the unfortunate Rayleigh was engulfed by the thunderous fury. The surrounding Navy and pirates instinctively swallowed hard, their eyes wide with shock. Surely that old man won't die, right? Luffy murmured with concern. What a ruthless individual, mused a naval commander, his fear of Lei Yu deepening as he witnessed Rayleigh being struck by the lightning. This is the price for your arrogance. Damn it, there's someone even more ostentatious than I. If I don't strike you down, I would be failing the common people. Lei Yu thought shamelessly. With a thud, Rayleigh landed, his hair standing on end and the scent of singed strands filling the air. His white locks were now disheveled, speckled with dark charred spots. Cough, cough. Rayleigh coughed softly a few times, tidied his hair, adjusted his attire, and polished his glasses, instantly restoring his previous demeanor. Young man, my old bones cannot withstand your antics. Let us conclude our encounter here for today, Rayleigh remarked gently, casting a glance at the surrounding Navy personnel before addressing Rei Yu. Unbelievable. He hasn't even sustained any injuries. This old man certainly has an impressive capacity to endure. No wonder he exudes such confidence. Rei Yu mused quietly to himself while observing the unscathed Rayleigh. However, he also noted the presence of the Navy around them. Continuing the battle would be impractical, as it might attract the attention of admirals and the 7 warlords, which could lead to unfavorable circumstances, even though Rei Yu felt untroubled. Is that title of Dark King still yours? Rei Yu inquired, his hands crackling with lightning as he gazed at the Dark King. Of course, it remains mine. You are not yet worthy. Perhaps in 2 years. Rayleigh declared with a flourish. Rhea, the title has not yet been relinquished. How dare you persist? In that moment, Rei erupted with a torrent of curses. Do not be so reckless. This is not the time for our confrontation, Rayleigh remarked with displeasure to the oblivious Rei Yu. It is you who is reckless. You have aged. And the title of Dark King is no longer yours to wield. Lightning flash. Whoosh. The body of Lei Yu transformed into a brilliant blue light, vanishing from the spot. Thunderous roars and explosive flames erupted. Boom. With a swift motion, Lei Yu clenched his right fist and unleashed a powerful strike towards Rayleigh. accompanied by a thunderous roar that seemed to tear the very fabric of space itself, showcasing the extraordinary mastery of his martial arts. Diffusion of thunder and fire, how could this be possible? Lei Yu, witnessing the approaching fist, displayed a hint of solemnity, taken aback by Lei Yu's concealed strength. Had he known that his opponent had yet to employ the formidable powers of the Reincarnation Fruit, he might have expressed a different sentiment. Clang. The metallic resonance reverberated around them as Lei Yu's fist collided forcefully with Lei Li's iron fist, echoing the sound of a fierce metallic clash. Explode. In that moment of stalemate, Lei Yu bellowed, causing his fist to erupt in searing flames, compressing the air before detonating violently, sending Lei Li flying. The convergence of thunder and the birth of fire, what a magnificent display of thunder-igniting flames. Lei Li was astonished that his adversary could devise such a strategy to conjure flames. Although the initial flames posed no significant threat to him, the newfound fire inflicted some damage. While Lei Li managed to suppress the powers of Lei Yu's devil fruit, he could not contain the inherent strength of the devil fruit within Lei Yu's body. Much like when Luffy strikes an opponent, despite the adversary's ability to restrain Luffy's devil fruit, his punches still land with undeniable force. Similarly, while Lei Li could inhibit Lei Yu's elemental transformation, he could not negate the impact of Lei Yu's fist, which would inevitably strike him. Moreover, Lei Yu's fist transcended the realm of mere devil fruit abilities, embodying the raw, unbridled power of nature itself. Lei Yu harnesses the fiery essence within his being, unleashing an inner blaze, and then, through a formidable surge of lightning, he conjures the radiant flames of the sun. By generating friction with the air, he releases a natural inferno that transcends the ordinary powers of a devil fruit, achieving a true conflagration and elemental force that cannot be subdued by the haki of armament. This technique, while fundamentally simple in principle, is seldom mastered. Even the illustrious Luffy, who once pioneered the fire sovereignty, pales in comparison to Lei Yu's explosive flames. Furthermore, the haki of armament is not an omnipotent shield, it merely suppresses, without eradicating the essence of the devil fruit. Suppression does not equate to nullification, it merely allows the attacker to strike at the corporeal form of the devil fruit user. With a thunderous crash, Rayleigh's body plummets heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater. How formidable! The surrounding pirates and navy personnel narrow their eyes in astonishment. Coughing, Rayleigh slowly rises from the rubble, his demeanor somewhat disheveled. I must admit, I underestimated you. It seems that resisting the passage of time is futile. Very well. If you can withstand this strike, I shall relinquish the title of the Dark King. Rayleigh gradually rose from the ruins, gently addressing Ray, and in an instant, his entire demeanor shifted, exuding the majestic presence of a sovereign. The surrounding minions fell one after another, succumbing to his overwhelming aura. Such formidable might. Could this truly be the conqueror's haki of a genuine powerhouse? Unintentionally emanating this aura could stun those nearby. Ray's expression grew solemn. Very well. If that is the case, I shall not feign reluctance any longer. Recently, I have grasped a new technique. Let us determine the victor. Ray speculated that the admiral might have already arrived, and lingering here was unwise. Ability conversion, he exclaimed, and with that, Ray's pupils flickered with a silver light. Cycle haki. As his words fell, a layer of silver armor enveloped his right hand. This technique was the embodiment of his mastery, merging armament haki with the powers of reincarnation. With his will, Ray created a unique cycle haki, augmenting both offense and defense while suppressing the opponent's armament haki. This cycle haki represented Ray's strongest attack at present, clearly indicating he was now earnest in battle. Indeed, witnessing two types of devil fruits today has truly opened my eyes, Rayleigh mused, noticing Ray's transformation as if he were a different individual. Behold, this technique is the culmination of my lifelong efforts. I hope you can comprehend it. I have grown old, and now it is your generation as time to shine. This technique suits you well, for individuals possessing such formidable martial arts are rare. With a soft sigh, Rayleigh declared, the martial arts essence, king of the underworld, shattering the heavens. With those words, Rayleigh's physique expanded to colossal proportions as his right leg swept down with tremendous force, seemingly aiming to cleave the sky in two and shatter the earth beneath him. Retreat. The distant vice admiral's face paled, and he shouted, swiftly moving backward. Yet, it was unnecessary for him to warn. Under the threat of death, the surrounding navy forces instinctively retreated, while Luffy and his companions were also propelled away by the overwhelming pressure, clearly indicating Rayleigh's intent to shield them from harm. After all, Luffy and his friends represented the future of piracy. Rayleigh had no desire for their premature demise. Impressive, but I shall not yield. Ray proclaimed, cycle essence, celestial convergence. A boundless silver aura enveloped the ground, centered around Ray, creating a realm of its own as countless streams of energy coalesced around him. With a fierce shout, Ray concentrated both repulsive and attractive forces in his fist, and under the silver enhancement, a silver black hole manifested before him. As he unleashed his punch, it tore the very fabric of space apart. Simultaneously, Rayleigh's foot struck, shattering the space as it collided with Ray's fist. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as a miniature black hole appeared in the sky. Though small, merely the size of a sesame seed, the power it generated sent tremors through the world. With another roar, the earth collapsed around them, creating a massive crater spanning 10 miles, a testament to their control over the chaos. Break for me. Cycle armament. Explosive flame fist. Boom. Rei's fist erupted with flames akin to a miniature sun. Even without the friction of air, Rei's cycle haki suppressed Rayleigh's armament haki, igniting the latent power of his magma fruit to its fullest extent. The temperature of magma peaks at around 1,000 degrees, yet Rei's fist soared to 2,000 degrees, instantly vaporizing the surroundings and generating a thick mist, even igniting the air itself with devastating force. Such a technique will not work on me a second time. Yet, as Rayleigh braced for defense, his expression shifted dramatically. Martial arts essence. Iron wall. Boom. With a thunderous explosion resembling a sky-splitting thunderclap, Rayleigh was propelled from the heavens. However, at the last moment, Ray tempered his strength, ensuring Rayleigh did not suffer severe injury. The situation was delicate. Should he severely injure Rayleigh, it might lead to his capture by the Navy. Ray would not aid them. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Despite Rayleigh's pretentious demeanor, he was, at heart, a commendable individual. Lei Yu naturally did not wish to create a stalemate, for he needed to reserve his strength to contend with others. Pouring all his energy into this old man might jeopardize his own safe departure. Let us not forget that on this island, Guena and the others also required Lei Yu's protection. As a man, it is imperative to safeguard the women in his life. This need not be justified by any reasoning. Lei Yu lives for them, and though some may jest that he is obsessed with women, he can only smile in response. If a man cannot protect his own woman, his own wife, it would be better for him not to assume the mantle of manhood at all. Lei Yu is not a heartless sovereign. He aspires to be a benevolent ruler rather than a cold-blooded tyrant. His loved ones are his Achilles heel. Without Hancock and the others, Lei Yu would find it impossible to experience such joy and live with purpose. The essence of Lei Yu's strength lies in his guardianship, protecting his loved ones, his woman, and therein lies its simplicity. As for the quest for supremacy, it is merely a means to ensure her safety, for Lei Yu alone lacks sufficient power. In the face of overwhelming forces, there are limitations to his reach. Thus, it is inevitable that Lei Yu shall one day strive for dominion over the world. Though he is not yet prepared, he aims to establish his own faction when his powers as the king of the underworld reach their zenith, commanding legions with a mere call. With a thunderous thud, the body of the king of the underworld fell to the ground. Fortunately, due to Lei Yu's restraint of his powers, Lei Li sustained minimal harm. Yet, at that moment, Lei Li understood that he had suffered a complete defeat. I have lost. From now on, you shall be the sole king of the underworld in this world, Lei Li declared, his face radiating satisfaction as he spoke to Lei Yu. Initially, Lei Li had intended to shield Lei Yu from adversities, but now he felt it unnecessary. The opponent's strength was undeniably on par with his own. Even in his youth, he might not have triumphed over Lei Yu. His admiration for Lei Yu deepened, and he genuinely hoped that Lei Yu would carry forward his martial legacy. In the past, Luffy had merely learned the 3 forms of haki from the opponent without grasping their martial skills, highlighting the formidable challenge of mastering such techniques. It is evident that the martial prowess is intrinsically linked to Roger, whose teachings undoubtedly laid the groundwork for such strength. Has it finally come to an end? Kid and the others murmured, now privy to the true pinnacle of power in this world. Truly a legendary figure. Impressive, Kira remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow as he gazed at the massive crater left behind. I will undoubtedly surpass him, Kid declared earnestly, his eyes ablaze with fervent ambition. When will I reach such heights? Luffy pondered gravely, truly witnessing the vast chasm that separates the mighty from the merely strong. Today's events had opened his eyes, providing him with a clearer vision of his future aspirations. As Lei Yu breathed heavily, his form gradually descended from the sky. He looked toward Lei Li in the distance, reflecting quietly, indeed, a worthy vice-captain of the Pirate King. His strength is formidable. This victory may feel somewhat unearned. King of the underworld. King of the underworld. At that moment, the surrounding pirates gazed at Lei Yu with wild, fervent eyes, shouting his title with fervor. Ray surveyed the surrounding pirates, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This was precisely the effect he desired, if he could not vanquish Rayleigh and claim the title of the king of the underworld. His ascent to fame would be considerably delayed. After all, the presence of another king of the underworld undeniably diminished Ray's influence. However, at long last, Ray had attained a title that belonged solely to him. From this moment forth, there would be no dual kings, only him. With a mere word, bolstered by his bounty of 400 million, he could undoubtedly command a legion, and the establishment of the underworld revolutionary army was ripe for the taking. Yet, Ray chose to bide his time, as he had yet to find suitable allies. This man was undoubtedly a grave threat to the Navy. A distant vice admiral observed Ray's astonishing prestige, his pupils narrowing in apprehension. Just then, a golden light shot towards them, causing Ryu and his companions to narrow their eyes. The admiral had arrived, reinforcements had come, and at last, hope was restored. The surrounding Navy personnel erupted in cheers, for they had endured a trying period, feeling as if they were mere shadows, too fearful to breathe lest they provoke their adversary. Luffy, you must leave now. I will hold them off. Ray gently urged Luffy and his companions. Thank you, Luffy and Lo replied, their gratitude sincere, before hastily departing. Oh, are you not leaving yet? Ray inquired playfully at Kid, who lingered. We're leaving, but we shall meet again. Next time, I will surpass you and rescue you once more, Kid declared emphatically as he prepared to depart. Very well. I shall await your return, Ryu nodded, somewhat exasperated by Kid's unwavering spirit. My old bones can barely withstand this. I must take my leave, Rayleigh remarked, having sustained minimal injuries as he prepared to retreat. Then go ahead. I shall also depart. Luffy can fend for himself. His fate is no longer my concern, Ryu said softly to Nami beside him, then vanished in an instant. Damn it, Rayleigh exclaimed in frustration, momentarily stunned, just as he contemplated his next move. A group of newcomers approached. Wow, a big shot. One of them feigned surprise upon seeing Rayleigh. What big shot? I am but a man nearing his end, Rayleigh replied, fully aware that escape was no longer an option. Although fleeing was within his grasp, he could not abandon Luffy, he could not disregard Rayleigh's words. For Luffy was far too significant to him, and he could not bear to see him in peril. Rayleigh, the king of the underworld, what brings you here? One of the newcomers inquired, dropping the formalities. I am no longer a king, simply call me Rayleigh. I have relinquished my title, Rayleigh sighed softly, recalling Rhea. Oh? The newcomer displayed a flicker of confusion. Report to Admiral Kizaru, the new king of the underworld, and Rayleigh engaged in battle, resulting in Rayleigh's defeat. Henceforth, there is but one king of the underworld in this world, the previous vice admiral reported. Hiss. Kizaru inhaled sharply upon hearing this. This prodigy truly grows at an astonishing pace. He murmured to himself. Time spares no one, Rayleigh lamented, feigning a dramatic sigh. Kizaru, since you have grown old, what are you still doing here? Step aside, Kizaru commanded, intent on pursuing the fleeing pirates, unperturbed by Rayleigh's presence. Old age has rendered me immobile, Rayleigh retorted cheekily. The battlefield you just split in two with a single kick, and you still dare to be shameless? The surrounding Navy personnel rolled their eyes at Rayleigh, realizing he was quite the showman. So, you have chosen to obstruct my path? It seems you are indeed a good-natured old man, allowing others to escape while you remain. Kizaru remarked, a hint of admiration in his gaze. Rayleigh wished to depart, yet the threat from Rayleigh rendered him hesitant. The thought of having to compete for time on behalf of the newcomers brought tears to his eyes. The mere mention of Rayleigh made his teeth grind in frustration. He had never encountered such shamelessness. In truth, he too had been deceived. With a resigned sigh, Rayleigh uttered, I would believe it only if I were a fool. In an instant, Kizaru launched a lightning-fast kick, extending his right leg forcefully towards Rayleigh. A resounding explosion echoed as the previously devastated venue was struck anew, creating yet another massive crater amidst the already battered surroundings. Meanwhile, Nami inquired, Captain, where shall we head next? I have some matters to attend to over there. You are responsible for returning Kami to the sea, Rayleigh replied gently to Nami. All right, Nami nodded in agreement. Kami, you know the way home, don't you? Rayleigh turned to Kami. Yes, thank you, Kami blushed, expressing her gratitude to Rayleigh. Especially after witnessing his formidable fighting stance, her emotions grew increasingly complex, coupled with Rayleigh's skin. Honed daily by the forces of reincarnation, even women might feel a twinge of envy, were it not for the intense masculinity emanating from him. One might easily mistake Rayleigh for a woman. There is no need for thanks, and I am confident that we shall meet again, Rayleigh said with a gentle smile directed at Kami. I truly look forward to our next encounter, Kami stammered, her cheeks flushed. I shall take my leave now, Captain, Nami said softly, glancing at Rayleigh. Very well, Rayleigh nodded in response. With a swift motion, Nami vanished from Rayleigh's sight in an instant. It was time to attend to that matter, otherwise, such circumstances could prove troublesome. I must take precautions in advance, Rayleigh thought. Gazing in the direction where Luffy had fled before his form transformed into a streak of lightning, disappearing from the spot. As the scenery around him flickered rapidly, Rayleigh traversed swiftly across the earth, effortlessly gliding past bubbles that arose from the ground. At last, I have found you, Bartholomew Kuma, Rayleigh murmured as he spotted the towering figure in the distance, resembling a small giant. Ryu flashed into the presence of the tyrant. It's been a while. Do you remember me? He said softly, gazing at Kuma. Kuma's voice was somewhat mechanical, lacking warmth. It seems those wretches have been quite cruel to you. Are you in need of assistance? Ryu observed the pitiable state of Kuma, feeling a flicker of desire to aid him. Despite Kuma's connections with the Revolutionary Army, Ryu was eager to establish his own faction and needed trustworthy allies. If necessary, he could simply erase Kuma's memories, as they were already fading. I have come to inform you that I intend to establish the Underworld Revolutionary Army, and I require your assistance. As a condition, I can rescue you. Though it may cost you some memories, you will emerge unscathed and even stronger, Ryu said gently. Why should I trust you? Kuma replied, his tone devoid of emotion. Because you have no choice. If you continue down this path, you will ultimately become a soulless machine, cold and devoid of feeling, destined to be exploited and perish. Ryu responded softly. Even so, I still do not believe you, Kuma insisted firmly. Ryu sighed inwardly, recognizing that reclaiming someone like Kuma would not be an easy task. Very well, we shall speak of this later. I am not in a hurry. However, I must warn you, Luffy must not approach Amazon Lily, or I will kill him. Believe me, I am not jesting, Ryu said, looking intently at the tyrant. How do you know I would save him? Kuma asked, puzzled. Because Luffy is the child of that person, Rei Yu replied. A meaningful smile gracing his lips before he vanished in a flash of lightning. He possessed a wealth of knowledge, and the ambitions of the underworld king were indeed considerable. Yet, that seemed of little consequence to him now. His life was nearing its end. Nevertheless, he resolved to protect them with his final will. Believing that such a death would be worthwhile, Kuma silently continued on his path. Suddenly, a colossal golden sword pierced the heavens, illuminating the sky. Is this the power of an admiral? Rei Yu mused, gazing at the radiant blade. The adversaries' mastery of their devil fruit was clearly superior, presenting a formidable challenge. Fortunately, he had escaped swiftly. Otherwise, it would have been a waste of effort. Such strength. This is the might of an admiral, who can match the legendary former king, Rayleigh. The surrounding Navy personnel watched in exhilaration as Admiral Kazare clashed with the tremors of Rayleigh, their blood boiling with excitement. Ah, time has indeed taken its toll, Rayleigh sighed. Observing Kizaru. Has Luffy fallen into a dire situation? Rei Yu pondered aloud, gazing into the distance. Should I assist this fellow? Or would it be better to let him face the trials alone? After all, without hardship, how can one grow? He shook his head, turning his gaze elsewhere. With a swift motion, Rei Yu vanished from his location, reappearing beside Law. Just as the massive pacifista was about to strike Law, Rei Yu intervened, halting the attack with a hand. It's you, Law exclaimed, surprise evident on his face. Indeed, it is I. What a predicament you find yourself in. Brought low by a mere pacifista, Rei Yu remarked lightly, observing Law's disheveled state. Had you not arrived, I would have resolved this with a single blow, Law retorted defiantly. Oh, is that so? Then it appears my intervention was unnecessary. No matter, there are still two more to deal with, Rei Yu said, gesturing toward the approaching pacifistas. Why do you want to save me? Law asked, his voice tinged with resignation. Because I see potential in you, and I need your assistance. What do you say? Care to join me? Rei Yu inquired enticingly. Not a chance. Law rejected without hesitation. Oh, and why is that? Rei Yu asked, perplexed. Because I have unfinished business. And I cannot afford to die until it is resolved, Law declared with unwavering resolve. I am not asking you to die. Let me guess your objective, Rei Yu said. A hint of amusement in his expression. How could you possibly guess? Law thought dismissively, believing Rei Yu was no deity. Your target is one of the 7 warlords. And his strength rivals that of an admiral. Rei Yu's voice was low, yet it caused Law to visibly flinch. With your current strength, attempting to confront him is akin to throwing stones against steel. It would be a fool's errand. Rei Yu prolonged his words deliberately. And then? Law asked, unable to contain his curiosity. But if you choose to ally with me, I assure you, you will achieve your desires within 3 years. Rei Yu declared earnestly. Why should I believe you? Law questioned, his tone skeptical. Because I am the sole underworld king, Rei Yu proclaimed with undeniable authority. What must I do? Law inquired after a moment's contemplation. It's quite simple. I wish to establish the underworld revolutionary army, but I require a spokesperson to act on my behalf. Rei Yu explained gently. A revolutionary army? What is your intent? Law's pupils contracted at Rei Yu's words. Can you not fathom it? Or do you fear to consider it? Rei Yu teased, exuding an air of nonchalance as if Law's concerns were trivial. You possess considerable ambition, yet you will undoubtedly fail. You cannot comprehend the strength of this world. Law asserted gravely. That is my concern. What matters now is the opportunity before you. Will you seize it or let it slip away? Rei Yu challenged, locking eyes with Law. If Law refused, Rei Yu would eliminate him. For he could not allow anyone to learn of his plans. It appears I have no choice but to acquiesce, Law acknowledged, sensing a hint of menace in Rei Yu's demeanor. Then what is your decision? Rei Yu asked, amusement dancing in his eyes. Very well. It is a matter of life and death. However, should you fail to deliver on your promises, I will ensure you pay dearly, Law warned sternly. I, the underworld king, assure you, I do not take lightly the matter of a warlord's strength. Beyond that one, I fear no others, Rei Yu replied calmly. Now, I bestow upon you a new identity, the evil Emperor Yomi, and you shall serve as a major general in the underworld revolutionary army, the 9 hells of Yomi. Rei Yu announced, looking intently at Law. Understood, Law replied, resolutely accepting his new role. Luo clasped his hands together and spoke. All right, regarding today's matters, I trust you will keep them confidential. Our underworld revolutionary army remains at a disadvantage. It is imperative that you develop in secrecy. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek my assistance. In 2 years, I shall come to resolve your troubles. Lei Yu gazed at Luo and gently reiterated, understood. Luo nodded, acutely aware that once he embarked on this perilous journey, retreat would be nearly impossible. Embarking was easy, but disembarking would prove challenging. Very well. I must take my leave now, as I have other matters to attend to. As for those 2 pacifists, I leave them in your capable hands. With that, he swiftly departed. As Lei Yu spoke, his body flickered and vanished from the spot. Damn it, Ro exclaimed, watching the 2 approaching pacifists, and then glancing at the already departed Lei Yu, cursing vehemently. Retreat. Without a second thought, Ro turned and fled. On the other side. Long time no see, where are you headed? Just as Lei Yu had just left Ro, a golden light appeared before him, gradually revealing its true form. What is this fellow doing here? Where is that old man Rayleigh? Lei Yu pondered, gazing into the distance. He noticed that Rayleigh had already retreated, as Luffy and the others had been sent flying one after another by Kuma. It remained uncertain whether, after Lei Yu's warning, Kuma would dare to continue following the original storyline. If they dared, Lei Yu would indeed eradicate them, for Amazon Lily was his forbidden zone. No one, regardless of who they were, could approach that place. It was Lei Yu's largest harbor and his warmest home. With a resounding boom, the figure of the tyrant slowly materialized behind Lei Yu. Thud, thud, as a series of thunderous footsteps echoed, for pacifists surrounded Lei Yu from all directions. What the hell? Is this really necessary? Lei Yu observed that his escape route had been completely sealed off, and he couldn't help but mutter a curse. Hey, old man. What do you mean by this? Lei Yu asked the yellow ape before him with a tone of indifference. You killed a celestial dragon. What do you have to say for yourself? Where is that female celestial dragon? The yellow ape questioned Lei Yu. What female celestial dragon? She might be dead for all I know. How would I know? Lei Yu replied, his tone irritable. You must present the living or the dead. Hand over the king of the underworld. The yellow ape, not believing Lei Yu's words, reiterated his demand. Oh, I never knew you had such a peculiar interest in corpses. Lei Yu remarked with a knowing look, nodding slightly. The yellow ape responded, this is no joke. The woman you abducted is the future bride of the Dries family. Even if I wished to let you go, they certainly would not. Please do not force us into a difficult position. The yellow ape seemed utterly convinced it was Lei Yu. Humph, I couldn't care less about your Dries family. How would I know where that woman has gone? What a joke. You act as if you're certain it was me. What proof do you have? Lei Yu asked with a cold smirk. It appears we have no common ground. We must settle this with a fight. The yellow ape sighed, gazing at the defiant Lei Yu. A fight it is. Do you think I am afraid of you? Lei Yu scoffed at the surrounding navy. Attack. With a subtle wave of his hand, the yellow ape commanded the pacifists to open their mouths wide. Laser beams. Whoosh. For differently positioned lasers, shot toward Lei Yu. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, Lei Yu's body shifted slightly, effortlessly evading the incoming laser beams from all directions. Simultaneously, the ground in all four directions erupted, giving rise to a mushroom cloud. Not bad. It seems your navy has some skilled individuals, Lei Yu remarked playfully, casting a glance at the surrounding pacifists. Indeed, these worthless beings cannot harm you, the yellow ape sighed. Observing Lei Yu's ease. Lightspeed kick. Whoosh. The yellow ape launched a rapid kick toward Lei Yu. In an instant, with a flash of blue lightning, Lei Yu vanished from his original position, reappearing above Kazara. A thunderous explosion ensued, creating a massive pit where he had just stood. Debris flying in every direction as smoke billowed into the air. Raging thunderstar. Just as Lei Yu prepared to strike Kazara with his electrified right foot, a dark figure emerged swiftly, a colossal hand descending towards him. In a moment of peril, Lei Yu vanished once more. The ground shattered under the force, disintegrating into fragments that scattered like confetti. That was close, Lei Yu murmured, glancing at Kuma in the distance. What do you mean by this, Kuma? He questioned, his tone sharp. I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea, naturally compelled to assist the navy, Kuma replied in a mechanical voice. Of course. I know you are one of the warlords. What I meant to ask is why you are attacking me. Lei Yu retorted fiercely. Why am I attacking you? Kuma paused, seemingly lost in thought, as if grappling with his own reasoning. Damn it, is the modification not yet complete? He still possesses his own thoughts, Kazara mused, observing Kuma's momentary stillness. Berserk, this is an order from the navy. Do you understand? Kazara bellowed at the unresponsive Kuma. However, upon noticing the 2 earplugs that appeared in Kuma's ears, Kazaru fell silent, incredulous. Pluton, you are utterly shameless. You would stoop to this? Kazara scolded Lei Yu with a dark expression after regaining his composure. How can you criticize me? You gather so many to encircle me, and I'm not allowed to retaliate? Lei Yu rolled his eyes, responding coolly. Truly a bunch of useless fools. I must rely on myself, Kazara muttered under his breath. 8-foot mirror. With a swift motion, Kazara conjured a mirror in his hands before launching himself into the sky. 8-foot jewel. Kazara shouted, unleashing a torrential barrage of light projectiles towards Lei Yu. With a resounding crash, one of the beams struck near Lei Yu, creating a gaping hole in his form, only for him to recover instantaneously in a flash of lightning. Elementalization, Kazaru pondered, observing Lei Yu's rapid regeneration. Sighing, Kazaru reflected, I intended for this to be a mere skirmish, but now I feel compelled to engage seriously. A flicker of fervor ignited within his usually indifferent demeanor. It is well known that Kazaru is typically indifferent, rarely taking matters seriously, even in battle. He seldom exhibits the reckless determination of a Kaino. He simply evades, knowing few can keep pace with him. His demeanor is perpetually calm, living life with an air of nonchalance. Generally, his abilities alone suffice to resolve conflicts, and he preferred not to expend unnecessary energy, rarely resorting to haki. Of course, some argue that Kazaru cannot utilize haki, or that Logia-type devil fruit users are inherently incapable of using haki, to which I can only chuckle. Even junior officers wield haki. To suggest that an admiral cannot is ludicrous. As for the latter claim regarding Logia users, it is so absurd it hardly warrants a response. Thus, Kazaru's true power undoubtedly rivals Akainu's, but but he maintains a low profile, unlike the latter's ostentatious nature. Old man, I think we should conclude our engagement here. Perhaps we can play again another time, Lei Yu said, eyeing the contemplative Kizaru. Not so fast. If I let you leave like this, I would have a hard time explaining myself. You must stay, Kizaru declared. Armament-enhanced lightspeed kick. In a flash, Kizaru launched a black-hued kick towards Lei Yu. Damn. It seems that the woman I captured holds significant weight, compelling even this old man to take things seriously, Lei Yu mused as he watched Kizaru's approach. Very well. I shall indulge you, Lei Yu proclaimed. Armament hockey thunderstorm. Lei Yu swiftly clenched his right fist, and bolts of lightning flickered within it. Soon enveloped by a layer of dark, imposing energy, he directed his fist toward the incoming lightspeed kick. With a thunderous roar, Lei Yu's fist collided forcefully with the yellow ape's lightspeed kick. Crack. The ground beneath Lei Yu suddenly fractured, causing his feet to sink into the earth. Such formidable power, he mused, is certainly not inferior to my thunderfruit abilities. As he felt the heat radiating from his clenched fist, he reflected on the might of the invincible natural-type thunderfruit. Not only does it possess the speed of light, but it also wields the explosive force of thunder. A single strike from his opponent equates to my utmost explosive strength, truly a troublesome devil fruit. Akainu observed Lei Yu, contemplating the same thoughts. Boom. With another resounding explosion. Both Lei Yu and Kizaru were propelled backward, smoke billowing around them. Thunder flashed as Lei Yu's body shimmered with lightning, propelling him rapidly towards Kizaru. Here comes the attack. Laser beam. Kizaru extended his right hand towards the approaching Lei Yu, unleashing a golden beam that shot swiftly in his direction. Bang. With a resonant hum, a dark void formed instantaneously in Lei Yu's body. However, as the lightning around him flickered, the void rapidly restored itself to its original state. Armed hockey, thunder explosive flame fist. Swish. Lei Yu swiftly clenched his right fist once more, as blue lightning and crimson flames intertwined, enveloped by a dark, imposing aura. A rift was torn in the air, as if space itself were being rent asunder, and he struck heavily towards the yellow ape. Heavenly amalgamation sword. With a fierce cry, the yellow ape swiftly brought his hands together, summoning an immense sword that pierced the heavens, descending forcefully towards Lei Yu. Boom. Lei Yu's fist collided heavily with his opponent's greatsword, creating a tremor that seemed to threaten to shatter the very fabric of the surrounding space. The ground beneath them crumbled, sending clouds of dust and debris swirling into the air. The atmosphere darkened, and the sky transformed ominously. Suddenly, a beam of laser light shot forth from a nearby pacifist, aimed directly at Lei Yu. With a resounding thud, the powerful beam pierced through Lei Yu's body, hurtling toward the yellow ape. Another blast followed, penetrating Lei Yu once more, yet his expression remained unchanged as he continued to confront the hovering figure of the yellow ape. To Lei Yu's dismay, the lasers seemed to fortify his opponent rather than inflict harm, enhancing the yellow ape's strength instead. With a series of explosive sounds, Lei Yu's chest had been riddled with holes, resembling a sieve. Nevertheless, as arcs of lightning crackled from his wounded torso, it swiftly began to mend itself. At that moment, he roared, "Get down! Maximum output, Amaterasu sword." A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens as Lei Yu's body crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. However, as he landed, he instantaneously elementalized, sustaining minimal damage but at a significant cost of energy. "This is truly bothersome," he exclaimed. Lightning star. A streak of lightning shot forth like a meteor, striking a distant pacifist who was catapulted away like a soccer ball, crashing into a massive tree. The ensuing explosion obliterated both the pacifist and the tree, leaving chaos in its wake. The yellow ape, witnessing the destruction of a fellow pacifist with a single kick, felt a pang of pain. The sheer power of Lei Yu's attacks was formidable, and the latter's ability to elementalize rendered ordinary assaults ineffective. Coupled with Lei Yu's godlike martial arts skills, he was the last opponent the yellow ape wished to confront. "Well, I've done my best. Those fools won't blame me for anything," the yellow ape mused. "TCH, if it weren't for the energy I expended fighting that Riley guy, I would have surely dealt with you today." Lei Yu, gazing at the yellow ape, thought to himself, "But I won't continue this charade. It's exhausting. And there's nothing to gain from it. I shall take my leave." With that, Lei Yu vanished in a flash of lightning. The yellow ape, observing Lei Yu's retreat, chose not to pursue him, for he too was weary. Although he could catch up, he questioned the utility of such an action, knowing that even with a struggle, the most he could achieve was a stalemate. He sensed that Lei Yu had not even unleashed half of his potential, and despite his own lack of seriousness, he felt his chances of victory were slim. Suddenly, Lei Yu noticed an intriguing sight. Why is that fellow still here? He wondered, gazing at Kid, who appeared as though clad in mechanized armor. Kid, endowed with the powers of the magnet fruit, exuded a formidable presence, yet his reliance on such powers had its drawbacks. 2 years later, Kid had replaced his right hand with a mechanical prosthetic, perhaps a precaution for when he could find no other means to fight. "Damn it! Am I destined to perish here?" Kid glared at the surrounding pacifists, his expression grim. His massive mechanical arm exuded strength, yet the pacifists were no mere pushovers. And a minor boss among them posed a significant threat. This boss, known as War Peachmaru, was notoriously tight-lipped, refusing to divulge that they were surrounded by the Navy, which had mobilized extensively for an undisclosed event. As Kid and his comrades listened to the incessant chatter of the axe-wielding War Peachmaru, their faces contorted in irritation. You claim to be tight-lipped, yet you've revealed everything. Kid cursed inwardly, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. Suddenly, another beam of laser light shot toward Kid. He raised his arm to shield himself, but the impact sent him staggering backward. Take this. War Peachmaru lunged at Kid, delivering a punch that sent him crashing into a stone wall, creating a deep crater. Coughing, Kid pondered, what is going on? Why can't I inflict damage on him? The apparent immunity of War Peachmaru to his attacks left him feeling frustrated. Kid, we must retreat. I'll cover you. If we continue this way, we will be annihilated, Kira urged, his voice laced with urgency. Together in retreat, together in death. Kid resolutely refused to abandon his ground. Just then, Rei Yu's languid voice cut through the air. You two are quite the brotherly pair. Who is that? War Peachmaru demanded, his expression darkening as he scanned the surroundings. In a flash of lightning, Rei Yu appeared before them. Ah, it has been a while, he greeted Kid with a slight smile. The leader of the supernovas. The underworld king, Rei Yu. The moment War Peachmaru recognized him, his demeanor shifted to one of grave concern. Hello, my rotund friend. Rei Yu said casually to War Peachmaru. Rotund? Fatty. War Peachmaru's face darkened at Rei Yu's words. Leave now, Rei Yu instructed Kid softly. What? You intend to save us? Kid stared at Rei Yu in disbelief. Move quickly. If you linger, the yellow ape will arrive, and things will become complicated. Rei Yu urged again, his tone more insistent. Very well, we will depart. I shall repay this kindness in the future. Kid acquiesced, seizing Kira and hastily retreating. Though you appear to be pirates, why do you choose to spare them? Wouldn't their demise facilitate your path to becoming the pirate king? War Peachmaru questioned, allowing Rei Yu to pass unimpeded. An enemy's enemy is a friend. Surely you understand this principle, Rei Yu retorted. An enemy's enemy is a friend. How astute. Yet, have you pondered your own position? War Peachmaru jeered, observing Rei Yu surrounded by the pacifists. I hardly believe you possess the capability to bring me down. Despite your title as the world's strongest, Rei Yu responded with a smirk. However, the speed is rather unimpressive. If I were to escape, unless your formidable general, Kazuru, were to pursue me, no one else could catch me. Lei Yu chuckled effortlessly, truly a conceited individual. The best defense is indeed a good offense. Do you think I am merely capable of defending? Whoosh. Tantata, wielding a colossal axe, struck heavily towards Lei Yu. Swish. With a flash of light, Lei Yu's form vanished instantaneously from his original position. Boom. The immense axe crashed down onto the ground, leaving a deep gash upon the earth. Thunderstorm. Whoosh. With a swift whip kick, Lei Yu struck forcefully at Zhang Taowan's direction. Zhang Taowan, noticing Lei Yu suddenly appearing behind him, revealed a sinister smile of triumph. Return to me. Bang. Accompanied by a heavy rumble, Lei Yu's lightning star collided against Zhang Taowan's shield, producing a deafening sound. Zhang Taowan's body quickly retreated, leaving a trace upon the earth. Boom. With another explosive sound, a blue lightning star swiftly grazed past Lei Yu's cheek, instantly reducing the massive tree behind him to splinters. Observing the skies, Zhang Taowan's countenance turned grave. He hadn't anticipated Lei Yu's reaction to be so swift, effortlessly evading his counterattack. This is intriguing. He can even rebound the force of the attack. Truly, the world's foremost defense. Your mastery of armed color hockey may even surpass mine. Noting the seriousness on his opponent's face, Lei Yu remained unfazed, offering a slight smile as he spoke. However, I have no time to play with you today. When we have more time, I shall indulge you. Whoosh. As soon as Lei Yu's voice faded, his form transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing from the spot. Simultaneously, a golden radiance materialized before Zhang Taowan. Time swiftly passed, and before long, several days had elapsed. Due to the need for the Hades to undergo a coating process, the group remained on the Bubble Islands while Lei Yu piloted his newly acquired vessel towards Water City, intent on constructing a small-scale Hades warship. The construction was nearly complete, and the sole purpose of their journey was to sail the ship away. Although it was a smaller version of the Hades warship, it had still cost Lei Yu nearly 10 billion berries, a sum that surpassed even that of gold craftsmanship. Aside from Lei Yu, very few could afford such an expenditure. Regardless, neither Lei Yu's Hades nor the newly forged small-scale warship had yet revealed their true might to the world. The Hades was regarded as an ancient weapon, possessing the potential to annihilate the world. Despite the considerable investment, this only underscored the vessel's formidable nature, leading Lei Yu to prefer keeping it under wraps. However, now that the Hades Revolutionary Army had been established, constructing another Hades warship was imperative, and thus, Lei Yu had no choice but to fund this endeavor. Alas, once again I find myself short of funds, Lei Yu murmured while gazing at the azure sky from the bow of the ship. Over 100 billion. Water City truly is a money-consuming machine. Isn't it afraid of bursting from excess? Nami complained under her breath. Well, at least they aren't being driven to ruin. Although they took over 100 billion from us, what truly reaches their hands is hardly even a few million. Do you think constructing a Hades warship is a simple task? If it were, the ancient kingdoms would not have fallen, Lei Yu replied gently. It's a real money pit. No wonder that ship is so exceptional. It exudes an aura akin to a slumbering dragon, instilling vigilance. So, our ship is the legendary Hades. No wonder it can sail so swiftly, Nami murmured softly. That's not even the fastest it can go. Given the chance, you'll witness its rocket-like speed. Lei Yu said with a slight smile, jesting that when the legendary Hades operates at full throttle, it would indeed resemble a shooting star. Ancient weapons are not to be trifled with. Just then, the sound of the accelerator echoed, and clouds of white smoke appeared in the sky. Water train. Ray looked into the distance at the approaching object, murmuring to himself, is this the legendary train on water? How wondrous. Nami and the others stood in the cabin, gazing into the distance, whispering in awe. Before long, a magnificent city of water slowly came into view, seemingly suspended in the sky, surrounded by cascading waterfalls that poured forth from the city, with rivers weaving through its expanse. The city of water lived up to its illustrious reputation. How beautiful, exclaimed Nami, Kagaya, and others, all astonished by the grandeur of the city before them. Isn't it stunning? The water delicacies of this city are unparalleled. I must bring back more this time. I barely had enough last time. Ray, captivated by the sight of the city, reminisced about the delights it held, lost in thought. Captain, have you forgotten that the battle over there is about to commence? Are you truly going to linger here? At that moment, Nico Robin inquired of Ray. What is about to begin? Ray instinctively asked. News has come from Sister Hancock. The Navy has already notified her, asking whether the captain will attend. Guena clarified to Ray. Oh, of course we shall go. How could I not? I acquired this ship precisely to reach that place. Inform Hancock to await my return. I shall be back shortly. Ray glanced at Guena and instructed, all right then. Guena nodded in agreement. Since time is of the essence, let us proceed directly to the shipyard. Ray felt that this time the water meat could not be packed for transport, and he addressed Yalida directly. Understood, Captain. Yalida glanced at the hand-drawn directions and promptly steered towards a hidden passage. Slowly, they entered a secret waterway. With a resounding clang, a massive iron gate gradually opened, allowing Ray and his crew to sail in. Eliminate all evil and rectify injustices. As a man, one must be prepared to kill. Just as Ray entered, a commanding voice echoed in their ears. When the king of the underworld emerges, who can rival him? Ray's voice resonated with authority, and the surrounding lights illuminated instantly. Welcome, king of the underworld. An elderly man, accompanied by dozens of workers, respectfully bowed and knelt before Ray. Iceberg, I have already told you. There is no need for such formality. With a wave of his hand, Ray gently helped the old man rise. The life-saving grace of the king of the underworld is not forgotten by a humble man. It is only right. Iceberg expressed his gratitude. You still hold on to such rigid notions, don't you? Never mind. How's the construction of the ship coming along? Is the second king of the underworld battleship completed? Ray inquired of Iceberg with a light tone. Yes, my king, it is finished. Although this battleship weighs only 5,000 to 6,000 tons. Its power is certainly not inferior to the last 10,000-ton king of the underworld. Furthermore, over the years, our craftsmanship has advanced significantly, with many state-of-the-art facilities installed within. Iceberg replied proudly. It seems my efforts were not in vain. I commend you for your work in the City of Water. The king of the underworld revolutionary army has been established, and I will rely on you further in the future. Ray spoke gently to Iceberg. To serve the king of the underworld is an honor, even if it costs me my life. Iceberg replied solemnly. Enough with the formalities. Did you pay attention to that person I mentioned during my last call? Ray asked in a hushed tone, casting a furtive glance at Iceberg. Everything is under control, Iceberg. The old rascal replied mysteriously with a smile. Good, very good. Nami, you and the others should familiarize yourselves with the new ship. We may be aboard it for the next 2 years, Ray instructed Nami and the others. Captain, where are you going? Guena asked, puzzled. Me? I still have some matters to attend to, Ray replied, his expression stiffening slightly. I see someone is eager for a diversion, Nami murmured knowingly, causing Ray to break into a cold sweat. That king of the underworld, that person is currently aboard the king of the underworld ship. And she has now become a shipwright as well, Iceberg whispered to Ray. I didn't realize you had such skills, Ray nodded approvingly. However, the other party's identity is somewhat problematic. We have not managed to extract genuine intelligence from them over the years, yet they remain an unstable factor, Iceberg expressed his concern. For not, leave it to me, Ray assured him softly. All right then, since you're worried, I shall accompany you to inspect our new ship. Ray declared with a sense of righteousness, addressing the women. This caused Nami to look at him in astonishment. What's wrong? Ray asked, puzzled by Nami's reaction. The sun isn't rising from the west, is it? Nami replied incredulously. Rei Yu and his companions swiftly arrived at the location of the new ship. Before them lay a warship, resplendent like a silver dragon, majestically poised upon the water, exuding an aura of power and magnificence, as if it were a living entity. What a magnificent vessel! Rei Yu silently marveled at the sight of the small ship, named the Mini Pluto. It was evident that Yalita had truly embraced her role as a helmsman, her adoration for the ship having become her second greatest passion. The moment she beheld the stunning Mini Pluto, her joy was palpable, particularly drawn to its silver dragon-like exterior, opulent structures, grand sails, and dazzling deck, all of which captivated the onlookers. Isn't it splendid? Iceberg proudly observed the admiration on everyone's faces. Indeed, it possesses a certain flair, Rei Yu replied, his heart swelling with satisfaction as the ship approached his world. It seemed his persuasive efforts had finally borne fruit, awakening Iceberg's understanding. I have never encountered a ship designed like this, Nico Robin whispered in astonishment. If not for the large sail atop, she might have questioned whether this vessel was truly a ship, so unlike any she had seen before. This sail is retractable, however. It has been added for long voyages at sea. Essentially, this ship is a true sailing-less vessel, the first of its kind in the world, Iceberg declared with pride. Enough chatter, old man, Rei Yu said with a slight smile, glancing at Iceberg. Let us board. With a grand gesture, he led the group onto the mini Pluto. Who are you? Nami inquired as she stepped aboard, confronted by a strikingly alluring woman clad in a sheer mesh outfit and stockings, leaving her momentarily speechless. The seductive figure before her, equally captivating, introduced herself. I am Karifa, the maintenance staff for this warship. We shall all be working together from now on. I look forward to your guidance. Karifa felt an overwhelming sense of excitement as she realized her long-held dream had come to fruition. She was standing before the legendary mini Pluto, which indeed resided within Water 7. Yet, trepidation soon followed as she feared her presence had been discovered, suspecting that this was all a grand jest at her expense. Captain, could you clarify this situation? Nami's expression darkened as she coldly regarded Rei Yu. I demand an explanation. Iceberg. Rei Yu feigned outrage, directing his ire at Iceberg in the distance. This tarnishes my reputation. Remove her at once. Ah, the audacity of the Pluto. Iceberg mused inwardly, admiring Rei Yu's shamelessness. My lord, this ship employs advanced technology. It would be unwise to let her go, or you may find yourselves unable to operate it. Iceberg stated, uncharacteristically bending the truth. Oh, is that so? Nami said, casting a scornful glance at Rei Yu. Humph, I'm not the captain. Why ask me? Nami retorted, fully aware of Rei Yu's ploy. No matter what she said, it would have no bearing on the captain's decision, which was final. Then you shall remain as my secretary for now. Once we are better acquainted, you may take your leave, Rei Yu shamelessly proposed to the enchanting woman, feigning reluctance. Even Iceberg found it difficult to maintain his composure, unable to meet their eyes. By the way, what is your name? Rei Yu inquired, turning to the alluring figure. Karifa. She replied, feigning shock and shyness. This was a troubling development. The individual before her was indeed the Pluto. And the legendary name was not merely a tale but also tied to ancient weaponry. To her dismay, it appeared that the Pluto possessed more than just this vessel, and she needed to report this information promptly to avoid dire consequences. Although Luffy had previously destroyed Eni's lobby, it had not affected Water 7, particularly with Rei Yu's secretary remaining safely concealed. Luffy's bounty of 300 million was a testament to his genuine strength. While some alleged it was due to his lineage, such claims were unfounded. Eni's lobby, one of the three major judicial institutions, had been decimated by the Straw Hats' onslaught. Few could achieve such feats in this world. A bounty of 300 million seemed modest in light of this. Some argued that Eni's lobby lacked military might, yet it was still recognized alongside the Navy headquarters and impelled down as one of the three great powers. Since Eni's lobby's establishment, it had never been breached. To claim it was mere luck or privilege for the Straw Hats was an unfounded assertion. As for Ace, it's worth noting that users of natural-type devil fruits are rarely weak. Ace's capability to challenge Whitebeard indicates his formidable strength, even if he faced defeat. The renowned Admiral Akainu nearly lost his life to a weakened Whitebeard, and in his prime, the difference between them would have been negligible. While Karifa grappled with these heavy thoughts, Rei Yu suddenly remarked, I have heard that Eni's lobby is perpetually bathed in daylight, also known as the Island of Eternal Night. I would love to witness it. Karifa felt a chill run through her at his words. Eni's lobby had already suffered destruction at Luffy's hands. Would it face annihilation once more? Although it had been in the process of restoration, it could never return to its former glory. I have heard that Eni's lobby was attacked and significantly damaged. Nico Robin, well-versed in history and current events, interjected. Ah, that is disappointing. I had hoped to bring some amusement to the Navy while they were preoccupied with preparations for war, Rei Yu lamented shamelessly. By the way, beautiful lady, if I were to attack Eni's lobby now, I suspect it would no longer exist. Additionally, entering the Navy headquarters from here would be a shortcut, as would proceeding to impel down. Would you not agree? Rei Yu questioned the alluring woman before him. My lord, I am unaware of your intentions, Karifa replied, visibly anxious. Guide me to impel down, or I shall lay waste to Eni's lobby, and I will ensure everyone knows you aided me in this endeavor. Lei Yu gazed at the enchanting beauty before him with a sinister expression, softly uttering, How could I possibly take you to such a forbidden place? Khalifa, flustered, averted her eyes, her gaze fluttering as if caught in a delicate dance. Then there's nothing to be done. We shall force our way through. The pirate kingship has little regard for impel down, Lei Yu replied nonchalantly. Khalifa regretted her earlier naivety, lamenting why she had not left when she had the chance. She had witnessed her comrades fall, yet remained unharmed. and in that moment, she should have realized the gravity of her situation. The old adage rang true. It is easy to board a ship, but disembarking is another matter entirely. Captain, aren't we returning? Gwaina inquired, perplexed, looking at Lei Yu. I shall not return. You all navigate the Pirate King's ship back to Amazon Lily. This time, I will accompany Khalifa, he decided after much contemplation. Lei Yu hesitated, ultimately resolving not to let his women accompany him, for the mission was fraught with peril, and even he lacked absolute confidence. A series of events had already derailed him from the original storyline, leaving him uncertain of what challenges lay ahead. Like Hancock, who should be nearing 30, yet appeared to be in her 20s due to historical deviations, Lei Yu pondered whether this was a consequence of his own butterfly effect. He had noticed numerous changes in the details, casting doubt on his unwavering belief in the future. Perhaps the world of One Piece was quietly evolving towards an unknown direction, gradually straying from its original course, compelling Lei Yu to keep his women at a distance for their safety. No, I want to go with you. Gwaina insisted earnestly. No, trust me, I will be safe. The Empress will be there to welcome me. Be good and listen, Lei Yu reassured her, gently stroking Gwaina's long hair. I fear for your safety, Gwaina responded, her concern evident. Do you not trust my strength? Familiarize yourself with your devil fruit abilities, once you master them. I will have no reservations about letting you accompany me, he encouraged her. I will strive to improve, Gwaina replied, nodding resolutely. In truth, Lei Yu was deeply concerned for Nami and the others. He needed Gwaina to protect them, allowing him to focus on the impending battle without worry. With Gwaina's formidable swordsmanship, even against an admiral, he believed she could shield Nami and the others until he could provide support. Now, with Gwaina's prowess combined with the capabilities of her devil fruit, she was more than capable of holding her own. Are you planning to rescue that person? Nami asked Lei Yu. I'm uncertain. We shall see how circumstances unfold, he replied, aware that even if he desired to save them, it would not be an easy task. After all, even Shanks had failed to save them, and their fate seemed sealed. Yet, with his appearance, the butterfly effect could bring unforeseen changes. Captain, when will you depart? Gwaina inquired. I will leave now. You all should as well, Lei Yu instructed, nodding in agreement. Nami and the others prepared to leave. Arlida, after a brief period of practice, had mastered the skills Khalifa had spent months learning, leaving Khalifa feeling somewhat embarrassed. Truly remarkable. No one in the Pirate King crew is ordinary, Khalifa thought, wiping her brow as she observed Arlida skillfully handling the small ship. Let us depart. I am now your subordinate, Lei Yu smiled at Khalifa. Very well, but I cannot guarantee I can get you inside. After all, this is Impelled Down. Known for its impregnable fortress. I, a mere CP9 agent, lack the authority, Khalifa admitted. Rest assured, just get me inside. Then you can leave and wait outside for my return. I will ensure your safety, Lei Yu assured her. That is impossible if I take you in. I cannot exit myself, Khalifa replied directly. Why not? Change into a robe, and I will conceal myself beneath it. We can undoubtedly blend in, Lei Yu explained. How can that possibly work? Khalifa's face flushed as she stammered. What? Do you believe you have a choice? You know too much. I cannot simply let you go. You should be grateful you are still alive, Lei Yu said with an indifferent gaze. Indeed, Khalifa felt a heavy weight in her heart, realizing she could not escape this situation. Why didn't you let me leave earlier? She questioned Lei Yu. Because I am in need of a secretary. And you are the one I have chosen, he replied lightly. Aren't you afraid? Khalifa asked, her brow furrowed. Afraid? Why would I be? Do you think the notorious Pirate King fears your potential betrayal? Lei Yu smiled, challenging Khalifa's apprehensions. Are you not afraid? Khalifa asked, now visibly troubled. Why should I be? The Navy is preoccupied with the legendary Whitebeard. They have no time to confront me. Do they not fear total annihilation? Lei Yu said, gently dismantling Khalifa's defenses. Thus, it is best for you to remain by my side. You have become my woman. Do you believe the Navy would wage war against me because of you? Khalifa instinctively took a step back, contemplating Lei Yu's words. Indeed, she was but a mere woman. The Navy would not instigate conflict with the Pirate King over her, especially when they were already stretched thin in their battle against the legendary Four Emperors. This realization caused the last vestige of her resistance to waver under Lei Yu's influence. All right, I agree, she said, her cheeks flushed. On a bright morning, mist rose over the sea, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Who goes there? A guard called out as the ship approached. On orders from above, we are heading to Impel Down, Khalifa declared, presenting her credentials. Very well, you may enter, but only you, the guard replied after a moment's inspection. Understood, Khalifa nodded, cautiously stepping off the ship. Halt. Just as she reached the gates of Impel Down, a voice rang out beside her. What is the matter? Khalifa questioned, adopting a commanding demeanor as she turned to the guard. What is this impertinence? She thought, feeling a mix of indignation and determination. Khalifa felt an unusual sensation in her lower body and inwardly cursed at someone, though she maintained a facade of calmness, as if nothing had transpired. Moments ago, a call had come through, stating that one had no authority to enter Impel Down and should retreat. The guard positioned before Khalifa spoke gently yet assertively, his demeanor brooking no dissent. How dare you? Get down. With a sharp intake of breath, Lei Yu's pupils constricted and an overwhelming aura surged forth, causing the surrounding naval guards to collapse one after another. I can hardly breathe, Lei Yu exclaimed as he swiftly emerged from beneath Khalifa's skirt, gasping for air. Although he was enveloped in the sweet fragrance of her femininity, he felt a twinge of guilt and spoke deliberately to mask his discomfort. Is that so? I hardly think so. You seem to be rather enjoying yourself in there. You insufferable harasser, Khalifa retorted. After all, she was still a young woman. And not only had Lei Yu seen her in an unguarded state, but he had also crossed boundaries that should not have been crossed, taking liberties that were wholly inappropriate. It's getting late. You should return quickly and wait for me outside. We can communicate via the transponder snail, Lei Yu suggested, gesturing to the device on his chest before vanishing in a flash of lightning, not allowing her a moment to respond. Khalifa surveyed the fallen guards around her and sighed softly, hastily departing. She realized she was no longer of any assistance and felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Who goes there? Halt. Just as Lei Yu stepped into the vast confines of Impel Down, the surrounding guards swiftly encircled him, their dark gun barrels ominously trained on him. Down. Lei Yu's eyes widened once more, and an invisible wave radiated outward. With a series of thuds, the surrounding naval officers collapsed one after another, their eyes rolling back in their heads. Lei Yu surveyed the fallen Navy personnel around him, striding confidently towards the entrance of Impel Down. Halt. Just as Ray reached the threshold of the first layer, a Navy officer appeared before him, seemingly of considerable rank. Who are you, and what brings you here? The officer interrogated Ray. Step aside, Ray replied, dismissing the inquiry with a cool indifference. It appears you are an intruder. The alarm suddenly blared, echoing through the halls of Impel Down. Instantly, the previously lethargic guards sprang to life, alert and vigilant. What a bother, Ray muttered, observing the rapidly converging Navy forces around him. Get out of my way, hissed Ray, as Lei Yu unleashed his Conqueror's Haki once more. The approaching Navy fell one after another. Conqueror's Haki. Indeed, it was Conqueror's Haki. Who exactly are you? Bang. The guard commander, half kneeling on the ground, gazed at Lei Yu in astonishment, inquiring. Oh, you haven't fallen yet. Impressive, Lei Yu remarked with a hint of surprise at the man before him. I am known as the King of the Underworld, Lei Yu declared, his body transforming into a bolt of lightning that shot through the grand entrance, vanishing into thin air. Damn it, the accursed King of the Underworld. Why has he come here? The deputy director on the 4th level, observing the blurred image before him, frowned and exclaimed in anger. I wonder if that brat Luffy has made his way here. However, without Hancock's assistance, it will be no easy feat for him. The defenses here are formidable, Lei Yu pondered as he traversed the 1st level of the Crimson Lotus Hell. In no time, Lei Yu arrived at the 2nd layer, the Beast Hell, without wasting much time. So these are the guards that protect this place, Lei Yu mused, eyeing the charging rhinoceros-like beastmen. Galefoot meteor. Whoosh. A fiery galefoot shot forth instantaneously towards the oncoming guards. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the rhinoceros-like guard was sent flying by Lei Yu's kick. However, due to their overwhelming numbers, Lei Yu was soon encircled by the surrounding guards. Thunder ring lightning pillar. Boom. With another explosive sound, a colossal lightning beam, stretching several dozen meters, illuminated the ground. As Lei Yu emulated Ace, he unleashed a tremendous surge of lightning that enveloped the surroundings, effortlessly propelling the approaching prison beast away in a sweeping area attack. Release him. Inform all guards to permit passage and bring him directly to the 4th level, roared Magellan, stepping out of his office and seizing the telephone buck. He recognized that sending those guards up was akin to delivering them as mere fodder, barely exhausting the opponent while only inflating their arrogance, a scenario Magellan found utterly undesirable. Moreover, he was reluctant to witness Lei Yu single-handedly devastate a significant portion of Impel Down. Thus he resolved to confront Lei Yu personally. What has transpired? Since the establishment of Impel Down, such a severe assault had never been encountered, an unending barrage of attacks from these insufferable foes. Magellan's expression darkened as he contemplated the straw hat in another video. Must I release that individual once more? Yet, there seemed to be no alternative. The invasion by these three posed an unprecedented crisis for Impel Down. Magellan cast a grave glance toward a man in another direction, his thoughts laden with trepidation. Why has everyone retreated? Meanwhile, Lei Yu observed the guards of the Inferno inexplicably withdrawing, leaving him momentarily puzzled. Never mind, it's better without them. He boldly pressed onward, soon traversing from the 2nd level to the 3rd, only to find the same lack of guards barring his passage, which made his advance to the 4th level all the more effortless. However, upon reaching the 4th level, Lei Yu was instantly struck by an unsettling heat, as if he were being scorched by a vast sea of lava. Fortunately, the residual power of the burn fruit within him afforded him some measure of comfort. Otherwise, he might have found it quite unbearable. With each step he took upon the ground of the 4th level, a rhythmic sound echoed beneath him. This is where it ends. King of the Underworld. As Lei Yu approached the central area of the 4th level, he discovered a figure standing in the midst of a bridge, an imposing man clad in a black coat, with a pair of demonic wings extending from his back. Ray glanced at the molten lava beneath the bridge, then turned his gaze to the man before him, suddenly comprehending that the individual had been waiting for him, which explained the unimpeded journey thus far. "Are you the Magellan?" Ray inquired softly, scrutinizing the man before him. "Oh, I didn't expect you to know," the man replied, a hint of surprise flickering across his features as he regarded Ray. "As one of the two trump cards advancing into the city, I naturally possess some knowledge of Magellan." Ray nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Then what brings you here? It seems there is nothing for you to seek," Magellan questioned with a grave expression, aware that Ray had come well prepared, possessing knowledge of the local conditions. "Quite the contrary. I have some ties with the fishmen, and I intend to assist in rescuing one of their own. Furthermore, I harbor a degree of interest in Ace as well," Ray replied with a faint smile. "In that case, it appears you have come to court death," Magellan stated coldly, his expression darkening at Ray's words. "Who can say?" Ray responded nonchalantly with a slight smile. Toxic cloud. With a swift motion of his hands, Magellan summoned a multitude of black mist that enveloped the surroundings. The air seemed to corrode, producing a hissing sound as the toxic vapor spread. "Is this the power of the paramecia-type poison fruit?" Ray mused, observing the swirling poison and the gradually forming toxic cloud above, his face betraying a flicker of intrigue. "Poison passage." As Magellan's expression shifted, a surge of purple-black gas surged toward Ray, creating a passage that engulfed the entire bridge. "Interesting," Ray remarked, unperturbed by the advancing toxic vapor. Zzz. Lightning crackled around Ray's form, illuminating the air with its brilliance. Boom. Just as the poisonous gas was about to reach him, it suddenly detonated before Ray, igniting crimson flames that swiftly consumed the surrounding toxins. Impressive. The thunder fruit is indeed formidable. Magellan was taken aback, astonished that Ray could ignite his toxic gas. "Humph. Do you think this is the end?" Poison pufferfish. One by one, toxic projectiles hurtled toward Ray, dense and relentless, with no escape in sight, assaulting him from all angles. Thunder fire mirror. With a swift extension of his arms, a colossal barrier of electricity and flame surged before Ray, effectively shielding him from the onslaught of toxic projectiles, preventing them from drawing near. Even the airborne poison was incinerated by the flames radiating from Ray's form, yet this consumption of oxygen left the air around him somewhat thin. "I wonder how long you can endure." Magellan observed the thunderous wall before him, refusing to relent as he continued to barrage Ray with waves of toxic gas. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed incessantly in the vicinity. Lightning flash. The body of Lei Yu transformed into a streak of lightning, swiftly vanishing from the spot. His corporeal form could only momentarily become elemental, and the duration of complete elementalization was exceedingly brief. A moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. Lei Yu's body was not made of rubber, and succumbing to poison would present considerable trouble. Even if Blackbeard faced Magellan, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Blackbeard could not constantly suppress the efficacy of his opponent's devil fruit. He could only do so during contact. However, Magellan's venom would permeate the entire space, rendering it nearly impossible to evade. One of the two aces of Impel Down was not merely a boast. "Can you escape?" Magellan inquired, observing the fleeing Lei Yu. Behind him, two black, toxic cloud wings rapidly emerged, propelling towards Lei Yu. Toxic dragon. Roar. In the air, Magellan extended his hands, conjuring a massive purple-black dragon that surged towards Lei Yu with bared fangs. "Damn it. Do you truly believe I am fleeing? I am merely in search of fresh oxygen." With a swift motion of his hands, Lei Yu concentrated lightning and flickering flames, summoning the essence of thunder, explosive flame thunder dragon. With a fierce shout, a colossal dragon of lightning and flame surged skyward. The explosive thunder dragon collided violently with the airborne toxic dragon, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Although the toxic dragon was dispersed, the poison did not dissipate. Instead, it transformed into countless smaller toxic dragons, converging upon Lei Yu from all directions. "Explode for me." In this perilous moment, Lei Yu bellowed, and the explosive thunder dragon ignited the air, erupting into a mushroom cloud above. The explosion sent shockwaves rippling outward, dispersing the surrounding poison, igniting it, and eradicating it from the air. As the explosive thunder dragon detonated, Magellan, positioned nearest to the blast, was the first to be thrown back, crashing violently against a distant wall and creating a human-sized crater. Countless fragments of stone cascaded into the magma below, creating a frothy eruption of molten rock. Simultaneously, Lei Yu was also propelled backward, leaving a long trail across the bridge before finally coming to a halt. Coughing, Magellan emerged from the crater, transformed into a thick black mist. "Truly formidable. You are the legendary king of the underworld," he remarked, brushing off the dust from his attire and expressing admiration towards Lei Yu. "I did not anticipate that the ace of Impel Down would possess such formidable strength. No wonder you were able to imprison that individual. It seems your power surpasses his," Lei Yu gently commented, gazing at Magellan. "No. My ability to confine him is solely due to his numerous transgressions. His strength is not inferior to mine. Otherwise, I would have eliminated him long ago," Magellan reflected, recalling the astounding swordsmanship of that person. "Oh, it appears that individual cannot be allowed to remain. I must not allow Blackbeard to gain too much combat prowess, as that would not bode well for my ambitions," Lei Yu mused inwardly. The adversary possessed remarkable strength and a penchant for slaughter. He would undoubtedly align with Blackbeard. Only Blackbeard could offer him the freedom to indulge in unrestrained bloodshed. However, allowing such a person to exist in this world would be a grave misfortune. It would be far better to eliminate him, thus contributing to the greater good of the world. Otherwise, one could only speculate how many lives would fall victim to his hand. What did you say? You intend to kill him? You might as well save your breath. You cannot accomplish that, Magellan remarked, seemingly overhearing Lei Yu's muttering. Oh, how do you know I cannot? Lei Yu inquired, perplexed, as he gazed at Magellan. Because if you cannot even deal with me, how could you possibly confront him? Magellan replied, his tone laced with subtle derision. Oh, so that's how it is. Lei Yu nodded in understanding. In an instant, he vanished from sight. The body of Lei Yu transformed into a flash of lightning, vanishing from its original spot and reappearing beside Magellan. How swift! Magellan, witnessing Lei Yu's sudden emergence behind him, felt his pupils constrict. However, just as he prepared to retaliate, Lei Yu was already in motion. Although he could perceive Lei Yu's movement, his body could not keep pace with his reflexes, leaving him in a daze as he watched Lei Yu's fist hurtle toward him. Armed hockey, thunderous iron fist, a fist interwoven with black, blue, and crimson hues rapidly struck Magellan's back. Boom. Without a doubt, Lei Yu's fist struck the opponent's body with tremendous force. In this world, there are few who can evade Lei Yu's attacks, and Magellan clearly underestimated him. Poison cloud defense. Magellan transformed his body into a toxic mist, shielding himself from all sides. However, due to Lei Yu's haki, he effectively restrained Magellan, preventing the poison from intensifying. Explode for me. Boom. With another explosive sound, Magellan was instantly sent flying. Spurt. In midair, Magellan coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, which cascaded towards the ground in a striking display. Thud. With a heavy thud, Magellan crashed onto the bridge. Rolling about, his blood splattered everywhere. At this moment, he appeared quite disheveled. Remarkable. The opponent actually managed to overpower Director Magellan. The surrounding guards murmured in astonishment. After all, this was the notorious king of the underworld, with a bounty of 400 million. His strength was indeed formidable. One of the guard captains said gravely, "What should we do now?" The prison guards turned to him for guidance. "Let us observe the situation. If we intervene now, we would merely be courting death," the captain sighed helplessly. "If only the former director were here, together, they could surely defeat the king of the underworld," another soldier murmured. "Indeed. It's a pity that the former director was too bloodthirsty," the guard captain lamented softly. A faint cough escaped Magellan's lips as he slowly rose to his feet. "The king of the underworld is indeed no idle boast. It seems I truly underestimated you." At that moment, a vast quantity of poisonous gas emanated from Magellan, forming a viscous liquid that swirled around him. Drip. A drop of poison fell onto the bridge, sizzling as it dissolved a significant portion, releasing a cloud of vapor. "Let me show you my true power." Hell judgment of the poison giant. With a roar, Magellan's body instantly enlarged, enveloped in a thick layer of poison. Drops of toxic liquid continuously dripped from him, splattering onto the bridge as if intent on corroding it entirely. "The director is serious now. There is hope." The prison guards murmured excitedly. "Is that the power of the poison fruit?" Lei Yu observed the now highly toxic Magellan with a serious expression. The air around them was thick with poison. Even a moment's inattention could lead to Lei Yu inhaling the toxic gas, and during their previous close-quarter combat, he had already inhaled some of it. At this moment, although Lei Yu's body is in the process of analyzing the toxic gas emitted by his adversary and generating antibodies, time is far from sufficient. By the time his body produces the necessary antibodies against the toxic substance, it is highly likely that Lei Yu may already be eliminated. Therefore, he cannot afford to wait. He must retaliate and then withdraw from this perilous situation. While the poison may not be lethal, it can significantly impair his combat capabilities. If the effects are severe, even with the dual energies of thunder and fire within him, he would struggle to suppress the toxic gas. It appears that the only option is to swiftly conclude the battle. With a flourish of his right hand, the surrounding purple toxic clouds are instantaneously dispersed by Lei Yu. Thunder God. With a swift extension of his arms, Lei Yu's body begins to enlarge rapidly, surrounded by countless bolts of lightning, rendering him nearly divine in appearance. Armed color hockey, Thunder God fist. Lei Yu's fist struck rapidly against the oncoming giant poisonous soldier, colliding heavily with the opponent's enormous toxic fist. A thunderous roar echoed across the land, causing the surrounding bridges to collapse instantaneously. Countless fragments of stone plummeted into the molten lava below the bridge, splattering it with an eruption of magma. The colossal purple fist, imbued with venom, clashed fiercely with Lei Yu's azure thunder god fist, generating two distinct realms in the sky, one shrouded in poison and the other enveloped in lightning. The two forces appeared evenly matched, locked in a stalemate above. "Break for me." Magellan's face contorted into a fierce snarl as he unleashed his full toxic power upon Lei Yu, resembling a black sun intent on devouring everything in its path. Coughing slightly from the inhalation of toxic fumes, Lei Yu's complexion paled a shade. "Shatter for me." Lei Yu gazed intently at the erupting Magellan before him, his expression shifting to one of utmost seriousness as he summoned his final reserves of strength. Explode. Blazing Thunder God Fist. Hiya. The azure lightning fist of Lei Yu, reminiscent of the moon, ignited with streaks of crimson flames, creating a breathtaking spectacle akin to both the moon and the sun, instantly overpowering Magellan's dark poison sun. Boom. With a deafening explosion resonating in the air, both Lei Yu and Magellan were propelled backward, soaring away. Bang, bang, with two resounding impacts. They both collided heavily against the wall behind them, leaving massive craters, while countless fragments cascaded into the molten rock below. Damn it. Magellan's expression darkened as he gazed at Lei Yu in the distance, overwhelmed by disbelief at his opponent's strength. Truly, the king of the underworld was deserving of his title. He had underestimated his adversary. This ends here. Just as Magellan's fury reached its zenith, Lei Yu's voice echoed slowly in his ear. Unbeknownst to him, Lei Yu had already materialized behind Magellan. Hell's judgment. Sizzle. Almost instinctively, Magellan infused the surrounding space with an overwhelming torrent of toxic gas, effectively sealing off the area. Simultaneously, Lei Yu found himself enveloped by the noxious fumes. However, he did not retreat. At that moment, Lei Yu was aglow with electricity, his long hair billowing. While the armor of the king of the underworld showed signs of dust, had it not been for its unique properties, it would have been utterly destroyed by now. In stark contrast, Magellan's attire was a testament to the battle's ferocity, now in tatters. Yet, drenched in venom, his condition was hardly affected by the absence of clothing. Power transformation. Hiss. In an instant, the pupils of Lei Yu flickered with a silvery radiance. The reincarnation color hockey, forged from Lei Yu's will, the armament hockey, and the powers of reincarnation. This unparalleled reincarnation color hockey was once again wielded by Lei Yu. Reincarnation armament. Sizzle. In an instant, Lei Yu's entire body was enveloped as if clad in a suit of shimmering silver armor. Reincarnation iron fist. With a resounding thud. As Magellan stared in astonishment at the silver attire adorning Lei Yu, the latter's argent fist surged forth with remarkable speed, striking Magellan's body and sending him hurtling away. Boom. With a powerful impact, Magellan's form was propelled like a mere ball, crashing into the wall. Drip, drip. Drops of venom oozed from Magellan's body, falling into the molten lava below. Simultaneously, the sky above had transformed entirely into a swirling mass of violet toxic gas, rendering the arena an unequivocal dominion of Magellan. Nevertheless, this did not alter the grim fate that awaited him, as he remained at the mercy of relentless torment. In an instant, Lei Yu vanished from his original position, reappearing beside Magellan, who had been forcefully embedded in the wall. Rising dragon of the storm. A resounding roar echoed as Lei Yu's right foot unleashed a dragon-shaped gale, swiftly hurtling towards Magellan. With a piercing scream from Magellan, his arm was abruptly severed by Lei Yu's rising dragon slash. A thud resonated as the severed limb plummeted into the magma below, vanishing within its fiery depths moments later. You bastard, I will kill you. Magellan's eyes, filled with crimson veins, resembled those of a ferocious beast poised to devour its prey. Noisy. Dragon gun. With Lei Yu's declaration, a massive black hole was instantly created in Magellan's chest, spewing a cascade of venom in all directions. Magellan's torso was brutally punctured by Lei Yu's assault. Magellan let out another agonizing cry. Although his opponent had not employed hockey, the pain he experienced was inexplicably 100-fold more excruciating than any physical suffering he had ever endured. It would have been more merciful had the blows landed directly upon his body. Unbeknownst to him, a colossal statue of the King of Hell loomed behind Lei Yu, who had now invoked the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, unleashing one of its realms, the Hell of Pain. Today, anyone who dares to obstruct me shall suffer the loss of a limb. Next time, I shall claim your life. Lei Yu coldly addressed the feeble Magellan before him. With a swift motion, Lei Yu vanished once more, reappearing in the frigid depths of the 5th layer of the Ice Hell, an antithesis to the searing lava hell. The Ice Hell was profoundly cold, with temperatures plummeting several degrees below zero, and in certain areas, dipping to even sub-zero extremes. Those unfortunate enough to enter this realm could be frozen solid in an instant. Even Lei Yu, endowed with the powers of the burn fruit, found it challenging to withstand the biting cold of this place. Just as he took a few steps into the 5th layer of Ice Hell, he suddenly coughed up a stream of black blood. Not good, it's happening. Lei Yu swiftly seated himself on the ground, undeterred by the feathery snowflakes drifting from the heavens, and began to meditate quietly. Before long, his body became enveloped in a thick layer of snow, transforming him into a snowman. Time passed unnoticed, and eventually, the antibodies within his body completed their decomposition. Lei Yu ascended to a higher state of being. If he were to confront Magellan now, he would no longer fear the opponent's toxic gases. Although Lei Yu had nearly achieved an invulnerability to all poisons, he was still a fraction short of attaining the preliminary state of absolute immunity. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from Lei Yu's body, as if his bones were firecrackers, crackling incessantly. Whoosh! Lei Yu unleashed a powerful punch, creating a resounding sonic boom in the air. The snowflakes adorning Lei Yu's body were instantly dissolved, transforming into melted snow water. Lei Yu gazed around at the hazy white landscape, reminiscent of a world blanketed in snow, exuding a unique charm. Now, His physical capabilities should enable him to execute that move, he mused. Clenching his fist as memories of a martial art he had once witnessed in a previous life flooded his mind. However, as Rei Yu was lost in thought, a group of individuals gradually emerged before him. "Ah, what brings you here?" one of them exclaimed, a hint of surprise evident upon recognizing Rei Yu. "What are you doing here, Blackbeard?" Rei Yu's expression darkened upon seeing the familiar face of Blackbeard and the company he kept, his demeanor growing increasingly grim. "And what is your purpose here?" Blackbeard retorted casually, noting that Rei Yu was alone while they were numerous, instilling him with a sense of confidence. "Seeking death," Rei Yu declared, his expression hardening as he observed Blackbeard's arrogant demeanor. Whoosh! In an instant, Lei Yu's form transformed into a brilliant blue, swiftly materializing beside Blackbeard. Thunderclap, 8 extremes collapse. Lei Yu was troubled, contemplating how to test each individual's abilities. At that moment, Blackbeard conveniently presented himself. A fortuitous opportunity that Lei Yu could hardly desire more. Bang! In an instant, Lei Yu's fist struck Blackbeard, whose expression shifted from one of terror to one of amusement. What a surprise! It turns out to be mere bluster, Blackbeard thought, observing the fist upon him with a faint smile as the dark vortex surrounding him dissipated. However, at that moment, Blackbeard's expression abruptly changed. With a resounding explosion, Blackbeard's body was propelled skyward like a balloon, crashing heavily onto a distant peak. As he was embedded in the mountainside, he coughed up blood, staring in disbelief at Lei Yu. "The power seems impressive," Lei Yu mused as he gently retracted his fist. At that moment, Lei Yu was finally convinced that his physical prowess had transcended the limits of the tiger-leopard thunderclap, reaching a level of internal energy explosion. And his body had formally entered a transformative realm. Even against Carp, Lei Yu felt he could hold his own, bolstered by his mastery of the 8 extremities collapse technique, rendering him fearless in the face of any adversary. In Chinese martial philosophy, there exists the notion of Tai Chi bringing peace to the world, while the 8 extremities establish the universe. Though Lei Yu was not particularly well-versed in Tai Chi, his inclination towards violence led him to study the 8 extremities collapse, never imagining he would inadvertently master this legendary technique. The 8 extremities collapse harnesses energy from all directions, allowing for a full-body exertion of force. Lei Yu had only reached the elementary stage of this transformative technique, which emphasized explosive power that penetrates the enemy's body, while appearing unremarkable on the outside. The inner devastation was profound, contrasting sharply with Tai Chi's principle of softness overcoming hardness. It was a doctrine of sheer violence, a force meeting force. How formidable! To what extreme has this fellow's martial arts ascended? Murmured a man in a military cap, who was smoking a large cigar, his face betraying a grave concern as he observed Lei Yu. Indeed, he is exceptionally strong. The synergy of his devil fruit abilities and physical prowess is nearly flawless. Even if the captain can suppress the opponent's devil fruit powers, his martial arts are far too potent. Raffit, a man wielding a cane, remarked with a serious demeanor. The opponent is the captain's nemesis, another voice echoed in astonishment. Coughing, the pain inflicted by Blackbeard's devil fruit abilities meant that while his body sustained minimal damage, the agony he experienced was unbearable. Indeed, the 8 extremities collapse is impressive, but as a user of a devil fruit, I still cannot infuse my will into my punches with hockey. It is rather unfortunate, Lei Yu observed, noting Blackbeard's contorted face, though his body remained relatively unscathed. Nevertheless, Lei Yu was confident that once he advanced the 8 extremities collapse to a stage of transformation, he would be able to integrate hockey into his strikes. At that point, his 8 extremities fist would become a true weapon of mass destruction, though he acknowledged that he was not yet there. Even so, when combined with Lei Yu's notorious thunder fruit, the resulting power was terrifying. A single punch could shatter a mountain. Blackbeard, the next time you see me, you'd best keep your distance, or I shall make you wish for death without knowing how to attain it, Lei Yu declared coldly, fixing his gaze on the prone figure of Blackbeard embedded in the mountainside. "Curse you, come at me." Blackbeard seethed, filled with rage. Yet just as he prepared to roar, his expression darkened as if he realized something. Let you gloat a while longer." Blackbeard remained silent, continuing to writhe on the ground. Lei Yu's punch had indeed shattered his internal organs. Had it not been for his devil fruit, he would have long since succumbed to death. Though he lived on, he was compelled to endure excruciating, inhuman pain. Lei Yu was acutely aware of the other's intentions. They sought to settle accounts together. However, Lei Yu was in no position to eliminate them. Setting aside the formidable Yu Shilio, whose prowess rivaled that of Magellan, even the other individuals posed a considerable challenge. They were all formidable figures from the 6th layer, inhabitants of the infinite hell. Furthermore, Lei Yu had far more pressing matters to attend to, and could scarcely afford to squander time in this confrontation. Whoosh! Rei Yu transformed into a bolt of lightning, swiftly vanishing from his location, hurtling towards the 6th level of infinite hell. He silently hoped that he was not too late. "Ace, even if you perish, the powers of the Maramara Nomi must not go to waste, nor should your conqueror's haki. These are invaluable treasures," Rei Yu mused inwardly. Meanwhile, on the other side, a commander bellowed at the gatekeepers. "Hurry, open the gates of justice. The situation has changed. The execution of Ace must commence immediately." In response, The massive gates of justice slowly creaked open, and Ace was ushered forth, racing towards the Marine headquarters. The Navy was on the brink of immense turmoil, not only from the likes of the Pirate King, but also from the Straw Hat crew, Blackbeard, and others who were causing chaos. The current state of the Navy was precarious, teetering on the edge of disaster, uncertain if they could withstand this onslaught or if they would be obliterated by Whitebeard. The gatekeeping Marines silently prayed for a favorable outcome. The scene shifted, and Rei Yu rapidly surged into the 6th level, racing towards the heart of infinite hell. Bang! With a swift kick, Lei Yu forced open the door before him and stepped inside. However, upon his entrance, he found no trace of Ace within. "You were too late. Ace has just been taken away," Jinbei, the fishman, remarked as he seemed to search for something in Lei Yu's expression. "What a pity. Yet, since you are still here, my visit has not been in vain. Come with me," he invited. Lei Yu regarded Jinbei thoughtfully, and then replied, "You intend to rescue me?" A hint of confusion crossed Jinbei's face upon hearing Lei Yu's words. "Indeed," Lei Yu affirmed with a nod. "Why would you wish to save me?" Jinbei inquired. His expression stoic. Having navigated the tumultuous seas for many years, he understood the unspoken rule that no one acts without gain. "Because I need you. Join the revolutionary army of the underworld." Lei Yu extended the invitation. "Best you leave. I will not join," Jinbei rejected without a moment's hesitation. "Why?" Lei Yu questioned, puzzled. "Because I no longer wish to involve myself in conflicts. I am past my prime," Jinbei explained softly. "Oh, then it seems there is nothing to be done. I had hoped we could venture together to rescue Ace. Alas, this is unfortunate. Poor Luffy, his brother meets such a fate," Lei Yu murmured, wiping away a tear as he spoke. "Wait." Just as Lei Yu reached the doorway, Jinbei called out to him. "Is there something you wish to say?" Lei Yu inquired. His expression innocent, which almost compelled Jinbei to strike him. "I will join you, but on the condition that we rescue Ace from the Navy headquarters," Jinbei stated earnestly. "Deal." Lei Yu snapped his fingers in agreement. After all, the mission is to rescue. What happens afterward is of little concern. It's a matter of seizing the opportunity. And I intend to be there under the guise of a rescue. Stormfoot Meteor. With a resounding crack, the sea stone binding Jinbei was shattered by Lei Yu's strike, freeing the fishman. "Hey, wait. Release me as well." At that moment, Crocodile, who had met Lei Yu previously, implored. "Are you also considering joining the revolutionary army of the underworld?" Lei Yu asked Crocodile with a detached gaze. "I will join," Crocodile replied eagerly. Recognizing that he would rather not remain confined in this desolate prison, he nodded vigorously, understanding this was his last chance. Should he miss it, he would have no opportunity for redemption. Starlight Spear. With a forceful blast, the sea stone binding Crocodile was obliterated, causing his pupils to constrict. "This fellow is truly extraordinary. He has grown significantly stronger." Ray looked at Crocodile's fearful gaze and smiled with satisfaction. He then led Jinbei and Crocodile outside. "Boss, are you going to release someone else?" At that moment, Crocodile, who stood beside Ray, inquired with a hint of eagerness. "Who?" Ray asked, showing a spark of interest. "The Water God." Crocodile's expression grew grave. "The Water God? Who is that?" Ray, unfamiliar with the title, asked in confusion. "The legendary user of the water fruit, imprisoned in the fabled 7th level. This water god was so powerful that he almost overthrew the entire navy and the world government single-handedly," Crocodile explained, his face bearing a serious demeanor. "So formidable?" Upon hearing Crocodile's words, Ray's pupils contracted. "Almost toppling the world government? How impressive." Indeed, had the individual not been weakened and exhausted, he would not have been captured. After all, the use of devil fruits has its limitations. They are not endless, Crocodile reflected. "Let us go take a look," Ray expressed, intrigued. "That person is a legendary existence. Perhaps we should refrain from going," Jinbei cautioned Ray, casting a sharp glance at Crocodile. "It's fine," Ray shook his head, indicating his indifference. Shortly after, Ray and his companions arrived at the legendary 7th level. Given the current state of the underwater prison, it was unlikely Ray could have breached it easily without significant defenses. With a resounding crash, a massive gate slowly opened, revealing a peculiar chamber before Ray and his companions. Inside sat a mysterious figure clad in black attire, their face obscured. "Oh, I never expected anyone to reach this place," the seated figure murmured upon noticing Ray and his companions. "You may leave. I am here to free you," Ray stated gently, then turned to leave with Jinbei and the others, not glancing back. The enigmatic figure watched Ray's retreating form and smiled faintly. In an instant, he transformed into a blue light and vanished from sight. "I, the water god, do not owe anyone a favor," echoed the mysterious man's voice in the void. But at that moment, Ray and his companions had already disappeared from the prison. Once outside, Crocodile looked at Ray, perplexed. "Boss, why did you leave so abruptly? What else was there to do? Time is of the essence, and I do not wish to miss anything. Moreover, that individual is too mysterious. It is best to let things unfold naturally," Ray replied nonchalantly. "What shall we do now?" Jinbei asked, gazing out at the vast sea. "We shall break through," Ray replied with a slight smile. However, just then, the entire impel down trembled inexplicably, and the sea surged, engulfing the prison. In a moment of crisis, Ray quickly shielded Jinbei and the others, then propelled the force skyward, causing the water to burst forth from impelled down. The tidal wave surged rapidly, appearing and disappearing in an instant. Who is aiding us? Ray wondered, gazing quizzically at the distant impel down. He couldn't comprehend it and chose not to dwell on it further. Instead, he sought out Khalifa and made his way toward the Navy headquarters. This world seems to hold some intrigue, the mysterious figure observed from above impelled down, smiling subtly at the vanishing forms of Ray and his companions. Unbeknownst to him, Ray was merely avoiding trouble for the moment. Right now, Ray's focus was on overcoming the challenges before him. As for the mysterious individual, as long as he posed no threat, Ray had no intention of intervening. After all, enemies of my enemy are my friends. Moreover, Ray feared no one, for he had yet to unleash the full potential of the Reincarnation Fruit. Even during his battle with Enel, he had only utilized the 6 paths of reincarnation. The fruit harbored even greater powers, which Ray would not employ unless absolutely necessary, for that power was terrifying, even to him. Captain, what should we do if we cannot enter? Khalifa inquired, staring at the immense justice gate before them. We shall blast it open, Ray declared, gazing at the gargantuan gate that resembled a celestial door with unwavering determination. What? Blast it open? Khalifa thought she had misheard, staring at Ray in disbelief. Boss, that seems unrealistic. Having witnessed Ray's overwhelming strength, Crocodile had submitted to him, realizing he had no other options. Though Ray had defeated him, indirectly sending him to impel down. He bore no grudges, after all. He had once been one of the 7 warlords of the sea and understood the importance of making the right choices in this world governed by strength. Do you not believe it? Ray then turned to Jinbei. This is utterly impossible. Not even Whitebeard could achieve such a feat. Jinbei shook his head, murmuring as he gazed at the colossal justice gate, which loomed like a mountain. Very well, let me demonstrate my power to you today. Ray resolved to showcase his formidable strength, aiming to impress both Jinbei and Crocodile while dispelling any lingering thoughts in Khalifa's mind. 200 million volts, Thunder God, he bellowed. With that, Ray's physique expanded, resembling a giant, radiating overwhelming lightning. Yet, even in this form, he appeared as an ant compared to the enormous justice gate. Flames ignited above Ray, enveloping him as if clad in a crimson armor. Technique of the body. Thunder God's explosive flame, 8 extremities collapse. With a swift punch infused with lightning and fire, he struck the air, creating minute cracks in the surrounding space that emitted a hissing sound. How can this be? He has destabilized the space with a mere punch? Is this truly the power of a human? Jinbei and Crocodile were left speechless, having never witnessed such a potent physical technique capable of shattering space. Whitebeard could only achieve such feats through the power of the Tremor Fruit. As for Khalifa, she was at a loss for words. Her perspective paled in comparison to that of Jinbei and Crocodile, and she found herself numb with astonishment at Ray's display of power. With a tremendous roar, the massive Justice Gate reverberated over the ocean. Concurrently, waves surged thousands of feet into the air, obscuring the sky. What is happening? The guards at the Justice Gate were taken aback, gazing in shock at the unfolding chaos. Report, sir. It seems someone is attacking the Justice Gate. A naval officer rushed in swiftly, reporting, What? An attack on the gates of justice? The commanding officer suddenly chuckled, looking at the naval officer with a playful expression. Are you joking with me? Which fool would dare to attack the gates of justice? He bellowed in outrage. Even a fool would not attempt such an assault, he added. At that moment, a violent tremor shook the ground, causing the officer's pupils to constrict as he swiftly glanced towards the distant gates of justice. A series of cracking sounds echoed, and the colossal gates began to show faint fissures, though they were too minuscule for the onlookers to notice. Failed. Of course. It was impossible to succeed. What was I expecting? Jinbei sighed, shaking his head. What a powerful attack. Crocodile remarked, witnessing the towering waves rising to the heavens, casting a colossal shadow over him. What immense explosive force is needed for this? Truly, the gates of justice are formidable. Lei Yu mused, watching the gates begin to give way, feeling a slight sense of resignation. However, the real spectacle was just beginning. Lei Yu's expression shifted, and he raised his fists once more. Explode for me. 8 extremes, stabilizing the universe. A thunderous crash resounded across the land, felt even at the distant naval headquarters. What is happening at the gates of justice? Sengoku questioned, visibly irritated, as he spoke into the transponder snail. Report, Marshal. Someone is attacking the gates of justice. Came a trembling voice from the other end. Oh, as long as they don't breach it, let them attack. The gates of justice, as long as they remain closed. No one shall enter, Sengoku declared confidently. Yet, as soon as his words fell, the gates seemed unable to withstand any longer. The smiling fissures rapidly expanded, triggering a chain reaction that caused the massive structure to fracture continuously. Boom. Another explosion erupted, shaking the earth, but this time the thunderous roar raised clouds of smoke, obscuring the enormity of the gates, leaving everyone uncertain of what transpired within. What is going on? What is happening? Sengoku roared back into the transponder snail, sensing the tremors again. The gates of justice have shattered. After an indeterminate time, a quivering voice relayed the news, leaving Sengoku momentarily stunned. What happened, Sengoku? Carp inquired, observing Sengoku's sudden daze. The gates of justice were destroyed, Sengoku murmured, as if lost in a dream. Damn it! Karp exclaimed upon hearing this revelation. Who did this? This is truly incredible. The gates of justice have never been breached since their establishment. Karp thought with excitement, showing no signs of sorrow. Meanwhile, Lei Yu, gazing at the countless fragments of the gates descending into the sea, nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the legendary 8 Extremes fist is extraordinary, he reflected, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him from the exertion. With a flash, Lei Yu reappeared on the pirate ship, standing effortlessly at the bow, exuding an aura akin to that of a war deity. Am I not dreaming? Crocodile murmured, slapping his forehead, staring at the mountain of debris before him. It seems I have not chosen wrongly. Perhaps a miracle will indeed unfold. Jinbei gazed at Lei Yu's proud figure, resembling a king, his heart filled with fervor. What did I just witness? The legendary gates of justice have been obliterated. Is this some sort of jest? Khalifa pondered, still unable to comprehend the sight of the debris filling the ocean. Farewell, Khalifa. You may return now, Lei Yu said gently without turning around. Return? Where do I go? Khalifa asked, momentarily stunned by Lei Yu's words. Do you not care for your CP9? You must know that once you cross these gates of justice, you shall sever ties with the Navy forever, Lei Yu explained softly. Do I have a choice? Khalifa replied with a bitter smile. Since the moment she boarded Lei Yu's ship, it seemed that her fate had been sealed. No, it should be said that the conclusion had been determined long before. During her infiltration into the iceberg. Of course, some might say that Lei Yu had too many women in his legend. In truth, he had his own thoughts. His actions were perilous, and he could not truly live as a pirate. Thus, he planned to send some of the women around him to Hancock's ship, as she was in need of crew members. Moreover, Hancock wished to form a pirate crew led by women. And this would be a perfect opportunity for Lei Yu to extend a favor, especially since Hancock was also one of his. Then it cannot be helped. Lei Yu nodded lightly. Since Khalifa had made her decision, he would say no more. Set sail. Amidst the astonished gazes of Jinbei and Crocodile, Lei Yu and his crew slowly made their way towards the naval headquarters. However, at that moment, a pirate ship was swiftly approaching their direction. Soon, it reached Lei Yu and his crew. It's you, Lei Yu exclaimed, surprised upon seeing the newcomer. Don't get the wrong idea. I am here to repay my life debt. The individual explained lightly upon seeing Lei Yu. I am Kid, and I saved you in hopes that you might join the Revolutionary Army. Of course, this is merely a title. You can continue being a pirate, much like the Navy's warlords of the sea, enjoying your freedom. What do you say? Lei Yu regarded the man before him, adorned with sunglasses and sporting red hair, exuding a rebellious aura. If it's just a title, then I shall join. Considering you saved my life, Lei Yu replied, and the man sighed after a moment of contemplation. Kid, you must be joking. If you don't wish to join me, feel free to leave. I will not abandon my savior. I, Kid, have never owed anyone a debt, Kid declared with solemnity. Ha, where is this drama coming from? Lei Yu smiled slightly at Kid's words. If you stay, I certainly cannot leave. After all, we are brothers, and you have saved my life. So be it. Kid made his decision. Welcome to both of you. Here are some benefits for you. With that, Lei Yu produced a silver fruit and handed it to Kid, stating, for the sake of opposing the world government, I must develop my own strength. To become an emperor, I need capable allies, as one person's abilities can be limited at times. What is this? Kid, in confusion, asked. I won't harm you. This fruit can transform your devil fruit, bringing it to perfection. You will understand once you consume it. Lei Yu spoke softly. Galigulu. Upon hearing Lei Yu's explanation, Kid wasted no time and devoured it without a second thought. Wow, that was quick. Are you not afraid it might be poison? Lei Yu inquired with a hint of amusement. Even if it is poison, I would still consume it. After all, you saved my life. And I fear nothing more than being indebted to others, Kid replied nonchalantly, showing no concern for whether Lei Yu's offering was toxic. What a pity. It seems you will never be able to repay the debt you owe me in this lifetime, Lei Yu remarked as he shrugged his shoulders lightly. What? Upon hearing Lei Yu's words, Kid's expression froze momentarily, but he soon sensed a change. He realized that his devil fruit seemed to be rapidly growing stronger. Bound by the terrain, Kid suddenly felt as though no matter where he was, it was all his domain. Now, take your time to explore the new powers of your devil fruit. I bestow upon you the title of Hades, known as Iron Armor. Wherever iron armor treads, ruin shall follow. I hope you will become a true god of war in the future, Lei Yu said, looking at Kid with great anticipation. Lei Yu believes that this day will not be far off, for the potential of Kid's devil fruit has already terrifyingly surpassed that of the thunder fruit. Of course, Lei Yu has now transcended the realm of devil fruits. Even without one, he can still stand tall among the masses. Mastering the 8 Extremes collapse. Lei Yu is brimming with confidence in his physical combat skills. However, this does not imply that he will abandon his devil fruit abilities. He is currently seeking a method to perfectly fuse the devil fruit with martial arts. With the likes of Sabaody Jinbi, Sand Crocodile, and the once illustrious ironclad Kid among his ranks, Lei Yu's underpinnings of the Nether King Revolutionary Army are beginning to take shape. Yet, this is still far from sufficient. Compared to the world government, Lei Yu's strength remains woefully inadequate. Setting aside the mysterious figure that has appeared, each of the 5 elders instills immense pressure upon him. Therefore, Rei Yu will not grow complacent. He is determined to continuously strengthen himself and expand his influence until the world government is obliterated. For the eternal emperor is the dream of every ambitious man, and who would not wish to indulge amidst the beauties of the realm while guiding the course of history. However, all of this remains somewhat distant for Rei Yu, who is still not among the four emperors. Although he possesses combat prowess on par with or even exceeding that of the four emperors, his foundational strength is somewhat lacking. Even if he has formed the Nether King Revolutionary Army, it cannot immediately manifest as a battle-ready force. Yes, the Nether King. Upon hearing Rei Yu's inspiring words, Kid feels a surge of optimism and confidence about the future. At this moment, Kid genuinely admires Rei Yu, whose formidable and enigmatic strength has effortlessly bestowed upon him such a remarkable fruit. While he may not voice it, Kid has firmly etched this in his heart. Just as Rei Yu stated, he will never be able to repay this favor in this lifetime. Remarkable, this individual's charisma is truly powerful. A master of manipulation, Jinbi reflects. Observing Rei Yu's actions, it seems that greater effort and training is required, as increasingly more individuals are becoming formidable. Sand Crocodile, naturally perceptive, senses Kid's transformation from the past to the present, which causes him to feel a growing sense of urgency. Although Sand Crocodile is confident in his own abilities, he has realized, since encountering such a prodigious talent as Rei Yu, that he is gradually becoming disconnected from those at the pinnacle of the world. He has relied too heavily on the powers of the devil fruit, and when confronted by someone like Rei Yu, he finds himself somewhat suppressed. The formidable threat posed by Kid reinforces Sand Crocodile's resolve to diligently hone his martial arts skills. All right, let us continue on our way. Rei Yu nods in satisfaction, speaking softly. Good. The group agrees, pressing onward toward the Navy headquarters. As they approach, the station Navy personnel, upon seeing Rei Yu and his companions, voluntarily step aside, allowing them to advance without obstruction. Those who smash the gates of justice should not be hindered. They are not even worthy of delivering vegetables. Thus, even the most foolish would not attempt to impede their passage, for such reckless behavior would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Without the Navy's interference, Rei Yu and his companions swiftly reached the vicinity of the Navy headquarters. However, upon their arrival, a grand ship soon comes into view, its striking flag causing Rei Yu's pupils to constrict. The Whitebeard Pirates, Rei Yu declares, each word laden with gravity. It is indeed here that the foremost of the four emperors resides, and the situation has become dire. Kira, gazing at the Whitebeard pirate ship, wears an expression of utmost seriousness. This is a battle between Whitebeard and the Navy, one destined to be recorded in history. Kid remarks, filled with awe. Indeed, to challenge the entire Navy single-handedly is a feat only the foremost of the four emperors could accomplish. Jinbi adds, his voice tinged with respect for the legendary figure. I see him as merely a blustering figure, yet perhaps only he can undertake such a challenge. Rei Yu muses, his tone imbued with a hint of regret. He cannot remain idle. I have heard that his health is deteriorating, and he seems to sense the end approaching. Thus, he must come, especially for Ace. Kira reflects, filled with a sense of melancholy. Let the performance commence. We should proceed. Rei Yu, without hesitation, swiftly leads Ironclad Kid and the others toward the Whitebeard pirate ship. Halt. Who goes there? A furious voice rings out as they approach. Let them pass. Simultaneously, an elder voice, resonant and powerful, commands attention. Yes, father. The pirate blocking their path steps aside, and soon, Rei Yu and his companions find themselves aboard the Whitebeard pirate ship, the foremost of the four emperors, Whitebeard. Rei Yu approaches the towering figure, akin to a small giant, flanked by Ironclad Kid and Jinbi. These are merely the titles bestowed upon those pirates, not to be taken seriously. You must be the rising star known as the Nether King. I have heard you defeated the previous Nether King and ascended to this position. Quite impressive. Whitebeard evaluates Rei Yu. Do not underestimate my modest achievements. They are merely trivial. Rei Yu responds humbly, a slight smile gracing his lips. Faced with the formidable presence of Whitebeard, Rei Yu feels a certain pressure, for the latter's strength and credentials are formidable. To speak candidly, Rei Yu was not even present when Whitebeard set sail. Thus, he holds deep respect for his elder. What brings you here? Is there something you wish to discuss? Whitebeard inquires with a warmth akin to that of a father gazing upon his child. I am here to offer assistance, Rei Yu replies. True to the rumors, Whitebeard exhibits no airs of superiority, treating others with kindness and loyalty. He is indeed a good man. However, such a disposition makes it difficult for him to become the Pirate King, as he is too virtuous. Roger, in contrast, was a figure who would massacre an entire city for his crew, akin to a mad dog. Anyone who provoked him would find no peace, for he would retaliate against their entire lineage. Assist me? Whitebeard's expression reveals a hint of amusement. Do you truly intend to face the entire Navy alone? Is that not possible? Rei Yu inquires gently. You should leave. I do not require your assistance. You are still too young. You are the hope for future pirates, and I would not want you to encounter trouble in such a place. I refuse to be a historical villain. Whitebeard contemplates briefly before declining. My goodness. This man is utterly incorrigible. He is still considering others at a time like this. Does he not realize his own impending doom, or has he prepared for it? Rei Yu finds himself perplexed by Whitebeard's demeanor. Ah, the generational divide between youth and age is indeed profound, Rei Yu sighs softly. Very well, if that is the case. We shall take our leave. Rei Yu promptly prepares to depart. Yes, it would be wise to vacate this place swiftly. Hearing Rei's words, Whitebeard nodded in satisfaction. Yet the subsequent statement left him momentarily stunned. Since they refuse to cooperate with us, let us face the entire Navy ourselves, Rei declared. Turning to Ironclad Kita and the others with a gentle tone. The crew aboard the Whitebeard ship were taken aback, their cheeks twitching in disbelief. Yet they couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Rei. They had already resolved to fight valiantly on their own, but never had they anticipated that someone would dare to oppose the world government to assist them. Moreover, this individual was a newcomer, which stirred a feeling of gratitude among the seasoned pirates. You truly have made this decision? Whitebeard asked Rei, his expression growing solemn. What? Rei responded softly, looking at Whitebeard. Very well, since that is your choice, I shall not pressure you. Today, the Whitebeard pirates owe you a debt. Should we have the opportunity to venture forth in the future, we shall repay you, Whitebeard stated with an air of gravity, as if addressing his crew. There will be opportunities, Rei replied with a slight smile towards the Whitebeard pirates. Then let us go, my lads. Join me in battle and rescue Ace. With that, Whitebeard's towering 6-meter frame surged to its feet, his arm raising dramatically as he bellowed, charge. In an instant, the Whitebeard ship accelerated, hurtling towards the Navy headquarters, its hull seemingly sprouting gears as it navigated the terrain, lifting from the sea to confront the naval stronghold. At last, he arrives, Whitebeard, Sengoku murmured, observing the advancing ship from above the Navy headquarters. This complicates matters. I never expected that the Dark King would also join the fray, Carp remarked, his brow furrowing slightly. This is not the time for such talk. Regardless of who arrives, we have no retreat now. We must fight. Sengoku's eyes burned with determination as he fixed his gaze on Whitebeard. The sky was clear and cloudless, a brilliant blue expanse occasionally dotted by soaring seagulls, with a gentle sea breeze caressing the tranquil waters. Yet, beneath this calm facade lurked the ferocity of hidden waves and imminent peril. The placid surface merely heralded the tempest to come. Boom. As Whitebeard finally reached the gates of the Navy headquarters, the ship came to a gradual halt, seemingly fulfilling its purpose. Whoosh. A flash of light heralded the appearance of the warlords of the sea. Rei, Hancock, from a distance, appeared to spot Rei, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she rushed toward him, only to halt upon noticing his gesture to remain still. Nevertheless, her infatuation was evident, though fortunately, no one else seemed to notice. Children, kill for me. Rescue Ace. Whitebeard, wielding the blade Sarayu, stood valiantly, akin to the mighty warrior Guan Yu. As he raised his arm and roared, kill, kill, kill. A swarm of pirates leapt from the ship, charging towards the Navy headquarters, igniting the battle. However, at that moment, a man brandishing a long sword swiftly lunged at Whitebeard's body with unparalleled speed. Unaware, Whitebeard stood defenseless, treating his crew like his own sons. As the blade neared Whitebeard, Rei appeared beside the assailant in an instant. Clang! The incoming sword was captured between Rei's fingers, the collision resonating like steel, sparks flying. Why? Whitebeard's heart raced in shock. Had it not been for Rei, he surely would have been struck. Though the wound would not have been fatal, it would have diminished his combat prowess. For he was still flesh and blood, and a wound would indeed inflict harm, especially given his already frail condition. Get lost. With a flick of his right hand, Rei sent the assailant soaring like a projectile, crashing heavily into the distance. Boom. With a thud, the man fell unconscious, blood trickling from his mouth, evidently injured. Had Whitebeard not been present, Rei might have dispatched him instantly. Why didn't you let him explain? Whitebeard questioned Rei, his expression darkening. For the crew were like sons to him, and he wished to protect them all. Whitebeard, do you know why you cannot become the Pirate King? Rei retorted, ignoring Whitebeard's inquiry. Why do you say such things? Whitebeard replied tersely, his mood souring. Moreover, I have no desire to be the Pirate King. All I seek is a family, he added, reflecting softly. Oh, Rei sighed gently. That man was incited by a Kainu to assassinate you. Rei's revelation left Whitebeard feeling exasperated. He had no desire to argue with Rei, understanding that each had their own aspirations. How unfortunate, Akainu mused, witnessing his plan unravel. You again. I've longed to kill you. And now you come to me, Dark King. This time, you shall witness the true Dark King. Akainu vowed, his countenance dark with malice as he gazed at Rei. Whitebeard. Truth be told, I yearn for a duel with you, but alas, the opportunity has slipped away, Rei said quietly to Whitebeard. Do you truly desire to engage? Whitebeard asked, a strange eagerness blossoming within him. Indeed, though the circumstances do not permit, Rei replied, observing the clash between pirates and navy, both sides yet to unleash their full strength. Let us keep it brief. How about 3 moves? No, 10 moves at most, Whitebeard proposed after some deliberation. Agreed. Hearing the words of the Whitebeard, Lei Yu's heart leapt with joy as he nodded vigorously. The king of the underworld. Father. At the same moment, both Lei Yu and the warriors beside Whitebeard shouted anxiously. For it was incomprehensible that they were engaged in internal conflict at such a critical juncture. Each of them felt a growing concern. Whitebeard's prowess was unquestionable. And as for Lei Yu, the foremost prodigy, the Whitebeard pirates would not underestimate him. There was no need for further discussion. Both Lei Yu and Whitebeard simultaneously halted their respective crews, creating distance between them as two overwhelming auras erupted with fervor. What is happening? Have they turned against each other? Standing atop the walls of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku observed the towering energies with bewilderment, unable to fathom how they had come to blows. Could it be an internal strife? Such a scenario would be fortuitous. It would be ideal if they both suffered mutual destruction. On the walls, Akainu was fervently contemplating this, yet at that moment, a figure adorned with a straw hat swiftly approached the Navy headquarters walls, unnoticed by anyone, concealed by the guise of a peculiar individual. At this juncture, the focus of the crowd was entirely captivated by Lei Yu and Whitebeard, inadvertently allowing this figure to seize a golden opportunity. Meanwhile, Lei Yu and Whitebeard had both disembarked from their ships, making their way to the surface of the sea. Lei Yu gazed at the countless assault boats relentlessly striking the naval headquarters, letting out a soft sigh. Indeed, the Whitebeard pirates were not mere bluster, boasting a formidable army, which explained their audacity to confront the Navy head-on. Just then, walls of confinement suddenly rose around Lei Yu and his companions, trapping them in the sea and along the shore, effectively severing the Whitebeard pirates' advance and isolating them from the naval headquarters. This golden opportunity could not be missed. Akainu, watching Lei Yu confront Whitebeard, felt a surge of madness upon seeing the encircled pirates. Die, you bunch of pirates, he roared. Meteor volcano. With a swift motion of his hands towards the sky, massive magma projectiles were launched upward, transforming the once azure sky into a fiery inferno. Boom, boom, boom. Enormous meteors cascaded from above, crashing down upon the trapped pirates, obliterating boats into flames that sank into the depths of the sea. Help! Help! The desperate cries of countless pirates echoed, causing Lei Yu's expression to shift. He had not anticipated Akainu's ruthlessness, dismissing human life so callously. Damn it! Whitebeard seethed, witnessing his sons being mercilessly assaulted. Even the usually benevolent Whitebeard was incensed. You have forced my hand. See quake. With a firm grasp of his hands, he seized the surrounding space, pulling it sharply, unleashing a thunderous roar that split the sea in two, revealing a colossal tidal wave before everyone's eyes. Simultaneously, the naval headquarters began to tilt precariously, trembling. Crack! A fissure appeared in the massive walls of the naval headquarters. With another resounding crash, the once tranquil sea erupted with its true, formidable power, towering waves surging towards the naval headquarters like a deluge. Help! Help! The Navy personnel now screamed in terror, witnessing the monstrous waves that seemed to engulf everything, their hearts gripped with fear. Ice Age. Just as the naval headquarters was on the brink of being submerged, Akiji intervened, placing his hands in the water, his pupils narrowing as the tumultuous waves began to freeze instantaneously. Moments later, the surrounding sea was completely encased in ice, saving countless pirates who gasped for breath on the surface, escaping the clutches of drowning. What a bunch of freaks! Lei Yu cursed under his breath, feeling a mix of admiration and discomfort as he witnessed the spectacle. Especially Akiji's Ice Age was undeniably impressive, while Whitebeard's Sea Quake was simply otherworldly, nearly consuming the entire naval headquarters. Had it not been for Akiji's Devil Fruit ability countering the sea, the naval headquarters might have been obliterated in an instant. Children, attack! Whitebeard bellowed, invigorating the rescued pirates, their morale soaring as they rallied behind the formidable figure of the strongest of the four emperors. His charisma ignited their spirits, driving them forward recklessly. Now, we can finally exchange a few blows. Satisfied with the escalating fervor, Whitebeard nodded at Lei Yu. Meanwhile, Akainu's expression darkened. Not only had he failed to eliminate a single opponent, but he had also demoralized his own forces while invigorating Whitebeard's. Furthermore, he had nullified the Navy's natural advantage of the sea, allowing the pirates to charge directly at the naval headquarters. Yet, he could not blame Akiji. Had it not been for him, the entire naval headquarters might have been lost, rendering the battle moot. He had severely underestimated the legendary Whitebeard. Although Whitebeard was aging, his combat prowess had not diminished. Bolstered by Lei Yu's support, he brimmed with confidence. However, he knew deep down that he would not escape this place alive, harboring two significant regrets that he yearned to fulfill, and thus, he sought to empower Lei Yu. Lei Yu's hand shimmered with arcs of lightning, among which a trace of purple emerged. This signified that Lei Yu had reached the pinnacle of mastery with the Thunder Fruit. The purple lightning he had cultivated was the most potent form of lightning he could summon. However, it was regrettable that he had only managed to conjure a mere wisp of this purple lightning, akin to Ace's Flame Emperor, and its usage demanded a substantial toll. Yet, at this moment, Lei Yu was undeterred by the prospect of battling the legendary Whitebeard. Unlike Ace, who possessed a penchant for sadistic enjoyment, Lei Yu had no desire to be subjected to Whitebeard's wrath. Thus, he knew he must exert every ounce of his strength. Should he be defeated in a single blow, he would feel he had let down the masses. Is this the legendary invincible Thunder Fruit of the natural type? Whitebeard inquired, observing the lightning radiating from Lei Yu with a slight smile. Indeed, Lei Yu nodded in affirmation. I have heard that you possess the powers of two devil fruits. Whitebeard posed another question. Lei Yu candidly acknowledged this, though it mattered little whether he confessed or not. For the fact of his dual devil fruit abilities had long since ceased to be sensational news. His previous battle with Rayleigh had already been the subject of fervent gossip among the masses. Very well. Today I shall witness the extraordinary individual who is the world's first to wield the powers of 2 devil fruits, Whitebeard declared, his gaze fixed on Lei Yu, filled with rare excitement. Lei Yu gazed at the exuberant Whitebeard, feeling a twinge of anxiety within. Why are you so excited? Today is just another day for me. Do you keep your image in check? Lei Yu muttered silently to himself. Yet, he yearned to witness the prowess of the man revered as the strongest in the world. To ascertain just how far he was from that lofty stature, he promptly cast aside his distractions and focused intently on Whitebeard, articulating each word with purpose. Excellent, Whitebeard responded, a rare glimmer of fervor igniting in his eyes as he nodded emphatically. With a swift motion, he swung the blade known as the Sarayu, unleashing a fierce gust that resonated through the air, preparing for the confrontation with Lei Yu. In an instant, a flash of lightning surged forth as Lei Yu, having gathered a significant amount of power, launched the first strike. He believed in taking the initiative rather than suffering the consequences of passivity. In the presence of Whitebeard, he had no pretensions, thus he resolved to attack first without hesitation. Thunder Goddess Essence, Thunder Goddess Explosive Fist. Come at me, Whitebeard thought to himself as he beheld Lei Yu's advance. He swiftly waved his blade to meet the oncoming fist of Lei Yu. Clang. The clash of their forces echoed like a metallic resonance as Lei Yu's fist collided with Whitebeard's weapon, sending sparks flying in all directions. Explode for me, Lei Yu bellowed. And his fist, imbued with blue lightning, erupted into a searing inferno of power. Interesting, does lightning birth fire? Whitebeard pondered, assuming that Lei Yu had mastered the powers of the thunder fruit to such an extent that flames were born from the thunder itself. Unawares that the flames were a result of Lei Yu's own explosive energy. Although Lei Yu could indeed conjure fire from lightning, it was a rare occurrence, primarily merely invoking the latent capabilities of his burning fruit. Boom. Lei Yu's fist detonated, forcing Whitebeard's blade backward. In their initial exchange, it seemed Lei Yu had the upper hand, though he alone understood that this strike was merely a hasty response, likely only a fraction of his true strength. Impressive. Truly worthy of the legendary Dark King, to withstand such a blow from the old man without faltering, murmured the crew aboard Whitebeard's ship, captivated by the exhilarating duel unfolding before their eyes. The entire Navy and pirate factions had momentarily halted to witness this extraordinary clash, with Sengoku and his comrades remaining silent, equally engrossed in the spectacle. This little fellow has made considerable progress, Karp observed, his admiration for Lei Yu growing. Could it be that he aims to usurp Whitebeard and ascend as the next emperor? Sengoku mused, a heavy weight resting upon his heart. Unbeknownst to them, a hat-wearing individual was brimming with excitement, seizing the moment with no one to impede him, sprinting towards the walls of the Navy headquarters. Ace, stationed atop those very walls, remained oblivious, his attention fixated on the clash between Lei Yu and Whitebeard. Have you come again? Though you were right, it is beyond my control, Ace sighed deeply. Watching Lei Yu engage in battle with Whitebeard, everyone disperse. As the intensity of the battle escalated, the Navy generals began to scatter, seeking to avoid collateral damage. Akainu, witnessing the formidable might of Whitebeard, wisely refrained from interference, for the loss of life among the Navy would serve no purpose. He was not a merciless killer, after all, or he would never have attained the rank of Fleet Admiral, though his brand of justice was undeniably extreme. With the thunderous sound of retreating footsteps, both pirates and Navy personnel hastily vacated the vicinity of Lei Yu and Whitebeard, creating a vast expanse between them. Strike with all your might, may you both suffer grievously, or meet your end together, thus sparing me the trouble of intervening later, Akainu observed quietly, watching the fierce combat unfold. Sengoku and his allies remained resolute. Yet they understood that even if neither combatant sustained injuries, the toll on their stamina would be immense. The more brutal the battle, the more it pleased Sengoku. He yearned for their fierce confrontation. Now we can truly unleash our power, Whitebeard declared, seemingly unconcerned with the retreating crowd, joyfully addressing Lei Yu. Having sensed the potential within his opponent from their earlier exchange, he found the prospect of encountering a worthy adversary exhilarating, perhaps a rare thrill for someone of his stature. It is now my turn to strike. Azure Dragon Fury. With a swift motion, a white slash surged towards Lei Yu, cleaving the earth and leaving a profound chasm in its wake. Physical technique. Dark King's rupture of heaven and earth. Swoosh. In an instant, Lei Yu soared into the air, emulating the technique of Rayleigh from that moment. Although it paled in comparison to Rayleigh's execution, it was commendable nonetheless, as it exuded a commendable aura. Ah, is that not the move of that fellow? Whitebeard's eyes widened in surprise upon witnessing Lei Yu's assault. With a thunderous roar, Lei Yu's white slash collided forcefully with Whitebeard's strike. Countless fragments of stone were sent flying in all directions as a colossal storm brewed between them, giving rise to a vast pit. A tempestuous wind surged around, causing Lei Yu's king of the underworld battle robe to rustle in the air. Whoosh. With a swift motion of his right hand, Lei Yu dispersed the surrounding dust and smoke in an instant. In the second exchange, neither side emerged victorious. Remarkable. The formidable figures aboard the Whitebeard pirate ship displayed expressions of astonishment. This was indeed an authentic attack from the Yonko, Whitebeard. One should not underestimate this seemingly minor slash, for it was infused with the formidable power of the Tremor Fruit. This scoundrel, how has he grown to such an extent? Had I known, I should have eliminated him long ago. He has truly become a significant threat. In the distance, Akainu's expression darkened immensely. Before Rei Yu stood Whitebeard, who was equally taken aback. Although he anticipated that his opponent would block the attack, he did not expect that they would do so with such little exertion. This was outrageous. Rei Yu felt a tingling sensation in his feet, cursing silently. It is well known that Rei Yu's physical durability is remarkable. Even if a mountain were to fall upon him, he would scarcely feel pain. However, the backlash he endured from the impact had left his feet somewhat numb. While his opponent appeared entirely unfazed, it seemed that Akainu's strength was indeed formidable. Previously dismissive of Akainu due to personal disdain, Rei Yu now regarded him with a serious demeanor. At that moment, Akainu and Whitebeard were locked in a fierce battle, with Whitebeard recently having suffered an illness that had enabled Akainu to pierce his body, ultimately leading to the devastating blow that nearly cost Whitebeard his life. Despite spitting blood, Whitebeard continued to fight, demonstrating his undeniable power. While Whitebeard's combat ability had significantly diminished, his final strike was still overwhelming enough to shatter the very ground of Marineford. It was evident that Whitebeard had put forth all his strength. However, even in his prime, he might not have matched the full might he once possessed. Nevertheless, that single punch was potent enough to eliminate any adversary. The failure to defeat Akainu underscored Akainu's capabilities. If there had been a colossal disparity in strength, Whitebeard could have obliterated Akainu with a single blow from the outset. After Whitebeard was stabbed, he could no longer dominate Akainu. All of Whitebeard's attacks were thwarted, and only when his fury surged did he nearly eliminate Akainu with one punch, albeit at the cost of half his own head. This situation indeed painted Akainu in a somewhat advantageous light, akin to the extraordinary circumstances surrounding Luffy and Blackbeard. However, when Whitebeard faced Blackbeard, he decisively overpowered him, revealing that Blackbeard was no match for Whitebeard, let alone Akainu. Thus, the power dynamics of this world appeared incomplete, perhaps indirectly highlighting the formidable nature of Akainu's devil fruit, which granted him exceptional resilience, far surpassing that of Blackbeard. Of course, all of this was merely Rei Yu's interpretation from watching television, yet reality was far more complex. The true Whitebeard was immensely powerful. Had it not been for Akainu's extraordinary abilities, even a wounded Whitebeard could have knocked him out. However, being pierced through the chest by Akainu had inflicted severe damage, compounded by his age and a significant reduction in speed, making it impossible for him to evade Akainu's attack. After all, Whitebeard had already coughed up blood before being struck through the chest. Determining who was stronger between the two was an impossible task, as the conditions were entirely unequal. Although it appeared that Akainu and Whitebeard fought to a standstill, with Akainu surviving Whitebeard's furious blow merely by spitting blood, it would be an exaggeration to claim that Akainu was on par with Whitebeard, let alone superior. If admirals possessed such immense power, the four emperors would have long been extinguished. The existence of the four emperors and the seven warlords was evidence that the Navy's strength was insufficient. Admirals could at best be considered roughly equal to the four emperors, but the notion of defeating one was laughable. While Rei Yu was lost in contemplation, Whitebeard, too, regarded Rei Yu with astonishment, unable to fathom the true extent of his opponent's strength. He mused that even if a four emperor were to receive his attack, it would not be so easily absorbed. His opponent appeared to excel in speed, being a user of the Rumble Fruit. Yet the choice to confront him head-on left Whitebeard feeling a sense of gratitude. After all, he was old, and over the years, his body had deteriorated to a critical extent, leaving him unable to perform high-speed maneuvers. Like an elderly man in his 70s or 80s, Whitebeard relied primarily on the power of the Tremor Fruit to engage in a direct confrontation. Otherwise, his frail body would struggle to keep up. As for Akainu, he showed no inclination to relent, preferring to take advantage of his own strengths. The destructive power of the Magma Fruit was indeed terrifying, and natural-type devil fruits generally possess formidable destructive capabilities. While the Magma Fruit sacrifices speed for greater destruction, it cannot rival the invincible Rumble Fruit within the natural category. Akainu's assassination of Ace was merely a stroke of misfortune, akin to a Sea King eliminating Shanks with a single blow. Under normal circumstances, such events were improbable. Slaying a natural-type devil fruit user was no simple feat. In contrast, Rei Yu's defeat of Enel stemmed from an extraordinary outburst of power, compounded by Enel's lack of abilities outside of his devil fruit. Otherwise, Rei Yu would not have triumphed. This is my third strike. You must be prepared to receive it. I am now serious. With that, Whitebeard raised his sword, the Shodai Kitetsu, before him, offering a warning to Rei Yu. Make your move, Rei Yu replied, his expression grave as he regarded Whitebeard. At that moment, the ground around them rapidly fractured, resembling a spider web, with Whitebeard at its epicenter, spreading outward. Spread out. A Navy rear admiral shouted to the surrounding troops. Yes, the Navy personnel swiftly retreated, for to remain in the face of impending death would be sheer folly. King of the underworld, what manner of monster are you? Sengoku, standing atop the walls of Marineford, gazed at Whitebeard, who seemed to be genuinely focused, and sighed inwardly. Had he known, he would have eradicated this man at any cost. Alas, it was a regrettable thought, as Sengoku mused to himself. How could such a prodigy be so easily slain? If it were that simple, would he be regarded as a being of such caliber? In response to Sengoku's musings, Garp dismissed them with scorn. Captain, the king of the underworld. Ironclad and Califa exchanged worried glances at Lei Yu, unconsciously clenching their fists, as the overwhelming pressure around them became almost unbearable. Receive my strike, Azure Dragon, War God. A resounding roar echoed through the heavens, as the ground erupted into a whirlwind, seemingly tearing the very fabric of reality. A white slash surged forth as if to cleave the sky itself, hurtling towards Lei Yu. 200 million volts, Thunder God. With a flash of violet light in his eyes, Lei Yu's stature rapidly increased, reaching a height comparable to Whitebeard's. His form crackled with blue lightning, illuminating the surroundings, and upon closer inspection, one could discern faint purple arcs within the blue currents. Thunder God's ascendant dragon. With a swift motion, a bolt of pale purple lightning surged forth from Lei Yu's right leg, slicing through the air as if to pierce the void itself. This was the most potent technique Lei Yu had mastered through the Navy's 6 forms, a harmonious fusion of his newfound prowess and the rumble fruit. Its might was not to be underestimated. With an explosive clash, a radiant white light collided with a brilliant blue glow. With a resounding crack, a vast chasm opened between Lei Yu and Whitebeard, reminiscent of a jellyfish unfurling its tendrils. A tempestuous wind swept across the land, forcefully displacing the Navy and pirates from miles away, as countless stones danced wildly in the air. The heavens and earth transformed, darkening as bolts of lightning began to converge above. What was happening? Was this the harbinger of the apocalypse? Countless marines and pirates gazed in astonishment at the ominous clouds obscuring the sky, accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder. The surrounding winds howled, making it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open as sand and debris swirled chaotically. It was truly astonishing. Was this the extent of Whitebeard's power? Hawkeye observed the immense rift in the earth with a sense of awe. However, amidst their intense standoff, with white and blue light splitting the sky, Whitebeard's expression suddenly shifted, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. Yet, this detail went unnoticed by anyone, as Whitebeard concealed it adeptly. He was old, undeniably old. It was surprising that merely exerting some strength caused his body to falter. As he regarded Lei Yu before him, a pang of regret surged within him. Just as Whitebeard contemplated retreating, Lei Yu unexpectedly withdrew first. This startled Whitebeard. It was not merely a matter of who would yield first, but rather that both their energies had reached a pinnacle. The one to retreat would inevitably suffer a backlash, not only affecting themselves but also their opponent. Whitebeard was acutely aware of his physical condition. He had sustained numerous injuries, yet his presence here was a testament to his indomitable will. Even if his head were to be severed, his body would not collapse. Whitebeard's resolve was no jest, it was at its zenith. As long as he did not wish to perish, death could not claim him instantly. He had traversed the threshold between humanity and the inhuman. Yet he harbored no hope of transcending it in this lifetime. In this world, few had ever managed to surpass that barrier, not even the legendary pirate king, Roger. Of course, that was the public narrative. What lay beneath the surface was unknown to him. Regardless, Whitebeard had never encountered such a phenomenon, and even if he did, he might not recognize it. Go. In an instant, Whitebeard's condition was not lost on Lei Yu. He realized that if he did not withdraw, he might inadvertently annihilate Whitebeard. Though the likelihood was minimal, Lei Yu dared not take the risk. He recalled the despicable moment when Akainu had exploited Whitebeard's vulnerability to deliver a treacherous blow, piercing his chest. It was evident how weak Whitebeard had been at that time. Whitebeard had yet to showcase his full prowess. Should he perish, it was imperative that his demise held significance. If Lei Yu were to eliminate him so abruptly, he would bear the weight of guilt, for he held a deep respect for Whitebeard, recognizing him as a commendable individual who had treated him well, even contemplating withdrawal without hesitation. Thus, to spare Whitebeard any regrets, Lei Yu resolved not to let him do so. He decided to take the initiative and withdraw first. In their encounter, Lei Yu had already gained invaluable insights, advancing his martial arts and deepening his understanding of the powers of lightning and haki. Lei Yu firmly believed that soon he would be able to infuse his attacks with an aura as formidable as that of Whitebeard. Alas, he underestimated the backlash of power. Despite his desperate attempt to evade and his use of elemental transformation, the attack delivered by Whitebeard contained a modicum of haki. Although not abundant, it was indeed present. And this strike could be deemed a full-force assault from Whitebeard at that moment. Compared to the blow he dealt to Akainu, this was significantly more impressive. After all, Whitebeard's strength had waned considerably during his confrontation with Akainu, or else Akainu would have been gravely injured, if not dead, and would not have had the audacity to stand against him. Even so, after being struck by Whitebeard, Akainu dared not approach him again, clearly intimidated by the encounter. However, it was merely luck on Akainu's part. Had Whitebeard not exhibited such mercy, and had it been Roger instead, with a ruthless intent to kill. Akainu would have faced a perilous fate. For cunning, calculating, and shameless individuals like Akainu, it was evident that Whitebeard would find himself at a disadvantage. Blackbeard and Akainu were akin to two sides of the same coin, and it was unfortunate for Whitebeard to encounter both. One cannot help but lament his misfortune. Yet, this was inevitable. The world cannot be populated solely by virtuous individuals. For every beacon of light, shadows lurk nearby. If not for Whitebeard's immense strength, he would have long since fallen victim to treachery. Indeed, benevolent souls often meet tragic ends. A crimson stream of blood erupted from Lei Yu, leaving his countenance ashen. He thought to himself that this tuition fee was exorbitantly steep, viewing this blow as a costly lesson learned from Whitebeard. Nevertheless, he found himself harboring some grievances. What an opportunity for a mutual downfall! Sengoku exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement as he noted the bloodied Lei Yu. Whitebeard, already in a precarious state, was disregarded by Sengoku. Though Whitebeard was undeniably formidable, age had dulled his edge. He could easily be outmaneuvered. Yet Lei Yu was different. Sengoku would prefer Whitebeard to emerge unscathed, while wishing for Lei Yu to be injured, for the latter posed an immense threat given his youth. The outcome was utterly unexpected, a mutual injury. While Whitebeard concealed his condition well, it could not escape Sengoku's keen perception. He was, after all, a true old fox in the game, surpassing even Akainu in cunning. Charge forth. Capture the king of the underworld at any cost. Sengoku commanded, his voice resonating like thunder, echoing across the heavens. Shameless. Upon hearing the words of Sengoku, Lei Yu could not help but curse internally, feeling a sense of helplessness wash over him. The audacity of it all. Just recalling the entire navy, along with the 7 warlords, ganging up on him made Lei Yu roll his eyes in exasperation. It seemed today was destined to be a day of losing propositions. At this moment, he resolved to harness the reincarnation power he had gathered over time. Sengoku's words sparked a surge of excitement within Akainu. The thought of killing Lei Yu was something he greatly desired. His urge to eliminate Whitebeard far surpassed his wish to vanquish Lei Yu, fueled by the latter's incessant provocations. He longed for Lei Yu's demise 1,000,000 times over. How shameless can the Navy be? Exclaimed Jinbei and others in outrage, their voices rising in a chorus of anger. Kill him. Protect the king of hell. The countless pirates roared in fury. However, while Sengoku and the others reveled in their triumph, a mysterious figure clad in black, donning a dark cape and possessing long, jet-black hair, descended from the skies above Marineford. This was none other than the man whom Lei Yu had rescued from the depths of the underwater prison. Known as the Water God by Crocodile, I had no intention of intervening, he mused. But given that he once saved my life and considering my past grievances with the Navy, I cannot refrain from acting this time. With a gentle motion, he extended his right hand towards the Marine headquarters. All truths lie within obliteration. Allow you to experience a fragment of the power of the laws I have comprehended over the years. The law of obliteration shall annihilate all. With a swift gesture, he grasped the air above Marineford, and dark lines appeared in the space around him, rapidly expanding like a spider's web, engulfing the skies above Marineford in an instant. What is happening? Sengoku exclaimed, his eyes widening in horror as he observed the black lines encircling him. We must retreat quickly. Sensing the imminent danger, Sengoku transformed into a colossal figure, shielding his fellow Marines as he descended from the walls. Akainu and the others quickly reacted, seizing Ace and retreating hastily. Yet, it was a certain straw-hatted individual who found himself in dire straits, having just climbed the walls in a desperate bid to rescue Ace, only to discover that Ace had already been taken. Boom. Just as the straw-hatted lad and the others stood in bewilderment, a thunderous roar echoed across the land, the skies darkening ominously. A massive, pitch-black hand loomed above, striking terror into all who beheld it. What kind of fruit ability is this? It's overwhelmingly powerful. Jinbei pondered in shock, realizing this was not merely a devil fruit ability but something akin to the power of loss. Even that faint essence surpassed many. Even he had not grasped the spatial force within the tremor fruit. Who was this person? Whitebeard stared in astonishment at the figure in the sky, muttering in disbelief. The power of loss. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, a door seemed to open wide before Lei Yu, illuminating his understanding. No wonder, no wonder. Even after mastering the 6 forms of the Navy, it felt as though he still hadn't reached the endpoint. So it was. Lei Yu murmured excitedly to himself. This was Lei Yu's fortune. Otherwise, he might have taken much longer to realize this. At this moment, he felt as though he stood upon the shoulders of giants, gaining a broader perspective through Whitebeard's insights. If memory served him right, this individual was a user of the water fruit, who had comprehended the law of obliteration through its abilities. What then was the law of my thunder fruit? Lei Yu mused, lost in thought. Alas, I have yet to reach the transformation stage. Such aspirations feel distant, yet they ignite my anticipation. Lei Yu instinctively glanced at the blue lightning in his hand. Crack. As everyone stood in utter shock, Marineford suddenly began to crack. Like a spider's web, the fissures expanding with a series of sharp cracks, echoing like thunder around them. Boom. After an unknown period, the grand and majestic Marine headquarters, Marineford, crumbled into countless fragments before their astonished eyes. collapsing to the ground and subsequently being engulfed by the surging waters that Lei Yu and Whitebeard had summoned. Gulp. The surrounding Marines instinctively swallowed hard, astonished. This was nothing short of a miracle. Could Whitebeard have achieved such a feat? No, he could not have done this. What in the world is this extraordinary being? A Marine colonel whispered in disbelief, gazing at the mysterious figure in black above. Only Sengoku and his companions seemed to recognize this individual, their expressions grave as they regarded the figure in the sky. Damn it! Who released this madman? The Navy is doomed. Another legendary figure has appeared. No. This person has transcended even legendary status. Sengoku cursed inwardly. This is troublesome, Karp observed, watching the destruction of the Marine headquarters with a serious expression. Meanwhile, Lei Yu had almost fully recovered and slowly rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he gazed upwards. Swish. The mysterious figure in the sky lightly flicked his hair, offering Lei Yu a cryptic smile before transforming into a soft blue light, disappearing from their view. What did this fellow mean? Lei Yu pondered, unable to discern the figure's features due to the distance. However, he felt no malice emanating from him, though a sense of confusion lingered in his mind. He left? He actually left? Just as Sengoku prepared for a desperate fight, the mysterious figure vanished, leaving Sengoku and his companions bewildered, caught between surprise and doubt. Damn it. Not only has he destroyed the Marine headquarters, but he has also squandered the best opportunity. That damn bastard. Akainu, despite having witnessed the figure's might, began to curse shamelessly once the figure departed. This prompted Akiji to cast a disdainful glance at Akainu. You were like a submissive child while he was here, and now you act all tough after he's gone. Whitebeard, thank you for fulfilling my wish. Now we can fight to our heart's content. Lei Yu spoke softly as he surveyed the gathered Marines. A small matter, Whitebeard replied, sensing Lei Yu's newfound strength and the more restrained aura he now exuded. He understood why Lei Yu was able to learn Rayleigh's techniques. The young man's talent was indeed extraordinary. Yet, Whitebeard felt a sense of joy in his heart, for he had high hopes for Lei Yu. And seeing him acquire skills from himself brought him happiness. Swish. Whitebeard swung his blade, the quake sword, with great force, summoning a fierce wind. Children, follow me and slay. With his long knife pointed forward, Whitebeard's voice thundered like a storm, unleashing a fierce roar. Kill, kill, kill. The surrounding pirates were ignited by his fervor, their furious howls echoing in response to the destruction of the Navy headquarters, causing the morale of the Navy to plummet. The balance shifted dramatically. The pirates now appeared unstoppable, exuding an air of invincibility. Humph, a bunch of worthless air wasters. Get lost. With a resounding crash, Akainu joined the fray, sweeping through a large number of pirates with a single motion, sending them flying. Whitebeard, let me have a taste of you, he declared, excitedly. Mihawk brandished one of his 12 swords, the cross-shaped blade, striking heavily at the advancing Whitebeard. You shall not succeed. In that moment, a man whose body shimmered like diamond appeared, blocking Mihawk's attack and eliciting a hint of surprise from him. Is that the 3rd Division commander, Diamond Jozu? Mihawk murmured softly, then withdrew his assault. After all, he was merely testing the waters. He was no fool to engage in battle with Whitebeard. If Whitebeard emerged unscathed, it would be the warlords who would suffer, given their status as pirates themselves. Although Mihawk refrained from exerting much effort, the other warlords displayed a different demeanor. While they lacked enthusiasm, they effortlessly thwarted the attacking pirates, halting their advance. This is not good. Suddenly, a flash of golden light darted towards Whitebeard. However, a pale blue flame emerged before Kizaru, blocking his path. The 1st Division commander, the Phoenix Marco? Kizaru remarked, gazing at the figure before him. I will not allow you to pass, Marco declared resolutely, standing firm in front of Kizaru. Are you certain you can achieve that? Kizaru replied with a slight smile, his gaze playful. How would you know unless you try? Marco retorted, unflinching in the face of Kizaru's presence. Such audacity. Lightspeed kick. Kizaru unleashed a swift kick aimed directly at Marco, opting for action rather than words, as the Navy clearly found itself at a disadvantage, even compelling Kizaru to exert himself. While Kizaru engaged Marco, Akiji stood before another man, blocking Raijin's path, while Akainu positioned himself before Whitebeard. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew, hidden in the shadows, were also intercepted by Garp. All the top-tier powers had now entered the fray, and it was evident that the Navy, bolstered by the support of the warlords, held the upper hand against Whitebeard's pirate crew. Akainu, is it? Whitebeard mused, eyeing the man obstructing his advance, before launching a powerful punch towards him. Akainu, adept at offense, relished the opportunity to clash head-on with Whitebeard. His right hand formed a fist, and an immense surge of magma enveloped it, creating a magma fist that collided fiercely with Whitebeard's attack. With each resounding impact, it seemed as though Akainu and Whitebeard were evenly matched. What a formidable magma fruit. Its attack power rivals that of the thunder fruit, perhaps even surpassing it, Whitebeard thought to himself. Recognizing that while the thunder fruit required a buildup of energy for increased strength, the magma fruit maintained its maximum power output without such a prerequisite. However, the potential of the magma fruit paled in comparison to that of the flame and thunder fruits. While magma was indeed powerful, it remained confined within its elemental limits. reaching temperatures of only a few thousand degrees at most. In contrast, both the flame and thunder fruits possessed no such bounds, their capabilities limitless. Thunder can manifest as mere lightning or as the profound celestial thunder, while fire can be both ordinary flames or the fierce fire of the sun. However, such distinctions rely heavily on the capabilities of those who wield the fruits of power. Should one fail to harness their potential adequately, they would undoubtedly falter against even a mediocre magma fruit. After all, even a lackluster magma fruit surpasses ordinary fire, and the thunder fruit holds an edge over the flame fruit. Even the weakest lightning should not be underestimated. Thus, Akainu's endurance and stamina in battle are remarkably exceptional. As he does not require explosive bursts of power, he remains perpetually at his peak, unlike those formidable figures who only reveal their might later in the encounter. When faced with Akainu, they are often vanquished before they even have a chance to unleash their full strength. Therefore, confronting Akainu requires one to unleash their ultimate abilities without delay, as engaging in a war of attrition against him is undeniably unwise. He maintains formidable combat prowess at all times, a feat beyond the reach of other power users. Even after receiving a blow from Whitebeard, he continued to fight, thanks to his devil fruit. The disparity between weakened magma and peak magma is not as vast as one might think. Magma, even at its lowest temperature, reaches several hundred degrees, far exceeding ordinary flames, making it a challenge for any ordinary person to withstand. However, Whitebeard seemingly remains unaware of this fact. Coupled with his inherently merciful nature, he is unlikely to strike with lethal intent from the outset. Thus, he smiles, as if teaching a child to fight, while exchanging blows with Akainu. You better be ready. I'm serious this time. Due to his physical condition, Whitebeard cannot engage in high-speed maneuvers, so he willingly confronts Akainu head-on, extending his hand in greeting. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Akainu's expression grows serious. Previously, he had considered himself among the top 2 in the world. Yet now he perceives Whitebeard's strength has risen to another level. The fact that his opponent could smile while holding him to a standstill, despite having exerted all his strength, is disconcerting. Meanwhile, on another front, King of the Underworld, do you recall the 10 billion you owe me? Doflamingo remarks to Rei Yu with a smile. Who are you referring to? Rei Yu feigns ignorance, fully aware of the answer. Have you forgotten so soon? Truly, the wealthy are often forgetful. At the last auction, you bid 10 billion but failed to pay, Doflamingo retorts, his expression darkening. I owe you nothing. I obtained what I wanted. I hadn't even sought recompense from you. So, it was you who ran that auction house. I thought it was someone lacking in morals. Rei Yu responds with a hint of mockery. Very well. Doflamingo glares at Rei Yu, his tone heavy with displeasure. Enough of your nonsense. I am not one to be trifled with. Rei Yu counters dismissively. Admiral Rei Yu, it is a surprise to see how far you've come and so swiftly, Akiji remarks with a smile, disregarding the tension between Rei Yu and Doflamingo. I did not expect our paths to cross in this manner, Rei Yu replies, his words somewhat insincere, as he holds a favorable view of Akiji. Admiral Akiji, should the day come when the Navy can no longer accommodate you, the gates of the underworld will always remain open, Rei Yu invites. How could that be possible? I am an admiral of the Navy. They would never cast me aside. Akiji responds with a smile, disbelief evident in his expression. Is that so? What if Akainu becomes fleet admiral? Rei Yu muses, a playful glint in his eyes. That is impossible. Akiji's expression shifts, though he quickly regains his composure. You should return. I will not let you pass, Akiji advises Rei kindly. And I will certainly move forward, Rei Yu asserts confidently. Damn it. Doflamingo, feeling utterly disregarded, fumes silently at being ignored by both Akiji and Rei Yu, his pride wounded. Enough of this chatter. Prepare to receive my attack. Thread shot, a sharp line, akin to a sword, swiftly darts toward Rei Yu. Is this the pirate version of Donfang Booby? Rei Yu muses with amusement at Doflamingo's antics. What kind of look is that? Doflamingo, feeling a shiver run down his spine from Rei Yu's gaze, shouts in anger. With a mere flick of his right hand, Rei Yu deflects the incoming thread, producing a resonant clash. You are insufficient. Rei Yu provocatively gestures with his middle finger. Arrogant. 5-color thread. With a swift motion, Doflamingo propels himself into the air, launching a barrage of sharp threads toward Rei Yu. With a thunderous explosion, Rei Yu's body is marked with deep cuts, his King of the Underworld attire shredded, revealing the lightning within. As arcs of electricity flicker, Rei Yu's wounds gradually heal, returning to their original state. Such minor hockey has no effect on me. Rei Yu, transformed since his battle with Whitebeard, has significantly enhanced his mastery over hockey and his devil fruit. Doflamingo's attack, imbued with hockey, is effortlessly nullified by Rei Yu's own, causing no substantial harm. Curse it. Doflamingo's pupils constrict at the sight of Rei Yu unharmed. Rapid freeze. At that moment, Akiji lightly stomps his foot, and the surrounding ice instantly refreezes, transforming countless stones into ice blocks that rapidly encase Rei Yu. In mere moments, Rei Yu is encased in ice, resembling a frozen sculpture. Now, let's see how you boast. Prepare to meet your end. Doflamingo exclaims, elated at Rei Yu's frozen state. Super whip. An invisible thread slices through the air, aiming for Rei Yu with lethal intent. certain to shatter him. Stop! Akiji, witnessing Doflamingo's unprovoked attack, erupts in fury, roaring at him. He only intends to prevent harm. He has no desire to kill or for Rei to perish due to his inaction. However, Doflamingo, consumed by anger, relentlessly strikes at Rei without heed. With a resonating boom, the ice surrounding Rei shatters, scattering fragments everywhere. Humph! Now you shall surely meet your demise. Doflamingo gazed at the shattered Lei Yu, a sense of triumph swelling within him. The mere thought of Lei Yu's pretentious gaze ignited a fierce anger in Doflamingo's heart. Meanwhile, Akiji, observing the myriad fragments of ice scattered before him, let out a heavy sigh, displaying a visage of deep regret. Just as both Akiji and Doflamingo believed Lei Yu was finished, a bolt of blue lightning appeared beside Doflamingo. Enjoying yourself, are we? Now it's my turn to strike. Lei Yu's massive form materialized behind Doflamingo, calmly addressing him. Impossible. Doflamingo's countenance quivered in disbelief. Akin to seeing a specter, his expression a mixture of shock and trepidation. However, before Doflamingo could evade, Lei Yu's fist had already manifested before him. Blazing fist. With a thunderous impact, Lei Yu's punch collided with Doflamingo, sending him soaring through the air, crashing into a distant wall and creating a deep indentation. Though Lei Yu had experimented with integrating haki into his attack, the results paled in comparison to Whitebeard's prowess. Nonetheless, he had grasped a glimmer of insight. With gradual practice, mastery would soon follow. Yet, even so, Doflamingo was sent reeling, blood spewing from his mouth. Has the lightning element been activated? Akiji, witnessing Lei Yu's resilience, breathed a sigh of relief, murmuring softly, "Indeed, without the infusion of haki in my attacks, I find myself unable to inflict any harm on him. Truly, he deserves the title of the Underworld King." Akiji pondered gravely, realizing he had underestimated the situation. Parasite strings. At that moment, several invisible threads rapidly ensnared Lei Yu's body, binding his arms tightly. Now you can't escape. Doflamingo, rising from the ground and wiping the blood from his lips, laughed heartily. It seems the relentless spirit truly does not die until one reaches the Yellow River. With a sudden burst, a layer of crimson flames erupted from Lei Yu's body, incinerating the invisible threads that bound him in an instant. The severed strands emitted a series of sharp snaps. Thunderfire. Both Akiji and Doflamingo instinctively recognized this as Lei Yu's devil fruit ability pushed to its limits, leaving them astonished. Come at me together. Rei Yu gazed at Akainu and Don Quixote Doflamingo, his hands raised with an air of audacity. Seeking death, he declared, provoked repeatedly by Rei Yu. Doflamingo was consumed by a profound fury. Birdcage. With a flurry of movement, countless threads materialized around them, enveloping an area spanning 100 miles. Super Whip. A swift, invisible thread shot toward Rei Yu, its color a deep black, evidently infused with a substantial amount of haki. In an instant, in a flash, Lei Yu vanished from his original position, only to reappear at a distance. With a resounding crash, a stone pillar in the far-off vicinity split in two and collapsed to the ground, creating a vast crater. Indeed, a promising talent. Unbeknownst to him, the previously vanished mysterious figure in black re-emerged in the sky, observing Lei Yu's battle with evident satisfaction. The powers of thunder and fire are both forces of destruction that resonate with the essence of my path of annihilation. It appears we are fated to cross paths. After such prolonged solitude, I cannot afford to overlook this budding talent. Although this young man harbors a divine-slaying power within him, he seems entirely oblivious to its utilization, a fortunate encounter for him to meet me. The enigmatic figure murmured to himself in the air, reveling in his unexpected fortune. How fortunate I am, truly favored by the heavens. It is far easier to acquire an army than to find a worthy disciple, especially one like him. Thus, the mysterious figure felt immense joy. Compressed cold air bullets. Regardless of the mysterious figure's delight above, the battle below raged on with unparalleled intensity. To impede Lei Yu, Akiji reluctantly teamed up with Doflamingo. Though he held disdain, Akiji had no choice. He could not simply allow Lei Yu to escape unscathed. With a swish, a cyan cold air projectile surged towards Lei Yu like a bullet. This type of projectile would immobilize even a giant upon impact, showcasing its formidable power. While Lei Yu could elementalize his body, he was not entirely immune to the opponent's attacks. Thus, he flickered once more, vanishing from sight. Humph, facing two opponents? What is there to fear? Instantaneously, Rei Yu observed the bullet veering off course. Then his body flickered once more as he charged towards Akiji. What an impressive power of the rumble fruit, such astonishing speed. Akiji, witnessing his opponent effortlessly evade his attack again, felt a jolt in his heart. The only one capable of dodging his strikes with such ease was Kizuru. He never anticipated that his adversary's velocity could rival that of Kizuru, and furthermore, the destructive force of his attacks far surpassed Kizaru's. This realization deepened Akiji's solemn expression, as he reminisced about the days when Rei Yu was just a mere Navy soldier, making him acutely aware of his own advancing age. Armed with the Galefoot meteor, boom, a dark meteor hurtled towards Akiji's body with tremendous force. Rapid freeze. As Rei Yu made contact with Akiji's form, a multitude of ice shards rapidly crystallized around Akiji, spreading in all directions. Fortunately, Rei Yu's right foot was imbued with haki. Otherwise, this strike would have been sufficient to encase him in ice once more. Crack! The ice surrounding Aokiji swiftly fractured, shattering into countless fragments. Break for me. Gale foot rising dragon. Boom. In a swift maneuver, Rei Yu executed a 720-degree flip and struck fiercely at Aokiji once again, sending him flying with a powerful kick. 5 colored threads. At that moment, Dakihote Doflamingo appeared behind Rei Yu, his razor-sharp 5 colored threads slicing through the air towards Rei Yu. Thunderous dragon of lightning. Roar. With a forceful swing of his right fist, a blue thunder dragon erupted from Rei Yu's punch, racing towards the advancing Doflamingo. Boom. The thunder dragon collided violently with Doflamingo's 5 colored threads, creating a stalemate in midair as neither side seemed to gain the upper hand. Explode for me. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the thunder dragon before Doflamingo detonated, causing his pupils to constrict as he swiftly ascended into the sky, narrowly evading danger. Observation haki, is it? Yet, there's still a long way to go. Descend for me. Armed enhanced explosive flame fist. Boom. A fist radiating with flames and lightning struck forcefully against Doflamingo's body. However, this time, Rei Yu's fist did not turn black, indicating that his haki had only just begun to merge with his attack. Boom. Doflamingo's body plummeted heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Swish. With a swift motion of his right hand, Lei Yu sent the surrounding dust flying as he approached Doflamingo. Thud. Doflamingo rose from the ground, spitting blood, his face a mask of shock as he gazed at Lei Yu. The latter's speed was astonishing, almost rivaling that of Kizuru, yet his attacks were far more potent. Could this man be invincible? Doflamingo pondered in disbelief. Just as Lei Yu was about to finish him off, a mysterious figure appeared before him. Who are you? Lei Yu inquired, regarding the masked stranger with a wary expression. Fear not. I mean you no harm. I merely wish to befriend you. I see great potential in you, and I am concerned you might tread a dark path, so I come to offer my assistance, the stranger replied, observing Lei Yu with a gentle gaze. Assist me? I believe it was I who saved your life, Lei Yu retorted with a hint of disdain. Listen, this world is far more complex than you realize. The mysterious man cautioned, his expression growing serious. Your strength is still lacking, and your arrogance is detrimental. While I do not claim to be invincible, there are few in this world who can defeat me, Lei Yu proclaimed proudly. Very well, allow me to demonstrate the true power of this world, the mysterious man said. Understanding that someone like Lei Yu would never concede easily, he felt it necessary to showcase his own strength to temper Lei Yu's pride, for he had once been sealed away for similar arrogance. Whoosh. As the mysterious man finished speaking, his finger suddenly appeared on Lei Yu's forehead, causing Lei Yu's pupils to constrict. How could he move so swiftly? Is this a power derived from a devil fruit? This is terrifying, Lei Yu thought, instinctively activating his reincarnation power. The mysterious man defeated Lei Yu with a single move, but upon seeing Lei Yu's desperate stance, he hastily clarified, Wait. I harbor no intention of harming you. I merely wish to show you a different kind of power in this world. Oh, what kind of power? Lei Yu asked, sensing no malice from the stranger, who could have easily inflicted severe injury upon him. His curiosity piqued. The power of the loss. Close your eyes, and I will demonstrate. The mysterious man instructed gently. All right. Lei Yu, emboldened by his reincarnation power, was unafraid of any tricks. If the stranger could indeed offer him guidance, it would be an unexpected boon, for Lei Yu was utterly ignorant of the laws. If he could receive even a modicum of instruction, it would be an unimaginable treasure, as even Whitebeard had only a cursory understanding. As Lei Yu closed his eyes, an overwhelming force of destruction surged through the heavens and the earth, sending shockwaves through his mind. He envisioned cataclysmic scenes of celestial bodies collapsing, as if he were caught in a dream. A punch, exploding stars, a blade, cleaving constellations, an axe, shattering the world, a kick, fracturing the cosmos. The vivid imagery left an indelible mark on Lei Yu's memory. Should the power of the laws be unlocked, it would open a new door for him, expanding his horizons beyond that of a mere frog in a well. Is this all real? Lei Yu murmured after what felt like an eternity, finally awakening from his reverie. It is real, but still beyond your reach. You must recognize the power of this world. Even this alone requires your utmost effort, the mysterious man replied, satisfied with Lei Yu's reaction. I wish to learn your destructive laws, Lei Yu declared earnestly. That is not possible. The enigmatic figure refused. Why not? Do you wish for me to bow to you as my master? Lei Yu asked, raising an eyebrow skeptically. What is wrong with that? After all, I am a resident of this world, but I have not asked you to be my disciple. Should you wish to, I would not comply. The mysterious man said with an air of superiority. How pretentious. This is a classic case of wanting to entice while withholding, Lei Yu thought disdainfully. Master, Lei Yu called out in exasperation, realizing his deep yearning for the laws. Very well, the mysterious man relented, pleased to see Lei Yu submitting. First, grasp the laws of thunder, and then I shall introduce you to the laws of destruction. This way, your comprehension will deepen. I possess some insights into the laws of thunder, which I will impart to you. With that, the mysterious man pointed gently at Lei Yu once more. By the way, Master, do you have a welcoming gift? Lei Yu asked insidiously, eyeing the stranger. "Oh, I seem to have forgotten this time. Next time, I shall definitely bring something." The mysterious man hastily replied before vanishing in an instant, leaving no trace. "How stingy," Lei Yu muttered, but his thoughts of cultivating the thunder fruit crossed his mind. Excitement surged within him. This so-called master was not a waste after all. However, Lei Yu felt a twinge of disappointment at not having extorted a valuable treasure. He decided that the next time he encountered the mysterious man, he would demand at least 10 billion in riches. Fortunately, the enigmatic figure was unaware, otherwise he might regret taking on such a reckless disciple. Now, it was time to settle the score. Lei Yu glanced toward the distant Doflamingo, only to find he had already fled. Damn, he runs fast. Lei Yu cursed under his breath. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, Whitebeard and Akainu continued their fierce clash. Whitebeard, already in a weakened state, found his condition deteriorating further due to the relentless exchanges. Cough. Blood spilled from Whitebeard's mouth, crimson droplets trailing down his chin. In that moment, it seemed to kind of seize the opportunity. Dog of the underworld. Boom. His magma-infused fist pierced through Whitebeard's chest. Whitebeard, staring at the ambushing Akainu, felt his pupils constrict. Boy, you still have a long way to go. Get lost. Azure Dragon Slash. Whoosh. With a graceful flick of his right hand, Whitebeard unleashed a wave of white blade energy toward Akainu. Boom. Akainu, unable to evade the incoming attack, was struck directly, his body colliding with the ground like a deflated ball. However, due to his magma transformation, Whitebeard's strike only broke through Akainu's outer magma layer, leaving him unscathed internally. In contrast, Whitebeard now bore a gaping hole in his chest. Drip, drip, drip blood fell onto the icy ground, echoing like a death knell. Father. As the Whitebeard pirates witnessed the unfolding scene, their emotions surged. Rage, shock, and a complex mix of worry filled the air. With a swift motion, Whitebeard, seemingly detached from his own body, brandished his blade, the Enma, and declared, "This minor injury means nothing. Fight for me." His gaze shifted toward the distant Ace, still bound. With the Marine headquarters in ruins, Whitebeard and his crew were now perilously close to Ace. In such dire circumstances, how could Whitebeard falter? It was absurd. He was a man who could continue fighting despite grievous wounds, his spirit transcending the limitations of flesh, driven solely by an indomitable will. He believed, if one day I become weak, it will not be due to age or rust upon my blade, but because there is no one left for me to protect. Hence, as long as Ace lived, Whitebeard could not be vanquished. His resolve to rescue Ace had become an invincible conviction that overshadowed his physical state. Such a monster. Akainu thought bitterly, watching as the gaping hole in Whitebeard's chest did not hinder his spirit. Just then, a Marine commander charged forward, wielding his sword against Whitebeard. Get lost. Whitebeard thundered. And with a single punch, he sent the commander crashing to the ground, bloodied and unconscious. The disparity in strength between a commander and an admiral was glaringly evident. Meanwhile, Ryu, having grasped a fragment of the principles of lightning, prepared to assist Whitebeard, only to be intercepted by three formidable figures, Sengoku, Akiji, and Mihawk. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on him. Pluto, stand down. We wish to avoid conflict with you today, Sengoku spoke first. Apologies, but I must pass. Ryu replied with a slight smile, though anxiety churned within him. The trio before him rivaled the strongest of admirals, perhaps even surpassing them. Despite previously defeating Akiji and Doflamingo in a one-on-two confrontation, Doflamingo had been significantly weakened at that time. Now, he faced genuine powerhouses. Sengoku's strength was undoubtedly beyond that of an admiral. Akiji was a true admiral, and Mihawk was rumored to possess power comparable to that of the four emperors. Rei confronted an unprecedented challenge. Had it not been for the guidance of his mysterious mentor, he might have retreated in the face of such overwhelming odds. It was laughable. Even Whitebeard might struggle against such a formidable lineup, especially in his current condition. Are you truly prepared to die here? Sengoku's expression darkened as he glared at Rhea. The Marines had suffered significant losses, with a substantial portion of their strength now depleted. Rhea's formidable allies were already straining the Marines, and with the addition of Rhea's own formidable fighters, the situation was perilously tilted against the Navy. Fortuitously aided by a few warlords of the sea, Sengoku could not afford to waste time, as each moment counted against the Marines' survival. Yet, he was taken aback by the tenacity of Ryu, who refused to yield. Do you truly believe you possess the strength to challenge me? If so, then let me perish. Ryu boldly declared, unperturbed by Sengoku's threats. With the backing of his enigmatic mentor, Ryu felt invincible, scoffing at the notion of danger. Well, you have certainly provoked my ire. Originally, I intended to overlook your insolence because of your past as a Navy captain, but since you have come this far, you shall not leave. Sengoku's humiliation was palpable. He had personally intervened, yet the opponent showed him no respect, a blatant affront he had not experienced in ages. Ice Blade. Akiji launched the first strike, sending a shard of ice slicing toward Ryu. At the moment of contact, Ryu's body froze instantly, encased in ice. While I admire your courage, I am compelled to act, Mihawk sighed, unsheathing his cross-shaped sword and unleashing a wave of lethal sword energy toward Ryu. With a thunderous explosion, Ryu's frozen form shattered. Yet a flicker of blue light appeared behind Mihawk. Too slow, Rhea murmured, swiftly delivering a powerful punch aimed at Mihawk's back. In the blink of an eye, Mihawk vanished from sight, reappearing at a distance, causing Rhea's eyes to widen in disbelief. Is it possible he could evade my attack? Rhea thought incredulously, staring at the elusive swordsman. Impressive, Rhea mused, gazing at Mihawk with fervent admiration. If he could be persuaded to join the Revolutionary Army, he would be an unparalleled asset. Though the challenge is formidable, unbeknownst to Mihawk, he had caught the attention of someone who was clearly intent on challenging him. Buddha's palm. At that moment, a colossal golden hand swiftly lunged toward Lei Yu, causing his pupils to contract. How swift! As Lei Yu pushed his physical and mental capabilities to their limits, he felt a powerful gust of energy surge through his body. The armor of the underworld king worn by Lei Yu was pierced, revealing a surge of blue lightning. Elemental transformation? No wonder Sengoku's expression turned grave as he observed Lei Yu retreating into the distance. The Buddha of Sengoku truly lives up to his reputation. Indeed worthy of being on par with Carp. Lei Yu's face mirrored the intensity in his gaze as he regarded his opponent. I spire wheel. Swoosh. At that moment, countless ice spears shot rapidly toward Lei Yu. Bang, 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 bang. The body of Lei Yu flickered incessantly, and icy spears plummeted to the ground, creating deep craters. Bang. Ultimately, one ice spear struck Lei Yu, piercing through his body. Yet, in a flash of lightning, he restored himself once more. 2 strikes. Eagle Eye, once again grasping the cross knife in hand, gently swung it towards Lei Yu. Whoosh. A slicing attack, imbued with dark radiance, rapidly surged towards Lei Yu. In that fleeting moment of peril, Lei Yu summoned his mental prowess to its utmost limit, executing a 360-degree spin that almost contorted his form beyond recognition. Zing. Nevertheless, he was grazed by a blade of energy upon his arm, leaving a gash that opened up instantly. Such formidable dominance. Crackle. As the wound on Lei Yu's arm sparked with electricity, he endured the excruciating pain as the injury gradually healed, his expression growing increasingly grave. But the ordeal was far from over. Where do you think you're looking? Hiya. With a thunderous roar from the Buddha of War, a pair of golden hands descended once again upon Lei Yu. Damn it, this is what you forced upon me. 200 million volts of thunder god. Boom. The very earth around Lei Yu fractured instantaneously, and his body erupted with a cataclysmic thunder, obliterating everything in his vicinity, sending the approaching war god hurtling aside. A deluge of thunder. Hiya. Ryu raised his right hand towards the heavens, unleashing a bolt of purple lightning that soared into the sky. In a moment, a dazzling display of lightning flickered incessantly, transforming the once clear sky into a tempestuous shroud of dark clouds. The winds howled ferociously, sweeping across the land, sending sand and debris swirling, making it difficult for anyone to keep their eyes open. Thunder God Fist. At that moment of collective astonishment, Ryu activated his Thunder God mode, vanishing from his original position and reappearing before Akiji. I'll strike first. 3 feet of ice. In this critical moment, Akiji quickly clenched his fists, positioning them defensively. Among the 3, Akiji was the slowest, and while his devil fruit ability was formidable, he found himself utterly outpaced by Ryu's thunderous prowess. Ironically, Ryu's thunder fruit seemed to counter Akiji's abilities, leaving him at a distinct disadvantage. With a resounding crash, Ryu's electrified fist collided heavily against the ice wall erected before Akiji. A crack appeared on the icy barrier, causing Akiji's expression to shift with concern. This is bad. Sensing imminent danger, Akiji pushed his observation hockey to its limits, spinning rapidly. However, he was still thrown back by the force of Ryu's electric aura. With a deafening impact, Akiji crashed against a distant stone pillar, shattering it upon contact. Fortunately, the protective barrier of ice spared him from fatal injuries, though he was still considerably harmed. At that moment, Akiji felt himself being invaded by Ryu's lightning, rendering him temporarily powerless. Impressive. I never anticipated such growth in merely a few years. However, I never intended to engage. Perhaps it is best to simply fall. Akiji, who had no desire to fight Ryu, willingly collapsed to the ground, leaving Sengoku at a loss for words. What a disgrace. You are a vice admiral. Sengoku scolded internally, witnessing Akiji's unceremonious fall. Yet, he had no time to voice his thoughts, for Ryu was already standing before him. Though Ryu held a degree of admiration for Akiji, his thoughts towards Sengoku were far less cordial. Thunder God's ultimate move, Thunder God's destruction. Having grasped the teachings of Whitebeard and a mysterious master, and combining them with Rayleigh's ultimate techniques, Ryu discovered a pathway to unleash a tremendous assault. By merging Haki, his devil fruit powers, and the Navy's 6 styles, he was able to produce an explosive attack of unparalleled strength. Though this technique was merely an initial amalgamation, its potency surged exponentially, thanks to the guidance from the mysterious figure. Ryu is now on the cusp of mastering the transformative potential of his thunder fruit. What a formidable adversary! If he continues to grow, he could very well become another Roger. He must not be allowed to reach his full potential. Sengoku contemplated gravely as he regarded Ryu's fierce gaze. Compassionate palm of the great Buddha. Sengoku unleashed a powerful strike, as if shattering the very air around him. aimed directly at Lei Yu. With a thunderous roar, the colossal golden hand collided with Lei Yu's formidable blue lightning, producing a cataclysmic explosion. The earth trembled as if it were bursting like popcorn, with countless fragments soaring into the atmosphere. Another deafening boom followed, as Sengoku's surroundings began to collapse, his feet sinking into the ground. "Open up, all!" Sengoku bellowed, his visage contorted with rage, his body radiating golden light, resembling a sun illuminating the earth. With a resounding explosion that shook the very foundations of the land, both Lei Yu and Sengoku were propelled backwards, the immense shockwave radiating outward, leaving devastation in its wake. In the blink of an eye, the landscape within 100 miles was reduced to ruins, and a colossal crater formed around them. Boom, boom. Both Lei Yu and Sengoku the Buddha fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Gasping for air, they half-knelt on the ground. How formidable! Could this individual truly be a mere youth and not an ancient monster? Sengoku, with a grave expression, gazed at Lei Yu, now shrouded in dust, pondering in his heart. The ironclad king and the others, who fought alongside the king of the underworld, looked on with concern, murmuring to themselves, "This is terrifying. Is this truly the might of the king of the underworld?" The surrounding navy, deeply shaken, could hardly believe their eyes. Astonished that this adversary was on par with Admiral Sengoku, how could this be scientifically plausible? King of the underworld! King of the underworld! King of the underworld! After a brief silence, countless pirates around began to cheer, shouting Lei Yu's title, reigniting the atmosphere of the battlefield. Meanwhile, as everyone's gaze was fixed on Whitebeard and Lei Yu, a figure donning a straw hat finally appeared beside Ace. "Noon has arrived, execute." A Marine major, surveying the dire situation, promptly commanded the executioner. The executioner, gazing up at the dense, obscuring clouds, felt a sense of futility. This was hardly noon. Yet, fearing retribution, he raised his executioner's blade and swung it fiercely towards Ace. Ace gently closed his eyes, a tear escaping. "I'm sorry, Dad, I must leave first. Forgive me. My dear brother, I must depart." Ace looked toward the approaching Luffy, murmuring to himself. No. In this moment of crisis, the Straw Hat Boy erupted. Having barely escaped last time, could he afford to falter again? Enraged, he roared with all his might, unleashing an invisible wave of Conqueror's haki that rapidly swept through the surroundings. Even Lei Yu, far away, felt this surge of power, a hint of amusement crossing his face. "Truly, one worthy of inheriting the will of the king, Straw Hat, you have exceeded my expectations." Lei Yu acknowledged that this haki was scarcely inferior to his own. Sighing softly, after all, his own haki was derived from devouring others, while Luffy's was pure and natural, marking a distinct difference. Nevertheless, Lei Yu believed it would not be long before he awakened his own Conqueror's haki, leading to a transformative evolution in its essence. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, Marines began to fall, the executioner's eyes glazing over as he collapsed to the ground. With a swift motion, the Straw Hat Boy rushed to Luffy's side, kicking the executioner away, then retrieving a candle key to free Ace from his bonds. "Luffy!" Ace exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with joy as he looked at the Straw Hat, elated that his long-held wish had finally come to fruition. However, just as the two rejoiced, a man clad in red appeared before them. "All pirates deserve death. You cannot escape. The son of Roger and the son of Dragon, you shall perish." With a mighty roar, Akainu unleashed an explosive force akin to a volcanic eruption, instantly engulfing Ace and Luffy. Just freed from the sea prism stone, Ace, still weak, extended his hands despite his fatigue. Flame Pillar. He unleashed an inferno, blocking Akainu's magma. "Luffy!" Ace shouted anxiously, seeing his brother before him. "Let us fight together." Ace smiled faintly at the surrounding Marines. "Okay." Luffy nodded earnestly, touched by his brother's resolve. "You're seeking death." Akainu scoffed disdainfully at the defiant duo. In a flash, he appeared beside Luffy. Boom. As Akainu's fist struck, torrents of magma erupted from his hand, directly consuming Luffy. Boom. Weakened, Luffy could not evade the blow. Crashing heavily to the ground, the earth scorched before him. "First, I'll deal with you, son of Dragon," Akainu coldly proclaimed, eyeing the fallen Luffy. "Not a chance," Ace cried out. Fire Dama. A concentrated flame shot toward Akainu. Ace's fiery projectile struck Akainu, creating multiple wounds in his body. But the magma quickly began to heal the damage. "Your devil fruit is well honed, but your haki is lacking." With that, Akainu unleashed his magnum dog. Ace gasped as Akainu's arm pierced through his body. Though Ace coughed up blood, he remained intact. Flames ignited from his chest, melting away the magma. Fire Fist. Ace delivered a powerful punch to Akainu. Boom. The eruption of flames consumed Akainu, sending him hurtling away with a resounding explosion. Hissing, Akainu wiped away the blood from his mouth, surprised. "I didn't expect you could unleash such power even in your weakened state," he remarked, observing Ace, who was now even more fragile. As the flames subsided, Ace's body began to recover, yet his strength was visibly drained, making elemental transformation nearly impossible. "If I cannot kill you, then I shall not spare this one." Akainu glared menacingly at the gasping Luffy on the ground. "Magnum dog," he declared, turning to strike at Luffy. "Despicable!" Ace cried out, denouncing Akainu's treachery. Despite his outcry, Ace reacted swiftly, Due to various circumstances, Akainu was now his sole adversary, while other formidable foes were preoccupied, significantly alleviating Ace's burden. Crossfire. Ace called, rapidly bringing his hands together to form a blazing cross aimed at Akainu. Yet, due to his current frailty, Ace's flames lacked the necessary intensity, proving to be a critical weakness for his heat absorption abilities. Trivial techniques. Akainu sneered, dismissing Ace's attack. Boom. Akainu, with his right hand poised defensively, unleashed a torrent of molten magma that instantly obliterated Ace's assault, inflicting no harm upon him. Gasping for breath, Ace was clearly fatigued. The recent barrage had significantly drained his flames. The powers bestowed by the Devil Fruit are not boundless. Their utilization is finite. When the wielder's mental and physical reserves are depleted, the fruit's abilities become inaccessible, save for those exceptional individuals like Whitebeard, who possess indomitable willpower. At this moment, Ace's control over the Maranomi was nearly exhausted, and despite his efforts to refine it, little remained. Curse it. Ace cursed under his breath. Acutely aware of his deteriorating condition. Are you on the verge of collapse? Akainu taunted, savoring Ace's evident weariness. Being bound by sea stone for such an extended period must have taken its toll. You are at your wit's end, Ace. Surrender, and I shall grant you a swift end. But just then, Luffy, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly sprang to his feet. Gear 3rd, Giant Axe. Luffy summoned the last vestiges of his strength to unleash his most formidable technique. No. At that moment, Jinbei, having appeared by Luffy's side unbeknownst to anyone, swiftly tackled him to the ground. Fool. To confront Akainu without haki is tantamount to seeking death. It is akin to a moth drawn to a flame. In the face of the admirals, Akiji, Kizuru, and especially Akainu, Luffy was as insignificant as an ant, utterly outmatched. What are you doing? Luffy growled at Jinbei, anger flashing in his eyes. Luffy, do not engage him. Have you forgotten the fate that befell you when you fought me? Ace interjected, alarmed. If Luffy had attacked, Akainu might have emerged unscathed, but Luffy would undoubtedly have suffered grievously. Striking magma with rubber was akin to an old man consuming poison, a reckless endeavor. Hearing Ace's roar, Luffy regained a measure of composure, staring at the magma surrounding Akainu, his expression darkening. Is there truly no way to overcome this? He murmured, feeling utterly powerless against the Admiral's might. Jinbei, I implore you, take Luffy away quickly. Ace pleaded, his face etched with concern for his brother. Jinbei, loyal to Ace, nodded gravely. But at that moment, move, step aside. Akainu's voice thundered. Hellhound. In an instant, Jinbei, caught off guard, was impaled by Akainu's attack while shielding Luffy. Yet, fortunately, as a fishman, he bore the blow without collapsing, clutching Luffy as he retreated once more. Akainu, momentarily stunned to see the fishman still standing, quickly regained his composure. But Ace, now infused with a flicker of strength, placed himself once more before Akainu. You seek your own demise. Akainu's expression darkened. Fire Fist. Ace summoned every ounce of his power, unleashing a furious strike. Hellhound. As Akainu faced the overwhelming fire punch, he retaliated in anger, transforming his right hand into molten magma, colliding with Ace's fist in a cataclysmic clash. With a resounding explosion, the sky ignited in flames and magma, and even battle raging amidst the chaos. The surrounding earth was consumed by relentless fire, turning the landscape into scorched earth. With a sharp crack, Ace's arm fractured, and he was violently thrown aside. Akainu, too, was propelled back, crashing into a stone pillar. Yet it was clear that Ace had suffered greatly. His energy waned, and the disparity between his flames and Akainu's magma became evident. Struggling, Ace slowly rose, his left hand ablaze, but his right lay incapacitated from the earlier exchange. Coughing, Akainu also staggered to his feet, his voice laced with disbelief. I never expected such weakness could still wield such power. Is this your final stand? Regardless, you shall both perish here. No one shall save you. You will sacrifice your lives. As Akainu approached, stepping on the shattered ice around him, each footfall resonated ominously like the tolling of a death knell. Meanwhile, on another front, Sengoku addressed the Grim King. Stand down. You have no hope of victory this time. Is that so? You could not even protect your own home, and yet you call this a great victory, Rayleigh remarked, gazing at the ruins of the Marine headquarters with a mixture of nostalgia and admiration. Sengoku, incensed, retorted, Grim King, do not be obstinate and court your own demise. This world is not as simple as you believe. He had never encountered someone as shameless as Rayleigh, who, despite capitalizing on the chaos, feigned grandeur. As the Marines faltered, Sengoku's frustration mounted. Thus, he resorted to threats, hoping to intimidate Rayleigh into retreat. Yet, he miscalculated. The Rayleigh of today, having witnessed such power, was no longer the same as before. He had shed any hesitation. With a mentor of dubious reliability backing him, Rayleigh felt emboldened. I am not easily intimidated. Your navy's end is nigh. This war at Marineford is merely the beginning. Sengoku scoffed at Rayleigh's arrogance, his heart filled with scorn. Since you are so stubborn, then meet your end. Compassionate palm. A colossal golden hand, akin to a mountain, tore through the air towards Rayleigh, as if to crush him like the insignificant insect he was. Simultaneously, Mihawk unleashed his third slash, a cerulean arc that cleaved through the sky, leaving devastation in its wake. An unstoppable force. Akiji, observing the unfolding chaos, sighed and waved his hand. Ice bird. With a resonant cry, a colossal ice bird materialized in the sky, swiftly darting towards Lei Yu, casting a shadow that blotted out the sun, as if it were tearing the very fabric of heaven and earth, exuding an extraordinary might. Is it truly here? How splendid! Ray clenched his fists tightly, the lightning coursing through his body flickering incessantly. With a thunderous roar, the crackling of electricity resonated around him. Simultaneously, the myriad bolts of lightning in the sky converged, striking into Ray's body with resounding force, causing his form to swell and expand. Zzz. With a swift motion of his right hand, Lei Yu pointed towards the heavens, producing a sound that pierced the air. The essence of thunder, Qilin. A deafening roar resonated through the sky, shaking the earth as mountains crumbled and seas surged. The atmosphere darkened ominously, and the ground trembled as if caught in a cataclysmic earthquake. Countless waves erupted, unleashing a torrent that devoured the land, rendering the world akin to an apocalyptic scene. Go forth. With a decisive flick of his wrist, a purple lightning Qilin emanated from the heavens, leaping down with the swiftness of light, directed towards the three oncoming attacks. The speed of lightning rivals that of light, so rapid that one can scarcely perceive it. This scoundrel dares to harness the thunder of heaven and earth, resorting to deceit. Sengoku gazed upon Lei Yu, who had transformed into a colossal figure resembling a true thunder god, cursing vehemently within. He had witnessed shamelessness before, but never to this extent. Such audacity was beyond comparison. Both Sengoku and Hawkeye now felt they had been outsmarted, realizing that their opponent had laid a meticulous trap, waiting for the opportune moment to strike decisively. Fortunately, the clever Akiji's attacks were of the type that required no follow-up. Even if he were to be rebounded, the injury sustained would be minimal. In stark contrast, the attacks of Hawkeye and Sengoku were entirely reliant on their inherent strength. Should they falter, the backlash would be significant, and the force would be formidable. Yet, these attacks were immensely powerful, capable of sustained output and follow-up, unlike Akiji's ice birds, which, once destroyed, could not be resurrected or augmented. Thus, Akiji felt a sense of relief, for it was evident to all that Lei Yu's technique was overwhelmingly potent. The approaching Qilin, as if alive, exuded an aura of vitality, charging forth with a thundering roar, a truly magnificent sight. With a lion's head, deer antlers, tiger eyes, musk body, dragon scales, and an oxtail, accompanied by thunder, clouds, and mist, it emanated an imposing presence. With a thunderous roar, the Qilin obliterated the massive ice bird into fragments, surging toward Akiji's sword energy, swiftly opening its jaws to devour it, unstoppable, sweeping away everything in its path. With a metallic clang, the crackling Qilin collided forcefully with a pair of gigantic golden hands. The earth resonated with the sound of shattering as countless stones were sent soaring, a powerful gust sweeping everything in its wake. With a resounding crash, Hawkeye was hurled away, crashing into a distant ice wall. Gratefully, he glanced at Akiji, then turned his serious gaze back to Lei Yu. This fellow could indeed channel the forces of nature. It was truly astonishing how potent the power of the natural world could be. Hawkeye plunged his cross-shaped sword into the ground, leaning on it, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. At this moment, he had no intention of continuing the struggle, merely putting forth a semblance of effort sufficed. He was not a genuine Marine, and engaging Lei Yu in a fierce battle held no benefit for him. Such endeavors were hardly worth his while. As Lei Yu and Sengoku found themselves evenly matched, another battle reached its climactic peak. Ace watched as Akainu approached step by step, and with a gentle wave of his left hand, a spark of fiery energy gathered in Ace's palm. What, do you still wish to resist? Akainu remarked with amusement, regarding Ace as one would a fledgling chick, confidence radiating from him. For Luffy, for my brother, what does it matter if I risk my life? Ace's eyes became resolute, flames flickering within them. In a mirrored reflection, Whitebeard observed the throngs of Marines surrounding him, his expression darkening considerably. You have forced my hand. Fall before me. With a fierce glare, Whitebeard unleashed his overwhelming haki, causing Marines to fall one after another, and within moments, thousands lay vanquished, their eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. However, as Whitebeard advanced, several vice admirals once again obstructed his path. Coughing lightly, Whitebeard regarded the reappearing vice admirals. Drip, drip, drip. The sound of blood echoed ominously around him. A gaping wound in his chest oozed crimson, staining the ground beneath him. Clutching his sword, the Soryu Zengetsu, tightly, he felt it as a pillar supporting his colossal frame. His eyes resolute as he gazed toward Ace. Ace, wait for me. I shall save you. Whitebeard murmured to himself. Roger's son, Ace, today is your day of reckoning. Prepare to meet your end. Akainu unleashed his most formidable technique. Inazuma, his right fist clenched, forming a colossal magma fist akin to a miniature sun, aimed at Ace with the intent to reduce him to ashes. Bubbles of magma erupted from Akainu, enveloped in steam, charging toward Ace. Should Ace be struck? Even if he could transform, he would be pierced through, akin to how Luffy had once countered Crocodile using water, rendering his elemental form ineffective. Even if I perish, I shall not allow you to pass. Akainu, let us settle this, Ace declared, his eyes ablaze with determination. With a mighty shout, Ace raised his left hand high, a fireball rapidly coalescing above it, expanding fiercely. The heat emanated melted steel and earth, turning the ground into liquid. Impossible! How can this man possess such strength? Risking his life for a final counterattack? Akainu, taken aback by Ace's reckless fervor, felt a sense of urgency. Such humiliation, how could Akainu endure it? If you seek death, I shall grant it. He roared, his fist swelling into a massive magma-red lotus, resembling a fiery sun. Meanwhile, Ace's fireball transformed into a blazing sun overhead, casting an overwhelming light that made the surrounding marines swoon. The earth beneath the fireball turned to sludge, illustrating the intense heat of this inferno. In this moment, the ultimate assaults of Ace and Akainu collided, the outcome poised on the precipice of realization. With a thunderous boom, the two suns collided, unleashing a deafening explosion. The ground fractured, debris soaring amidst a tempest of wind and dust as the two colossal suns illuminated the heavens. Break for me, Akainu bellowed. His face contorted with fury as he surged forth, transformed into magma. As Akainu continued to roar, the magma surged, while Ace's flames waned. Had they reached their limits? Ace felt the nearly exhausted power of the devil fruit coursing through his body, a faint expression of relief crossing his face. With a piercing sound, Akainu's body pierced through Ace's chest and appeared behind him. Ace gazed at the distant figure of Luffy, who had already fled, his face softening into a serene smile. With a soft thud, devoid of any grand explosion or dramatic movement, Ace quietly fell amidst the surrounding clamor. The world around him fell silent, and colors faded from his vision. In that moment, Ace was finally liberated, gently closing his eyes. No. Luffy, witnessing Ace's fall, felt his heart shatter, unleashing a roar that seemed capable of tearing the heavens apart. His mind faltered, leaving him frozen, devoid of his soul, as he leaned against Jinbei. Damn it, Jinbei. Observing Ace's collapse, wiped away his tears and cursed, hastening his pace. Can you escape? Akainu murmured disdainfully, watching Luffy and his companions, who had already distanced themselves. However, at that moment, a colossal shadow loomed over Akainu, akin to an immense mountain, suppressing his aura. Some might say that Whitebeard ambushed Akainu, but I can only laugh. Akainu, lacking observation haki, attempting to ambush an admiral? How absurd. Whitebeard, in a state of illness and coughing up blood, had been caught off guard by Akainu. Yet he suffered minimal damage. It is evident that Whitebeard's speed had reached its limit, far beyond Akainu's capacity to perceive. If this were considered an ambush, then there would be no concept of surprise in a scenario where the disparity in strength is so pronounced. Those who were swiftly defeated had no time to react. Were they all ambushed? Due to his physical condition, Whitebeard had not demonstrated his true strength until witnessing Ace's death, which ignited a profound fury within him, allowing him to unleash a fraction of his real power and instantaneously appear beside Akainu. You will die. With a resounding thud, Whitebeard's fist descended, driving Akainu into the ground. Blood gushed from Akainu's body as he lay on the ground, his face contorted in agony, while the earth around him shattered under Whitebeard's strike. However, as Whitebeard's fist descended, a momentary sluggishness overcame him, granting Akainu a fleeting opportunity to evade. After all, Whitebeard's body had nearly reached its limits. The extreme exertion had exhausted his potential once again. His strikes had inevitably slowed, rendering him incapable of matching the vigor of the younger Akainu. It was akin to a child grappling with a middle-aged man. The analogy of a child is fitting. As one ages, they inevitably regress to a childlike state. This truth requires no elaborate explanation, as everyone possesses elderly family members and understands this reality. A man in his 70s, like Whitebeard, cannot possibly compete with the youthful vigor of Akainu. Even though Whitebeard possessed immense willpower, his body could not keep pace with his thoughts. It was a miracle that he could still fight. A trickle of blood escaped from Whitebeard's mouth once more, but at that moment, Hellhound, Akainu shamelessly sprang back into action, launching a fierce attack aimed at Whitebeard. Molten magma seemingly intent on piercing through his skull. In a moment of instinct, Whitebeard turned his head, but it was still a beat too late. With a sickening sound, half of Whitebeard's head was nearly obliterated, blood splattering the ground in a gruesome display. You 1T survived this time. Akainu, taken aback by the success of his ambush, erupted into laughter. You are far from winning, child. Whitebeard replied with a slight smile at the triumphant Akainu before delivering a heavy punch that struck Akainu squarely, causing the earth to shatter. With a grotesque contortion of his face, Akainu spat out a mouthful of blood. The ground trembled violently, collapsing under the sheer force of Whitebeard's attack, reducing the area around the marine headquarters to rubble as a colossal tsunami surged forth. Akainu was thrust into the depths of this gigantic wave. Beware, Admiral Akainu. The surrounding marines, caught in the tumult, shouted in alarm, their concern palpable. Missing half his face, yet still capable of unleashing such tremendous power, truly, he is a monster. Sengoku murmured in astonishment as he gazed at Whitebeard from afar, his expression one of utter shock. Ray looked around at the devastated land, shattered by Whitebeard's furious blow, feeling a surge of emotions within him. Truly, he was the most formidable of all the Paramecia-type devil fruit users. Alas, Whitebeard's body was too frail. Had it not been so, Akainu would surely not have escaped such a fate. Ray observed Akainu, transformed into magma, fleeing from the scene, and felt a twinge of regret. It was now the time for Whitebeard to unleash his wrath. Akainu dared not provoke him any further, knowing that Whitebeard was nearing his end. There was no need for Akainu to seek his own demise. Previously, Whitebeard had refrained from unleashing his full power against Akainu, a fact that Akainu was well aware of. And he had exploited Whitebeard's merciful nature to his advantage. Blackbeard too had taken advantage of Whitebeard's compassion, both knowing that Whitebeard would refrain from using lethal moves while not enraged. However, now that Whitebeard was in a berserk state, Akainu, being a cunning individual, would not dare to provoke him. Moreover, Whitebeard could not hold on for much longer. Akainu aimed to wear him down. Yet, Whitebeard was evidently determined not to allow Akainu to succeed, mistakenly believing that he had driven Akainu beneath the waves, thus choosing not to pursue him. At that moment, a figure that further fueled Whitebeard's fury came into view, causing him to overlook Akainu. Marshal D. Teach, how dare you show your face here? You are the root of all this chaos. Teach, you shall perish. With a swift motion, Whitebeard charged towards Blackbeard, closing the distance in an instant. Ha! Blackbeard laughed heartily at the enraged Whitebeard. Indeed, fortune favors me. Old man, your era has come to an end. A new age has dawned. You should just die already. He mocked, gazing at the feeble Whitebeard with disdain. Anyone can call me old man, but you, Teach, shall never be my son. I will end you with a powerful strike. Whitebeard shattered the fabric of space as he aimed to punch at Blackbeard. Futile, old man. My devil fruit nullifies the powers of other devil fruits. Blackbeard retorted with confidence, invoking the powers of his Yami Yami no Mi. As Whitebeard's fist collided with Blackbeard's, a resounding crack echoed as Blackbeard's powers were instantly rendered ineffective. Haha, look at you. Old man, barely clinging to life and stripped of your abilities. Blackbeard cackled triumphantly. Teach, do you know what your greatest flaw is? Whitebeard inquired calmly, fixing his gaze upon Teach. What is it? Blackbeard asked instinctively. Hubris, you are far too arrogant. With that, Whitebeard deftly swung a sword, the Enma, and a brilliant arc of light severed Teach's body. Ah! Teach cried out in agony as he crashed to the ground, writhing in pain. Shoot! Shoot him! He bellowed desperately. Gunfire erupted as Blackbeard's crew unleashed a barrage upon Whitebeard. Yet, he stood resolute, unperturbed by the onslaught, treating the bullets as mere air. Amidst the smoke, Blackbeard, clutching a pistol, trembled as he stood before the unmoving figure of Whitebeard, a sense of dread creeping into his expression. Old man, rest in peace. Your time is over. Allow me to send you on your way. Blackbeard laughed once more, but just then, Whitebeard's eyes flared with intensity. In an instant, Whitebeard vanished, reappearing to seize Teach by the throat. With a thunderous crash, he slammed Teach into the ground, unleashing a powerful shockwave that ravaged the earth around them. Whitebeard grasped Teach's neck, memories of the past flooding his mind. He knew that with a mere exertion of strength, Teach would meet his demise. Father, I was wrong. Spare me. I am your son. Teach pleaded, his eyes wide with terror. Whitebeard regarded Teach thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. Ha! He shouted, and the earth erupted once more, sending Teach flying, yet sparing Blackbeard's life. Whitebeard remained like a mountain, steadfast upon the earth, gazing skyward with a hint of reminiscence. You too possess the D in your name, but alas, you tread upon the wrong path, inheriting a misguided will. With a final glance at the fallen Teach, he murmured to himself. Coughing violently, Teach lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Kill him! Kill him! He screamed, firing his pistol repeatedly at Whitebeard, who dismissed the bullets with disdain, showing no intention of evading them. With a flick of his wrist, Whitebeard's crew began to attack in turn. Yet he continued to ignore them, dismissing those once imprisoned in the depths of Impel Down. His gaze shifted to Ray, a faint smile gracing his features. The future lies in your hands, Whitebeard mused quietly. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind enveloped Whitebeard. With a swift motion, he swung his sword, propelling his enemies away. The crew of the Blackbeard pirates stumbled back, bloodied and shocked, gazing at the monstrous figure of Whitebeard in awe. Is he even human? Blackbeard's face contorted with fear as he beheld the Titan before him, a singular force standing against countless foes. With a deafening roar, Ray and Sengoku were forced to retreat, sliding several meters back. Just as Ray prepared to disengage and move towards Whitebeard, a figure clad in red appeared before him. Traitor, today shall be your end. The newcomer bellowed, radiating intense heat, steam rising around him, an embodiment of magma's lethal nature, the very force that had brought about Ace's demise. Akainu, you seek your own death. Ray replied, his expression darkening, each word laced with menace. Grim Reaper, today marks your demise. Cease your struggles. Concurrently, one of the warlords of the sea, the darkly clad Gecko Moria, emerged beside Akainu. Excellent, excellent. All of you have arrived. Let us settle this once and for all. At this moment, Lei Yu was truly enraged. He watched as Whitebeard was on the verge of logging off, yet he was firmly obstructed by the shameless Sengoku, who, without regard for his own image, had deployed 2 admirals, 2 warlords of the sea, along with a fleet admiral, all of whom surrounded him as if they were willing to pay any price to prevent his escape. Lei Yu realized that in the face of such formidable power, not only was it impossible to reach Whitebeard, but even his own self-preservation had become a daunting challenge. Nevertheless, instead of fear, his heart brimmed with excitement. A fervent thrill coursed through his veins, igniting his very essence. Engaging in battle with these 5 opponents, even in defeat, would be undeniably glorious. Come forth, let me witness the limits of my own strength. Let me see how the Navy can continuously thwart me. With fervor, Lei Yu gazed at the 5 before him and shouted with passion. You speak of courage, or perhaps you are merely deluded. Unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth, Akainu sneered at Lei Yu with contempt. Although Mihawk and Akiji held disdain for their comrades, they were compelled to form a semblance of unity, encircling Lei Yu. Moria, do you recall the words I once uttered? Lei Yu directed his gaze at Gecko Moria. Knowing that to torment an adversary, one must first target the weakest link. Without a doubt, Moria stood as the prime choice. Humph. Do not revel in your triumph too soon. You are barely able to protect yourself. Perhaps you should focus on your own survival before seeking to eliminate me. What a jest. Moria, bolstered by the presence of Akainu and the others, exhibited no fear, only a cold smirk. With 2 admirals and a fleet admiral by his side. Alongside the formidable Mihawk, Moria indeed felt secure, dismissing Lei Yu with ease. However, it was unfortunate for him that Lei Yu was no ordinary individual. Had it been anyone else, they might have already capitulated or considered retreat. Yet Lei Yu's mind was fixated on victory, even the prospect of annihilation. Thus, the fate of the jester Moria was sealed from the very beginning. No matter how powerful his allies were, if his own strength faltered, it would be futile. The essence of strength is paramount, a truth Moria failed to grasp. After being defeated by Kaido, he had blamed his crew, never acknowledging his own inadequacies. Were it not for the exceptional escape abilities granted by his shadow fruit, he would have perished many times over. Very well. Lei Yu responded to Moria's taunts with a smile rather than fury. You still dare to laugh? Soon, it will be your turn to weep. How long can you maintain this facade? Moria thought to himself, coldly mocking Lei Yu. In an instant, as the standoff persisted, none anticipated Lei Yu's audacity to strike first. His body blurred like lightning, vanishing from sight and transforming into a streak of blue light. This is bad. Akainu and the others were taken aback. Astonished by the speed Lei Yu displayed, far surpassing their expectations. None among them could keep pace. If he chose to flee, only Kizaru would be capable of pursuing him. Yet, Kizaru was currently entangled with an unremarkable adversary. Though he maintained the upper hand, he had yet to inflict any substantial damage. Much to Sengoku's discontent as he realized Kizaru was once again shirking his duties. Unbeknownst to Kizaru, if he were aware of Sengoku's thoughts, he would feel deeply wronged. He was indeed facing an anomaly. No matter the assault, the blue flames would engulf his opponent, miraculously restoring them to their former state. Leaving Kizaru in a state of perplexity as he remained locked in a stalemate. Should we go assist Captain Rayleigh, who seems to be trapped? One pirate inquired of the armored Kitty. No need. I have faith in Rayleigh. He will surely overcome this adversity. Let us hasten towards Whitebeard instead. If Rayleigh is ensnared, it falls upon us, Kitty commanded, waving his hand. A pair of colossal mechanical arms emerged, resembling the hands of giants, obscuring the sky as they effortlessly incapacitated the surrounding Navy forces, clearing a path for the pirates to charge forward towards Whitebeard. The countless naval troops appeared as mere toys before them. The average vice admiral was no match for Kitty, whose growth in this conflict was evident. Suddenly, as Akainu and the others were still in shock, Lei Yu appeared inexplicably behind Moria, his right hand radiating an aura of electricity, piercing through Moria's form. Thunder God Fist. With a swift motion, Lei Yu unleashed a gust of wind. In disbelief, Moria turned back, blood spattering from his lips. How can this be? He murmured, filled with reluctance. Damn it, you wretched mutt. Akainu finally reacted, cursing vehemently as he charged towards Lei Yu, his fist engulfed in searing magma. Thunder God Dragon. With a roar akin to a mighty dragon, a colossal serpent of crackling lightning surged forth from Lei Yu's hand, soaring into the heavens with a thunderous cry. The clash between the blue lightning dragon and Akainu's magma erupted into a shower of sparks, a display of overwhelming might. How infuriating, such destructive power. Akainu seethed inwardly. Break for me, he bellowed, unleashing a frenzied assault. Get the hell away from me. Thunder God Explosive Flame Fist. Ray's left hand formed a fist, and then swiftly struck towards Akainu, producing a sharp sound in the air. Dark Hound. Akainu observed as Ray's left fist unfurled, his pupils constricting. In a rapid response, his left fist retaliated, unleashing another Dark Hound. Boom. The fist of Lei Yu, crackling with electric light and flames, collided heavily with Akainu's magma-infused blow, producing a deafening sound that reverberated through the air. Does lightning ignite flames? Akainu observed Lei Yu's injuries, the faint crimson flames enveloping him, and his expression grew increasingly grave. He had not anticipated that the opponent could wield the powers of the devil fruit to such an extent. Explode for me. Boom. Just as Akainu was taken aback, Lei Yu's fist detonated like dynamite, shattering the ground around them, sending fierce gusts of wind swirling in every direction. Countless fragments of stone soared through the air, fluttering like jubilant birds in flight. With a crash, both Akainu and Lei Yu retreated simultaneously, leaving deep imprints on the ground as they skidded nearly 100 meters. In this contest of strength, Lei Yu's thunder clashed equally with Akainu's magma, neither yielding to the other. Truly, the magma fruit, renowned for its offensive capabilities, could rival the tremors of the quake fruit. For the first time, Lei Yu faced an opponent whose attack power matched his own, and it seemed that the opponent's defensive abilities surpassed even his own lightning fruit. Casting a shadow of concern across Lei Yu's countenance, Lei Yu gazed at the distant figure of Moonlight Moria, who, despite being pierced through the chest, still clung to life. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes once more. Shadows converged. Sensing Lei Yu's lethal aura, Moonlight Moria no longer hesitated and swiftly unleashed his ultimate technique, transforming into a towering giant. Shadow Box. With a swift motion of his colossal right hand, a massive shadow box loomed toward Lei Yu. Ice Bird, Triple Slash, Compassionate Palm, Underworld Hound. Simultaneously, the other formidable figures, Akiji, Hawkeye, Sengoku, and Akainu, launched their assaults against Lei Yu, seemingly intent on eliminating him in a single strike. Lei looked at the impending attack without a trace of fear or anxiety. Lei Yu took a deep breath and then swiftly opened his eyes, a silver light flashing forth. Ability transformation. With his words barely spoken, Lei Yu's form instantaneously vanished from his original position, reappearing behind Moonlight Moria under the moonlight. Spatial movement? The onlookers, including Akiji, were left in shock, their minds reeling as they murmured in disbelief at Lei Yu's sudden disappearance. Indeed, they were correct. Lei Yu had just employed spatial movement, utilizing the powers of the Reincarnation Fruit to enhance one of the Navy's 6 styles, known as Saru, to a level that transcended transformation, achieving a divine realm. Within his sacred domain, Lei Yu possessed the extraordinary ability to perform such limits-defying movements. However, the range of this movement was not extensive. It could only be executed within the confines of his sacred domain, yet it was still a formidable capability. Perish. 6 paths of reincarnation, master of yin and yang, judge of life and death. Die. With a thunderous roar, Lei Yu unleashed an overwhelming force, rendering the towering Moonlight Moria as if his very soul had been snatched away. Standing motionless in place, unbeknownst to all, an immense figure resembling the King of Hell materialized behind Lei Yu, directly consuming the soul of Moonlight Moria. With a swift motion, Lei Yu's right hand pierced through the enormous form of Moonlight Moria once more. Reincarnation deprivation. With that command, the colossal figure of Moonlight Moria rapidly diminished in size, and in the blink of an eye, he was reduced to a mere skeleton, scattered upon the ground, his existence extinguished. A gentle breeze swept through, transforming the skeletal remains into dust, vanishing from sight. A collective gasp filled the air as the gathered crowd absorbed the shocking scene. The legendary warlord of the sea, Moonlight Moria, renowned for his adeptness at evasion, had met his end without a trace of resistance, sending chills down their spines. Devil, you are a devil. Sengoku, momentarily stunned, finally regained his composure and hurled accusations at Lei Yu. Thank you for the compliment. Lei Yu replied with a faint smile, acknowledging Sengoku's words. You cursed Grim Reaper. Do you comprehend what you have done? You have incurred the wrath of the masses. You are the enemy of all humanity. Sengoku bellowed at Lei Yu, glaring at the remnants of Moonlight Moria. Sengoku, a paragon of justice, was understandably outraged by Lei Yu's ruthless methods, having left no trace of his victim behind. The fact that a figure as notorious as Moonlight Moria had been so easily dispatched was a blow to Sengoku's dignity. However, Moonlight Moria met his demise in a rather humiliating manner. He had grossly underestimated Lei Yu's ferocity and resolve. Had he retreated earlier, even Lei Yu would have found it challenging to take his life. Boom. At that moment, a deafening sound reverberated across the land, and a mushroom cloud began to rise slowly behind Lei Yu, where he had previously stood. With a sweeping gesture, Lei Yu dispelled the surrounding dust, revealing a vast expanse of earth, where a colossal pit, 100 meters deep, emerged before the onlookers. So impressive. From a distance, Khalifa was entirely captivated by Lei Yu's display, having succumbed completely to his prowess. At that moment, Lei Yu was indelibly etched in Khalifa's heart, a presence that could never be erased. Women, by nature, idolized the strong, and though Khalifa had matured into a confident woman, emotionally she remained akin to a young girl, still dreaming of her Prince Charming. Indeed, they were wielders of 2 distinct devil fruit powers. As Sengoku observed the lightning dissipate from Lei Yu, he sensed the emergence of another formidable force, causing his expression to grow grave. No matter the cost, you must not pass, Sengoku declared, positioning himself firmly in front of Lei Yu. The notion was absurd. With 2 such extraordinary powers, should the opponent consume the tremor fruit, there would be no contest. So they were resolute in preventing Lei Yu from reaching Whitebeard. You may have thwarted me, but you have only aided him, Lei Yu remarked softly to Sengoku, surveying the 4 before him. And what of it? Sengoku replied, unwavering in his resolve. Very well, I shall concede this moment to that fellow, but rest assured, I shall reclaim it in due time. Lei Yu glanced toward Blackbeard in the distance, sighing softly. He recognized that rushing to Whitebeard's side was untenable. So he relinquished the idea, knowing that the devil fruit would not vanish, it would eventually belong to him. As for Blackbeard, Lei Yu had never held him in high regard. Even if he could wield 2 powers simultaneously, it mattered little. Once Lei Yu comprehended the laws of power, Blackbeard would still be no match for him. Moreover, Lei Yu was eager to test his own limits and discern the extent of his gains from this war. Regardless of the outcome, his reputation had already been established. The world had never seen someone like Lei Yu take on 5 adversaries and emerge victorious. Not even Whitebeard had such a feat to his name. Given Whitebeard's character, he would not engage in killing as Lei Yu did, making this battle truly unprecedented. As for the future, Lei Yu could not predict. But one thing was certain, his name would resonate throughout the world once more. Then let us battle, he proclaimed. Reincarnation armor. With a powerful shout, silver armor rapidly enveloped Lei Yu, covering him in knee guards, protective plates, a breastplate, a helmet, long boots, a cape, and more. Moments later, clad in resplendent silver armor, Lei Yu stood before them, exuding an imposing presence. With his mastery over the power of reincarnation and the accumulation of strength he had amassed, Lei Yu was ready for an all-out battle, fortified by his formidable resources. Do you think that by stealthily eliminating a mere weakling, you have become invincible? Akina sneered at Lei Yu's audacity. Invincible or not, that is not for you to decide. Red Dog, come forth, you shall be next. Lei Yu provocatively extended his right hand, challenging Akina with disdain. Seeking death, the hot-tempered Akina could hardly tolerate such provocation. He had dared to confront Whitebeard, showcasing his audacity and resolve, far beyond the capabilities of someone like Gecko Moria. Altogether, stop him. Sengoku, unlike the impetuous Akina, maintained his composure, unperturbed by Lei Yu's taunts, and directed his orders to Akiji and Mihawk beside him. Akiji and Mihawk exchanged glances, resignedly nodding before charging toward Lei Yu. Lei Yu gazed upon the formidable figures of Akainu, Sengoku, Mihawk, and Akiji, his pupils shimmering with fervent intensity, as his very blood surged and ignited within him. Repulsive space. With a narrowing of his gaze, an imperceptible wave of energy swiftly radiated outward. Bang! In an instant, Sengoku and the others collided with an unseen barrier. What kind of fruit ability is this? Akainu, feeling the overwhelming repulsion surrounding him, was taken aback, but soon recalled the battle with Lei Yu from years past. You are indeed a dual fruit user. How is this even possible? What is impossible? Lei Yu replied coolly, observing Akainu's astonished expression. You are unaware of the truths hidden from you. Universal attraction. With a swift extension of his right hand, Akainu felt his body propelled uncontrollably towards Lei Yu. Great fire. In a moment of peril, Akainu immediately transformed his body into elemental form, unleashing a cataclysmic torrent of magma towards Lei Yu. What a remarkable reaction. Lei Yu mused as he beheld the oncoming deluge of molten rock. Reincarnation armament. Explosive flame fist. With a flourish, a vibrant red flame erupted from Lei Yu's right hand. Slicing through the air, enhanced by the power of the burning fruit, it formed into a blazing fist, further strengthened by the reincarnation haki, now radiating silver flames as it struck down upon the advancing magma. Boom. With a thunderous clap, Lei Yu's fist collided forcefully with the magma, sending droplets of molten rock scattering. Yet, in a heartbeat, his fist pierced through the magma, aiming directly for Akainu's core. How can this be possible? Akainu gasped in horror as he witnessed Lei Yu effortlessly traverse the magma, fear gripping his heart. In the blink of an eye, the events unfolded too swiftly for Sengoku and the others to react. Even Akainu could only watch as Lei Yu's fist hurtled toward him. No. Akainu roared defiantly. Bang. Without question, Lei Yu's fist struck true against Akainu, whose body, despite being aware and feeling the impact, could not react in time, resulting in a devastating blow to his chest. With a splatter of blood, Akainu was sent soaring like a football, crashing into a distant pillar. Boom. The pillar shattered upon impact as Akainu lay on the ground, bloodied and battered. In that singular strike, Lei Yu had severely injured Akainu, leaving him sprawled on the ground. The surrounding space seemed to freeze in disbelief. The contrast was staggering. Just moments ago, Akainu had been evenly matched with Whitebeard, nearly delivering a lethal blow. Yet now he lay incapacitated by a single punch from Lei Yu. What kind of absurdity is this? The disparity in power is colossal. How could he fight so fiercely against Whitebeard, only to falter before the likes of Lei Yu? Surely, Akainu had exhausted himself in his previous encounter. The surrounding Navy personnel, momentarily stunned, busied themselves with self-reassurance. What transpired in that moment? How did Akainu's devil fruit ability become nullified? Sengoku, with his keen perception, recognized the truth. At the critical moment of Lei Yu's assault, Akainu's devil fruit had failed, specifically against Lei Yu. What was that ability? How could it render a devil fruit's power ineffective? This was utterly terrifying, Akiji thought, relieved it was not he who faced Lei Yu. Who could have imagined that an opponent could nullify their devil fruit ability? Such a notion defied all logic. Armament haki could suppress a devil fruit, but it should never nullify its existence entirely. This was precisely why Akainu suffered such a grievous defeat, experiencing firsthand the consequences of his overconfidence. Yet, Lei Yu's strike could only yield a singular effect. It was evident to all present that they would not be foolish enough to challenge Lei Yu as Akainu had. Could that silver aura be the cause? Mihawk, with his piercing gaze, scrutinized the silver armor adorning Lei Yu, the glimmering radiance that had emerged with his initial strike. 10,000 Buddhas bow to the ancestor. Sengoku, witnessing the injured Akainu, understood that he must unleash his full potential. he could not allow the opponent's momentum to escalate. With a resounding proclamation, Sengoku transformed into a colossal Buddha, radiating blinding golden light, resembling a true deity. Die. Two gargantuan golden hands descended upon Rei Yu with overwhelming force, enveloping the entire marine headquarters in their shadow, divine might unmatched. Die. The colossal hands, seemingly eclipsing the sky, hurtled toward Rei Yu, the sheer power threatening to engulf all. Ultimate technique. Pillar of Heaven. Swiftly brought his palms together, his legs firmly planted on the ground. With a resounding crack, the earth beneath him trembled and split open, revealing a colossal pillar that rose majestically into the sky, akin to a celestial column, defiantly challenging the oppressive golden hand descending from above. A thunderous roar echoed as this immense structure clashed violently with the golden hand, shaking the very ground. The earth quaked, thunder rumbled, and countless stones rained down from the heavens like a tempest of rock. The debris cascaded mercilessly onto the navy and pirates below, transforming the battlefield into a hellish nightmare. With a deafening crack, the massive pillar showed signs of fissures. Break for me, thundered the voice of Sengoku, his expression grave as he pressed down once more. Ultimately, the enormous pillar shattered into countless fragments, raining down upon the earth, while the colossal hands continued their relentless assault on. Long live the Marshal! Long live the Marshal! Long live the Marshal! The surrounding Navy soldiers, inspired by Sengoku's unmatched valor, erupted into fervor, as if ignited by a fire, courageously launching a counterattack. This was the essence of a great commander. It is said that while 1,000 soldiers are easily found, a single leader is rare as a gem. Meanwhile, on the other side, the drama was nearing its conclusion. Old man, it's time for you to die. Blackbeard, shaken yet emboldened by the intimidating presence of Whitebeard, rallied his forces. Charge, he commanded, enduring the excruciating pain that racked his body. Yet, Rain of Shiryu waved his hand dismissively. Captain, it's unnecessary. He can no longer fight. He calmly remarked, observing Whitebeard, who stood resolute yet motionless, his eyes wide open. What? You bastard! How can he die standing? Damn it, even in death. He refuses to fall. Blackbeard roared in fury at the sight of Whitebeard's unwavering stance. Just then, Whitebeard gently closed his eyes, and as the onlookers believed he had succumbed, he suddenly opened them wide once more, a formidable aura erupting from him, paralyzing the hundreds of thousands present at the naval headquarters. Unbelievable! How can a monster like this still be alive? Blackbeard was thoroughly intimidated, realizing that despite sustaining grievous wounds, including a massive hole through his body and countless scars, Whitebeard remained standing, defying all logic. This man is not human. Rain of Shiryu murmured in awe at Whitebeard's indomitable spirit. One Piece. It truly exists. At the end of the sea, Raftel, pirates, go and seek it. With his final proclamation, Whitebeard's eyes blazed with fury as he gazed upon the heavens. Gradually losing his breath, or perhaps he had already ceased to breathe. Silence enveloped the battlefield as his words hung in the air. The stillness was palpable. Even the viewers of the live broadcast were momentarily stunned. One Piece. One Piece. One Piece. One Piece. Moments later, chaos erupted among the pirates and spectators, each voice raised in fervent excitement, expressing their exhilaration. Even in death, he remained so glorious. Up above, Sengoku's expression darkened as he beheld the frenzied pirates below, realizing that Whitebeard had heralded a new era. The dawn of a new age of piracy was upon them. Once again, the specter of Roger had returned with Whitebeard's legacy, and Sengoku felt a surge of anger. Damn you, even in death, you refused to be silenced. However, due to Whitebeard's earlier assistance, Sengoku found himself momentarily paralyzed, allowing to seize the opportunity. You call this despicable? A joke. Victory is the true path. Reincarnation armed double ascending dragons. With a swift motion, unleashed two silver dragons that roared into the sky as if imbued with life, proclaiming their dominance. Damn it, I was careless. Sengoku sensed a shift and quickly glanced down, his heart racing as the two silver dragons surged toward him, sending a jolt of fear through his being. I must not be struck. Such entities can nullify the powers of the devil fruit, he murmured, recognizing the silver armor enveloping the dragons. Yet, despite his good intentions, reality proved tragic. There was no escaping its onslaught. Mountain-toppling waves. In a moment of crisis, Sengoku propelled himself into the air, vanishing from sight only to reappear beside a distant stone pillar, striking it with force to hurl it at the encroaching silver dragons. A tremendous clash resounded as one dragon was intercepted, but the other collided with Sengoku's massive golden form, sending him crashing into the remnants of a shattered wall, creating a vast crater. The ground around Sengoku was left fissured like a spider's web, and he spat blood, gazing wearily at. So this is why Akaina met such a tragic end at his hands. As prowess is truly monstrous, his attacks are devastating, and only Carp could possibly rival him. Without the power of the devil fruit, Sengoku's might had diminished significantly, and yet, he still stands. It seems the Marshal's reputation is well-deserved. One of Lei Yu's most formidable techniques, the double rising dragon, failed to vanquish his opponent, leaving him somewhat taken aback. However, upon reflection, he found solace in the thought that if a general could be so easily defeated, it would indeed be a matter of great peculiarity. even if one managed to gain the upper hand through a surprise attack. He then cast his gaze towards the distance, where the once picturesque naval headquarters lay in ruins. Its visage irrevocably altered, pockmarked and scarred, reminiscent of the lunar surface. The once majestic headquarters had been reduced to mere rubble, with remnants of shattered walls faintly hinting at its former glory. Unbeknownst to him, the sun had already dipped below the horizon, and the sunset unveiled a scene devoid of beauty, instead emanating an inexplicable sorrow. The vast expanse of fiery clouds seemed to herald an ominous portent. Tick, tock, tick, tock. The clear sky, unblemished by a single cloud, began to weep gently under the fading sun as delicate raindrops fell to the earth, quickly saturating the ground and the hearts of the onlookers. Lei Yu gazed at the imposing figure of Whitebeard standing resolutely on the battlefield, resembling a deity of war, stirring a myriad of emotions within him. Raindrops cascaded upon Lei Yu, yet he did not repel them. Instead, he allowed each droplet to wash over him, cleansing his body as if purging the sorrows that weighed upon his heart. The combatants surrounding him gradually ceased their skirmishes, all eyes drawn to the towering figure, as if parting from a revered spirit, be they marines or pirates alike. Finally fallen. Now all that remains are you insignificant pawns, Akaina sneered, seemingly having regained his strength as he regarded the lifeless form of Whitebeard, addressing the surrounding pirates with disdain. Is that so? Lei Yu replied, casting a cool glance towards the distant Akaino, letting out a faint scoff. King of the underworld, you are the last one standing. Why do you not accept your fate? Akaina taunted, brimming with arrogance. Accept my fate? You lack the capability to impose such a thing upon me. Rather, I can ensure your demise. Lei Yu retorted with a cold smirk directed at Akaino. Arrogant. Everyone, unite and eliminate this fool. Akaina commanded, aware of Lei Yu's formidable prowess, turning to Kizaru and Mihawk for support. Kizaru and Mihawk exchanged exasperated glances, inwardly cursing Akainu's shamelessness for dragging them into his self-imposed plight. Mihawk, originally a pirate without any animosity towards Lei Yu, recognized the latter as the king of the underworld. Offending him would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences, thus Mihawk would not foolishly engage in futile endeavors. As for Kizaru, the situation was even more pronounced. Before being incited by Lei Yu, Kizaru and Akainu represented two opposing extremes. Following Lei Yu's instigation, Kizaru became acutely aware that Akainu was likely his adversary, thus he too would not be foolish enough to assist Akainu, especially as he harbored a favorable view of Lei Yu, wishing not to stand against him. Although Mihawk and Kizaru would not directly confront Lei Yu, it was inevitable they would seek to impede him. Otherwise, their efforts would be in vain, for one cannot flaunt their intentions so brazenly. Ray looked at the three individuals before him and realized that there was no hope regarding the devil fruit possessed by Whitebeard. He chose not to dwell on it. The battle was meant to conclude. Slowly, Ray extended his right hand and murmured to the three in front of him, "Are we to fight with all our might?" Akainu, observing Ray's demeanor, felt a sudden weight of seriousness. At this moment, he was somewhat intimidated by Ray. The latter's abilities were indeed too enigmatic to anticipate. Wasn't the Marine Admiral still lying on the ground? Just then, as the atmosphere thickened once more, a colossal pirate ship gradually emerged into view. The Four Emperors. It's a ship of the Four Emperors. The pirates erupted in excitement and cheers upon seeing the grand vessel. Has it finally arrived? Ray pondered silently as he gazed at the ship approaching in the distance. However, at that instant, the treacherous Akainu swiftly appeared above Ray. An opportunity. Magma dog. With a ripping sound that seemed to tear through space, Akainu's molten fist surged towards Ray's face. Damn it. This dog still dares to launch a surprise attack on me. Ray thought disdainfully as he observed the incoming assault. His heart network ability enveloped hundreds of kilometers around him. The entire Marine headquarters lay within his coverage. To attempt a sneak attack on Ray was merely a fool's dream. Yet, just as Ray prepared to retaliate, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. With a resounding crash, Akainu's magma collided with a large sword, sending sparks flying and creating a crater in the earth. Cease this. If you wish to continue fighting, then allow me to accompany you to the very end. With a swift motion, red-haired Shanks brandished his longsword, cutting through the air with a whooshing sound, his eyes fixed firmly on Akainu, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. Akainu's expression darkened upon seeing the figure before him. Ha 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 ha. I have finally succeeded. I am now invincible. Concurrently, a maniacal laughter resonated around as Blackbeard emerged, shattering the space with his fist, displaying an arrogant demeanor that belittled all. Seeking death. Compassionate palm. Just then, an explosive sound echoed as Sengoku appeared beside Blackbeard, striking at him with an outstretched palm. Well met. A tremendous clash ensued as Blackbeard's fist collided with Sengoku's golden palm, causing the surrounding space to fracture. Is that the Tremor Fruit? Sengoku gazed incredulously at Blackbeard, murmuring in disbelief. Haha, indeed the first-rate Tremor Fruit is truly formidable. Blackbeard wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed once more. However, this is not the time for battle. We must depart, Blackbeard commanded his crew decisively. The surrounding crew members, sensing the precarious atmosphere of the battlefield, recognized the gathering of peak combatants and the potential for total annihilation, recalling the fate of Whitebeard. They realized that the Navy's strength could not be underestimated. Thus, they promptly chose to retreat. With red-haired Shank's arrival, it would be sheer folly to remain. Since they had achieved their objective, it was time to escape. Beyond this point, they would soar freely. Damn it. Sengoku cursed under his breath as he watched Blackbeard's retreat. The situation for the Navy was dire, especially with Shanks' appearance. Continuing the fight was clearly unfeasible. Otherwise, the Navy would face utter destruction. None of the four emperors were simple foes. Attempting to defeat one was akin to chasing a fool's dream. As Sengoku surveyed the wounded Navy soldiers around him, he made a resolute decision. Let the petty man revel for now. Ray thought disdainfully as he observed Blackbeard's retreat. Shanks, are you here to court death? Akainu glared angrily at red-haired Shanks, demanding an explanation. You may certainly try, Shanks replied calmly, his gaze unwavering. Simultaneously, the members of Shanks' crew arrived. One portly individual munching on a colossal chicken leg, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding Navy, his expression tranquil as if strolling through a market. Akainu, step back. Do you wish to become the Navy's villain? Just as Akainu prepared to strike, Sengoku erupted in fury, bellowing at him. What on earth are you thinking? You cannot even handle a king of the underworld, yet you wish to provoke further conflict? That is the height of foolishness. Even if you wish to perish, do not drag the entire Navy down with you. I declare this battle concluded. This confrontation is over. Sengoku roared at the surrounding Navy and pirates. Cheers erupted from countless Navy and pirates as they celebrated, discarding their weapons and congratulating one another. Carp, who had been quietly observing from the sidelines, felt a sense of relief as he witnessed the joy of the Navy and pirates, casting a grateful glance at Sengoku. This old fellow truly deserves the title of the foremost strategist, Carp mused inwardly. Admiral, Akainu bellowed in fury upon hearing Sengoku's proclamation. Silence. Step aside, Sengoku commanded, his gaze fixed sternly on Akainu. Yes. Reluctantly, Akainu retreated, his eyes burning with animosity towards Ray and Shanks. King of the underworld, we finally meet. I have long heard of your esteemed name, and indeed, you are extraordinary. Shanks turned to Ray with a smile, greeting him warmly. I, too, have admired your renown for quite some time. Meeting you today fulfills a long-held wish of mine. Perhaps we shall spar one day? Ray replied gently, gazing at Shanks. Certainly. I am also eager to witness your prowess, Shanks smiled, exuding no pretense, as if they were equals sharing a camaraderie. Ray, in turn, did not wish to act superior. After all, Shanks was one of the four emperors. Any attempt to assert dominance would be futile, as Ray's title of King of the Underworld was merely a moniker, and he was significantly outmatched by the four emperors. This disparity was largely due to Ray not having established his own power in the New World. However, when he once again ascended to the New World, his title of King of the Underworld would surely resonate across the land, reigning supreme. Captain. Meanwhile, the ironclad Kita and Jinbei appeared before Ray, forming a protective circle around him. Ah, very well, Ray lightly remarked to Khalifa, pondering whether it was her figure or the successful completion of the task that caught his attention. What a little enchantress, Ray murmured softly, gazing at Khalifa. Let us proceed. With that, Ray led Kita and the others away from Shanks, heading towards the bodies of Whitebeard and Ace. Shanks watched Ray depart without intervening, instead directing his attention towards Sengoku. Sengoku, I have a small request, and I hope you will grant it. After a brief moment, the voice of the red-haired captain slowly broke the silence. What? Sengoku inquired gently, gazing at the red-haired figure. Hand over the bodies of Whitebeard and Ace to me. The red-haired captain stated solemnly, locking eyes with Sengoku. That is impossible. Before Sengoku could respond, Akainu erupted with fury. Silence. Sengoku shot a glare at Akainu, his frustration evident as he barked again. Very well, I shall grant your request. Sengoku nodded, acknowledging that the Navy had achieved victory, rendering further sacrifices unnecessary. The bodies of Whitebeard and his companions had become inconsequential. Thank you, the red-haired captain replied with a nod, then slowly made his way toward the remains of Whitebeard and Ace. Meanwhile, Rayleigh approached the bodies of Ace and Whitebeard, kneeling gently beside them. A faint white energy began to flow into him, and after a moment, he withdrew his right hand. The potential of these two individuals is remarkable. It seems even greater than the powers of their respective devil fruits. Rayleigh felt as if his conqueror's haki was on the verge of manifesting into something tangible, and he couldn't help but murmur in reflection, let us depart. As he observed the red-haired captain approaching, Rayleigh understood his intentions and, accompanied by the ironclad and Khalifa, began to leave. When Rayleigh reached the Phoenix, he paused momentarily. Now that the Whitebeard pirates no longer exist, if you have nowhere else to go, the Revolutionary Army welcomes your arrival at any time. He gently patted the Phoenix on the shoulder before departing. Thank you, the Phoenix expressed softly as Rayleigh walked away, aware that without Rayleigh's intervention, they might have faced total annihilation, suffering far greater losses. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, come find me. Rayleigh waved dismissively. I will. Once I handle matters here, I will. The Phoenix responded earnestly, embodying the noble virtue of gratitude instilled in him by Whitebeard. Hearing the Phoenix's words, Rayleigh smiled faintly, choosing not to say more as he quickly vanished from sight. Thus, the climactic battle of this world, known as the Marineford War, came to a close. However, this preceding era would forever be commemorated as the Age of Whitebeard. Minutes later, Rayleigh reclined on the deck, lost in the beauty of the sky. Captain, where shall we go next? At that moment, Khalifa's melodious voice chimed in his ear. Rei Yu gently turned his face and quickly caught sight of Khalifa's mature and alluring figure. Her ample bosom and proud demeanor spoke volumes. The pursuit of Blackbeard. Rei Yu cast aside the thoughts swirling in his mind and softly remarked, feeling an inexplicable decline in his willpower, increasingly unable to resist temptation. Was it the onset of a physiological need that compelled him to seek satisfaction? He glanced at the bulge in his lower body and murmured to himself. The hunt for Blackbeard, Captain, we must be cautious. His crew is growing ever stronger, and he has devoured the mightiest of devil fruits, the quake fruit. We should deliberate further. Khalifa expressed her concerns to Rei Yu. And what of you all? Rei Yu inquired, looking towards the nearby Iron Armor and others. I have no objections. Iron Armor Kid replied lightly, his spirit invigorated since discovering the burgeoning potential of his devil fruit. The more he explored it, the more he yearned for battle. Ready to face anyone, even Rei Yu, let alone Blackbeard. I believe preparation is prudent, Jinbei said thoughtfully, his expression grave. I concur with Kid, Killer stated, standing beside Kid. His tone neutral. I think we should strategize further, Crocodile added, a quiver of apprehension in his voice, having witnessed Blackbeard's formidable strength firsthand. Very well, Rei Yu said. Rubbing his head before continuing, Crocodile, Jinbei, Killer, Iron Armor Kid, you will seek out the Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh, and establish the Revolutionary Army. Understood. Jinbei and the others nodded in agreement after a moment of contemplation. Iron Armor Kid felt a desire to remain, sensing Rei Yu's intentions. Kid, there is no need to rush. Your potential rival's mine. Your time will come, and you shall become the true Iron Armor warrior, Rei Yu gently reassured him. Fully aware of Kid's thoughts. After a moment of reflection, Kid nodded, his eagerness somewhat soothed by Rei Yu's words. Khalifa, you should return to Amazon Lily. There is no need for you to accompany me. Rei Yu then addressed Khalifa. Understood, Khalifa acknowledged, realizing she might become a burden in Rei Yu's presence. All right. The tasks are thus allocated. Let us part ways here, Rei Yu stated, looking at Iron Armor and the others. Take care, Captain. Iron Armor Kid and the others boarded another small boat, waving goodbye to Rei Yu. Rei Yu nodded slightly. Khalifa, travel safely, and report back to me if anything arises. He gestured to his chest. Rest assured, Captain, as a government agent, who would dare to target me? Khalifa replied confidently. Just be cautious, Rei Yu understood her sentiments. Feeling no excessive worry, knowing the road to Amazon Lily was well-trodden and relatively safe. You too, Captain, Khalifa cautioned him with concern. Do not worry, I am off. Rei Yu said, casting a gentle smile at Khalifa before his body flickered and vanished from sight. Thud, thud, thud. Lei Yu propelled himself through the air with remarkable speed, hurtling towards a singular direction. Khalifa, observing the vanishing figure of Lei Yu, was filled with fervent admiration. I can certainly do this. Go, Khalifa. The thought of being the chosen one of the legendary king of the underworld filled her heart with immense joy, though it was tempered by a tinge of anxiety. Nevertheless, Khalifa's spirit was resolute and unyielding, since the king of the underworld had chosen her. She vowed not to disappoint him. Meanwhile, Lei Yu pushed the power of his psychic network to its limits, scanning the surrounding area for miles as if he were a radar, continuously emitting electromagnetic waves to seek out his target. After several minutes, he finally found it. Rei's eyes emitted a dazzling light before his form vanished from the spot. Ahahaha, little girl, has your mind gone awry? You dare to impede my progress? Blackbeard laughed heartily at the beautiful maiden standing before him. My dear, your crew has already been fed to the sharks. How do you suppose I should deal with you? The cruel smile of Shiryu, puffing on a cigar, twisted as he spoke to the lovely girl. How infuriating. Bonnie's countenance darkened as she realized the formidable strength of her adversaries. Her naivety had led her to underestimate them. I think it would be best to strip her and have some fun, one pirate suggested, his eyes glinting with malice as he regarded Bonnie. No, please. Bonnie's face drained of color upon hearing this, and she trembled as she gazed at Blackbeard and his crew. Blackbeard would not permit such actions from his subordinates. Not only due to the girl's mysterious background, but also because the Navy was hot on their heels. He had not yet reached a safe haven. There was no way he would linger for this girl. Child, your strength is insufficient to join my crew. How about becoming my woman instead? Blackbeard jeered at Bonnie. Dream on. With a surge of anger, Bonnie delivered a powerful kick to Blackbeard's filthy face, sending him sprawling. Seeking death, Blackbeard's expression darkened immediately. Just as he prepared to retaliate, a figure swiftly appeared before him, causing his pupils to constrict. Are you all right, beautiful? Do you need my assistance? Rei, without acknowledging Blackbeard and his crew, casually flicked his royal battle attire, confidently inquiring of Bonnie on the deck. Rei found himself intrigued by Bonnie, particularly due to her remarkable abilities. I need help. Save me, Bonnie exclaimed, seeing Rei as a beacon of hope amidst her dire situation. Given the circumstances, it was evident that her life was in imminent danger, and she feared a fate worse than death. The arrival of Rei ignited a glimmer of hope, though she did not immediately recognize him. The legend of the king of the underworld was well known, yet few had ever seen him in the flesh. Of course, I can save you, but there are conditions, Rei remarked, surveying the surrounding pirates with a knowing look, clearly implying he sought something in return. I'll agree to any terms. Just get me out of here. Bonnie, no fool, understood the nature of pirate dealings after years in the trade. She would rather place her fate in the hands of a man who seemed somewhat respectable than fall into the clutches of Blackbeard and his crew. Even if she had to rely on someone else, she preferred it to be someone she deemed acceptable. The alternative was a fate she could not bear to contemplate. Deal. Rei Yu snapped his fingers, a smile gracing his lips as if his schemes had come to fruition. Who do you think you are? Meddling in the affairs of the Blackbeard pirates? A disdainful sniper, adorned with a hat, roared at Rei Yu. Oka, be silent. Blackbeard coldly commanded the man. Captain. The man protested, unwilling to relent. Noisy. With a flash of lightning, the man vanished from his spot, crashing into the distant sails and shattering the mast. Blood gushed from his mouth as he lay in the air, his eyes wide with terror, staring at Rei Yu. A collective gasp filled the air. Who was this individual? So ferocious? The members of Blackbeard's crew were well aware of Oka's prowess, yet they were astounded to witness him dispatched so effortlessly. And even more shocking was that they had not seen how it was accomplished. As this realization dawned upon them, beads of cold sweat began to form on the backs of most present. If they were in his place, their fate would surely be no better. The king of the underworld! Exclaimed Ranji Ryu, recognizing Rei Yu, his face grave as he spoke each word carefully. The king of the underworld? The surrounding pirates felt a shiver run through them at the mere mention of those words. After all, the legendary reputation of the king of the underworld echoed through the seas. One man against two admirals, a marine fleet admiral, and two warlords of the sea, emerging victorious and even slaying one of them. Such achievements were unparalleled in the world. You arrived quite swiftly, but do you not think you are overly confident? Blackbeard said, his expression darkening as he regarded Rei Yu. Indeed, what if the adversary was the king of the underworld? Did he dare to challenge the entire Blackbeard pirates? Here. The lowest among them were prisoners from the 6th level of Impel Down. Compared to these inmates, the so-called supernovas paled in comparison. These were the true, great pirates. Each possessed combat abilities in the hundreds of millions. Otherwise, Blackbeard would not have deemed Bonnie too weak to join his crew. Of course, it was also possible that Blackbeard, in his folly, had failed to recognize the rarity and strength of Bonnie's abilities. Ah, it seems you are quite confident in yourself now, Blackbeard, Rei Yu remarked lightly. A relaxed demeanor evident as he gazed at Blackbeard. Crack. As Blackbeard clenched his fists, the surrounding space began to fracture ominously. Although you did not kill Whitebeard, he ultimately perished at your hands. I must avenge this grudge. Whitebeard was my mentor, and you devoured his tremor fruit, which is utterly unforgivable. Are you prepared, Blackbeard? Rei Yu continued, seemingly indifferent to Blackbeard's actions. Crack. The space around Blackbeard shattered instantaneously. King of the underworld, you have brought this upon yourself. Since that is the case, let us settle our old scores along with the new ones. Blackbeard seethed through gritted teeth, realizing that this confrontation would not end peacefully. Attack. Destroy the scoundrel. He commanded with a wave of his hand to his crew. Trash should know its place. With a fierce glare, Rei Yu caused the entire Blackbeard pirate ship to tremble. Bang, bang, bang. As the sounds echoed, the crew of the Blackbeard pirates, their eyes rolling back, fell one by one onto the deck in disbelief. This is impossible. Lafitte, have been knocked unconscious by his hockey. Damn it, king of the underworld, truly deserving of the title. Bang. Lafitte, skilled in mental hypnosis, closed his eyes defiantly as he collapsed to the ground, leaving only 2 members remaining in the Blackbeard pirates. King of the underworld, how terrifying. Is this powerful conqueror's hockey truly what it claims to be? Even Whitebeard could not achieve such a feat, Ranji Ryu mused, deeply shaken as he observed the fallen members of the Blackbeard crew. These were not insignificant players, each one was a formidable pirate in their own right. Yet they had been so easily subdued, which was utterly astonishing. This takes a considerable toll, Rei Yu murmured to himself, rubbing his head thoughtfully. After absorbing the conqueror's hockey of Whitebeard and Ace, Lei Yu successfully awakened his own conqueror's hockey, which directly activated the mental powers within his mind. It can be asserted that Lei Yu is the first individual in the pirate world to unlock the potential for mental cultivation within his consciousness, and indeed the first to refine his conqueror's hockey to such an extraordinary extent. It is widely acknowledged that conqueror's hockey cannot be cultivated through traditional means. It develops in tandem with one's growth, akin to the human brain, which cannot be deliberately activated. One can only unlock it through diligent training to a certain level, or, in some cases, forcibly access a portion of it. Lei Yu's conqueror's hockey was catalyzed by absorbing a substantial amount of this power and inheriting the qualities of a king, leading to his remarkable transformation and the forcible awakening of his own conqueror's hockey. However, mental cultivation, much like the human brain, typically allows one to utilize at most 20% of its capacity. Beyond that threshold lies the so-called realm of the divine. As for the other aspects of the brain, they remain beyond Lei Yu's current understanding, as he has yet to meet the criteria for further cultivation in that domain. Moreover, it is uncertain whether anyone in this world has attained such a level. Even the realm of the divine may be a rarity, shrouded in secrecy and known to few. Lei Yu's awareness stems from having initially reached this domain and entered this circle. thus gaining deeper insights. Additionally, having studied the mysteries of O'Hara and with the assistance of Nico Alvia, Lei Yu possesses knowledge that surpasses that of others. While the realm of the divine is indeed formidable, its consumption of mental energy is exceptionally taxing. Although Lei Yu was able to swiftly incapacitate several notorious pirates from the Blackbeard crew during his initial application of this power, he found his mental energy nearly depleted. However, the members of Blackbeard could not fathom this. Could it be that this individual has transcended humanity? How else could he so effortlessly dispatch these formidable foes with his conqueror's haki? Blackbeard himself was taken aback by the sight of his fallen crew members. These were pirates worth billions. Even he, while capable of defeating them, would require significant effort and time. Yet, his adversary had eliminated them in an instant using Conqueror's Haki, which left Blackbeard trembling with trepidation. Those who can be vanquished by Conqueror's Haki are undoubtedly far removed from one's own strength. Typically, such power is effective against mere underlings. However, when faced with elites, its efficacy diminishes, let alone when confronting captain-level figures or pirates of immense renown. Rei Yu looked at the trembling Blackbeard with a hint of surprise, finding it somewhat amusing that his experiment had instilled such fear in the notorious pirate. It was an unexpected gain, sparing Rei Yu the need to flaunt his prowess. However, one could hardly blame Blackbeard. After all, the situation was exceedingly bizarre. To claim that one had subdued a pirate of such immense notoriety with a mere glance of Conqueror's Haki was a statement few would believe, especially in a realm filled with ruthless killers who showed no mercy. How astonishing!